Hashtag Chapter 1, World-Shaking Changes. Have you lost your mind from reading too many web novels? In the somewhat noisy classroom, I held a yellow-bound book in my hand, looking at my deskmate Hu Fifan as if he were an idiot. This is supposed to be math class, where the hell did you dig up this general knowledge of immortal cultivation theory to fool me with? Besides, math textbook 1 has a blue cover, and yours is yellow. If you're gonna lie, at least be professional about it. I'd only dozed off for a brief moment during the long break, yet when I woke up, my math textbook had transformed into this nonsense. It didn't take a genius to figure out who Fifan was behind it. But I never expected him to stiffen his neck and look at me like I was an idiot. Chuan, bro, seems like you're the one who's read too much online fiction. What's all this math and science talk? You've gone off the deep end, haven't you? He continued earnestly, after all, this is a world of cultivation. What you call science is just nonsense made up by those fiction writers, it doesn't exist at all. You need to learn to distinguish between fantasy and reality. Watching him spew nonsense with that deadpan expression just begging for a punch, my teeth itched with fury. Barely restraining the urge to slap him right then, I growled through clenched teeth, class is about to start. Give me back my math book now, or I swear I'll tell everyone about your crush on Li. Lu Chuan, you heartless bastard. Hu Fifan immediately took on the tone of a scorned lover, his face twisted in exaggerated anguish. After all my painstaking efforts to help you face reality, you scoundrel actually still think about stealing your own brother's home? I. At that moment, a series of sharp high-heeled footsteps suddenly echoed in the hallway outside the door, and the previously chaotic classroom instantly fell silent. The teacher had arrived. I immediately straightened up in my seat, glaring at Hu Fifan beside me with bared teeth as I hissed, "Hand it over now." Hu Fifan closed his eyes, wearing an utterly resigned expression, as if he had already accepted his fate. Glancing at the book on his desk, my eyelid twitched uncontrollably. It was also the fundamentals of immortal cultivation theory. This bastard. He really went all out just to mess with me. Does he plan to drag me down with him? Click, click, click. As the sound of high heels tapping the floor grew nearer, the school bell signaling the start of class chimed. In walked the math teacher, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, black high heels, and a sleek black dress suit. I already had my excuse ready. I'd just say I'd woken up and had no idea who swapped the books or when it happened. I'd firmly stick to knowing nothing about it. The teacher would recognize it as someone else's prank, and the worst that would happen is making whoever did it return the book. Even if no one stepped up, the most severe punishment would just be standing at the back of the classroom or in the hallway for a class with Hu Fifan. Jokes were jokes, but you don't rat out a brother. If I exposed Hu Fifan, he'd be in for a world of pain. Class, wake up. The big break is already over, the math teacher said from the podium, lightly tapping the desk to signal everyone to stir. The students stretched and slowly rose to their feet. Class begins, the math teacher said, pulling out a small remote from beneath the lectern and pressing it lightly. I immediately shivered all over. On the multimedia projector screen at the front of the classroom, the first slide of the lesson material appeared prominently, titled Unit 1, Chapter 2, The Concept and Nature of Spiritual Power. It was as if countless tiny bugs were crawling all over my body. My mind went completely blank. Shouldn't Chapter 2 be about the concept and properties of functions? What on earth is this concept and nature of spiritual power? What the hell is spiritual power? What's going on here? Am I still asleep or something? Classmates, this lesson will continue discussing the concept and properties of spiritual energy. Last class we covered. With a loud scrape, I leaped up from my seat and sprinted wildly out of the classroom. Lu Chuan! What are you doing? The math teacher's stern voice chased after me. Teacher, I noticed Lu Chuan was shaking just now. He probably couldn't hold it any longer and ran to the restroom, right? Hu Fifan's feeble attempt to cover for me trailed behind. I paid no attention to any of it, charging down the corridor outside the classroom. There were no cameras outside the classroom, this wasn't some television reality show. The math teacher's solemn temperament made the likelihood of colluding with the whole class to play a prank practically zero. Apart from being handsome, I had zero presence in class, making me an unlikely target for the whole class pranks. The messy doodles scrawled in ballpoint pen on the wall outside remained unchanged, confirming this was still Class 8 of Grade 11. I sprinted from one end of the third floor to the other, with lessons from different classrooms streaming past my ears. Different elemental spirit arrays produce distinct effects. There are roughly these types of array attributes. Our teacher even made a catchy rhyme. Everyone repeat after me: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, thunder, light, ice, shadow, wind. This problem. Total atmospheric spirit energy value. How many times have I explained this? Yet over a dozen of you still got it wrong in this exam. Still sleeping, still sleeping, still sleeping. Do you think your foundation establishment cultivators who can absorb spiritual energy while sleeping? Get up and recite. Alright, students, take out your 5 years of chi refining, 3 years of breakthrough. If you don't study cultivation theory properly now, when you can't even muster 100 spiritual PowerPoints and fail to enter the chi refining stage, you'll know regret. Do you think cultivating immortality is for the teacher's sake? I'm already a high-level chi refining cultivator. Do you think I'm here teaching you for that measly salary of $2,000? Memorize all these demon beast illustrations. If you can't recite them, copy them 100 times. My scalp went numb. This was madness. Absolute madness. The school was still the familiar school, the classroom building was still the familiar classroom building, even the teachers' tones were exactly the same, but everything had changed. No language, math, or English. No physics, chemistry, biology, politics, history, or geography, replaced instead by cultivation theory. I stood in the men's bathroom at the end of the corridor, splashing cold water fiercely on my face. Staring into the mirror, I tried to calm myself, using rigorous logical thinking to analyze everything before me. When a person feels like the whole world has gone mad, there are two possibilities. The first is that one's own mind is broken, schizophrenia. The second possibility is even crazier than schizophrenia, time travel. The precursor to schizophrenia is feeling like the person in the mirror isn't you. I take a deep breath and stare intently at the young man in the mirror. Though his face is still damp with unwashed traces of cleanser, nothing can obscure his flawless features or the unmistakable masculine aura between his brows. Without a doubt, this impossibly handsome guy is definitely me. That rules out any mental health issues. So it must be the second possibility. I've traveled through time, landing in a parallel world. Though I've secretly stayed up late binge reading web novels, characters in those stories always die before traveling through time. At least there's some sense of ceremony to it. But for me, crossing worlds just by taking a nap between classes? That's downright absurd. Do you know about the trigonometric functions I mentioned? The imagination behind them is simply incredible. Look at this: functions where the angle is the independent variable, and the dependent variable is the coordinates or ratios of the intersection point of the terminal side of any angle with the unit circle. And there are mnemonics too. Odd changes, even remains, the sign depends on the quadrant. Yes, yes. I've seen them too: sine, cosine, tangent, sheer genius. Suddenly, two excited voices discussing this echoed from the bathroom, making my heart skip a beat and my face pale as I stood in front of the mirror, doubting reality. What kind of trigonometric functions? Isn't this a cultivation world? How can there be people so passionate about studying? Am I really having a mental breakdown? I almost lost it. But at that moment, a teacher strode briskly past me, brushing against my clothes as he dashed into the men's restroom, his eyes behind the glasses gleaming with excitement. Finally caught you too. Skipping class to cultivate immortality. Using toilet breaks as an excuse to read science fiction in the bathroom. And discussing it so loudly. Not putting effort into proper cultivation, yet so dedicated to studying crooked mathematics. Hand over your spirit tool phones now. Watching this scene unfold, I was utterly speechless. Chapter 2 applying for vocational class together. Which class are you from? What are you doing here? After confiscating the two unlucky students' spiritual phones in the restroom, the teacher turned to me with a fierce expression. I immediately tensed up. Teacher, I just came to use the restroom. Are you here with them to watch some science fiction? The teacher looked me up and down, suspicion written all over his face. Definitely not. I declared righteously. Teacher. Subjects like Chinese, math, English, and physics are the worst. I have zero interest in them. See this? This is how a middle school student should behave. The teacher lectured the two unlucky classmates he'd caught. Take notes. The unlucky classmates stared at me with looks that were equal parts disdain and envy, the perfect expression of admiration for a model student. After using the restroom, the teacher finished reprimanding the unlucky classmate before kindly reminding me, "Ahem, after finishing your business, hurry back to class. Don't delay your cultivation progress." Their voice had noticeably softened. I quickly replied, "Yes, teacher. I'm going right back." With that, I dashed out of the bathroom at full speed, charging straight toward the classroom. This world has gone mad. Cultivation has become the orthodox path of study, while science is treated as heretical knowledge. I even have to hide in the bathroom to secretly study mathematics. My heart pounded wildly as I thought to myself, those top students who used to grind problem sets all night might become trash now, while handsome guys like me who've read tens of millions of words of cultivation novels might actually rise to power. With this fiery enthusiasm burning in my chest, I dashed all the way back to the classroom of Senior 2 Class 8, slipped in through the back door, and sat up unusually straight to begin listening attentively. Yet just 10 minutes later, I was utterly baffled. Teacher Lu's cultivation theory lecture was filled with terms like spiritual seals, spiritual meridians, and spiritual force parameters, more incomprehensible than advanced mathematics. I glanced at the familiar faces in the front rows and noticed that those who had diligently studied academic subjects now applied the same intensity to cultivation theory, frequently making eye contact with the teacher while furiously jotting down notes. It seems diligent people remain diligent regardless of what they're studying. Diligence has little to do with personal interest. The Friday morning cultivation theory class ran for 2 consecutive periods without a break. After enduring over an hour, Teacher Lu finally finished her lecture. She closed her PowerPoint presentation, neatly stacked the textbooks and materials, and aligned them on the multimedia podium with a resounding thump. Teacher Lu cleared her throat and said, "Class, we have 5 minutes left. I have an announcement to make. Don't worry, it won't delay your lunch. Your homeroom teacher, Mr. Huyen, is currently away on a business trip and specifically asked me to relay this message. According to our school's academic structure, there will be another class reassignment before you enter your senior year of high school. The exam, streaming exam, is just a month away. Whether you enter the cultivation class with access to the school's top resources, striving to maximize your spiritual power for admission into prestigious cultivation universities, or enter the vocational class to learn specialized skills for vocational colleges, all depends on this exam. The stakes are clear to all of you. So, as always, make the most of this month and push yourselves a little harder. That's all. Pack up and get ready for lunch." With that, she walked out of the classroom in her high heels. As soon as the teacher left, the room erupted into lively chatter. Students were complaining about how early the placement exams were scheduled this year, and venting about their frustratingly low spiritual power levels. While Teacher Lu was speaking, I had my nose buried in the comprehensive guide to immortal cultivation theory, completely absorbed in the frustration of not understanding any of it. Their discussions left me utterly bewildered. I poked my deskmate Hufifan and asked, "So, how about you, Hufifan? Did you understand any of this lesson?" Hufifan turned his big face toward me, sucking his teeth, and said, "Who in the world can understand this immortal cultivation theory nowadays? Only those cram school kids get it. You think it's hard? I think it's hard too." My eye twitched. "Speak properly." Hufifan said, "Too hard, can't understand. Only a few in the whole class get it, and they're all ones who spent big money on cram school." I thought to myself, seems these immortal cultivation theory classes are harder than calculus. Before crossing over, at least you could learn calculus with effort. Hufifan said casually, "Those who shell out big bucks for tutoring are all aiming for the cultivation class, determined to become practitioners. Anyway, it doesn't matter, isn't Brother Chuan the one who hates all this immortal cultivation stuff? Weren't you planning to study math with a science fiction writer after graduation?" I widened my eyes. Study math from a writer? What kind of dumbass logic is that? If any writer's math skills surpass 5th grade level, I'll write my name Lu Chuan backwards. Hufifan looked skeptical. "Chuan Ji, you're not changing your mind, are you? You clearly said before that you weren't interested in cultivation theory and just wanted to join the vocational class to graduate quickly and start earning money. Did you forget?" I gritted my teeth. No way. A real man's word is his bond. What I said about going to the vocational class stands. As I said this, I felt a twinge of guilt. I actually had no idea what the difference was between the cultivation class and the vocational class, but I couldn't lose face in front of my bro. Hearing my decisive tone, Hufifan paused for a moment, and even he seemed to flash a hint of unease in his eyes. By then, similar conversations were happening all over the classroom. Some girls dismissed cultivation as boring and vowed to enroll in the vocational class, while groups of boys made pacts to sign up for the vocational class together. I watched my classmates' behavior with a deepening frown, increasingly convinced this mirrored the chaotic pre-exam madness of my past life. No good, this vocational stream is definitely bad news. I need to switch to the cultivation class. Friday afternoon's original physics and chemistry classes were replaced with introductory formation arrays and basic medicinal herb principles. I half-heartedly listened before leaving school with Hufifan to head home. We still lived in my city, though the high school was now my first cultivation academy. The May weather was sweltering as we walked beneath the setting sun, carrying our jackets with long shadows stretching behind us. I stayed mostly silent along the way, preoccupied with processing today's events. My plan was to research thoroughly after getting home and accessing my phone. I needed to understand how this cultivation world worked. Hufifan suddenly spoke up, "We're here." I looked up to see the worn-out gate of our residential compound right before us, realizing we'd arrived home. Hufifan called after me, "See you later, Chuan. Don't forget we're gaming together from 8 to 9 tonight." I was about to remind him it was Friday not Saturday, then shook my head at myself. What's the point of gaming when we're practically immortal now? With that, I strode off towards my own place on my long legs. I retrieved the key from under the doormat, unlocked the door, then dashed straight to my room. Smoothly locating my phone, I flopped onto the bed and opened my browser. My parents hadn't returned from work yet, so I had the perfect opportunity to enjoy some private time. Spotting the saved ebook Global History, Huaxia volume, I decided to delve into it. The more I read, the wider my eyes grew. Though this world was also called Heilangsing, its developmental path was entirely different from what I'd known. 2,000 years ago, Zhang Daoling achieved Pingzu's legendary cultivation state and publicly ascended amidst radiant clouds. Afterwards, his legacy text Essentials of Immortal Cultivation appeared throughout Huaxia, marking year zero of the immortal calendar. With these foundational cultivation methods established, Huaxia entered an era of explosive growth in immortal cultivation. Practitioners continuously broke through new thresholds, developing ever more cultivation techniques as the system gradually became clearly defined. Reading about initial stage qi refiners, mid-stage qi refiners, advanced stage qi refiners, foundation establishment, golden core, and nascent soul stages, I recognized these cultivation realm classifications as strikingly similar to those in the Xianxia novels I'd read in my previous life. In this world, high-level cultivators not only mastered the ways of spiritual arrays and elixirs with extraordinary mental power, but also incidentally developed a technological tree similar to that of Earth in their past lives. Products like spiritual communicators, spiritual displays, and spiritual projectors emerged to serve daily life. The only difference is that their inner workings rely on miniature spiritual arrays, refrigerators utilize ice attribute spiritual energy, cars run on fire attribute spiritual energy, and warfare depends on powerful cultivators. In this world, the primary productive force is the enigmatic spiritual energy. Schools regard science as heretical nonsense, and to cultivators, science is considered far too trivial and missing the essence. Thrilling. I muttered, staring at things even past life cultivation novels wouldn't dare to write about, internally screaming holy shit. I even grabbed a tissue from the bedside to wipe my nose, checking for blood. Only after confirming there was none did I swipe down my phone screen nervously to browse the contents of basic cultivation training. Originally, 1,500 years ago, before the year 500 of the immortal calendar, cultivating immortality required spiritual root aptitude, which was exceptionally rare, only 1 in 10,000 possessed it. But after the year 500 of the immortal calendar, the Huaxia Alliance was established, constructing the fourfold spirit gathering array and implementing the spiritual vortex cultivation method. From then on, Huaxia entered a grand era where cultivation became universal, with everyone practicing immortality. It seems this is a world that places extreme importance on cultivation. I thought to myself, could it be that everyone can fly through the skies and dive into the earth? But I haven't seen anyone flying on my way home from school. With this question in mind, I kept reading. It turned out that while everyone could cultivate immortality, not everyone could become a powerful practitioner. most ordinary people had spiritual power below 300, classifying them as low-tier chi refiners, who could only perform simple spells like acceleration or deceleration, with bodies slightly healthier and stronger than non-cultivators. Soldiers, government guards, and workers operating high-level spiritual instruments required a spiritual power of over 300, classifying them as mid-tier chi refiners. Teachers, officials, and employees of large corporations had even higher requirements, needing at least 600 spiritual power and ranking as high-tier chi refiners. But these chi cultivators were far from the powerful cultivators I yearned for, those who could soar through the skies and burrow through the earth. Where are all those immortals said to be as common as dirt, and sage-tier cultivators as numerous as dogs? I couldn't help but grumble. Those cultivation novels were all lies. Take Lei Yi, for example. The city lord of my overseeing millions was merely at the golden core stage. Even a foundation establishment cultivator belonged to the upper class of the Huaxia Alliance, entitled to special allowances and privileges. Thankfully, though, chi cultivators had a pathway to advancement, the Cultivation University. According to records, any student admitted to Cultivation University would inevitably break through to foundation establishment and become a true cultivator. In my high school's entire grade, only 5 or 6 students could pass the entrance exam, and even those were all from the cultivation-oriented class. Fewer than 20 people applied for the vocational class, and most ended up in vocational undergraduate colleges, which were similar to the undergraduate universities in my previous life, emphasizing vocational skills training. Here, whether you strive for immortality and pursue the great Tao or work as a chi refining cultivator to earn money, there's a bright future ahead. As someone who had read tens of millions of words of novels before transmigrating, naturally, I wanted to become a powerful immortal cultivator. To do that, I needed to pass the college entrance exams and get into an immortal cultivation university. But first, in a month, I had to get into the immortal cultivation class to receive the school's support. But if I want to make it into the immortal cultivation class, those school exams will be a huge hurdle. I tossed my phone aside, lay on the bed, and stared at the ceiling in thought. Just then, knock, knock, knock. A knock came from the door. Xiaochuan, are you in there? I startled, instinctively shoving the tissues on my bed under the pillow. But it was already too late. Mother Song Huichin had pushed the door open. The scene froze for 2 seconds. Mom, let me explain. It's not what you think. Nice try, kid. Stop pretending. Come out, wash your hands, peel the shrimp, and let's prep dinner. Mother finished speaking and exited the room, her face brimming with amusement. Half an hour later, Father Lu Zhanghua arrived home too. The whole family sat around the dining table, gazing at the glistening red-braised prawns, their savory aroma filling the air. Here, Xiaochuan, have some. Mother picked the largest prawn and gave it to me. Without hesitation, I bit off the head and devoured it ravenously. Mom asked, "How is it? Tasty?" "Delicious, absolutely delicious." "Mom, your cooking skills. You could open a restaurant." I lavished praise. Mom said, "These prawns could almost pass as mythical beasts, though they're the lowest grade." I asked, "That must have cost quite a bit, right?" Mom replied, "Of course, 400 to 500 yuan a pound. Specially bought for you, your dad and I didn't eat any." I grew anxious hearing that. Why? Are we not budgeting anymore? My parents both laughed. Mom said it was Dad's idea. Dad grinned and asked, "Isn't your class division exam in a month?" I was taken aback. "How did you know, Dad?" Dad chuckled and scolded, "You rascal, if I didn't ask, would you have even mentioned it? If it weren't for our section chief telling me, I'd still be in the dark." Turns out the section chief's child attends the same school as me. The chief bought prawns for his kid to boost health, claiming these shrimp contain spiritual energy that's beneficial for spiritual power development. My mother mentioned these prawns were in such high demand she had to pull strings through connections just to get them. But they're way too expensive. My family's house and car were bought with my parents' loans. We're still paying monthly mortgages with almost no savings. At 5 to 600 per half kilogram, over 10,000 monthly on just shrimp? This is no way to live. Dad cheerfully reassured me, "You've got 1 month before class placements." That first month when intermediate chi practitioners accumulate spiritual energy is crucial. I'd bet all your classmates have started consuming spirit-nourishing foods by now. For this 1 month, even if I have to tighten my belt to the last notch, I won't let my son fall behind at the starting line. Oh, I responded, quietly scooping rice into my mouth while looking down. Seems I'll really need to step up my game for this placement exam. Late at night, I gathered up the books on my desk: 5 years of chi refining, 3 years of breakthrough, textbook analysis, Introduction to Immortal Cultivation, textbook analysis, Basic Formations, textbook analysis, Beginner Herbs, textbook analysis, Cultivation History, and textbook analysis, Cultivation Geography, and let out a deep sigh. From dinner until now, I'd been studying nonstop for 5 hours. To be honest, even before transmigrating, I wasn't exactly a slacker. Although my exam scores fluctuated, my ranking never fell to the bottom half, and when it came to subjects that interested me, I could study more efficiently than even the top students. During class this afternoon, I was completely lost. Having just transmigrated, I found it hard to adjust, and the teacher had picked up mid-lesson, leaving me utterly clueless. But driven by intense curiosity, I pulled out those textbooks, used the table of contents to sort through the material from the beginning, and gradually started to grasp the basics. Now, I have a slightly better understanding of the framework of the knowledge I need to learn. Unlike before my transmigration, this world doesn't divide studies into arts and sciences. General theories of cultivation is the most important subject, equivalent to mathematics in my previous life. Elementary formations corresponds to physics, basic herbology covers biology and chemistry, while history of cultivation and geography of cultivation mirror history and geography. Since cultivation originated from Huaxia, the Huaxia Alliance has always been the center of this world. Thus, there's no foreign language subject analogous to English. Specialized minor language programs are only available at cultivation universities or vocational undergraduate institutions equivalent to colleges. Of course, understanding the framework doesn't mean mastering the knowledge. I'm well aware that I've merely grasped the basics now, and catching up will inevitably require a month of burning the midnight oil. With these thoughts, I turned off the spirit-powered lamp and slipped under the covers. Perhaps study exhaustion had taken its toll, or perhaps entering this completely different world had wearied my soul. I soon fell into deep sleep, drifting into dreams. In a daze, I felt myself slipping into a bizarre dream. In an inexplicable space, a group of large prawns were scurrying around me with vigor, waving their massive claws, just like the ones I'd eaten for dinner that evening. The only difference was that they were enveloped in a faint blue glow, as if dusted with fluorescent powder. What do you want? I eat you by day, and now you feast on me at night? I felt uneasy in the dream, never having encountered prawns that could scuttle so menacingly on land. Nervously, I added, "Hey, I didn't even eat you raw, you were properly deep-fried. I barely used any chili, honestly. Just went a little heavy on the garlic and cilantro." Unfortunately, the prawns paid no heed to my feeble attempt at humor. Instead, they all tilted their heads upward, staring expectantly at something above me. Boom! Immediately after, I felt a sudden explosion in the void above my head. In the next moment, an enormous book materialized out of thin air before me. It was an ancient tome with simple, time-worn binding, resembling countless scrolls stacked together. Grayish-black in hue and utterly devoid of color, it seemed not of this world, radiating an illusion of space-time distortion unlike anything I'd ever witnessed. What is this? Suppressing my awe, I slowly approached, extending both hands to grasp the ancient volume's heavy cover. With effort, I peeled it open to the left, revealing the first page. The next instant, my eyes were flooded with a brilliance beyond anything I'd experienced. For there on that first page was clearly. Early the next morning, the moment I opened my eyes, I messaged Hu Fifan, do you know what this is? Chuan, your drawing skills are seriously awful, Hu Fifan replied. Cut the crap. Do you know or not? I said. Looks like a claw? Hu Fifan responded. Of course I know it's a claw. I'm asking if you recognize whose claw this is, /Flip's table. I was getting impatient. No idea. We only briefly studied the bestiary catalog in herbology class, and none of the entries seemed to match this particular claw, Hu Fifan replied. Then let's head downstairs to the library, I said. What for? Hu Fifan asked, / to research, obviously. Plus, didn't teacher Lu assign us homework to measure our precise spiritual power levels at the library? I reminded him. But, don't we all start doing our homework just 1 hour before going to school? Why are you being so proactive today? Hu Fifan was astonished. Are you going or not? I'm going. My city's central cultivation library is one of the tallest buildings in my city. It houses the most comprehensive collection of books in the entire city, as well as the most advanced spiritual energy instruments currently available in the entire region. The most popular and widely used device is called the spirit measurer, which can precisely gauge the spiritual energy contained within each person. While similar instruments found in schools and civilian use can also measure spiritual power levels, they often come with slight inaccuracies. Only this particular device at the Central Library guarantees absolute precision. The placement exam is just a month away, and spiritual power levels are a key factor. That's why our immortal cultivation theory teacher, Mr. Liu, assigned Hu Fifan and me the homework of measuring our precise spiritual energy values at the library. Since I arrived early, there were only 4 or 5 people in front of the spirit measuring device. I wasn't in a hurry to queue up. Instead, I wandered among the towering bookshelves, searching for a book. Everything stemmed from the dream I had last night. After that bizarre ancient book, suffused with an otherworldly sense of time and space, appeared in my dream, I turned to the first page and could only make out a painted scroll, though its contents were blurred beyond recognition. Just as I was puzzling over it, the swarm of greenish prawns at my feet dissolved into a faint mist that surged into the ancient book, and then, out of nowhere, a claw appeared on the first page. Curious about what kind of demonic beast this claw belonged to, I immediately contacted Hu Fifan after waking up and arranged to meet at the library. In the Monster Beast books section, my eyes darted across a dozen bookshelves before finally settling on a small yellow-covered book titled Master Teaches You Monster Poem Reading. The name sounded a bit ridiculous, like something out of a charlatan's guidebook, but to me, it was straight up perfect. Before I could even open it, Hu Fifan rushed over and grabbed me, saying, "Xuanji, we gotta hurry. There's a huge wave of girls coming this way." Immediately thrilled, I looked toward the entrance, only to be disappointed. It was literally a large group of girls. I thought it was something else. Never mind then. With agility, we slipped through the maze of bookshelves and zipped into the line in a flash. Behind us, the wave of girls stared at our retreating figures with faces full of resentment. The spiritual measurement device resembled a bank ATM, its screen flickering with a pale blue glow. At the front of the queue stood a girl with the standard short haircut common among cultivation school students, her lips pressed tightly together in visible tension. She placed a hand on the screen where colors flashed intermittently before displaying a number, 150. This indicated her spiritual power level was 150, placing her squarely in the middle range among cultivation high school students. In this world, cultivation was treated with utmost seriousness. The Cultivation Education Act, promulgated by the Huaxia Alliance in year 1500, strictly prohibited teaching cultivation techniques to minors under 16, with violations punishable by immediate execution. Students aged 16 to 18 in cultivation high schools were permitted to learn basic meditation, but their weekly practice couldn't exceed 10 hours. School principals who illegally extended practice times would face a century of imprisonment. Before the age of 16, the human body's functions are not yet fully developed. Practicing cultivation techniques during this period could cause irreversible damage to one's foundational physique. Only after 16, when bodily functions have mostly matured, can one begin simple meditation practices under the guidance of senior Qi refinement practitioners at cultivation high schools. Both Hu Fifan and I are 17-year-old second-year students, having formally practiced cultivation for less than 2 years. Moreover, these 2 years have relied solely on the simplest meditation techniques, where spiritual energy growth is virtually indistinguishable from natural accumulation. Thus, spiritual energy values typically range between 100 to 300. A value of 100 to 150 places one in the lower half of our class, 150 represents the mid-tier, 200 is upper middle, while 230 would rank among the top 5 in class. Last Sunday, Hu Fifan and I measured our spiritual energy values at school, 201 and 198 respectively. Today being Saturday, with no meditation practice yet this week, there's no possibility our spiritual energy values could have increased. Hu Fifan and I didn't have high hopes for these test results at all. We were just going through the motions to fill out a form for our school assignment. Soon, the 5 people queued in front were done testing, with their spiritual power values mostly falling within the 130 to 180 range. While these values weren't decisive for the class placement exam, the 2 girls who scored below 150 were noticeably downcast. After the 5 girls finished testing, Hu Fifan strode forward and slapped his palm onto the screen. The numbers flashed, still 198, exactly the same as the school's measurement, without the slightest variation. Your turn, River Brother. Hufifan stepped aside and motioned for me to step forward. I curled my lips, handed the book in my hand to Hufifan, placed both hands on the screen, and waited listlessly for that utterly unanticipated result. The screen flickered slightly, and within just a few seconds, I already felt like yawning. But halfway through my yawn, it was as if I'd been struck by something. My mouth hung half open as I stared wide-eyed at the numbers on the screen. Holy shit! I blurted out, looking at the spiritual energy value displayed on the screen. What's wrong? Is it way too low? Let me see. Hufifan leaned over to check as well. But in the next instant, he too exclaimed, "Holy shit!" I took a deep breath and was the first to regain my composure. It's probably a machine error, let's test it again. As I spoke, I adjusted the spirit gauge and placed my hand on it once more. The screen of the spirit meter flickered with light, and my heart pounded alongside it. At last, the glow settled, revealing a number, 239. I refused to believe it and tested again, only to see the same result, 239. Hufifan and I locked eyes, his pupils were practically bulging out of his sockets. How about, we go again? Could you hurry up already? We've been waiting forever, someone behind them complained impatiently. Right away, right away. I hurriedly clicked the print button, printed out the spiritual power value slip, and grabbed Hufifan's arm to leave. All the way, Hufifan kept mumbling, expressing his disbelief. Chuanji, did you specifically use up this week's 10-hour meditation time for the spiritual power test? But that can't be. 10 hours of meditation couldn't possibly increase your spiritual power value this much, it's almost 40 points. This is the spiritual measuring device from the central library, it can't be wrong. Then why is this so strange, bro? I really can't figure it out. Listening to his muttering, my heart pounded wildly. Before testing spiritual power, I wasn't sure and thought that ancient book from last night was just a dream. But now it seems that was probably not a dream, it's highly likely my cheat code for this transmigration. Since it's a cheat code, I can't talk about it carelessly, not even to Hufifan. Thinking this, I cleared my throat and enthusiastically said to Hufifan, Fan, what do you want for lunch? Hufifan froze, his expression odd as he said, Brother Chuan, what did you just call me? I pinched my voice and said, I'm asking what you're having for lunch? Fan F. Don't. I'll have rice porridge over rice. Hufifan exclaimed in terror. Rice porridge over rice? What kind of dish is that? Haha, bro, I'll take you to see for yourself. Alright then. After the meal, I declined Hufifan's gaming invitation by claiming my parents were urging me to come home, and quickly headed back. Although it was Saturday, my parents weren't home, working folks don't get weekends. I dashed into my room in just a few strides and pulled out the Master's Guide to Reading Monster Palmistry from my bag, carefully flipping through its pages. Chapter 1, Hoofd Monsters' Footprints Like Crescent Moons. Chapter 2, Avian Monsters' Footprints Like Bamboo Leaves. Chapter 3, Canine Monsters' Footprints Like Cookies. Chapter 4, Elephant-type Demon Beast Footprints Like Pancakes. I scratched my head. Why does this table of contents sound so catchy? Finally, I found the chapter matching those ancient books' claws. Chapter 18, Ape-type Demon Beast Pawprints Resembling Humans. Long-armed apes, five-eared monkeys, drowning monkeys, mighty apes. I kept flipping through chapter 18 until my eyes lit up. There it was, an illustration identical to the claws from my dream. 5 terrifying fingers, the back of the hand covered in golden hair as stiff as steel needles. The swan beast, an ape-type demon creature. Some powerful cultivators once traced its bloodline origins but found no connection to ancient ferocious beasts. Based on texts left thousands of years ago, it's speculated this creature might carry traces of the Swanese bloodline. I shuddered. The Swanese bloodline? That Swanee from the Dragon's 9 Sons legend? I kept reading. Yet sadly, even if Swanee truly existed, our era is far too distant from that time. The swan beast's bloodline has long since diluted. Characteristics of swan beasts possess more formidable physical bodies than sane-level demon creatures, yet their strength remains unremarkable. Ordinary swan beasts are merely mid-level demon creatures equivalent to mid-stage chi cultivators. It doesn't seem that powerful. I closed the book and muttered disappointedly. There isn't much information about demonic beasts online. All I know is that the powerful ones dwell in deep mountains or oceans, posing significant threats to humans, while weaker ones are confined to demon beast parks for city dwellers to visit. Though I haven't fully understood this ancient book's function, it's clear that the image on its first page is closely related to my cultivation. Stronger is definitely better. Growl, I'm a bit hungry. I pressed my protesting stomach, somewhat speechless. Since crossing over, my appetite has become much bigger than before. For lunch, Hufifan and I had rice porridge over rice, supposedly some Japanese dish. Not a trace of protein in it, hardly fit for human consumption. Still, I wolfed down 2 heaping plates. Just over an hour later, I'm starving again. Even those demonic beasts in the textbook are starting to look appetizing. Suddenly, my phone buzzed on the desk, snapping me out of this ridiculous train of thought. When I opened it, I saw the Class 8 Senior 2 group chat had blown up with 99 plus unread messages. Hufifan had posted, "Got a secret to share. Today I went with Lu Chuan to test our spiritual power at the library's spirit gauge. Guess how much my bro Chuan scored?" Everyone was speculating wildly when Hufifan finally announced the answer. It's 239. The group chat immediately exploded. Everyone praised me for being amazing and demanded I send a red envelope. I read through all 99 plus messages in one go. The last few dozen were nothing but "send the red envelope." I glanced at my wallet balance, 0.37. Well, might as well play dead. I groaned inwardly. It's not that I'm stingy about sending red envelopes, it's just that I'm genuinely broke. Truth be told, I'm actually quite generous. In my past life when reading novels, I never hesitated to bookmark the author's works. I was happy to leave comments, give 5-star reviews, send gifts, and share with friends. I firmly believe that readers as handsome as or even more handsome than me possess the same level of refinement as I do. Chapter 6, Put Me Down Quick. When everyone in the class group chat noticed Lu Chuan hadn't shown up, the conversation gradually drifted to other topics, except for one peculiar detail. Every time someone brought up the issue of applying for the cultivation class versus the vocational class, someone would immediately steer the conversation elsewhere. Lu Chuan, finding nothing interesting in the group chat, since no one was discussing him anymore, pulled out his textbook from the shelf and began studying diligently. Whether it was an illusion or not, he felt his reading efficiency that afternoon was even better than the previous night. Many knowledge frameworks and difficult-to-remember points quickly settled into his mind. The feeling of focusing entirely on one task was exhilarating. Possessing the summarization and analytical skills from his previous life's exam-oriented education, combined with a strong thirst for knowledge in this world, Lu Chuan soon immersed himself in studying for the entire afternoon. It was well past 6 in the afternoon. Click. The sound of a key turning in the lock echoed at the entrance. "Xiaochuan, come peel the shrimp, dinner's ready." The voice of his mother, Song Huiqin, rang out at the doorway, calling for Lu Chuan. Coming, Lu Chuan stretched his arms high above his head with a long yawn, his drawn-out response matching his languid movements. Then he trotted out to help, nearly starving to death. Was it finally time to eat? Peeling shrimp was essentially about removing the veins, something that could be done with just a pair of scissors and a toothpick. The shrimp they'd been eating these days were quite large, with few pieces per pound, so deveining wasn't much work. Having Lu Chuan come over to help was really just an excuse to chat. This time, Lu Chuan examined the shrimp in his hand with unusual focus. The large claws had a vibrant sheen, and the body was plump with meat rich in protein, perfect for braising or even eating raw as sashimi. It was a million times better than Hufifan's rice porridge with toppings. Lu Chuan swallowed hard, growing increasingly convinced. Aside from lacking the fluorescent-like blue glow, the shrimp looked exactly like the one he'd seen the night before. "Xiaochuan, where did you go to play today?" Song Huiqin asked. "I went to the central library to test my spiritual power in the morning, and studied at home in the afternoon," Lu Chuan answered honestly. Song Huiqin looked skeptical. "Studied or played with your phone?" "Of course I studied." Lu Chuan immediately defended himself. Damn, after actually studying the whole day, he couldn't let himself be wrongfully accused. "Alright, consider that you're studying," Mother Song Huiqin began nagging. "The class placement exams are coming up soon, you still need to put in more effort. Cultivation universities are too difficult, Mom doesn't want to aim that high either, it'd be too hard on you. But if you get into the cultivation track, you'll receive preferential resource allocation from your high school, which is much better than the vocational track. In this society, everything depends on spiritual power quotas. High-level chi practitioners simply get more job opportunities than intermediate ones. Your father back then failed to get into the cultivation track during his second-year placement exams. Without enough resources, his spiritual power stalled at intermediate chi practitioner level. That's why he's stuck working for others at his company now, with no chance of promotion. Understand? I get it, I get it, I get it. Lu Chuan listened to the repetitive yet freshly worded lecture and answered obediently. MHM, you didn't brush me off today, which means you're actually feeling the pressure too. By the way, what was your spiritual power reading today? 239. Lu Chuan answered swiftly. Song Huichin's hand suddenly froze, hovering over the last shrimp. She remained motionless for several long seconds before finally making a forceful flick to remove the vein from the final shrimp. Go play first. Dinner will start when your dad arrives. You got it. Half an hour later. Father Lu Zhanhua arrived home right on time. By then, the prawns were already cooked. Lu Chuan and his mother Song Huichin, who had been starving since 1 in the afternoon, were chatting and playing with their phones while waiting at the dining table. Dad! You're back! Seeing Lu Zhanhua return, Lu Chuan was overjoyed. Dinner could finally begin. But at that moment, Song Huichin abruptly stood up from the sofa and pulled aside Zhanhua. Husband, come here for a moment. He pulled Lu Zhanhua aside. Lu Chuan held his chopsticks, staring at the prawns in silence. Though Lu Chuan's mind was currently preoccupied with eating, he soon sensed that something was amiss. He rose from the dining table and quietly crept to his parents' bedroom door to eavesdrop. 239? This was Lu Zhanggua's voice. The year I started school, 239 was probably the top score in the class. Song Huichin said, with this result, there shouldn't be any problem entering the cultivation class a month from now. Much better than I was back in the day, Lu Zhanghua sighed. Ah, but you didn't have the money for supplements back then, otherwise you could have made it into the cultivation class too, Song Huichin consoled him. 239, 239. Lu Zhanhua kept muttering, I remember Xiao Chuan saying his spiritual power was 201 last week. To jump nearly 40 points in such a short time, could it be because of the prawns he ate yesterday? Song Huichin said, I just searched online. They say first-time consumption of spiritual food during an early-stage chi practitioner's grace period typically boosts spiritual power by 5 to 15 points. If someone gains over 15 points, it means they have a stronger absorption capacity than average. Though the subsequent increases won't be as high, they'd still maintain about 20% more than others. Xiao Chuan has always had a big appetite. He must belong to this stronger absorption physique. Tap, tap, tap. This is the sound of Lu Zhanhua pacing the floor in his slippers. After a long while, click. From inside the door came the sound of a lighter as Lu Zhanhua lit a cigarette, his brows slightly furrowed. He murmured in a low voice, how much money do we have left at home? I just checked the bank card. After buying the spirit shrimp, we should still have 35,000, replied Song Huichin. I'll ask our section chief tomorrow to see if there's any better nutritional supplement than spirit shrimp. As long as there's the slightest possibility our child could test into higher education, we parents must supply whatever's needed, we can't hold our child back. All right. Let's eat out, don't let the child know, we shouldn't add to their pressure. Hearing their parents arrive, Lu Chuan quickly ran away and sat at the dining table, raising his arms as he let out a long yawn. HAAA. At night, after finishing his meal of prawns, Lu Chuan completed his studies of 5 years of Qi training, 3 years of breakthrough, detailed textbook explanations, introduction to cultivation, detailed textbook explanations, beginner formations, detailed textbook explanations, beginner herbs, detailed textbook explanations, cultivation history, and detailed textbook explanations, cultivation geography. Lying in bed, he looked somewhat uneasy. I'm about 80% sure that ancient book is my golden finger, but what if it's not? Maybe I don't have a golden finger at all, just like Mom said, maybe I just have better absorption abilities? Well, even having better absorption abilities isn't bad, at least I'm guaranteed a spot in the cultivation class. But I still want to get into a top-tier academy. My parents have spent their savings to support me. What if I can't absorb the spiritual energy? And so it went tossing and turning, turning and tossing until Lu Chuan, like a pancake sizzling on a griddle, found himself still wide awake at 1 in the morning. Damn it, if I can't fall asleep tonight, will that ancient book not appear? If it never appears again, haven't I lost out big time? Suddenly, Lu Chuan sensed something subtly amiss in his surroundings as he spoke those two sentences. With a whoosh, he sat bolt upright in bed and tentatively called out, "Ancient book, come out?" Boom! The next moment, his mind went dark as his consciousness spiraled uncontrollably into the depths of his psyche, as if traversing through starlit space. Finally, he reappeared in that inexplicable void once more. Crunch, crunch, crunch. From beneath his feet came a rustling sound. Lu Chuan looked down to see those giant shrimp again, just like yesterday, enveloped in a faint blue glow, their large claws waving vigorously, full of energy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 13. Lu Chuan counted carefully, his eyes lighting up. 13 in total. As much as he'd eaten for dinner himself. Having finished counting the shrimp, he lifted his head and suddenly realized that ancient book had materialized in the void above him, bound in archaic simplicity like countless scrolls stacked together, its ash-black surface devoid of any color, seeming not of this world. An aura of elusive temporal distortion shimmered around it, creating a dizzying sense of space-time disorientation. It's real, it's real, it's real! Lu Chuan shouted excitedly, and at that moment, the giant shrimp beneath his feet also bubbled with excitement, leaping up and charging into the ancient book. But soon after, Lu Chuan completely panicked, his excited shouts turning into terrified screams. "What are you doing? Put me down! Why are you carrying me in with you? You damn shrimp! I was trying to help you move on, and this is how you repay me? Help!" Chapter 7 Once a week high school students. 13 giant shrimp, some grabbing sleeves, others clutching pant legs, and 2 even tugging at Lu Chuan's hair, seemed to treat him like a steed as they clamorously charged toward the ancient book ahead. "Damn bastards! I swear I'll eat you raw tomorrow. And I'll dump a whole kilo of wasabi on you!" Lu Chuan yelled at the top of his lungs, flailing his arms and kicking his legs with all his might, but it was all in vain. Just when he thought these shrimp were about to do God knows what to him, the giant shrimp suddenly froze in place. Lu Chuan was slightly surprised. "What's this about?" At that moment, the large shrimp that had been resting on Lu Chuan's chest slowly floated up. It was the biggest among the 12 shrimps. After hovering forward for a bit, it extended a large pincer to point at the ancient book ahead, then turned its head to look at Lu Chuan with its tiny eyes. Lu Chuan froze. "What? You want me to open it?" All the surrounding shrimps wobbled their pincers in unison, signaling agreement. "All right, then put me down first." Thud. All the prawns let go at once, and Lu Chuan came crashing down on his backside. "Damn it! Be gentler!" Lu Chuan cursed under his breath, yet still moved forward cautiously, coming to a halt before the ancient tome. Last time had been too rushed, he hadn't even gotten a proper look at the ancient book's appearance. This time, he could see it more clearly. The ancient book was entirely grayish-black, appearing extremely hazy within this dark space. In fact, without careful observation, it would be easy to miss entirely. It hovered about 1 meter above the ground, shaped like a horizontally lying rectangle, as if multiple scrolls had been bound together. Lu Chuan grasped the thick cover with both hands and forcefully pulled it open from right to left. The first page was revealed, appearing exactly as it had looked yesterday. Most of the area remained shrouded in a hazy force, indistinct to the eye. Only the very center showed that swany beast's claw. Crack! At that moment, the giant shrimp behind Lu Chuan became excited again, waving its enormous pincers as it charged toward him with a roar. Whoosh whoosh! Lu Chuan focused intently on the image on the first page. Just like yesterday, once these large shrimp got close to it, they transformed into faint cyan mist and flowed entirely into the scroll. Suddenly, the area around that claw started flickering continuously, emitting a whooshing sound. Soon after, the vast area of hazy power surrounding the claw trembled slightly, then completely dissipated, revealing the image beneath. Lu Chuan's eyes brimmed with astonishment. The image that appeared this time was significantly larger than before. It was an entire forearm, an extraordinarily thick forearm. Muscles coiled like intertwined dragons overlapped layer upon layer, their sheer physique alone emanating an overwhelmingly ferocious presence. This arm looks far more imposing than the illustrations of swan beasts described in the books. Lu Chuan still had some energy when speaking the first half of the sentence, but in the time it took to utter those words, he seemed to have exhausted all his strength. By the last two words, his consciousness was already fading, and he passed out completely. The next morning, half sitting on the bed, Lu Chuan scratched his messy hair and muttered, "Why do I always black out so suddenly?" But then his body jolted as if remembering something, snapping him out of his daze completely. He threw on his clothes, jumped out of bed, hastily washed up, and dashed toward the front door. "Xiaochuan, haven't you eaten yet?" came the voice of his mother, Song Huiqin, from behind. "Ah!" Lu Chuan, halfway out the door, shouted as he turned back to stuff 2 cartons of milk and 8 steamed buns into his backpack before dashing downstairs toward school without another glance. Today was Sunday, his weekly meditation time. The cultivation education law promulgated by the Huaxia Alliance stipulates that high school students in cultivation schools must meditate for 10 hours weekly. Any high school violating this 10-hour rule faces severe penalties for its principle. In fact, even if someone wanted to violate this rule, they couldn't. Because all high school students' cultivation takes place within the 4-direction spirit gathering array that envelopes the Huaxia Alliance, which they heavily depend on. Even if students themselves wanted to exceed the time limit for seated meditation, the array formations across regions would detect and block them. Without the array's shielding, the efficiency of seated meditation would plummet, making cultivation beyond 10 hours counterproductive. This, to some extent, eliminates the emergence of grind lords like those in previous lives. To maximize the utilization of these 10 hours, various cultivation high schools go to great lengths. Starting from the first year of high school, students are strictly prohibited from practicing wild meditation at home and must instead meditate uniformly in the expensive cultivation chambers built by their schools. Only professional meditation chambers provide the most efficient training. Practicing wild meditation at home would only squander those precious 10 hours, yielding half the results with double the effort. Lu Chuan quickly arrived at my city number 1 high school. The reason for his haste was simple: he couldn't wait to check whether his spiritual power had increased further now that more of that ancient book's first-page image had been restored overnight. Meditation began at 9. It was 8 currently, and though not everyone had arrived yet, many were already waiting in the classroom. "Lu Chuan, you're early today?" "Yeah, Lu Chuan, didn't you and Hu Fifan always used to roll in around 8:50 before?" "Where's Hu Fifan anyway?" The moment Lu Chuan stepped through the doorway, several classmates called out greetings to him. This included both familiar faces and classmates he hadn't interacted with much before, but now everyone seemed unusually warm toward him. Lu Chuan was slightly surprised, but then it dawned on him high school students weren't being snobbish or anything. Maybe they were just curious about his sudden spike in spiritual power and wanted to ask him for tips? Or perhaps they used to think he was just good-looking but useless, and now that he was both handsome and powerful, they'd completely fallen for him. After all, for someone as good-looking as him, being secretly admired from time to time was perfectly normal. Hu Fifan hadn't arrived yet. After submitting his spiritual power report printed at the library, Lu Chuan returned to his seat, casually took out some steamed buns from his bag, and started eating them one after another. Lu Chuan noticed that these past few days, apart from the period after eating prawns in the afternoon, he seemed to be in a state of constant hunger. Just then, a short-haired boy with a round head walked over from the front row, pulled Hu Fifan's chair over to sit down, and turned to see Lu Chuan devouring buns one after another. After a moment of stunned silence, he asked, "Lu Chuan, I heard from Hu Fifan that your spiritual power reading was 239 yesterday. True or false?" "Yeah," Lu Chuan mumbled in reply between mouthfuls of bun. That bastard Hu Fifan had practically announced it to the whole world already. If he didn't own up to it openly now, he'd seem like a complete wuss. The guy standing before him was Zhang Wubing, who used to frequently play video games with Lu Chuan and Hu Fifan. He had a pretty good relationship with Lu Chuan, so there was no need for formalities between them when they spoke. "Damn, impressive. Your last reading was 201, and now it's jumped by 38. Zhang Wubin remarked, watching as Lu Chuan wolfed down his food with unusual relish while secretly swallowing his own drool. "Just spit it out already." Lu Chuan hastily stuffed the 7th steamed bun into his mouth and grabbed the last one, securing his claim. He signaled Zhang Wubin to cut to the chase. He wasn't buying that this jerk had come over just to throw him a compliment. He. Zhang Wubin scratched his head sheepishly and said, I just wanted to ask you, with your current spiritual power level, are you planning to sign up for the cultivation class or the vocational class? Nonsense. Lu Chuan was about to say this was a no-brainer when his eyes suddenly caught sight of Hu Fifan bursting through the classroom door. He immediately pulled out his water bottle, swallowed the bun in his mouth, and shouted, What cultivation class? I already promised Hu Fifan we're definitely signing up for the vocational class. Almost instantly, Hu Fifan stiffened, freezing in place just a meter away from Lu Chuan. At this moment, he recalled how his father had told him last night that he would buy him the latest model phone if he applied for the cultivation class, and conversely, if he didn't apply, he would get the newest leather belt. His expression turned extremely complicated. Chapter 8, The Elite Student's Privilege. Is everyone here? Suddenly, the figure of substitute teacher Ms. Lu appeared at the classroom door. Screech! The previously bustling classroom instantly fell silent. Students like Zhang Wubin who weren't at their seats quickly scurried back to their places. Hu Fifan also reluctantly settled down beside Lu Chuan. When I saw Hu Fifan running over from the office, I figured everyone must be here now, and indeed you are, Ms. Lu remarked with a smile as she surveyed the orderly rows of seated students. Ha ha ha! The classmates burst into kindly laughter. In every class, there are always a few students who often become the butt of the teacher's jokes, and Hu Fifan is a prime example. After the laughter subsided, all eyes turned to the stack of forms in Teacher Lu's hands, silently guessing what they might be about. Noticing their gazes, Teacher Lu smiled and said, On Friday, I mentioned the immortal cultivation class and vocational class to everyone. I believe all of you have discussed this with your parents at home. Here's the class placement preference form. Students, please fill it out before meditation begins. Yuan Menghan, please distribute these. Study committee member Yuan Menghan took the forms and began handing them out. Teacher Lu continued, Zhao Yu, Lu Yan, Su Chanshan, Wang Han, Lu Chuan, you 6, come with me to the office. Whoosh! The gazes of the entire class were fixed on these 6 individuals, particularly focused on Lu Chuan. The first 5 had always maintained spiritual power values ranking among the top 5 in the class, consistently scoring above 230. They were key candidates for specialized training. Lu Chuan's summons evidently meant his spiritual power value had been noticed, marking him as another promising talent to cultivate. Under the envious stares of his classmates, Lu Chuan maintained an expressionless face while secretly relishing the moment as he followed the other 5 to the office. Have a seat. The other teachers aren't here, you can use their chairs, Instructor Lu said as he sat down, motioning for the students to do the same. Everyone took their seats with expressions that mixed shyness with covert excitement. After all, sitting in the teacher's chair was a special experience for high school students. Last night I called all your parents, Mr. Lu got straight to the point. They've all agreed to let you apply for the cultivation class. The other students listened quietly without speaking. I don't know whether you truly meant it when you declared loudly last Friday about applying for vocational classes, but today I still need to remind you of a few things to prevent any immature ideas from taking root. When saying this, Teacher Lu's eyes rested on the girl named Wang Han. Wang Han had a square face and wore black-framed glasses. She was the girl who had loudly declared on Friday that cultivating immortality was boring and they should all switch to vocational classes instead, even trying to persuade her deskmate to join her. Now blushing slightly, she lowered her head and murmured, Teacher, that was just joking around with classmates. I'll definitely apply for the cultivation class. Good. Then I won't repeat the significance of the cultivation class versus the vocational class, said Teacher Lu solemnly. Your spiritual energy levels are among the highest in our class, so getting admitted to the cultivation class should be virtually guaranteed. I called you here mainly to explain the mental and material preparations you should make during these 30 days of bonus period. As these words were spoken, several classmates visibly shuddered and focused their attention. Before reaching 300 spiritual power points, that is, during the early Qi practitioner stage, cultivators cannot consume spirit-enriched food for extended periods. Prolonged use would disrupt their foundational cultivation, doing more harm than good. According to research by elite experts of the Huaxia Alliance, early-stage Qi practitioners can safely consume spirit-rich foods for a maximum of 30 consecutive days. Beyond this period, adverse effects begin to appear. Consequently, this 30-day period is called the dividend phase. All students consequently begin this dividend phase 30 days before their class placement exams to ensure peak performance during the tests. On Friday, it happened to be the first day of the so-called dividend period for all the students, so when Teacher Lu mentioned it, they all paid close attention. Teacher Lu nodded to himself. We're now in the second semester of the second year. In 30 days, no, 28 days, we'll have the class division exam. In other words, 28 days from now, you'll officially be third-year students. For those aspiring candidates aiming at cultivation universities, the moment the novice chi refiner dividend period begins marks the starting point for their college entrance exam sprint. When Teacher Lu said this, Lu Chuan clearly noticed the change in expressions on both Zhao Yu's and class monitor Lu Yan's faces. You should all be aware that the exam schedule for Cultivation University differs from vocational undergraduate programs. After the placement exam, cultivation class students will get a 10-day break. Then, about 50 to 70 days after the holiday ends, Cultivation University's admission exams will begin. That means if you aim to qualify for Cultivation University, counting the 28 days before placement exams, you'll have at most 3 months to prepare. This is the mindset you need to adopt real in your distractions. Getting into the cultivation class shouldn't be your end goal, passing the college entrance exams to enter Cultivation University is. As for material preparations, accumulating spiritual energy during the bonus period forms the foundation of cultivation and is extremely important. So, fellow students, you must discuss with your parents when you get home. Within feasible means, seize this bonus period for spiritual energy absorption on top of daily spiritual nourishment. It's best to purchase and take at least one condensed chi pill daily. To stand a chance at entering an immortal cultivation university, you must at least establish this foundation during the bonus period. Do all of you understand now? Got it. Alright, Zhao Yu and the class monitor stay behind. The rest of you can head back first, meditation is about to begin. Got it. Goodbye, teacher. Lu Chuan wore a puzzled expression, completely unaware why he'd been summoned to the office. With no other choice, he hurriedly stood up and trailed behind the others, first gathering his belongings from the classroom before making his way to the cultivation chamber. Unlike his previous life, the most luxurious building in my city's cultivation high school was the meditation hall. Constructed like a grand auditorium, its lofty dome soared high and translucent, built from exquisite marble and covering an area half the size of a football field. The main space of the meditation hall held over 200 white meditation cushions. At this moment, the cushions were neatly arranged with more than 200 students from 4 classes seated cross-legged upon them. Viewed from above, the sight of so many people meditating in unison was quite spectacular. Lu Chuan's class 8 of the second year was positioned at the very front. To his left sat Zhang Wubin, and to his right, Hu Fifan. Before the meditation session began, the three of them secretly chatted among themselves. Hu Fifan whispered, "Why haven't Zhao Yu and Lu Yan arrived yet? The formation will activate in 5 minutes, they shouldn't be late." Zhang Wubin chuckled slyly, "Getting kept after class for a private talk, that's top student privileges for you. Weren't you 6 together just now? Did the teacher dismiss you 4 and keep those 2? Hu Fifan craned his neck forward, trying to meet Zhang Wubin's eyes. "Those 2 are in a completely different league from us 4, Zhang Wubin sighed. Last week, their spiritual power values had already surpassed 270. After consuming spirit-nourishing food this week, they'll surely experience another surge. In a few days, they'll break through to mid-level chi refiners. With spiritual power like that, they already have what it takes to aim for cultivation universities." The teacher kept them behind to brief them on some important guidelines, no doubt. At this moment, Lu Chuan looked puzzled. "Didn't Teacher Lu already give the 6 of us instructions before?" "Ha ha ha." Zhang Wubin laughed. "When Teacher Lu said to set our sights on the cultivation university, that wasn't really meant for us. It was just to encourage us a little. In our class, only Zhao Yu and Lu Yan truly qualify to compete for the cultivation university. As for the others, the 2 girls Su Chanqian and Wang Han had spiritual power values of 251 and 250 in last week's test. After consuming the spiritual food now, they might exceed 260. There's a slight possibility they could catch up, but the chances are very slim. As for the 2 of us, even though we're ranked 5th and 6th, I'm at 240 and you're at 239, we're not on the same level as the top few. Getting called over is just to make up the numbers." Lu Chuan was stunned. "That brutal?" Zhang Wubin didn't answer Lu Chuan, lifting his chin slightly to glance aside. Well, here they come. Lu Chuan turned to see Zhao Yu and Lu Yan, both with smiles on their faces, jogging in small steps from the training hall entrance before settling onto the meditation cushions in the front row. It's 8:59, the formation is about to activate. Everyone, get ready. Yuan Menghan, the class monitor at the front, loudly reminded everyone. At the same time, the monitors of the other three classes also loudly alerted their respective classmates. In an instant, the massive cultivation chamber fell silent. All students sat cross-legged on meditation cushions with solemn expressions. Bzzzt. A resonant hum echoed from the chamber's domed ceiling as numerous azure light beams converged from the surrounding walls towards the apex. Finally, the dome above gathered azure light from all directions, gave a sudden tremor, and released over 200 faint azure beams that enveloped all the meditation mats below, along with the students sitting upon them. Simultaneously, a voice echoed through the chamber of the cultivation hall. Quad-directional spirit gathering array, affiliated to Yuanwu Prefecture's Plain City, initiated at the branch array of my city's Cultivation High School number 1. Activation period from 9 a.m. to 7:10 p.m., duration 10 hours and 10 minutes. Students are advised to manage their cultivation time wisely. Chapter 9, Indeed it was. The azure light enveloped every student on their meditation mats, Lu Chuan being no exception. At this moment, he felt somewhat dazed and reached out to grasp at the air before his eyes. The cyan glow appeared like an extremely thin mist, swirling like smoke as hands waved through it. Stop fooling around, Lu Chuan. Zhang Wubin whispered from nearby. Focus on observing your spiritual power growth rate. The increase during the grace period from consuming spirit food versus meditation, these are crucial metrics. Lu Chuan glanced around at his classmates who still hadn't begun meditating, then turned back to ask Zhang Wubin, what's the normal daily spiritual power increase during the grace period? Zhang Wubin replied, typically, a growth of 1 to 1.5 points per day is considered normal. Your first intake of spirit food increased your spiritual power by 38 points. Your absorption capacity is stronger than most students. You'll likely reach 1.5 points per day in the future, and hitting 2 points isn't out of the question either. If you can hit the 2 o'clock mark, you're doing great. 28 days of consuming spirit food, plus the gains from meditation, might just push you to break through to mid-level Qi practitioner before the class placement exam, just like Zhao Yu and the others. Enough talk for now. The students around are starting their meditation. Make sure to compare today's spiritual energy levels with those from the library yesterday, he said. Zhang Wubin finished speaking, closed his eyes, straightened his head and neck, slightly tucked his chin, and began to enter a meditative state. At the same time, the classmates around him were similarly beginning to settle into their focused states. Lu Chuan took a deep breath and, following the meditation requirements, sat cross-legged on the prayer mat. He steadied his mind, regulated his breathing, and began attuning himself to the surrounding blue mist's energy. Based on the research he'd conducted over the past few days, he knew the formation surrounding the prayer mat would display one's current spiritual energy value when meditation began. By comparing it with yesterday's recorded value of 239 at the library, he could calculate his daily spiritual energy growth during this grace period. How much growth will there really be? Lu Chuan was somewhat expectant. Just as Zhang Wubin had said, if his daily improvement could reach level 2, then he might possibly break through to mid-level Qi refinement before the class division, reaching the same elite level as top students like Zhao Yu and Lu Yan. He hoped it would be level 2. Lu Chuan tightly closed his eyes, quietly sensing the surrounding mist. Soon, he felt his consciousness entering an ethereal state. The flickering light beyond his eyelids, the faint sounds made by classmates who hadn't yet begun meditation, the scent of laundry detergent from his school uniform mingled with the fragrance of the plants on the meditation cushion, and the gentle breeze brushing against his cheeks all became exceedingly vivid before suddenly vanishing completely. Only a vague sound of unknown timbre, originating from the spell circle, echoed in his mind. Spiritual Power, 255. Outside the cultivation room in an office, 4 teachers sat at their desks, grading papers while observing the surveillance array screens above them. These 4 teachers were the head teachers of Class 5, Class 6, Class 7, and Class 8 of the second year. Since it was their students currently meditating in the cultivation room, they naturally kept a close watch. One of them, a tall young male teacher wearing transparent framed glasses, remarked with a smile, impressive. It's only been 5 minutes, but students from each class have already entered deep meditation. Yes, Teacher Zhang Ning, Li from your class enters deep concentration almost as soon as she closes her eyes. Truly befitting a child from a cultivator family, chuckled another male teacher with thick black hair but a small belly. Is this Li? Why didn't I see her last week? Asked Teacher Lu, the substitute homeroom teacher of Lu Chuan's class, with curiosity. Yes, Teacher Lu, since you weren't in charge of Class 8 before and never saw the students meditating, you wouldn't know, the pot-bellied male teacher grinned. This Li didn't come last week. Apparently, her father invited his cultivator friend to personally guide her through a meditation session. Guided meditation? Teacher Lu asked, puzzled. Can guided meditation really compare with the school's cultivation chambers? As one of Muni City's top cultivation high schools, Muni City No. 1 High School benefits from auxiliary support from a branch formation of the Quad Direction Spirit Gathering Array. Teacher Lu found it hard to believe any other method could rival the assistance provided by the Quad Direction Spirit Gathering Array's branch formation. Teacher Zhang Ning chuckled. Teacher Lu, this assisted meditation actually takes place within a branch formation of the Gathering Spirit Array. The only difference is that the students meditating together aren't just classmates, they're all from immortal cultivation families. So that's how it is. Teacher Lu suddenly understood, this gives them an opportunity to interact? Exactly, Zhang Ning smiled. Teacher Lu's face showed an expression of envy. I truly envy you, Teacher Zhang Ning, for having such top students. These are the real seedlings of a proper immortal cultivation university. Ah! Zhang Ning waved his hand and changed the subject. The students from your class, Zhao Yu and Lu Yan, are also quite impressive. I saw in the formation monitoring that they reached a meditative state within just a few seconds. Oh, and there's also that Lu Chuan. Zhao Yu and Lu Yan are still a bit behind Li Yi. Ha! Halfway through her sentence, Teacher Lu exclaimed in surprise, Lu Chuan? He can also enter meditation in seconds? She took a closer look at Lu Chuan but soon sighed softly and said, it seems this Lu Chuan has talent in meditation as well. What a pity. Why is it a pity? The other teachers asked curiously. Teacher Lu said regretfully, apart from his talent in meditation, this child also showed an exceptionally high absorption rate for spiritual food from the first trial. Consuming spiritual food for the very first time, he gained nearly 40 points of spiritual power. But unfortunately, his initial spiritual power before this was too low, barely around 200. Hearing this, the other teachers also showed disappointed expressions. Indeed, that's far too low. Even if his spiritual power growth during the bonus period reaches 2 points per day from now on, coupled with meditation and 1 to 3 qi condensing pills as supplements, his spiritual power would still barely reach around 300 points by the class placement exams. This spiritual power level is still quite a distance away from truly having hope to compete for top universities cultivating immortals. What a pity for this child's talent. After the teachers finished sighing, Zhang Ning smiled and said to Teacher Lu, actually, Teacher Lu, it's already quite impressive for a first-time homeroom teacher to cultivate top students like Zhao Yu and Lu Yan. Teacher Zhang Ning, I've only been acting as homeroom teacher for 2 weeks. The cultivation of students like Zhao Yu and Lu Yan should be credited to Teacher Hu Yan, Teacher Lu quickly clarified. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Ning laughed, Teacher Hu Yan will no longer be the homeroom teacher soon. After this, you'll be the homeroom teacher for Class 8. Post-reorganization, Class 8's performance will reflect your teaching results. Upon hearing this, Teacher Lu exclaimed in pleasant surprise, does that mean Teacher Hu Yan has made his breakthrough? Teacher Zhang Ning smiled mysteriously, barring any unforeseen circumstances, yes. This is truly wonderful. Teacher Lu genuinely rejoiced for Hu Yan. After all these years, his efforts haven't gone to waste. Yes, it wasn't in vain. In the office, the other teachers were deeply moved. Inside the training room. The room had grown somewhat dim, yet the spirit lamps remained unlit. The time had reached 7 o'clock in the evening. 10 full hours had quietly slipped away during the students' cultivation practice. Li, Zhao Yu, and other top students had already finished their meditation. They had started a few minutes earlier than their classmates, so they finished earlier as well. They dared not make a sound, afraid of disturbing the others, and simply waited quietly. Lu Chuan's meditation was also nearing its final stage. According to the usual practice, at the very last moment, the auxiliary array would assist in measuring the spiritual energy value after the session. That indistinct, unidentifiable voice from the array once again faintly echoed in his mind. Spiritual energy value. Lu Chuan abruptly opened his eyes, overwhelmed with joy, for his spiritual power value was unmistakably. Dear handsome readers, it turns out, you've given 5-star ratings to authors who aren't quite as dashing as you. Chapter 10: Lu Chuan's Meal Dilemma. At last, all the students in the training room ended their meditation. The bright spiritual power lamps illuminated the room as the cyan array energy emanating from the domed ceiling of the cultivation chamber gradually receded. All the students ended their meditation, rising to pack their belongings and head home. Hu Fifan's gaze lingered toward Class 5, where a graceful girl with a slender waist and long ponytail stood in tailored school uniform. She smiled warmly while bidding farewell to friends before shouldering her simple yet stylish backpack and leaving. Withdrawing his eyes from the girl's retreating figure, Hu Fifan sighed faintly in his heart. Turning silently, he slung his own bag across his shoulder and prepared to call out to Lu Chuan nearby before heading home. But the moment he turned around, he was so startled that he immediately screamed, "Ah! Brother Chuan! What are you doing?" At that moment, Lu Chuan was still sitting cross-legged on the meditation cushion, except his eyes were glowing green as he stared fixedly at him. He swallowed hard. "Bro, I'm not that kind of person." Hu Fifan panicked, clutching his chest and stepping back repeatedly. Lu Chuan couldn't be bothered to play along with Hu Fifan's act. Pointing at the backpack, he asked, "Is there chocolate in there?" Hu Fifan was taken aback. "How did you know?" Lu Chuan had already stretched out his hand. "Just one big piece." "Fine, you can have all of it." Seeing that Lu Chuan was genuinely hungry, Hu Fifan didn't hold back. He pulled out a large bar of chocolate from his backpack and handed it over. Lu Chuan quickly took it, tore off the packaging, and took a big bite. The chocolate's surface was smooth and flawless, with a natural brown sheen under the light. The rich, aromatic flavor melted seamlessly on his tongue, creamy and sweet, making Lu Chuan nearly moan in delight. Gulp! Suddenly, Lu Chuan heard a distinct swallowing sound. When he opened his eyes, he realized it was coming from Hu Fifan and Zhang Wubin standing right in front of him. Lu Chuan immediately covered the chocolate and took 2 steps back. "What do you guys want?" "Nothing, just seeing you enjoying it so much." Zhang Wubin scratched his head and swallowed hard again. Lu Chuan tentatively extended the remaining half-piece of chocolate. "Do you two want some then?" Zhang Wubin and Hu Fifan glanced at the tooth marks on the chocolate and shook their heads in unison. "No, no, no." "All right." Lu Chuan tossed the remaining half into his mouth and mumbled indistinctly, "Don't blame me for being stingy, you're the ones who didn't want it." Zhang Wubin and Hu Fifan stared at Lu Chuan wordlessly. Then, gulp! He swallowed another mouthful of saliva. For some reason, they found Lu Chuan eating too appetizing. Even when he was just simply eating a piece of chocolate, it made them feel their appetites whetted and their stomachs growl. Zhang Haoming. How much spiritual power do you have after your meditation? Ah, not much, just 238. Damn. That's impressive. Hey, old Wu. How much spiritual power did you gain after this meditation session? I'm trash, only 247. What about you? I'm the real trash here, 244. Yang Pei. What about you? 267. What about you? Holy crap, you're a pro. I only got 245. Jean Yu. Your score? 235. I'm 245. And Hang. He. 241. 245. All along the way, Hu Fifan and Zhang Wubin kept greeting classmates from other classes in the school. At first, they would still ask the full question, how much spiritual power did you attain after this meditation session, after which the two would exchange their spiritual power values. But eventually, just locking eyes with other classmates and sharing a knowing grin was enough to convey their meaning. After exchanging greetings along the way, Zhang Wubin turned to Lu Chuan and said, Lu Chuan, it seems most classmates have gained 1 to 3 spiritual power points after meditation. 1 to 3 points? Hu Fifan beside him exclaimed in surprise. I asked around, most people only gain 1 or 2 points more than before they started meditating. I haven't heard of anyone getting 3 points yet. He. Zhang Wubin chuckled, yeah, most of them are 2 points, but there are still some big 3-pointers. Because that's me, ha ha ha. My dad often teaches me to meditate, so I have a bit of an advantage in that regard. Hu Feifan's face was filled with envy. There are still 4 weeks until the class placement exam for meditation sessions. If you gain just a little more than others each time, you'll have a 4-point advantage. Zhang Mubin grew even more smug upon hearing this. Hu Feifan, as long as you work hard, a mere 4-point spiritual power gap can be made up in other areas. As he spoke, he turned to Lu Chuan again. Lu Chuan, just how high is your spiritual power value? I've asked you several times already, why won't you tell me? Although my current bonus period gives me a daily gain of 2 points, and the 3-point increase per meditation session is a bit intimidating, we're all good friends here, there's no need for you to feel embarrassed. Why aren't you saying anything? As Lu Chuan listened to Zhang Wubin's smug voice, he raised his head to gaze at the sky. Thinking about his spiritual power, 255 points before meditation and 273 points afterward, he fell into deep thought. What kind of monster am I, exactly? 9:30 p.m. Lu Chuan sits at the desk in his bedroom, staring at a sheet of paper with an extremely solemn expression. The handwriting on the paper is clear. Friday, breakfast, 3 steamed buns, 1 egg, 1 milk. Lunch, tomato scrambled egg rice at school cafeteria. Dinner, 10 spirit shrimp plus some vegetables plus 1 bowl of rice. Saturday, breakfast, 4 steamed buns, 2 milk. Lunch, rice porridge with toppings times 2. Dinner, 13 spirit shrimp plus some vegetables plus 2 bowls of rice. Sunday, breakfast, 8 steamed buns, 2 milk. Skip lunch. Dinner, 200g chocolate from Hu Feifan plus 17 spirit shrimp plus half plate of tomato scrambled eggs plus full plate of shredded potatoes plus 3 bowls of rice. At the end of the paper, he wrote, conclusion, clearly, the appetite is increasing day by day. He pulled out another sheet of paper. He wrote, 3 days mana fluctuations, 201, 239, 273. Does appetite increase proportionally with mana growth? After drawing a giant question mark on the paper, Lu Chuan stood up and collapsed heavily onto the bed. He was truly beginning to panic. He could be certain that the reason his spiritual power had increased so rapidly was definitely due to that ancient book in his mind. A spiritual power value of 273 had undoubtedly surpassed Wan Han and Su Chanxian in his class. Only Zhao Yu and Lu Yan still had higher levels than him. But given his current growth rate of 16 points per day, it would only take 3 or 4 days to surpass even Zhao Yu and Lu Yan. And judging by how his appetite kept increasing, in 4 days' time, he might need to consume 30 oversized spirit shrimp, 20 steamed buns, and 6 to 8 bowls of rice with toppings, every single day. Killing Lu Chuan wouldn't have made him believe that in the year 2022 of the cultivation era, he'd actually be worrying about where his next meal was coming from? With this thought, Lu Chuan stopped reading and simply turned off the light to sleep. If everything was because of that ancient book, then he'd just have to find that ancient book and get to the bottom of it. Chapter 11. Do you have any idea what these past 5 days have been like for me? The next day, Monday, Lu Chuan dragged himself out of bed, his hair disheveled and his face grim. Last night, he had once again entered the space where that ancient book resided. But just as before, when the giant shrimp beneath his feet transformed into faint blue mist and surged inward, restoring more of the images on the first page, he lost consciousness yet again. This had happened the previous 2 times as well. Whenever the images on the first page of the ancient book began recovering, he would completely black out, only to wake up the next morning. I was really careful this time, but still couldn't keep it up. Growl. Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Chuan looked down at his stomach with an extremely unpleasant expression. Hungry again. Just as Lu Chuan was starving to the point of euphoria, outside a high-end residential area in my city. Hello, Teacher Lu, it's me, yeah. Hu Yanbai answered the phone with a laugh. Hey. So sorry about that. I was in seclusion for a breakthrough these past few days and didn't even glance at my phone, so I missed your call. Yes, the breakthrough was successful. Ha ha ha, thank you. I'm at Danyun residence right now, yeah, the official residence assigned by the government. Just got here, came to take a look. Alright, I'll check out the house first and call you back later. Recently, Yuanwu Immortal Academy is going to conduct an investigation on me. I might need your help with something. Thanks, take care then. Hanging up the phone, Hu Yanbai handed the card to the tall security guard at the gate of Danyun residence. The moment the guard saw the card, fanatical reverence immediately filled his eyes as he saluted solemnly and said, "Respected cultivator resident. Please enter." "Alright, thanks." Hu Yanbai smiled politely at the guard, took back the card, and walked slowly into the residential area. Only leaving behind the guard who watched his retreating figure for a long time, his gaze complex. Just a moment ago, this middle-aged man had been approaching the guard post while talking on the phone. Seeing his plain clothing and black-framed glasses, the guard had assumed he was some idler trying to sneak into the residential area and was about to shoo him away. Little did he expect this man to actually be a foundation establishment cultivator surpassing even high-level chi refining practitioners. Truly, appearances can be deceptive. Hu Yanbai naturally remained oblivious to the security guard's thoughts. With light steps, he walked briskly toward his private villa. Danyun Residence is the best neighborhood in my city, consisting exclusively of villas with no apartment units, and naturally boasting outrageously high prices. Thus, its residents are all wealthy and influential figures within my city. Having just ascended to the foundation establishment stage, he certainly didn't possess sufficient funds to purchase property. This villa was gifted to him by the my city government. In this small city of Mai, every foundation establishment cultivator represents indisputable upper-class status and commands universal societal reverence. Consequently, immediately after news of his breakthrough reached city officials, he was presented with a villa. "We're here." Hu Yanbai gazed at the three-story detached villa before him with its spacious courtyard, and a happy smile unconsciously appeared on his weathered face. How hard it's been. All these years of persistence haven't been in vain. At last, his family would have a big house to live in, his wife would have space for her dressing table, his daughter could have her own room, and he himself might finally have a dedicated cultivation chamber. And just then, his phone rang again. He glanced at his phone, and his expression immediately turned solemn. Clearing his throat, he answered, "Hello, Professor Liu. They're coming for the inspection this week? Friday afternoon? And they want student feedback too. Alright, yes, no problem. Then I'll be waiting for you at my house. Alright, see you later." Friday afternoon, Class 8 of Grade 11 at Makino No. 1 High School. The last period was elementary botanical principles class. On the podium, the teacher was explaining the medicinal uses of key plants while the students below listened attentively. There were only 23 days left until the class division exam. They hadn't neglected their subject studies despite focusing on cultivating spiritual power, as both spiritual power values and academic exam results were crucial reference factors. Hu Fifan poked Lu Chuan beside him. Chuanji. The teacher is talking about the one-leaf herb on page 92, not the monster bestiary on page 9. Lu Chuan turned his head to glance at Hu Fifan, his vacant and weary eyes lingering briefly before returning to stare at the beast illustrations on page 9. "I'm enjoying it," he said. Hu Fifan replied dryly, "But you've been staring at it for 35 minutes now." He thought Lu Chuan seemed particularly odd today. During the morning class on the evolution of dietary habits and immortal cultivation history, Lu Chuan had spent the entire period fixated on the textbook's pictures of culinary delicacies, his eyes practically glued to the pages. Of course, this wasn't even the most outrageous part. What was even more outrageous was that in the previous beginner-level formation class, they taught a formation that could quickly inspect live cattle produced on ranches, capable of inspecting thousands of cattle at once. Coincidentally, the textbook featured an illustration of a single cow. Then, Lu Chuan spent the entire class staring at that one cow. Hu Fifan's imagination ran wild. He felt that when Lu Chuan was looking at these things, his eyes seemed to glow with a green light, exactly the same look he'd had when asking for chocolate from him last week. No way, no way. Hu Fifan quickly shook his head. How was it possible? How could anyone feel food cravings staring at a cow? Soon, the class dismissal bell rang. As the beginner botany teacher left the classroom, Teacher Lu walked in the instant he departed, her high heels clicking against the floor. "Classmates, let me call a few names: Jiayu, Lu Yan, Wang Han, Zhang Wubin, Lu Chuan, and Hu Fifan. Don't leave after class. You'll come with me to visit Teacher Hu Yan. I've already called your families." With that, he quickly left the classroom. The classroom immediately erupted into a buzzing chaos as all the students began heated discussions. Hu Fifan asked Zhang Wubin in the front row, "Zhang Wubin, do you know why they're calling us over?" Zhang Wubin shook his head. "I don't know either. I heard Teacher Hu Yan has broken through to the foundation establishment stage and won't be our homeroom teacher anymore. They're calling us to say goodbye." Teacher Huyen broke through. Hearing this, Hu Feifan's eyes lit up with excitement. That's really something. As he spoke, he nudged Lu Chuan beside him. Chuan, did you hear? Teacher Huyen has reached foundation establishment. Lu Chuan, standing nearby, turned his head away weakly and asked, It's already 5:30 in the afternoon now, and it will take us some time to find Teacher Huyen. What about our dinner? Hu Feifan was taken aback. He hadn't actually thought about dinner. Maybe, we'll eat at Teacher Huyen's place? Lu Chuan pressed on, and what are we eating? Hu Feifan guessed, Teacher Huyen must know we're in our prime growth period and need proper nourishment. He'll definitely treat us to something good. That's right. That makes perfect sense. Lu Chuan's eyes instantly regained their sparkle. Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry over there. Chuan Ji, you. Hu Feifan looked at Lu Chuan with a strange expression. Ahem. Lu Chuan realized he was behaving oddly and cleared his throat, settling back properly in his seat. It's just. I miss our Teacher Huyen so much that I got a little impatient. Oh, so that's how it is. Seeing how straight Lu Chuan was sitting, Hu Feifan believed him again. Lu Chuan looked utterly serious at this moment. But in his heart, he was suffering in silence. From Monday to Friday, 5 whole days had passed. 5 days. Do you have any idea how I've managed to get through these past 5 days? Chapter 12, Xian University Enrollment Expansion? 45 minutes later. 6 students, including Lu Chuan, boarded a brand new and luxurious business van. Under Teacher Lu's guidance, they arrived in front of a villa at Danyun residence. As always simply dressed and wearing black-framed glasses, Hu Yanbai had long been waiting at the villa's entrance. Professor Huyen! The crowd cheered excitedly, leaping down from the vehicle to greet Hu Yanbai. Classmates, welcome to my new home. Please come inside, I've already prepared a meal for you. Hu Yanbai greeted the familiar students with a bright smile, beckoning them to enter the villa. Great! I've been starving for ages. Hu Feifan exclaimed. Ha ha ha, Teacher Huyen is now a big shot. We must eat well, Zhang Wubin also exclaimed loudly. The reunion between teacher and students after 2 weeks apart remained warm, with an exceptionally lively atmosphere. Led by Hu Yanbai, everyone headed toward the enormous dining table at the center of the villa's living room. At that moment, 6 large white ceramic bowls, as big as pots, were placed on the table. The moment Lu Chuan saw those bowls, his eyes lit up. As soon as he had entered the house earlier, he had smelled an extremely familiar aroma, precisely what was emanating from those 6 white ceramic bowls. Spirit-infused shrimp. To my surprise, Teacher Huyen had arranged for dinner to be the same as at home, those spirit-infused shrimp containing trace amounts of spiritual energy. The only difference was that Teacher Huyen had to process an excessive amount of shrimp, so he opted for stir-frying instead. He also tossed in several rare spices, making the aroma far more intense than the usual braised preparation. Moreover, judging by the size of this porcelain bowl, there must have been at least 3 pounds of spirit shrimp in a single serving. It seems I made the right choice coming today. The dining table was enormous, even with 6 students plus Hu Yanbai and Teacher Lu, they occupied only a small portion of it. Everyone, it's long past mealtime, you must be starving. Let's eat first and chat while we enjoy our meal, Hu Yanbai warmly urged, motioning for the students to dig in. In that case, we won't stand on ceremony. Hu Feifan was the first to pick up his chopsticks, letting out a hearty shout before devouring his food like a starving wolf. Zhang Wubin followed closely, then Zhao Yu and Lu Yan, along with the only girl, Wang Han, also began to pick up their chopsticks one after another. Lu Chuan, who had been starving for a long time, turned out to be the last to start eating. He picked up a large shrimp, removed the head, and placed the whole shrimp shell and all into his mouth. The shell of the sea spirit shrimp was very thin, and after being stir-fried, it didn't affect the deliciousness of the shrimp meat at all. Instantly, his mouth was filled with the savory aroma of the shrimp. At the same time, an unprecedented sense of satisfaction enveloped Lu Chuan. He even felt that all the cells in his body, which had been starving and shriveled over the past few days, were becoming plump and full again with each shrimp he devoured. Ah, so satisfying. The 2-day hunger pangs finally subsided. From Monday to Friday these 5 days, Lu Chuan had indeed gone through great hardship. During the first 3 days of these 5 days, he persisted in eating his fill each day and kept track of everything he consumed. After careful consideration, he finally concluded that the increase in his appetite had no correlation with the growth rate of his spiritual power. Instead, it was consistently rising by 50% to 60% every single day. By the third day, Wednesday, he stunned everyone by consuming 19 steamed buns for breakfast, 5 full rice sets at the school canteen for lunch, and a staggering 29 spiritual shrimp after returning home in the afternoon. In the end, under his parents' horrified gazes, Lu Chuan fled in panic after finishing just his second bowl of rice. Thus, on Thursday and Friday, he began controlling his portions, eating only until he was 1/3 full each meal. This left him in a constant state of dizziness and blurred vision all day, making everything around him appear as potential food. This was also the reason why he spent the entire Friday staring blankly at illustrations of delicacies, monstrous beasts, or even just an ordinary cow in his textbook. He finally understood why writers with math skills below 5th grade level would describe someone as so hungry that they felt they could eat an entire cow. Because at that moment, Lu Chuan truly felt capable of devouring an entire cow. Slow down, take your time, don't choke. Hu Yanbai placed several water bottles in front of the students, sighing as he reached Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan's really enjoying this meal. The other students immediately turned to look at Lu Chuan, momentarily stunned before greedily swallowing the shrimp meat in their mouths, along with a mouthful of saliva. A single thought flashed through everyone's mind: does the food in Lu Chuan's bowl taste better than mine? It wasn't their fault. After all, Lu Chuan was eating with such obvious relish. With his chopsticks, he deftly picked up a large shrimp and applied just enough pressure, the head popped off effortlessly. Then, he placed the shell-on shrimp meat into his mouth and chewed. Despite eating it with the shell, he didn't appear the least bit messy. Instead, the slight puff of his cheeks as he chewed and the quiet, natural pleasure on his face made everyone watching feel that same deep satisfaction and joy of savoring good food. Stop looking, your own bowls are getting cold. Hu Yanbai reminded everyone with a smile. Only then did the crowd snap out of it, laughing heartily to dispel the awkwardness before returning to their own bowls of shrimp. Finally, all 6 students finished their shrimp and collectively turned their gaze toward Hu Yanbai. At that moment, Hu Fifan suddenly spoke up, "Teacher Hu Yan, earlier you said we'd talk while eating. Now we've all finished, why haven't you said a word?" Ha 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 ha. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone burst into laughter together, completely igniting the atmosphere. Once the laughter subsided, Hu Yanbai asked, "Is everyone full?" "Absolutely full," everyone replied in unison. "Are you really full?" This time Hu Yanbai focused his gaze on Lu Chuan, and the other students' eyes followed his lead. Because Lu Chuan had eaten with such relish earlier, they were genuinely worried he might still be hungry. Lu Chuan felt a bit embarrassed under their collective stare and nodded, "Teacher Hu Yan, I'm full too." 3 pounds of shrimp had filled him about 80%, he was indeed satiated. Alright, now that everyone's eaten their fill, let's move on to other topics. Hu Yanbai smiled, "Your spiritual power values should all be above 240 by now, right?" "That's correct." Zhao Yu, Lu Yan, Wang Han, Zhang Wubin, Lu Chuan, and Hu Fifan all nodded. Lu Chuan understood perfectly well that Hu Yanbai's mention of 240 was actually sparing Hu Fifan's feelings, because among the 6 present, only Hu Fifan had a spiritual power value of 241, the others should all be above 260. I don't know the exact numbers, and I'm not supposed to ask either. According to our school's rules, from the benefit period before class assignments, no statistics are allowed on students' spiritual power values. Unless you're willing to share, the school won't inquire. Lu Chuan nodded, it was indeed true. In the past, after each meditation session, study monitor Yuan Menghan would notify everyone in the class group to submit their spiritual power data. She would compile it into a spreadsheet and hand it over to the teacher. But this week, she didn't collect the data again. What I want to tell you all is that last week, I went to Yuanwu Cultivation University and applied for an on-the-job postgraduate degree in foundation establishment. Wow, the 6 classmates gasped in unison. But Hu Yanbai waved his hand, cutting them off. That's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that while I was at Yuanwu Immortal University, I learned some news. Starting this year, Yuanwu Immortal University will significantly expand its enrollment, and the minimum spiritual energy requirement may even be lowered by over 50 points. As soon as these words were spoken, all 6 students erupted in excitement, looking at Hu Yanbai with exhilaration. A 50-point reduction in the spiritual energy requirement meant that students who previously only had hopes of barely scraping into lower-tier immortal universities now had a much better chance, even the possibility of enrolling in a prestigious institution like Yuanwu Immortal University. Noticing the enthusiasm of his students, Hu Yanbai glanced at his wristwatch again and added with a hint of pride, "Soon, I'll be receiving a guest who teaches at Yuanwu Immortal University, an alumnus of our Mui High School. Whether you can seize this opportunity depends entirely on you." Wow, at this moment, the looks from the classmates toward Hu Yanbai were as if they were gazing at an immortal. Being able to invite a teacher from Yuanwu Immortal University, Teacher Hu Yan is truly exceptional. Noticing the expressions of the 6 students, Hu Yanbai secretly sighed in relief. The absurdly strict requirement set by Yuanwu Immortal University for student evaluations was that candidates couldn't be notified in advance about the upcoming assessment, otherwise, they would be disqualified outright. But he was also afraid that these hot-headed youngsters might really act without restraint and end up causing trouble, so he decided to bring up something that was crucial to their college entrance exams. With their futures now at stake, these hot-headed youngsters should pose no problem. Chapter 13, Lu Guangyin. What was last year's spiritual power threshold for Yuanwu Immortal University? Lu Chuan quietly asked Zhang Wubin beside him. Zhang Wubin scratched his head, recalling, "I think it was 798. 798? Lu Chuan nearly shouted, 798 is way too high, can anyone even score that? That Li Yi from Class 5, Hu Fifan's secret crush, apparently had her spiritual power value rumored to reach 350 just a few days ago. Now there are only 23 days left until the class division exam, and at most 3 months after that before the imperial examination for the cultivation class begins. In other words, there were only 100 days left before their entrance exams for the Immortal Academy. Even Li Yi must cultivate at least 4.5 spiritual energy points daily to barely reach 800 points by the college entrance exams, the minimum threshold for admission to Yuanwu Immortal University. This Immortal Academy is simply absurdly difficult to get into. Noticing the astonishment on Lu Chuan and the others' faces, Hu Yanbai smiled and explained, "Actually, after you're assigned to the cultivation class, your spiritual energy absorption speed will increase somewhat. Based on our school's past performance, we typically have 4 to 6 students with spiritual power exceeding 750 by graduation. These students can all enter immortal universities, with the top 1 or 2 usually surpassing 800, enough to enter elite institutions like Yuanwu Immortal University. Of course, that's the limit of my first high's teaching capabilities. We've had graduates with even higher spiritual power before, but that was many years ago when our old headmaster was still here." "How high did it go back then?" Wang Han asked curiously. 950, Hu Yanbai replied. "Wow." The 6 classmates exclaimed in shock once more. 950 was truly formidable. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, knocking sounds came from outside the villa. Hu Yanbai chuckled, "Speak of the devil, here comes that 950 guy." As these words were spoken, all the students' eyes gleamed with excitement as they turned towards the villa's grand entrance. Today's guest visiting teacher Hu Yan, the one who'd once cultivated at my number 1 high and now taught at Yuanwu Immortal University, could it truly be that legendary graduate from the class of 950? Hu Yanbai stepped forward and gently pulled open the door. "Professor Lu, you've come." Lu Chuan and the others followed close behind, peering curiously at the figure standing outside. Before them stood a young man who appeared only slightly older than themselves, dressed in relaxed casual attire and greeting the group with a warm smile. "My apologies, Master Hu Yan, some matters delayed me, and I'm afraid I've arrived a bit late." He then greeted Lu Chuan and the others cheerfully. "Hello there, junior schoolmates." The students, unaware of his name, responded with sheepish grins. "Hello, senior brother." Lu Chuan studied the young man carefully, his lanky frame, unremarkable yet pleasant features, neatly cropped short hair, and bright, lively eyes that radiated a vibrant energy. "Classmates, let me introduce you. This is our alumnus from 5 years ago at my number 1 high school, your senior brother, Lu Guangyin." Lu Guangyin. Lu Chuan murmured the name silently in his heart, committing it to memory. "Hello senior brother Lu," several classmates immediately called out. "Just call me brother Lu or old Lu, no need to be so formal," Lu Guangyin said with a smile. "Got it, old Lu." Hu Fifan was the first to shout out playfully. This sparked another round of laughter. Seeing that his classmates were getting along well with Lu Guangyan, Hu Yanbai let out a quiet sigh of relief. Come talk over here on the sofa. Today I've invited Teacher Lu specifically to address your cultivation questions. He warmly ushered everyone to the genuine leather sofa at the center of the living room. Upon hearing this, Lu Guangyan's eye noticeably twitched. This teacher Hu Yan really knew how to make easy favors when Lu had clearly come here to investigate him. Whatever. At any rate, the investigation was a necessary procedure. If he wanted to play the generous host, so be it. We were just talking about you, Brother LV, class monitor Lu Yan broke the silence first. They say your spiritual power reached 950 when you graduated? Is that true? At these words, everyone turned to look expectantly at LV Guangyan. LV Guangyan just smiled and said, that was years ago. And it was only 950, not even the quasi-foundation establishment stage. Nothing impressive. Quasi-foundation establishment? Now Lu Yan was even more curious. Do you mean someone could actually reach quasi-foundation establishment before the college entrance exams? This, you'll find out during the exam. Lu Guangyan seemed reluctant to elaborate further. At this moment, Teacher Lu beside them chuckled and introduced, Teacher Lu, this is Lu Yan, that one is Zhao Yu. These two are the students with the highest spiritual power scores in our class who have hopes of getting into a mortal university. They're naturally quite curious about such matters, hence all the questions. Hu Yanbai quickly added, indeed, indeed. All the students present today are excellent candidates with strong prospects for immortal university admission. Lu Guangyan glanced at Zhao Yu and Lu Yan, then looked at Lu Chuan sitting off to the side, his expression turning rather peculiar. Teacher Lu thought he was looking at Hu Fifan and felt somewhat guilty. After all, Hu Fifan's spiritual power rating was the lowest among the 6 students today, and it was shockingly low. As for Lu Chuan, he naturally noticed Lu Guangyan's gaze lingering on him, and his heart stirred slightly. Could it be that Lu Guangyan could sense his spiritual power level? Since all of you students are so outstanding, I might as well share a bit more, Lu Guangyan said with a laugh. In truth, every year there are many examinees who reach the quasi-foundation establishment realm before the college entrance exams, some even achieve full foundation establishment, those monsters. However, none of them enroll in regional immortal universities. Instead, they directly enter the Four Directions Cultivation University affiliated with the Huaxia Alliance. Four Directions Cultivation University? Lu Chuan asked in surprise. Yes, that very one, the top cultivation university located at the largest spiritual, the biggest spiritual energy gathering formation hub within Four Directions, LV Guangyan said, looking at Lu Chuan. It's recognized as the best cultivation university in our Huaxia Alliance. Do only monster applicants who are semi-foundation establishment or already foundation establishment get in? Lu Chuan asked again. Not entirely, LV Guangyan laughed. Actually, my scores back then were good enough to get in. But the professors from Yuanwu Cultivation University approached me, stuffed a huge red envelope my way, and once I took their money, naturally, I was bound to them. Ha 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 ha. Everyone laughed together once more, filling the villa with a lively atmosphere. Half an hour later, several classmates departed from Hu Yanbai's villa, escorted home by Teacher Lu driving that business van. On the road, Lu Chuan sat in the very last row, pondering the words Lu Guangyan had spoken today. Sifang Immortal University. At least 950 spiritual power is required to achieve it. If I could eat my fill every day, passing the exam wouldn't be impossible. But how to get enough food is a huge challenge. Chuanji, I just remembered something. Suddenly, Hu Fifan beside him sat up excitedly and said, I meant to tell you this morning but forgot, and it just came back to me now. What's up? Lu Chuan's thoughts were pulled away from his meal. That claw you showed me last time, I found its owner, Hu Fifan said excitedly. Ha? Lu Chuan was bewildered. Hu Fifan pulled out his phone. Look at this poster. Lu Chuan skeptically scanned his phone screen, then suddenly narrowed his eyes in the next instant. The poster's headline was emblazoned with bold characters, Beast's Covenant. My city's beast garden will soon exhibit ancient divine beast bloodline foundation establishment peak level beast swan beast. The exhibition time listed below was precisely this Sunday, the day after tomorrow. Chapter 14, The Beast Garden's Strange Ticket Selling Practices. Goodbye, Brother Chuan. Goodbye, Lu Chuan. At the residential compound's entrance, Lu Chuan got out of the car while his classmates waved farewell from inside the vehicle. In the front seat, Teacher Lu smiled apologetically at Lu Chuan. Sorry about this, Lu Chuan. This car's too big, it's my first time driving it and it's hard to turn around inside the compound. I won't drive you in further, just walk the last stretch. You're too kind, Professor Lu. Goodbye. Hu Fifan, Zhang Wubin, Wang Han, Lu Yen, Zhao Yu, goodbye everyone. Lu Chuan bid farewell to his classmates still in the car before striding off towards home. By distance, his aging residential compound was actually the closest to Danyun residence, making him the first to be dropped off. It was already 8:30 in the evening. Lu Chuan took long strides, climbing 3 steps at a time, and quickly reached home. The lights were on at home, and his parents were sitting on the sofa watching TV. A wave of warmth washed over Lu Chuan's heart. Though their house was much smaller than a villa, with his caring parents there, it was filled with warmth. Xiao Chuan's back. Song Huiqin stood up and looked Lu Chuan up and down, smiling. I was just worried about you earlier and told your dad to go pick you up. And here you are. What's there to worry about? Teacher Lu brought me home. Lu Chuan, as usual, didn't understand his mother's concerns. At 17, she still treated him like a child. Teacher Lu came? Where is he? You silly boy, why didn't you invite him up for a visit? Song Huiqin began her usual nagging. Mom, several of us went to visit Teacher Huyen, and Teacher Lu was assigned to escort us home. After dropping me off, he still had other students to take care of. Stop fussing and just sit here to watch TV. Lu Chuan laughed and tugged at Song Huiqin's arm, pulling her down onto the sofa together. So, how did it go with Teacher Huyen today? Father Lu Zhanhua chimed in, adopting the tone of an examiner posing a question. I don't feel anything. Lu Chuan activated his perfunctory mode. You little rascal, I refuse to believe seeing your Teacher Huyen's mansion didn't stir anything in you at all? Seeing Lu Chuan's unflappable demeanor, Lu Zhanhua laughed while scolding. Actually, Lu Chuan drawled, I've decided to study hard from now on, break through to foundation establishment someday, and get the government to allocate our family a big mansion too. You damn kid. The frustrated father sighed in defeat, picking up the remote to change channels. Lu Chuan stared idly at the television, his thoughts already wandering far beyond the clouds. Today when he met Teacher Huyen, although everything felt familiar and his classmates interacted with him just as before, he distinctly sensed something had changed. The business van that took their group of 6 students out of school to Danyun residence could seat 7 or 8 people. Brand new. From the gossip of car-savvy Hu Fifan and Zhang Wubin on the way there, he learned this vehicle was worth at least 400,000 to 500,000 yuan. Moreover, this wasn't a family car. Teacher Huyen's household of 3 wouldn't need such a large vehicle, which meant Teacher Huyen must own a second car. It's even possible that this 400,000 to 500,000 yuan car was bought on a temporary decision by Teacher Huyen specifically to pick up students. Lu Chuan remembered clearly that in the past, Teacher Huyen would walk several kilometers to save money, waiting for the school shuttle at the designated pickup point. 6 months ago, when he and Hu Fifan visited Teacher Huyen's home, they saw the family of 3 squeezed into a small apartment of less than 50 square meters. But now, they had been rewarded by the authorities with my city's best 3-story villa, even with its interior luxuriously finished well in advance. Lu Chuan sighed inwardly. This was the treatment afforded to foundation establishment cultivators. Advancing one's cultivation to break through social strata. Teacher Huyen was a living example of this principle. Who knew exactly how much compensation the imperial officials had granted Teacher Huyen? 5 million? 10 million? If only I had money, then maybe. Forget about social mobility, parents' glory, or bringing honor to ancestors. At the very least, I wouldn't have to go hungry anymore. Lu Chuan was deeply distressed. After observing his eating habits over 5 days, he had discovered a pattern. Even when eating until full at every meal. If the proportion of spirit shrimp in his meals that day was relatively large, then his sense of hunger would be relatively mild. If the proportion of spirit shrimp was relatively small, then the hunger would become extremely severe. According to his estimation, if he ate only spirit shrimp that day, then 4 or 5 catties would be enough to satisfy him. Divided across 3 meals, each meal would amount to just over a catty, a substantial portion, but not excessive by any means. Moreover, it was highly likely that he wouldn't feel hungry at all for the entire day. It can fill you up without eating too much to be seen as a monster, and it prevents hunger. All things considered, eating only spirit shrimp is the best solution to his current predicament. But the only problem is, if he eats only spirit shrimp, 4 or 5 catties would cost over 2,000 yuan. That means spending over 2,000 Chinese dollars a day. I might end up eating away my family's house. Therefore, at this moment, Lu Chuan understood the importance of money more than ever before. If I had 1,000,000, no, even just 100,000, I wouldn't have to worry about meals from now until the college entrance exams. Sigh, but 100,000 is no small amount. Where on earth could I get that kind of money? In wartime, if I were to risk my life, I might have a chance to earn 100,000. But now is peacetime, where would such an opportunity come from? Frustrating. Suddenly, the TV channel switched to the local news broadcast. Recently, the announcement of the Muyi City Beast Garden's upcoming exhibition of a Foundation Stage Peak Swan Beast has captured the attention of many citizens. In the center of the screen, a charming female reporter smiled as she reported, both parents and children are eager to see what the legendary Foundation Establishment peak-level demon beast actually looks like and witness its awe-inspiring presence firsthand. However, the ticketing system at the Demon Beast Park has drawn widespread criticism. With that, the female reporter handed the microphone to a middle-aged man standing nearby. The older brother was extremely excited, pulling out his phone. Look. The fine print on the poster, ticket sales begin at 12 p.m. sharp on the official website that day. Only 500 tickets available. The show starts at 1. Ticket sales only begin at 12. And they're only selling 500. This is just bullying. How could we possibly make it in time if we rush here from home after scrambling for tickets at noon? What if we can't get tickets by the time we reach the Mystic Beast Zoo entrance? Their management must be reserving tickets for those. Seeing this, the female reporter quickly seized the microphone and laughed awkwardly. It seems everyone indeed has significant concerns about the ticketing system. Next, we'll connect with staff from my city's Mystic Beast Zoo to verify the specific reasons. Soon, the screen switched to the Mystic Beast Zoo. The female reporter again extended the microphone to a middle-aged man. With golden-framed glasses, a pale complexion, no beard, and slightly yellowish hair, he smiled into the microphone. I completely understand how everyone feels, but this Swan Beast exhibition event is quite special. After discussions among the park's leadership at all levels, we've ultimately decided to adopt this temporary ticket sales method. Visitors who couldn't get tickets don't need to leave, they can visit other branches of the Mythical Creatures Park. Our My City Mythical Creatures Park adheres to. Just as Lu Chuan was looking glum and distressed. At Cloudlight Residence, Hu Yanbai's villa. Hu Yanbai watched nervously as Lu Guangyan, who was jotting something down on a form with a pen. And this form is none other than the Yuanwu Cultivation University Foundation Establishment on-the-job graduate assessment form, which carries the weight of his future destiny. Soon, Lu Guangyan put down his pen, tucked the form into his pocket, and said with a smile, "Teacher Huyan, my part of the evaluation is done. The rest is up to the school now. Thank you for your hard work, Teacher Lu." At this moment, Hu Yanbai's gaze held far more respect than when students were present, cautiously asking, "I know I shouldn't look at this form, but I'd just like to hear your opinion, Teacher Lu. Do you think I have any hope?" Upon hearing this, Lu Guangyan quickly replied with a smile, "Teacher Huyan, you're far too kind. I also graduated from my high school. Though you never personally taught me, and as you must realize, had you been my instructor, the school administration certainly wouldn't have assigned me here." I understand, Hu Yanbai responded repeatedly. Lu Guangyan's words seemed to say nothing, yet in truth, they said everything. I also graduated from my first high, so of course I'll help where I can. But let's be clear, Hu Yanbai, you're not the same teacher who once taught me. My assistance can only extend as far as my authority allows, nothing more. After all, the school supervisory board isn't just for show. Alright then, Teacher Huyan, I'll take my leave now. I still have some matters to attend to in these next couple days, so I won't be leaving immediately. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out. No need to see me out. Lu Guangyan stopped Hu Yanbai, who wanted to see him off, then strode away in a great hurry. After leaving Hu Yanbai's villa, Lu Guangyan boarded a black car parked right at the entrance of Danyun residence. Sitting in the back seat, he smiled and said, "Big brother Lu, sorry to keep you waiting." "Teacher Lu, you're too kind," a middle-aged man in the front passenger seat replied with a smile. He had a square head and round face, with short, slightly thinning hair. Speaking politely, he continued, "That swan beast has already been transported into the garden. Although we've judged they won't make their move until the day after tomorrow. But just in case, we'll have to trouble you to go help out tonight." "Hey!" Lu Guangnian leaned his head back with a laugh, saying, "Brother Lu, you're too polite. You've already paid, so there's no need to talk about trouble or not. Let's get driving." Chapter 15, Must Enter the Monster Zoo. Lu Chuan's home. As one of the 7 largest monster zoos in the entire Plains region, our My City Monster Zoo adheres to the principle of everything for the visitors, all for the visitors. On the television, a zoo staff member was still advertising the Monster Zoo. Sitting behind Lu Chuan, Lu Zhanghua suddenly chuckled and pointed at the screen, saying, "Look at that guy, isn't that Xiao Kuei?" Song Huiqin took a closer look and also started laughing. "It really is him," she said. "Which one? Where?" Lu Chuan asked curiously, picking up from his parents' tones that it must be someone they knew on TV. Father Lu pointed behind the middle-aged man speaking into the microphone on the TV. "See the one in blue, the one with the most hair? That's him. He was my high school classmate back in the day. After vocational college, he went to work at the Monster Park, been there 20 years now." Lu Chuan followed his father's finger and indeed saw that behind the zoo spokesperson stood a middle-aged man in a blue-collared shirt, around 40 years old, busily directing the young staff members around him. "He looks like a boss?" Lu Chuan muttered. "After all, he's worked for 20 years and is a bit of a leader now," Lu Zhanghua chuckled. "He's probably one of the organizers for this Swan Beast exhibition too." Hearing this, Lu Chuan's heart stirred, and he immediately put on an ingratiating smile, looking at his father. "Dad, ha. What's wrong?" Originally reclining on the sofa, Lu Zhanghua immediately straightened up upon seeing Lu Chuan's expression, on full alert. Knowing his son like no other, one glance at Lu Chuan's expression told Lu Zhanghua something was off with this kid. "Dad, why are you so tense?" Lu Chuan stepped forward, brushing past Lu Zhanghua's thigh, and began pounding it vigorously. This Uncle Xiao Kuei, wasn't he the one who came over for drinks last time, got drunk, and started singing?" Seeing Lu Zhanghua relax, he leaned back into the sofa, stretched his legs out lazily, and narrowed his eyes. "Didn't expect you'd still remember, kid. That's the one, so what?" He. Lu Chuan continued laughing. "I mean, you know, that. May I enter the Demon Beast Garden to see this swan beast?" "Oh," Lu Zhanghua let out a long sigh, "switch to the left leg then." "Got it." Lu Chuan eagerly took over the left leg and continued massaging. "Trying to use connections, skip the ticket rush, and get straight into the Monster Zoo?" Lu Zhanghua asked. "Exactly. You truly are my biological father. Saw right through me," Lu Chuan said with a grin. "TCH. Smooth talker." His father chuckled. "All right, it's too late today. I'll make a call tomorrow, shouldn't be a problem." "Got it. Thanks, Dad." Lu Chuan immediately stood up and said, "I'll go finish my homework then, so I won't disturb you two watching TV. You should get some rest early too." With that, he dashed back to his room. Lu Zhanghua stared at the carelessly discarded prosthesis with a complicated expression. "That damn kid, classic case of a troublemaker," he muttered while adjusting the prosthetic leg himself, kneading it back into place. Song Huiqin, who had been watching the whole process from the side, was already doubled over with laughter. Lu Chuan returned to his bedroom and picked up his phone, where Hu Fifan had already sent him a message. "Bro Chuan, I've made it home safe, picture." The exhibition at this monster zoo seems to have started advertising 2 months ago, and the promotional campaign has been pretty intense. We didn't notice earlier, and now it's probably too late to grab tickets. A Peak Foundation establishment stage demon beast? That would be far more powerful than Teacher Huyen. Such strength would make them a major figure in our My City. An exhibition featuring such prominent figures, what a shame we can't attend in person. Lu Chuan's eyelid twitched. "Haven't you watched TV? Tickets for this exhibition can only be grabbed on the official website at noon on Sunday." Hu Fifan quickly replied, "No way. The exhibition starts at 1 p.m. on Sunday, and tickets go on sale at noon. Are the zoo people out of their minds? 10 seconds later. Holy shit! I just checked, and it's actually true. Alright, Brother Chuan, Zhang Wubin and I will help you snag it together. 3 of us trying means better odds. Once we get it, it's yours, just treat us to a meal afterward. Seeing this, Lu Chuan curled up the corners of his mouth in a faint smile. Hu Fifan knew he'd been searching for this swan beast and genuinely wanted to help him. He promptly replied, "No worries. My dad pulled some strings. Come with me this Sunday, we can sneak into the monster garden early." For real? Hu Fifan sent a shocked emoji. Never thought Brother Chuan was the type to take backdoor routes? Lu Chuan's eyelids twitched. Cut it out, Hu Fifan. Then he turned off his phone, picked up the workbook, and started grinding through the problems. There were only 23 days left until the division exam. Although his performance in several cultural courses had been gradually improving recently, some areas still remained weak. Getting into the immortal class still seemed risky. So lately, besides eating, what Lu Chuan did the most was solving problems. As for sneaking into the monster garden to see the swan beast, Lu Chuan had already made up his mind the moment he saw Hu Fifan show the poster in the car. Swanny beast, swanny beast, swanny beast. The first page of that ancient book also featured a swanny beast. Could there be some connection between the two? The Monster Zoo had been promoting the swanny beast since its opening 2 months ago, and now, the very first page of this ancient book I unlocked happens to depict it. Could this really be just a coincidence? Ever since I unlocked the ancient book, my appetite has been growing larger and larger. Could this also be related to the swanny beast? Will encountering the swan beast provide a solution to my current food shortage dilemma? The answer to all this lies in actually seeing that swan beast with my own eyes. Late night. Lu Chuan's consciousness was once again drawn into that inexplicable space. The mysterious ancient book hovered silently in the void before him, and as before, Lu Chuan exerted all his strength to turn its first page. Beneath my feet, over 30 giant shrimp brandished their massive claws, charging forward with guttural roars before dissolving into faint blue light that was absorbed onto the first page. At this moment, the first page of the ancient scroll vividly depicted the ferocious muscular arms of the swan beast, along with its golden fur-covered body. As over 30 large shrimp were infused, the imagery on the scroll transformed once more. Vast swaths of hazy energy dissipated, revealing the massive, ape-like head of the swan beast. But atop this head grew 2 enormous golden horns. Lu Chuan stared with wide eyes, trying to see more. Yet. Boom! A deafening roar exploded in his mind, and he once again lost consciousness, leaving this space. Damn! Failed again. Late night, Makino City Monster Zoo. Brother Lu, didn't you say this was a Peak Foundation establishment swan beast? Lu Guangyan stared at the massive monster within the barrier formation, his face full of suspicion. Ahem. The middle-aged man surnamed Lu cleared his throat awkwardly. Well, you know, it's all marketing. Tourists can't tell the difference between Peak Foundation establishment and Mid Foundation establishment anyway. Same thing, really same thing. Suddenly, Lu Guangyan's eyes flashed with recognition as he spotted 2 drum-like short horns on the swan beast's massive head, muttering to himself, "It's actually a horned swan beast." Chapter 16. The Monster Zoo is very safe. The following Saturday was a busy yet happy day for Lu Chuan. He got busy early in the morning, first sending teacher Lu a text message about his planned visit to the Monster Zoo tomorrow, then calling Hu Fifan to go to school together. Since he would be visiting the Monster Zoo on Sunday, he obviously couldn't attend Class 8's group meditation session. He'd have to go to school a day early to complete those 10 hours of meditation time. For students who needed to adjust their meditation time due to unexpected circumstances, the training room had specially prepared spare meditation cushions. Lu Chuan and Hu Fifan smoothly joined their classmates from classes 1 to 4 and completed their meditation session. By the time meditation ended, it was already past 7 in the evening. This time, Lu Chuan had prepared 2 pounds of beef jerky in his backpack beforehand. He quickly replenished his energy after meditation, avoiding the dizzying hunger he'd experienced last time. Upon returning home, his mother Song Weichin informed him that since purchasing sea spirit shrimp required daily registration and rationing, yesterday's portion had still been bought even though he hadn't eaten it. Therefore, today he needed to consume 2 days' worth at once. Mother Song Huichin expressed concern about whether Lu Chuan could finish it all. Immediately declaring himself as a model youth who embodies the 5 stresses, 4 points of beauty and 3 loves, Lu Chuan vowed he would never allow food waste in his household. With exaggerated difficulty, he then proceeded to finish an entire pot of sea spirit shrimp weighing a full 5 pounds. Then holding his stomach, he returned to his room and fell asleep happily. Meanwhile, this particular Saturday was a frustrating day for Lu Guangyan and that middle-aged man surnamed Lu. Since Friday evening until now, they had done only one thing, keeping watch at the location of the Swan Beast Pavilion in the Monster Zoo. They hadn't eaten, hadn't slept, and even trips to the toilet were done at a sprint, rushing back immediately. By now, it was already 10 p.m., late into the night. The lights in the buildings surrounding the Monster Zoo were being turned off one after another. Inside the hidden compartment, both men remained silent. The middle-aged man surnamed Lu took a fierce drag from his cigarette, while Lu Guangyan simply stared quietly at the surveillance formations display. After a long silence, he said quietly, "The enemy is far more cunning than we imagined. We've walked right into their trap, wasting an entire day for nothing. Damn it!" The middle-aged man surnamed Lu crushed his cigarette violently into the ashtray. "Those sons of bitches. Just the 2 of us here, no one else knows, right?" Lu Guangyan's expression, previously relaxed when they arrived, had now turned dark as he asked. "No, apart from the Cultivation Bureau, no one knows I'm still in my..." The middle-aged man surnamed Lu vigorously rubbed his face with both hands. Prolonged sleeplessness had left his facial muscles numb. If the information wasn't leaked, then it means these religious fanatics aren't as ambitious as we thought. Their targets were probably just the tourists present that day. Lu Guangyan stood up as if preparing to leave. "But what if the information was leaked?" pressed the middle-aged Lu. "You just said no one outside the Cultivation Bureau knew you were in my, and there can't possibly be a mole within the Bureau. So that possibility doesn't exist." Lu Guangyan said with grave seriousness, articulating each word deliberately, "Lu Qichuan, we've been played." The middle-aged man surnamed Lu didn't take offense at being addressed by his full name. Wearing an expression of shame as he said, "I apologize, Teacher Lu. I was misled by the cult's feints and made the wrong call. Take your mistakes to the Cultivation Bureau yourself. I'm going to find somewhere to rest." Lu Guangyan's voice was icy as he strode outside. Courtesy before a mission was one thing, but once operations began, lives were at stake. He wouldn't spare an ounce of face for people whose hesitation jeopardized the mission. "Wait." The middle-aged Lu called after Lu Guangyan. "Teacher Lu. What if they come tonight?" The most densely populated area around the Monster Garden is the office buildings. If those beasts aren't completely stupid, they won't choose to strike at night. Lu Guangyan stopped before the hidden door and coldly warned, "Remember. Tomorrow the Swan Beast Hall will become the most dangerous place in all of my city. If we haven't found traces of the other deities before the exhibition begins, cancel it immediately." Boom. With that, he closed the hidden door and left. Only the middle-aged man surnamed Lu remained, staring at the surveillance array before him, unsure whether to keep watching or look away. The next day, Sunday. Lu Chuan's mother, Song Huichin, was preparing breakfast for the whole family at the dining table when she suddenly heard a strange sound coming from Lu Chuan's room. He. The laughter naturally came from Lu Chuan, who had just awakened from sleep. His eyes, however, were unusually bright, and he lay there grinning foolishly at the ceiling. Great. Last night, as usual, he once again entered that hidden space within the ancient book. After the power of those sea spirit shrimps was absorbed by the first page of the scroll, he concentrated hard to observe it. He had fully expected to lose consciousness instantly, just like before. But last night was different. He didn't know exactly how long his consciousness remained, but it was definitely several seconds. Yet even these few seconds marked tremendous progress, because during that brief moment, he glimpsed a crucial piece of information. He saw, in the upper right corner of this first page, an ancient-style character resembling a seal stamp, 3. This was already tremendous progress, because it was the first time he had seen anything beyond images on these ancient texts. Though he still couldn't figure out what exactly this 3 represented, 3 was just a number after all. With some inquiries and research, he was confident he'd eventually understand its meaning. Of course, Lu Chuan credited this breakthrough to having eaten well on Friday and Saturday. Secretly resolving in his heart, he vowed that after visiting the beast garden to see the swan beasts this time, he must find a way to earn money. Only with a full stomach can one muster the strength to continue breaking through and uncover the mysteries of the ancient book. After washing up, Lu Chuan sat down at the dining table and began devouring his meal. During this period, his mother Song Huiqin had noticed changes in Lu Chuan's appetite. Not only had she increased the portions of spirit shrimp for dinner, but she'd also prepared several times more food for breakfast than before. Though Lu Chuan never voiced it aloud, these gestures warmed his heart. Being a foodie supported by your parents is absolutely blissful. But sadly, if I don't come up with something soon, my parents won't be able to afford me anymore. Your father gave you your Uncle Kuei's contact information, right? Yeah. Lu Chuan swallowed the last bite of egg and mumbled indistinctly. Be careful when you go to the monster zoo today. Those are actual monsters inside, it's very dangerous, Mother Lu reminded him. Lu Chuan swallowed his egg, grabbed his milk, slung his schoolbag over his shoulder, and headed for the door. Turning back, he reassured her confidently. Don't worry, Mom. The monster zoo has powerful protective formations. It's completely safe, nothing could possibly go wrong. Chapter 17, Bloodline Power. Hello Uncle Lu, this is Xiao Chuan. Yes, we're right here by the staff entrance. Got it. At 11 a.m., outside the back gate of Makino City's Monster Zoo, Lu Chuan picked up his phone and dialed the number for Lu Tiankue that his father, Lu Zhanghua, had given him. He was also quite curious, why did his father call Lu Tiankue, with such a domineering name, Little Kue? Soon, a middle-aged man of average height emerged from the entrance ahead, looking around. Uncle Kue, we're over here. Though this middle-aged man was dressed differently from when he appeared on TV yesterday, relying on childhood memories, Lu Chuan quickly recognized Lu Tiankue. Ah, Xiao Chuan. Lu Tiankue also recognized Lu Chuan and warmly approached him, saying, It's only been a couple of years since I last visited your home, and you've already grown so tall. This must be your classmate? Come on, come with Uncle inside. With that, he nodded to the security guard at the staff entrance and led Lu Chuan and Lu Fifan into the mystical creature park. Along the way, Lu Chuan and Hu Fifan looked around curiously. They had visited the mystical creature park before, but the perspective of a visitor was completely different from that of a staff member. Behind the scenes, you could see young ladies with shapely figures and exaggerated makeup rushing to their performances, uncles carrying meat to feed the carnivorous beasts, and big sisters chopping bamboo shoot leaves with axes to feed the herbivorous creatures. Of course, while observing, the two kept chatting with Lu Tiankue. Hu Fifan, being naturally outgoing, had only just met him but already complained, Uncle Kue, your zoo's ticketing system is seriously flawed, selling tickets just 1 hour in advance. The internet is full of complaints about it. Lu Tiankue didn't mind and replied with a meaningful smile, that was decided by the higher-ups. You understand. Oh, Lu Chuan and Hu Fifan drew out their response knowingly, exchanging a glance of shared understanding. In their eyes, neither the principal nor the director of the Beast Garden seemed particularly bright. Since it was a decision made by these so-called leaders, it was understandable. Soon, the three arrived at a massive venue. Lu Tiankue explained, This here is the Swan Beast Pavilion. We spent a long time preparing to bring this swan beast over for exhibition. We even cleared out the giant toothed tigers and golden striped lions that used to be here to make space for it. Why? Hu Fifan couldn't resist asking again, wouldn't it be nicer to let them coexist peacefully here? Ha 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 ha. Lu Tiankue burst into laughter. I'm afraid peaceful coexistence would be impossible. The toothed tigers and golden striped lions would probably be scared to death by this swan beast. Scared to death? That's quite an exaggeration, isn't it? Lu Chuan asked in surprise. Of course, Lu Tiankue replied as he led the two into the Swan Beast Pavilion, heading towards the front section of the venue. This swan beast is a Foundation establishment-level demonic creature. Normally, the beasts housed in this venue only have strength equivalent to high-level chi refiners. The difference between the Foundation establishment and chi refining stages is immense. When a high-level demonic beast stays with lower-level ones, the weaker creatures become restless and live in constant fear. But their disparity in strength isn't even the main issue. Most importantly, this swan beast carries the legendary power of bloodline inheritance. Bloodline power? Lu Chuan and Hu Fifan asked in unison. Exactly, bloodline power. Though creatures like saber-toothed tigers and golden-maned lions are large in size and quite majestic, under the pressure of the swan beast's bloodline power, they would immediately lose control of their bodily functions. Prolonged exposure would lead to death from physiological disorders caused by sheer terror. Lu Tiankue had worked at the magical beast garden since his youth, primarily interacting with child and student visitors. Explaining immortal cultivation basics in accessible terms was second nature to him. Soon, the trio reached the front section of the exhibition hall. Wow, Hu Fifan couldn't help but exclaim aloud, drawing sidelong glances from the surrounding staff. Not far ahead, there was a space about half the size of a sports field, covered with grassy vegetation and dotted with a small cluster of tall trees. But none of that mattered, because at the center of the grove stood an impossibly gigantic beast. Its entire body was covered in yellow fur, with a head resembling that of an ape except its limbs were far more muscular than any ape's, and its eyes held none of the dull-witted expression typical of primates, but rather an icy arrogance that looked down on everything. Though currently confined within the formation, with only half a playground space to move, it still gazed at the humans outside the array with undisguised contempt. This was the disdain of the strong for the weak, a look of utter disregard. It's so arrogant, Hu Fifan muttered under his breath. Lu Chuan, however, remained silent, his heart pounding wildly in his chest at this moment. This swan beast looked almost identical to the one depicted on the first page of the ancient scroll, bearing a 90% resemblance. The only difference was that the swan beast in the illustration had longer horns on its head, its fur was a more vibrant golden hue, and its limbs were considerably thicker and more robust. This is exactly the effect we want, Lu Tiankue said with a laugh to Hu Fifan. After all, it's a powerful demon beast. Visitors want to see how majestic it is. If it isn't fierce, what's there to see? Hu Fifan blinked in surprise before murmuring, now that you mention it, that makes sense. Just then, a warm laugh came from behind old Lu. Daring to use the back door, and I caught you red-handed? Lu Chuan turned to see a middle-aged man with golden-rimmed glasses, fair skin, and slightly yellowish hair approaching with a smile, joking affectionately with Lu Tiankue. He recognized the man as the one who had spoken on television the day before. He must be one of the exhibition organizers, and judging by appearances, seemed to rank half a level higher than Lu Tiankue. Oh dear, Director Chui, spare me. If you report this to the dean and everyone in the garden can no longer bring their kids in, people will resent you to death, Lu Tiankue laughed heartily, joking with Chui Rong. After speaking, he smiled at Lu Chuan and said, Xiao Chuan, why don't you take your classmate for a walk up front? There are some educational posters about demonic beasts, you two can check them out. Got it, Uncle Lu. You go ahead with your work, Lu Chuan replied knowingly, realizing Lu Tiankue had other matters to attend to. Without another word, he led Hu Fifan toward the educational posters up ahead and began examining them earnestly. The very first poster sent a shiver down his spine. At the top of the first poster was a high-definition image of a swan beast, with a prominent circle drawn around its head. At this moment, Lu Chuan finally noticed that atop the beast's head were two distinct protrusions, resembling the knuckles of fingers. An accompanying explanation read, the bloodline power of ape-type demonic beasts typically manifests as horns growing on the forehead. This particular beast in my city's demon beast garden possesses first-level bloodline power. During the chaotic period before the year 500 of the Xian Yuan era, people of that time used 1 to denote it. At the very bottom was imprinted an archaic-looking seal-like character, 1, rendered with perfect clarity. The moment he saw it, Lu Chuan's mind roared with realization as everything became clear. So that was how it was. Chapter 18, The Wrath of Lu Guangyan. Outside the Swan Beast Hall, in that concealed secret compartment, Lu Guangyan's figure appeared once more. After just a few hours of rest last night, he had miraculously shaken off all fatigue, his eyes sparkling brightly, radiating vigor. Beside him, the middle-aged man surnamed Lu sported massive dark circles under his eyes, his gaze hollow. Clearly he hadn't slept at all, having spent another entire night monitoring the surveillance array. Why are they here? Suddenly, Lu Guangyan's eyebrows rose as he noticed the figures of Lu Chuan and Hu Fifan within the surveillance array. Having just met them 2 days prior at Hu Yanzhua's home, Lu Guangyan remembered this high school student named Lu Chuan quite distinctly. At that time, teacher Lu particularly recommended Lu Yan and Zhao Yu to him, describing them as top students in their class. However, in Lu Guangnian's eyes, their spiritual power levels were merely average, likely not even sufficient to get admitted to the lowest-tier cultivation universities. But this Lu Chuan was different. Though teacher Lu paid little attention to him throughout their interaction, Lu Guangnian, being a peak foundation establishment cultivator just one step away from the Golden Core realm, could naturally discern that Lu Chuan's spiritual power value was the strongest among the 6 high school students present, likely exceeding 300, which meant he had already reached the level of a mid-stage qi refining cultivator. Lu Guangnian, exceptionally intelligent and experienced enough to serve as an assistant professor at Yuanwu Immortal University while still in the foundation establishment stage, had also attended my number 1 high school. Having undergone the same training regimen as Lu Chuan, he quickly deduced the truth. This period was roughly 2 months before the start of the class placement exam, meaning these students had just entered the early stage qi refining phase. The reason teacher Lu overlooked Lu Chuan was likely due to his previously low spiritual power before this phase. However, Lu Chuan must have possessed an extraordinarily rare aptitude for absorbing spiritual nourishment, which explained his recent explosive growth in spiritual power. But unfortunately, after the placement exams began, the school no longer tracked each student's spiritual power values. From then on, teacher Lu no longer knew each student's spiritual power levels, so he always regarded Lu Chuan as someone who would at best become a high-level qi practitioner in the future, certainly not a student capable of entering a cultivation university, and thus paid him no attention. This experience closely resembled his own from back in the day, which was why he had taken special notice of Lu Chuan at the time. Coming out. Suddenly, that middle-aged man surnamed Lu roared, snapping Lu Guangnian out of his thoughts. Lu Guangnian raised an eyebrow and glanced at the surveillance array screen. He saw a middle-aged man with slightly yellowish hair and gold-rimmed glasses appear in the Swan Beast Hall, enthusiastically greeting the staff around him before eventually calling away another middle-aged man who had brought in Lu Chuan and Hu Fifan. "Is this the Chui Rong you mentioned?" Lu Guangnian asked. "Yes," the middle-aged man surnamed Lu replied, dark circles under his eyes but no trace of sleepiness now. He gritted his teeth as he continued, had his communication device not been compromised, no one would have suspected him of being a cult spy. At work, he was diligent and hardworking, approachable and friendly, well-liked by all his colleagues. Just a few years ago, he was even voted the most popular mid-level manager at the Monster Garden. We discovered his true identity 3 months ago, around the time he began vigorously promoting this Swan Beast exhibition. Exhibitions featuring such colossal monsters carry extremely high safety risks. Even with the Monster Garden's protective arrays, a loss of control would lead to catastrophic consequences. I initially wanted to arrest him immediately and cancel the event. But after the Immortal Cultivation Bureau learned of this matter, they proactively contacted me, saying they wanted to use Chui Rong's identity as a spy for the divine cult to root out all the cults hidden around Mai and then purge them completely. The middle-aged man surnamed Lu sighed. Honestly speaking, even now, looking at the surveillance array footage, I still find it hard to accept that he's a spy for the sacred sect. Lu Guangnian said coldly, every tragedy with heavy casualties in recent years has had the shadow of deeply hidden spies behind it. The more concealed they are, the more devastating the consequences. However, my Immortal Cultivation Bureau has bitten off more than they can chew this time. If a Golden Core stage member of the Divine Sect were to arrive today, and Lord Thunder isn't even in the city, well, you'd all have to answer for it. And as for what those consequences would entail, you know perfectly well. The middle-aged man surnamed Lu thought this far, his face also turning a bit pale, and forced to chuckle. Otherwise, why would we have invited Professor Lu from Yuanwu Immortal University? Even if we encounter a Golden Core stage infiltrator from the Divine Cult, you could hold them off long enough for us to activate the Grand Formation. Lu Guangnian's eye twitched, quite the shrewd calculation. Still, he wasn't worried. Golden Core cultivators within the Divine Cult were exceedingly rare. Unless it was a large-scale attack, they wouldn't dispatch Golden Core experts. Ha ha ha. The middle-aged Lu's laughter was forced. Mai is also Professor Lu's hometown. To purge the Divine Cult from your homeland and restore peace and prosperity, this must surely be your wish as well. Lu Guangnian didn't continue this topic with the middle-aged man surnamed Lu, instead turning serious. Chui Rong's appearance confirms my speculation from yesterday. Their target is today's visitors to the Monster Zoo. The Wildfield City Monster Zoo typically sees 3,000 to 5,000 daily visitors. Today being Sunday, combined with the exceptionally popular Qilin exhibit promotion, we can estimate roughly 5,000 visitors entering the zoo. Considering the sacred cult's usual tactics when attacking 5,000 civilians, they'd typically deploy 1 to 2 Foundation establishment cultivators and about 20 high-level chi refinement masters. Our Cultivation Bureau forces are sufficient to handle such strength, we just need to locate their accomplices before Cui Rong makes his move, then capture them all when he acts. Yes, exactly. The middle-aged Lu chuckled, that's precisely the plan the Cultivation Bureau and I devised. Though if any Foundation establishment experts emerge among them, we might need Professor Lu to step in. Us Foundation establishment folks, ahem, you understand the situation. All right. Lu Guangnian said nothing more, merely asking indifferently, where are the personnel from the Cultivation Bureau hiding? Oh, the middle-aged man surnamed Lu glanced at his wristwatch and casually replied, their people will probably arrive in about 15 minutes. But the moment these words were spoken, Lu Guangnian's expression suddenly turned cold. Shedding his previous calm, he erupted in fury, ticket grabs will open in half an hour. Cui Rong has already arrived on site, yet the Cultivation Bureau still hasn't shown up. I thought they'd already been stationed outside. What if the divine sect strikes early? What about the crowd waiting outside the park? A bunch of useless fools. Inside the Swan Beast Museum. Brother Chuan, tell me, in such peaceful times as ours, where magical beasts can only be seen in the Beast Park, why does this poster analyze every body part of the swan beast so clearly, even marking its vital spots so prominently? Hu Fifan pointed at the poster ahead and asked Lu Chuan curiously. Lu Chuan tilted his head and thought for a moment, about to say something. But suddenly, Lu Tiankui's voice came from behind, you two, come over here, it's time to eat. Coming. Lu Chuan immediately abandoned his earlier contemplation and trotted over to get his meal. Chapter 19, Cui Rong. At lunchtime, 11:40, many staff at the Swan Beast exhibit put down their work and headed to the cafeteria. Lu Chuan and Hu Fifan followed behind Lu Tiankui and Cui Rong, obediently taking their seats while curiously surveying the staff cafeteria of the Beast Garden. Lu Tiankui grinned at the two boys and asked, you'll be taking the college entrance exams in a few months, right? Have you started consuming spirit foods recently? That's right, probably about 3 months until the exams. We've been eating spirit foods for over a week now, Lu Chuan answered honestly. Wait here, uncle will get you both something good. Lu Tiankui gave them a mysterious smile before heading to the food counter with Cui Rong to buy meals. Moments later, Cui Rong walked over carrying a large tray and said, here we are. Just my luck to enjoy some good food with you both today. As he spoke, he began setting down the dishes one by one from the tray. Braised spare ribs, hand-pulled beef, sweet and sour pork, a whole steamed fish, mapo tofu, vinegar-glazed cabbage. Wow, so many dishes. Hu Fifan exclaimed in surprise. Meanwhile, Lu Chuan gazed thoughtfully at the meat in these dishes. Uncle Lu, this meat, it's not ordinary meat, is it? Ha ha ha, you sharp-eyed kids saw right through it. Lu Tiankui laughed. This is all meat from slaughtered demon beasts. You probably already know, the demon beasts in our demon beast parks all come from those demon beast zones. Powerful cultivators capture them and sell them to the Alliance authorities, who then distribute them to demon beast parks in various cities like ours. But these beasts have lived outside the human world since birth, and some are truly untamable with no exhibition value. So our beast park simply disposes of them on the spot, and their meat becomes staff meals. Hearing this, Lu Chuan finally understood. After some time observing, he'd realized this world's beast park was quite different from the zoos of his previous world. Zoos there, beyond recreational value, primarily serve to educate students about nature, showcasing themes of harmonious coexistence between humans and animals, along with wildlife conservation. Wild creatures born in nature were particularly treasured protected subjects there. But this beast garden was different. Each beast's display panel clearly illustrated its anatomical diagram, detailing its lethality along with physical vulnerabilities, while dedicated guides explained methods to slay such creatures. There was no attempt to conceal the theme that beasts are mankind's enemies. Thus, in the Beast Garden's cafeteria, Lu Tiankui would quite naturally assert that untamed beasts deserve to be slaughtered. Lu Chuan certainly agreed with this viewpoint, but currently eyeing the feast spread across their table, he felt somewhat uneasy. Such an extravagant meal must have cost a small fortune? He definitely didn't believe that such demon beast meat would be given to employees of the Demon Beast Park for free. After all, this wasn't a slaughterhouse, and the amount of meat available was limited. Uncle Lu, has this put you out? Lu Chuan didn't touch his chopsticks and asked instead. Ha ha ha. What's this compared to anything? My daughter's a few years older than you. A few years back, when she was preparing for the Immortal University entrance exams, she nearly emptied my pockets. Thankfully, she's doing well now, got into Immortal University and supports herself. Otherwise, your Uncle Lu really wouldn't have the money to treat you to something nice. Don't be polite with me now. I imagine your parents haven't been having an easy time recently either. Lu Chuan was taken aback by these words, feeling a rush of warmth in his heart, yet also a sense of urgency. Lately, as his appetite gradually increased, his mother had been preparing more and more spiritual shrimp for him, already over 2 pounds a day. At 400 to 500 per pound, 2 pounds cost over 1,000 yuan. Such a massive expense was undoubtedly hard for his parents to bear. A few days ago, he had overheard their conversation. The family's savings were barely over 30,000. At this rate, after his placement exams, their savings would truly be drained dry by him. Lu Tiankui noticed Lu Chuan's expression and comforted him. Hey, everyone goes through this. When a child wants to take the Immortal Academy exam, what parent wouldn't support them? Eat up, eat up. Money matters like these aren't something you kids need to worry about yet. Yeah, Chuan bro, eat up, eat up. If you don't, I'll finish it all. Hu Fifan began wolfing down the food. Seeing this, Lu Chuan grew anxious. Save some for me. Brandishing his chopsticks, he joined the battlefield. Just then, a figure appeared, smiling as he said, Old Lu, I bought some dishes for the 2 kids and left them here. Ah, Director Chui, you're too kind, there's no need for this. Gotta go, gotta go. I have some business to attend to, won't stay for food. The one who had brought dishes for Lu Chuan and Hu Fifan was none other than Chui Rong. Waving cheerfully at Lu Tiankui, he jogged away from the cafeteria. Ah, this Director Chui, he's just too good. Lu Tiankui placed 2 plates of demon ostrich legs in front of the 2 men and let out a long sigh, as if helpless in the face of Chui Rong's kindness. Lu Chuan and Hu Fifan simultaneously turned to look at Chui Rong's vacated seat. Lu Chuan raised an eyebrow. How come he only took 2 bites before leaving? Lu Tiankui remarked, he spearheaded this swan beast exhibition himself. With the grand opening imminent, he's probably too anxious to eat properly. Lu Chuan responded before resuming his meal. He couldn't comprehend losing one's appetite due to worry. In his view, no matter what, people should never waste food. Just like how he and Hu Fifan were. Inside the Swan Beast Pavilion, Chui Rong entered through the back door, walking briskly while scanning his surroundings as if searching for someone. Soon, he arrived at the Swan Beast's formation, clearing his throat as he said, Is anyone still here? I brought you some boxed lunches. No one answered. Phew, he let out a deep sigh of relief. It seems everyone has gone to eat. Without further hesitation, he quickly headed towards a room outside the array. Live feed storage. This was where food had previously been prepared for the saber-toothed tigers and golden-striped lions, and now it naturally served the same purpose for the swan beasts. Bah! When the door was pushed open, the sheep in the room crowded around, thinking Chui Rong had come to feed them. But ignoring the flock, he walked straight through them towards an iron cage at the far end. Inside lay a small, thin black goat, its body exuding faint traces of spiritual energy. In his plan, this black goat was to be the appetizer served to the Swan Beast before the Swan Beast Pavilion officially opened. Because in the upcoming performance, there would be acts of feeding the Swan Beast and having it battle other large demonic creatures. But currently, the Swan Beast had refused food and water for several days and was in poor condition. Thus, this black lamb with little meat but excellent quality was needed first to whet the Swan Beast's appetite. Only this way could the beast's ferocity be maximally stimulated to ensure the performance proceeded smoothly. Without looking back, he took out a pitch-black pill from his pocket and quickly tossed it into the black lamb's cage. The pill seemed to contain some kind of appetizing agent. The moment it was thrown in, the black lamb eagerly rushed forward to gnaw on the small pill. Seeing this, Chui Rong swiftly turned and left the live feed room. Chapter 20. Something's definitely wrong. He's made his move. Surveillance footage outside the Swan Beast exhibit clearly captured Chui Rong sneaking into the live feed storage room and feeding that black pellet to the little black goat. By the formation array, the middle-aged man surnamed Lu slapped his thigh excitedly. After waiting 2 days, he's finally begun his scheme, he exclaimed. As we suspected, this Chui Rong would take advantage of his position to feed the savage beast powder to the swan beast. Afterward, his external accomplices would coordinate with him to disrupt the magical formations of the demonic beast garden from the outside. The target this time should only be the visitors within the grounds. They had been lying in wait since Friday night. Initially, they believed Chui Rong's group of cult spies would strike during the day on Saturday, using that mid-level Foundation establishment phase beast to attack Muyi City's urban area. But unexpectedly, Chui Rong didn't show up the entire day. It wasn't until Sunday, the very day the exhibition began, that he finally made an appearance. Lu Guangyan had taken a few hours break in between, but this middle-aged man surnamed Lu hadn't closed his eyes the entire time. Now, seeing Chui Rong finally make his move, his heart swelled with exhilaration. Lu Guangyan didn't have the same agitated expression as the middle-aged Lu, instead turning his gaze to another surveillance array screen. The screen displayed the scene outside the entrance to the Demon Beast Park. At that moment, a huge crowd had gathered outside the gates, with several thousand people waiting in anticipation. With a grave expression, Lu Guangyan asked, "Weren't we only releasing 500 tickets? Why are there so many people here?" The middle-aged Lu wiped his sweat and replied, "The ticket rush begins in just 10 minutes. These visitors are probably planning to either get tickets and enter the Swan Beast Pavilion to see the Swan Beasts, or if they fail to get tickets, they'll just directly enter the Demon Beast Park to see the creatures in other sections. So that means today's visitor count in the Monster Zoo might exceed 5,000. Lu Guangyan's expression turned grave as he turned to the middle-aged man surnamed Lu. "Where are the Cultivation Bureau's people currently positioned?" Upon hearing this, the middle-aged Lu froze momentarily before instantly turning deathly pale, sweat pouring down his face. His lips trembled rapidly as he gasped out, "Oh no! The Cultivation Bureau personnel, they haven't arrived yet." The Monster Park Canteen. Lu Chuan and Hu Fifan continued eating their meal. Lu Tiankue had received a phone call earlier and hurriedly left, instructing the two of them to return to the Swan Beast Pavilion on their own after they finished. Lu Chuan certainly understood this. With such a large-scale event at the Monster Park about to begin in just over an hour, Lu Tiankue, as one of the organizers, had to fulfill his duties responsibly. "Brother Chuan, there's something I've been meaning to tell you, but I only confirmed it just now." Hu Fifan suddenly put down his chopsticks and spoke solemnly to Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan noticed Hu Fifan had stopped eating and sped up his own chopsticks, asking, "What's the matter?" Hu Fifan replied, "Brother Chuan, actually, this Chui Rong used to live in our neighborhood long ago right upstairs from my family. I've even seen him before." "Oh?" Lu Chuan picked up a large piece of hand-torn beef and quickly stuffed his mouth full. The meat from this demon beast cow had coarser fibers than regular beef but was slightly softer, with a rough, savory flavor he particularly enjoyed. "I heard from my dad about him. Back in high school, he missed getting into a mortal university by just 1 point. After that, he started giving up on himself, knocking his wife and kids around every day, drowning in alcohol. Eventually, his wife divorced him and took the children away. Besides, I heard screams coming from his house when I was a kid too." Lu Chuan looked puzzled. "How do you remember so clearly?" Hu Fifan grimaced and said, "Once when I joked with him, he grabbed me and gave me a hard spank on the butt. That's how I remembered him from then on. My dad said he had antisocial personality disorder. Later, when I was about 10, he moved away." Lu Chuan slowed his eating pace, but judging from what Xiao Kuei's uncle said today and meeting him in person, he doesn't seem like the violent type either. "He must be pretending," Hu Fifan declared firmly. "I remember him, he hasn't changed much in appearance, but I've changed so much over the years that he didn't recognize me. And here's another thing that makes me even more certain." Hu Fifan pointed to Chui Rong's recently vacated seat, where rice and dishes had been barely touched and carelessly discarded. "When we were kids during those last 2 years before he moved out of our neighborhood, he often ordered takeout, a kind of hailing shrimp rice bowl. But he'd only eat the shrimp and throw away the rice and side dishes untouched. He could waste dozens of takeout boxes in just one meal. I used to see nearly untouched boxed meals stuffed full in the trash bins downstairs all the time." Lu Chuan froze upon hearing this, completely setting down his chopsticks. The Spirit Sea Shrimp Rice Bowl is an expensive takeout dish, with only one Spirit Sea shrimp in each box. He picked out all the spirit sea shrimp inside, likely to replenish spiritual energy, but why not just buy a few pounds of spirit sea shrimp outright? At that moment, a detail flashed through his mind, causing Lu Chuan's body to shudder. His mother, Song Huiqin, had once told him that when buying sea spirit shrimp, purchases over half a kilogram must be registered. Because of this, the sea spirit shrimp from the previous 2 days had been saved up so he could eat them all in one go. Registration required for purchases over 1 kilogram. This Chui Rong doesn't dare to purchase large quantities of spirit shrimp. He's afraid of being discovered by the authorities. This guy definitely has something to hide. Let's go. Lu Chuan suddenly stood up. Hu Fifan was startled. What's wrong, Brother Chuan? Lu Chuan said, didn't you say he beat you up when you were kids? Let's go settle the score with him. Hu Fifan was stunned. Bro Chuan, isn't that a bit much? Enough talk. Lu Chuan grabbed Hu Fifan's arm and charged toward the Swan Beast Pavilion. In no time, the two of them rushed into the Swan Beast Pavilion. At this moment, the staff of the Swan Beast Hall had just started their meals in the cafeteria. The vast exhibition hall was empty and eerily silent, creating a somewhat frightening atmosphere. Lu Chuan's heart skipped a beat as sudden regret washed over him. He couldn't fathom where he had found the courage earlier to suspect Chui Rong might be problematic and come running over like this. It hadn't even occurred to him that Chui Rong was an advanced chi practitioner who might possess lethal combat techniques. If he had truly angered the man, the consequences could have been dangerous. Alright, fine. I'll go check the array control center first then. Section Chief Chui, you've really worked hard. Haha, not at all. This is just part of our duties, isn't it? Soon, the sounds of conversation between two people emerged from a small compartment at the innermost part of the venue. Lu Chuan's heart tightened momentarily, but soon he saw Lu Tiankui and Chui Rong stepping out from within. The two men were somewhat surprised to see Lu Chuan duo. Lu Tiankui approached with a smile and asked, Xiao Chuan, why have you run back without eating? Lu Chuan said, Uncle Xiao Kui, we've finished eating. Wow! That was fast. Lu Tiankui chuckled, swiftly heading out the door. I need to hurry over there to help coordinate the preparations. You stay here and wait for the exhibition to open. With those words, he dashed out of the Swan Beast Hall. Now, the vast Beast Hall was left with only two high schoolers, Lu Chuan and Hu Fifan, alongside Chui Rong, whose face was adorned with a gentle smile. Chapter 21: The Unlucky Kid. Luckily, Lu Tiankui suddenly returned to the Swan Beast Hall to retrieve some documents just now, interrupting Chui Rong's actions. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The middle-aged man surnamed Lu stared at the surveillance footage, beads of sweat already covering his forehead. But Lu Guangyan behind him spoke coldly, and nothing would have happened. If he had truly tried to feed the drugged black lamb to the beast, I would have appeared within 3 seconds and killed him with one strike. But the middle-aged man surnamed Lu hesitated and said, if we kill this Chui Rong in advance, the other spies from the divine sect lurking outside the beast garden will surely sense something and escape. Then wouldn't all our carefully laid plans go to waste? Bang! A loud crash suddenly came from the table behind them. The table had been shattered by Lu Guangyan with a single palm strike. At this moment, Lu Guangyan could no longer contain the fury on his face and growled darkly, how dare you still speak of our planned arrangements? Wasn't the Immortal Cultivation Bureau supposed to guard the main gate and monitor the heretical spies hiding in the crowd? But now, with Chui Rong about to strike, they still haven't shown up. If we had to wait for you useless fools to follow your plan, not a single visitor in the monster garden would survive today. The middle-aged Lu, chastised by Lu Guangyan, didn't dare to speak up but murmured, I contacted them earlier, and they said they were about to leave as planned but were stopped by a leader from the Cultivation Bureau, forcibly delaying them for 20 minutes. 20 minutes? Ha! Lu Guangyan let out a chilling laugh and said, after today's matter is settled, I will report this to the Plains City Supervision Bureau. As a teacher from Yuanwu Immortal Academy, I will investigate this thoroughly with them, no corrupt worm will escape. But today, if Chui Rong dares to make another move, I will immediately strike him down. I will never allow you useless fools to gamble with thousands of lives. By now, he had completely lost faith in the middle-aged man surnamed Lu and the cultivators from the Immortal Cultivation Bureau. Tasked with managing all cultivation affairs, including matters concerning the divine sect, the safety of millions in the city during such crises rested entirely in their hands. He couldn't fathom how someone holding such a position could be so utterly foolish. Good. The middle-aged Lu also recognized that Lu Guangnian's plan was the optimal choice. Privately, he felt relieved they had invited Lu from Yuanwu Immortal University, otherwise, in such a sudden crisis, he wouldn't have been able to eliminate Cui Rong as swiftly as Lu Guangnian. On the surveillance feed, Lu Tiankui chatted briefly with Cui Rong before being dismissed by him under the pretext that something seemed amiss with their colleagues at the formation's control hub. As Lu Tiankui was about to leave, it seemed the Swan Beast Hall would soon be left with only Cui Rong inside. Clack 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 clack. A series of hurried footsteps sounded from the entrance of the hall as Lu Chuan and Hu Fifan rushed in. Why have these two kids come? The middle-aged man surnamed Lu frowned. This will only add to the chaos. Cui Rong is a high-level qi cultivator, and he must have learned many deadly techniques from the divine cult. If he suddenly attacks, these two kids will be in great danger. Maybe we should act now, don't let these two kids die here too. But Lu Guangnian gently shook his head, staring intently at Lu Chuan on the monitor. He always felt there was something extraordinary about this Lu Chuan, who suddenly barged in at this moment. Perhaps he could really change something. Inside the Beast Hall. At this moment, Cui Rong stared at the two high school students before him, his heart boiling with irritation. He had just fed the medicine to the little black goat and was about to offer it to the beast to spread the drug's effects when Lu Tiankui suddenly returned, claiming to search for some document and asking where it was. After much persuasion, he barely managed to deceive Lu Tiankui with an excuse about inspecting the formation hub, but now these two kids had barged in. Just as Lu Guangnian had speculated, murderous intent was already faintly surfacing in Cui Rong's heart. After all, the final step of the plan was at hand. Once the little black lamb was fed to the swan beast, everything would be over. Killing these two high school students wouldn't take more than a few seconds, and the plan could proceed without interruption. However, he was somewhat conflicted. Without a handy weapon or powerful talisman on him, he had no means to swiftly behead the two youngsters. If they were to scream and attract others, it would complicate matters. If I don't kill them, since I made my move right in front of them, they might go around blabbing about it, and my plans would be exposed. Perhaps it's better to try persuading them to leave first. With this thought in mind, Cui Rong immediately put on a warm smile and turned to Lu Chuan. But before he could utter a word, Lu Chuan spoke first with an innocent expression. "Hello, Uncle Cui." Cui Rong also instinctively waved in greeting, his face breaking into a gentle smile. Hello there. Have you eaten your fill?" Lu Chuan smiled even more sweetly, looking at Cui Rong with heartfelt gratitude. "We're full, thank you Uncle Cui for the giant ostrich legs, they were truly delicious." Hearing this, Cui Rong's eyes immediately brightened. Earlier when buying food, to stall for time he'd simply splurged on two enormous ostrich legs for Lu Tiankui and these two children. In such a short span of time, first Lu Tiankui returned to retrieve some documents, and now these two kids are here. So those two ostrich legs, each weighing a full 10 catties, must still be uneaten. Good, I'll use the ostrich legs as my breakthrough. I'll have these kids go pack up the leftover ostrich legs, that way, I can take the opportunity to feed the black lamb to the swan beast. Having decided on this plan in his mind, Cui Rong smiled kindly and said, "As long as you're full, Uncle Cui wouldn't let guests leave hungry. By the way, those two ostrich legs were quite expensive. Have you finished them yet?" Lu Chuan blinked curiously and asked, "How much did they cost?" Cui Rong's eye twitched. Was this kid completely daft? He was asking if he'd finished eating. But helplessly, he'd always maintained the facade of a mild-mannered man who never lost his temper. Forcing a kindly tone, he continued, "It's just 2,000 yuan, nothing much." Uncle was asking if you'd eaten this ostrich leg. Wow! Before Cui Rong could finish, Lu Chuan's eyes sparkled with admiration. That's so much money. Uncle Cui, you must earn a really high salary. Cui Rong. Not bad, a bit higher. Then have you ever engaged in corruption or taken bribes? I've heard lots of government officials do those things, right, Hu Fifan? Lu Chuan kept talking, even poking Hu Fifan beside him forcefully. Hu Fifan, aha yeah right. Cui Rong. Classmate, let me ask you, have you two finished eating those ostrich legs yet? Cui Rong could no longer hold back and interrupted the chatterboxes to ask the question he'd been wanting to. Lu Chuan blinked, scratching his head with an almost embarrassed grin. Yep, we finished them. Chui Rong's face twitched violently. Monster appetite. Those were ostrich legs. 2 whole legs at that. It's been less than 10 minutes. How did you finish eating so fast? Are you fucking high school students? More like pigs. But being the cunning cult infiltrator who'd managed to blend into the demon beast garden, inspiration quickly struck him. Then hurry up and bring those bones over here. Uncle wants to use them to feed the swan beasts. As these words left his mouth, he felt immensely pleased with himself. Such quick thinking truly deserved a perfect score, 100 points without a doubt. But the next moment, his instincts screamed danger as he watched Lu Chuan once again break into that identical foolish grin from before, scratching his head and saying, I also crushed the bones and ate them clean. Chui Rong, Here, Chui Rong stepped forward with utmost sincerity, pulling a card from his pocket and pressing it into Lu Chuan's hand. Uncle can see you boys haven't eaten your fill, right? Lu Chuan nodded dopily. Yeah. Here, take my employee meal card. You two go get yourselves 2 ostrich legs, make sure you eat your fill. Chui Rong looked at Lu Chuan with determination. Meanwhile, he had already made up his mind. If these 2 unlucky brats kept pestering him here, he'd eliminate them even at the risk of being discovered. That's really too kind. Lu Chuan said with visible embarrassment. Just take it and go now, Chui Rong urged while quietly circulating spiritual energy within his body. Alright, then can I buy a few more ostrich legs? My parents have never tried them before, and I'd like to get some for them to taste. Lu Chuan's eyes sparkled with childlike innocence. Thanks to your filial piety, of course you can. Chui Rong suppressed the urge to slap Lu Chuan right then and there, forcing a smile of encouragement instead. Okay. Lu Chuan agreed and handed his meal card to Hu Fifan beside him. At the same time, Chui Rong internally breathed a sigh of relief. Finally managed to send off those 2 little troublemakers. But in the very next moment, a scene left him utterly dumbfounded. He saw that kid named Lu Chuan leap forward and kick Hu Fifan square in the rear. What are you standing around for? Go buy food. Get me 10 ostrich legs, damn it. Got it. Hu Fifan, sent flying by the kick with a pained grimace, mustered every ounce of strength to scramble out of the beast hall, rolling and stumbling as he went. In the blink of an eye, it vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, Lu Chuan turned back and continued sheepishly, hee. Uncle Chui, we always play around like this for fun. I'm definitely not some hooligan school bully, I'm actually a really good kid. Chui Rong stared at the now deserted gate in the distance, his face full of utter despair. One got away. Now, even if I wanted to take action, there's nothing I can do. Lu Tiankue, where on earth did you find such an unlucky kid? What the hell do you mean good kid? Could my fucking and % dollar hashtag at ass. Chapter 22, Lu Guangnian's decision. Lu Chuan watched Chui Rong's face flip between green and white before him, feeling even more certain about his earlier judgment. From the moment they entered the Swan Beast Pavilion and witnessed Chui Rong urging Lu Tiankue to leave, Lu Chuan had already sensed something suspicious about Chui Rong. Combined with his earlier suspicions about Chui Rong in the cafeteria, his doubts only deepened. So, driven by the principle of never letting a villain have their way, he stubbornly lingered inside the Swan Beast Pavilion. Even when Chui Rong offered him his meal card and told him to spend freely, Lu Chuan refused to budge. Uncle Chui, you don't look too well? Lu Chuan cautiously asked Chui Rong. Oh? Is that so? Chui Rong immediately forced a smile. How about now? Much better now. Lu Chuan lied without batting an eye. But inwardly he thought, bullshit, your face might as well have ghost written all over it. Indeed, that was exactly the case. By now, Chui Rong had already begun to panic. Hu Fifan had left, and he couldn't be sure exactly how long it would take for him to return. If he were to forcefully kill Lu Chuan now, and if Hu Fifan returned too soon, the effects of the Mad Beast powder wouldn't have time to take hold, and he would be exposed. But if he truly waited here until Hu Fifan returned before making his move, the problem then wouldn't just be the risk of exposure from screams. If that seemingly timid high school student came back late, other staff members from the Swan Beast Pavilion would likely start returning as well. The situation will only become more troublesome by then. At this moment, his mind was in turmoil. He never expected that what had originally been a perfectly planned operation would be completely derailed by those two unlucky high school students. Just then, the phone at his waist suddenly vibrated. He picked up the phone, and his expression slightly changed. It was a text message from an unknown number. "Why haven't you made your move yet? There are two high school students here, I can't act now." Chui Rong replied truthfully, though fear gripped his heart. He knew all too well that the sender of this message was none other than his superior, Blood Omen. Every step of his current operation, even his infiltration into the Beast Garden as a mole, had been arranged by Blood Omen. Yet, each order was always delivered via unfamiliar phone numbers. "We've received intel, the Cultivation Bureau's agents will arrive in 8 minutes. In 2 minutes, the ticket booth for the Swan Beast Pavilion will open, and visitors will start entering. You do understand when to strike, don't you?" "Understood. Cultivation Bureau agents arriving in 8 minutes. At the same time, in the hidden compartment outside the Swan Beast Pavilion, the middle-aged man surnamed Lu exclaimed excitedly. 8 minutes? Lu Guangnian took the backpack from the nearby chair and began organizing the items inside. "We can't wait for them any longer. Ticket sales will start soon, and visitors will begin entering the park. I'll keep an eye on the cult spies hiding among the tourists outside the Swan Beast Pavilion. When they attempt to sabotage the formation from outside, I'll capture them. And you, keep your eyes inside the Swan Beast Hall, don't let Chui Rong harm Lu Chuan in the slightest." The middle-aged man surnamed Lu froze when he saw Lu Guangnian's aggressive stance. "Professor Lu, why are we suddenly taking risks? Didn't we just say we should cut our losses in time? Killing this Chui Rong would be the end of it." You see, in the original plan of everyone involved, the Immortal Cultivation Bureau was supposed to monitor the infiltrators mingling among the tourists outside the Beast Garden's main entrance. The Bureau would deploy dozens of fully armed high-level chi-refining cultivators for this task, because the Divine Sect might also have 20 to 30 spies lurking there. But now, Lu Guangnian decided to complete this task himself. Moreover, he had abandoned his previous cautious attitude, which left him deeply puzzled. Without answering the middle-aged Lu's question, Lu Guangnian took out a talisman from his robe and handed it to him. "This is a concealment talisman. Once activated, it can hide your traces. It's worth 100,000. Pay me after the mission. After applying this talisman, your aura will temporarily be suppressed to the chi-refining stage, ensuring you won't draw attention from those cult spies. But remember, the moment Chui Rong feeds the Mad Beast powder to the Swan Beast, you must immediately use this talisman and rush to the Swan Beast enclosure to protect Lu Chuan. Don't let Chui Rong kill him." With those words, he produced a gleaming, silver-plated curved blade from somewhere and stared at the surveillance feed, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. The middle-aged man surnamed Lu still refused to give up and asked, "Teacher Lu, could you please explain this to me?" Lu Guangnian turned and cast a cold glance at the man, the frosty glint in his eyes sending a chill down Lu's spine. "Your plan's approach is wrong. You've been waiting for the Cultivation Bureau all along, but in reality, this operation isn't something that can't proceed without the Cultivation Bureau. I originally didn't want to take the risk because I simply didn't have time to observe the tourists outside the gate and couldn't identify the positions of these cult spies in advance. But now, with these 6 or 7 minutes that Lu Chuan bought me, it's more than enough." At these words, the middle-aged man surnamed Lu stared dumbfounded at Lu Guangnian, utterly shocked beyond measure. 6 or 7 minutes. He managed to find the hidden cult infiltrators among thousands of tourists through the surveillance formation? This isn't human. 3, 2, 1. Outside the Demon Beast Park, numerous tourists finished their countdown and frantically tapped their phone screens. A few seconds later, some cheered, while others lamented. We got it. Let's go. Dad's taking you to see the Swan Beast. Sigh, we didn't get it. Come on, son, let's go see the other mystical beasts. Yay! We get to see the big Swan Beast. Woo, I want to see it too. Thousands of visitors poured in simultaneously, creating a packed crowd so dense that their collective noise resembled the howling of a gale-force wind through trees, nearly deafening the staff and threatening to overwhelm the Beast Park's entrance gates. Among them, a small group rushed straight to the Swan Beast Pavilion, camping outside its doors awaiting opening. Numerous other visitors lingered reluctantly at viewing spots near the Swan Beast Pavilion, clearly yearning for a glimpse inside. At this moment, some staff members from the Swan Beast Hall who had been eating in the cafeteria rushed back and began maintaining order outside. The crowd at the entrance was simply too large. Looking down from the steps, there was a sea of dark heads pressing together. Without proper order, a stampede could easily have occurred. Inside the Swan Beast Hall, Choi Rong watched the scene unfold with a sense of relieved fortune. It was fortunate he hadn't acted to kill Lu Chuan after all. With others returning so quickly, he would likely have been exposed by now. But at this moment, Lu Chuan didn't notice anything else. He was staring blankly at the massive swan beast within the formation. Seeing Lu Chuan lost in thought, Choi Rong hardened his heart and walked into the live feed room. He lifted the cage containing the small black goat and placed it on the formation's conveyor belt. Soon, the cage opened, and the small black goat fell onto the territory where the swan beast resided. Almost instantly, boom! A giant claw descended from the sky, seized the black lamb, and stuffed it directly into its mouth, producing an enormous and chilling crunching sound. Several drops of blood dripped to the ground, while traces of crimson stained the edges of the savage beast's maw. Lu Chuan watched the scene clearly, yet he simply regarded it as a normal feeding act. Apart from noting the beast's undeniable ferocity, he paid no further heed. Meanwhile, Choi Rong, who had witnessed the beast devouring the black lamb with his own eyes, flashed a look of ecstatic glee. He retrieved a petite communicator from his bosom and whispered, "The drug will take effect in 3 minutes. Prepare to move." The instant he finished speaking, outside the beast hall, dozens of faces that had been looking around stiffened simultaneously, eyes flashing with excitement before quickly regaining composure. Finally taking action. Chapter 23, The Formation Can't Hold Much Longer. After feeding the swan beast, Choi Rong walked out of the live feed room, finally feeling a sense of relief after completing his task. However, when he saw Lu Chuan still staring dumbfounded at the swan beast outside, doubts began to creep into his mind. If I knew the kid wouldn't care at all, I might as well have fed it right in front of them both. Why go through all this trouble? Yet he quickly shook his head. That wouldn't work either. Just because Lu Chuan wouldn't blab doesn't mean Hu Fifan would stay quiet. What if Hu Fifan made a fuss and attracted unwanted attention? After all, this little black lamb should have been fed by 12:30, before the visitors officially entered, according to the original plan. Yes, that's right, there was no mistake in my decision. This is exactly how it should be done. No matter how tortuous the process, as long as I accomplished it, then it's 100% success. Choi Rong kept giving himself psychological reassurance while smugly looking at Lu Chuan before him. At this time, hasn't the cultivation high school started class divisions yet? And this kid's spiritual power value is already over 300. In this state, he could probably get into a mortal university, right? But as if this glutton who only knows how to eat could ever get into a mortal university? Why couldn't I back then? This sick human society. It deserves retribution. Choi Rong cast a vicious gaze toward the black mass of people outside the Swan Beast exhibit. Among them were parents with children, young couples on dates, and groups of student friends, all wearing identical expressions of eager anticipation on their faces. Expectations? Ha! Choi Rong's gaze gradually turned morbidly deranged. Are you even worthy? Die here, all of you. Then he turned around and hurried toward a side door of the Swan Beast Hall. At this moment, outside the Swan Beast Hall, some tourists wore hats, while others shielded their foreheads with promotional paper fans. Those of shorter stature, lacking shade tools, took shelter behind taller individuals. The weather had grown quite hot by then, and everyone's faces were already flushed from the sun's glare, yet they continued to wait quietly. Suddenly, wow! A child in the crowd burst into tears without warning. The next moment, as if contagious. Wah! Every young child carried by their parents among the tourists suddenly strained their voices, wailing loudly. At the same time, boom! Inside the Swan Beast Pavilion, a dull thud reverberated. Many visitors widened their eyes in astonishment. Is that the ground shaking? An earthquake? Run! Everyone stay off from Tall Boy. Staff outside the Swan Beast Pavilion immediately grabbed a loudspeaker to warn the crowd, but halfway through the announcement, they froze in place, staring ahead in terror. Amid the chaotic evacuation, dozens of figures could be seen moving against the flow, their bodies radiating spiritual light as they pressed toward the Swan Beast Pavilion. Not good. A young staff member turned to look inside the Suzaku Pavilion's gates behind him, only to see a giant, car-sized paw covered in steel-like yellow fur reaching out from within. Boom! Under the horrified gaze of the staff member, a surge of blue array power descended before him, forming a barrier between his body and the Suzaku's monstrous claw. And this staff member also blacked out and collapsed to the ground. Roar! The swan beast inside the Swan Beast Pavilion let out a furious roar towards the sky. Boom! The earth trembled once more. Meanwhile, the staff standing outside the Xiangshu Pavilion found themselves in dire straits. For the visitors wreathed in spiritual light had drawn near to them, everyone clutching a black glowing talisman of devastating power. They're trying to breach the formation, one staff member realized, shouting the warning. No! Absolutely not! If the savage beasts escape from the exhibition hall, every visitor will die. Yes! Stop him! We'll stop them even if it costs our lives. Many staff members who had exchanged morning greetings with Lu Chuan now had bloodshot eyes as they desperately rushed forward, ready to fight the charging rioters to the death. Looking to die? The cult infiltrators had nothing left to conceal. With savage expressions, they charged at the obstructing staff members. These staff members only possessed mid-level chi practitioner cultivation and hadn't mastered any proper spell techniques. In the infiltrators' eyes, slaughtering them would be as easy as butchering chickens. But just as they were about to strike, a cold voice rang out from behind them, "Filthy bugs of the divine sect, turn and face me." The instant this voice sounded, more than 30 divine sect spies who had been charging at the staff members involuntarily whirled around simultaneously. In the next moment, they beheld Lu Guangyan, dressed in white robes and enveloped in dense spiritual energy, appearing midair behind them. The long blade in his hand gathered countless streaks of saber energy, making him resemble a deity descending from the heavens. Hum! A streak of pure white saber light descended. The next moment, dozens of the cult spies melted within that saber glow. Lu Guangyan's figure didn't pause, instead, it darted rapidly toward the chaotic crowds. Wherever he landed, his long saber would flash down, followed by a scream. Not all the spies had acted immediately after the chaos with the swan beasts. Quite a few remained hidden among the crowd, ready to seize any advantage or directly slaughter the people around them. But they had already been targeted by Lu Guangyan, and within less than 10 seconds, they were all eradicated. After completing this task, Lu Guangyan stood before the entrance of the Swan Beast Pavilion and began searching for the middle-aged man surnamed Lu. The initial earthquake had already plunged the bustling crowd of tourists into panic, and Lu Guangyan's subsequent purge of the cult spies pushed their terror to the extreme. Some nearby tourists were screaming, "Why is there such an earthquake? Is that swan beast about to break free? Why did a powerful cultivator suddenly appear to massacre tourists?" The staff member who had just been saved by Lu Guangyan immediately stepped forward to reassure the crowd, saying, "Don't worry, everyone. The Swan Beast Pavilion has formation protection strong enough to contain any demonic beast below the golden core level. There's no way the Swan Beast could escape." This honorable cultivator was just eliminating rioters who sought to take advantage of the chaos. He would never harm innocent people. Lu Guangyan paid little attention to all this commotion when suddenly his gaze sharpened. He spotted the middle-aged man surnamed Lu running toward them from the right edge of the Swan Beast Pavilion. But by now, the middle-aged Mr. Lu was covered in dust, his face filled with extreme panic, even his lips still smeared with blood. "Teacher Lu, our intelligence was wrong. It's not raging beast powder. It's blood-burst powder. The formation can't hold much longer." His words had barely faded when... Bang! A terrifying cracking sound reverberated through the dome of the Swan Beast Pavilion. Then, that horrifying giant claw covered in steel needle-like yellow fur thrust straight out from within. Chapter 24, Damn it! Let's do this! Holy shit! At that moment, Lu Chuan stood outside the Swan Beast Pavilion, staring at the enormous claw extending from the dome above, his mind utterly overwhelmed with shock. The gigantic claw was less than a few dozen meters away from him, its steel-like yellow fur clearly visible. Broken stones, shattered when it smashed through the pavilion's dome, rained down at his feet. Tourists around him were fleeing in panic. Children were scooped up by their parents, and couples abandoned all pretense of composure. Some were so terrified their legs gave out, collapsing to the ground in hysterical sobs. Others tripped in the chaos, leaving behind lost shoes as they staggered barefoot in desperate flight. Before crossing over, he was born on peaceful Earth Prime, and after his dimensional travel, he had always lived within school walls, forever believing he existed in tranquil times, never imagining such an apocalyptic scene would unfold before his eyes. At the same time, he felt a twinge of relief. Earlier, when Shui Rong finished feeding the swan beast and slipped out through the side door, something fell off, so he secretly followed. Otherwise, had he still been in the swan beast pavilion, he might already have been crushed beneath its monstrous foot. After a few seconds of stunned awe, Lu Chuan turned to flee. After all, he was merely a mid-level chi practitioner now. Returning would only mean certain death, unable to offer any real help. The beastly chaos would naturally be suppressed by those powerful individuals. But right at this moment, a wave of dizziness suddenly flooded Lu Chuan's mind, his vision turning black. What's happening? He vigorously shook his head, trying to regain clarity. But it was useless. The dizziness grew stronger and stronger, until eventually, he even felt sharp pains deep in his head, as if it were being torn apart. Lu Chuan gritted his teeth desperately, struggling not to let out a scream. Just at that moment. Boom! A deafening roar erupted from the depths of his mind. Then came a sensation so overwhelming it left Lu Chuan utterly stunned. He saw that ancient book. At this moment, he wasn't asleep, nor had he even closed his eyes, yet he could distinctly sense the presence of an ancient book in his mind, one he could commune with. This was an incredibly mystical sensation, akin to carving out a space within his consciousness. But before Lu Chuan could fully grasp this feeling, the ancient book stirred. Its cover flipped open on its own, revealing the first illustrated page. Then, numerous beams of light converged from the surrounding space toward the first page. Lu Chuan could vaguely discern that these lights had various incomplete shapes, all related to the demon beast meat he had eaten at noon. Buzz. The first page of the painting scroll flickered continuously, its hazy power vanishing once again, revealing a large section of imagery in the lower left corner. It depicted the enormous left foot of the swan beast, along with 2 lines of text. Lu Chuan focused his gaze intently. The content of those characters clearly read. Technique, Great Blazing Flame Art. Method, burn the swan beast's tail with the blazing flame technique, singeing its fur. Then, a cool sensation instantly emanated from the depths of his consciousness, transforming into countless streams of information that flooded into Lu Chuan's mind. The key to the Great Blazing Flame technique. Could it be? This swan beast's weakness is in its tail, and it's extremely vulnerable to flame? Lu Chuan turned to look. The formation light screen outside the Swan Beast Pavilion was now fully activated, but under the massive beast's relentless claw strikes, it was steadily dimming, on the verge of collapse. No reinforcements had arrived yet. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Chuan clenched his teeth fiercely. Damn it! Let's do this! Cultivation Bureau. Cultivation Bureau. This is the beast garden of my city. We have a swan beast at the mid-foundation establishment stage attacking. It has consumed bloodburst pills. Its power has broken through to golden core. Its bloodline has ascended to the 2nd tier. The formation can no longer hold. Requesting backup. Requesting backup. Outside the Swan Beast Pavilion, the middle-aged man surnamed Lu yelled into the communicator, pleading for help from the Cultivation Bureau. But in the end, the communicator only emitted a busy signal before automatically disconnecting. It's over. The middle-aged man surnamed Lu looked at Lu Guangnian in despair. The beast garden's comms have been blocked too. Lu Guangnian gazed up at the sky, his vision enhanced by spiritual energy. Sure enough, he saw a massive black net suspended dozens of meters above, covering the entire beast garden area. All around, numerous visitors attempted to use their phones to call for help, but without exception, every signal was intercepted by this towering net above them. Lu Guang sighed wearily as a young man, then raised his long blade and strode toward the Swan Beast Pavilion. The middle-aged man surnamed Lu seemed to realize something upon seeing this. Teacher Lu. That swan beast has not only broken through to the Golden Core realm but also evolved its bloodline to 2nd rank. Don't act recklessly. The communication blockade will definitely draw the attention of powerful cultivators from my city. Reinforcements from the 4 directions spirit gathering array will arrive soon. At this moment, the middle-aged man surnamed Lu was utterly thrilled. Lu Guangnian might be domineering, but after all, he had been personally invited, and he was still young. I absolutely cannot die here. Yet Lu Guangnian didn't pause for even a moment because of his dissuasion, nor did he spare him so much as a glance. With a long blade in hand, countless white flashes of sword light coalesced, trailing long streaks behind him. Lu Guangnian soared into the sky, charging straight toward the dome of the Swan Beast Hall. Ha! With a loud shout, he raised his long blade with both hands, sending countless slashing energies toward the Swan Beast's outstretched right claw. Roar! The Swan Beast roared in pain as blood gushed from its right claw. But the next moment... boom! The dome of the Swan Beast Hall shattered once more as another terrifying giant claw descended from the sky, crashing violently onto Lu Guangnian in midair. Bang! Liu Guangnian's body plummeted downward with a thud, crashing onto the ground. Professor Liu! The middle-aged man surnamed Lu cried out as he rushed forward, desperate to save Liu Guangnian's lifeless body. But before he could get close, Liu Guangnian pushed himself up from the ground and soared into the sky once more. Lu froze in shock, only then realizing that Liu Guangnian had been protected by a spiritual energy barrier. The Swan Beast's earlier strike hadn't delivered a fatal blow after all. Roar! The savage beast, seeing that Lu Guangnian not only survived but was charging forward again, flew into a berserk rage. Ignoring the formation, it swung both claws wildly, focusing all its attacks on the outside warrior Lu Guangnian. Good! Spectators, witnessing Lu Guangnian holding off the savage beast, immediately felt hope surge within them and cheered loudly. But the middle-aged man surnamed Lu below remained grim-faced. Others might not notice, but he could tell Lu Guangnian hadn't reached the Golden Core realm yet. Whether it was soaring into the air or dodging the Swan Beast's attacks at breakneck speed, he was actually draining his spiritual energy at an alarming rate. He wouldn't last much longer. Right then, an even more despairing sight unfolded before the middle-aged Lu. Woo 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 woo. Almost simultaneously, dozens of piercing alarms erupted throughout the Beast Garden. Whether at the Swan Beast Pavilion or other facilities outside it, the enclosing formations covering them all began flashing wildly at this moment. No, no, no! The middle-aged man surnamed Lu frantically rushed toward the distant formation control room. The flashing formations and blaring alarms meant the barriers were on the verge of collapse. All the demon beasts in the Beast Garden were about to break free. The demon beast enclosure housed nearly 1,000 creatures, most possessing high-level chi refining strength. Transported from the wilderness into these grounds, each retained its savage nature far beyond what urban high-level chi refiners could possibly withstand. Once unleashed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Meanwhile, the battle in the skies above had reached a critical juncture. The Swan Beast's dual claws had already breached the formation barrier, relentlessly assaulting Lu Guangnian. Yet its right paw now ran red with blood, severely weakened by blade chi strikes. Lu Guangnian's situation was even worse. By then, he had been directly struck by the lion beast 3 times and grazed 7 times. Though his body was shielded by spiritual power and remained unbroken, the tremendous shock had already numbed his head. His muscles were beginning to tear, and blood dripped steadily downward. To make matters worse, he had been fighting the Swan Beast for less than a minute, but his spiritual energy was already nearly depleted, down to just 10%. At this rate, his energy would be completely exhausted in no more than 20 seconds, forcing him to withdraw. According to his initial calculations, he had struck 2 minutes after the beast's rampage. As long as he could hold out for 3 minutes, the cultivators from the Immortal Cultivation Bureau would likely arrive at the Beast Garden by then. Once they saw the situation there, they would surely report it. By then, the reinforcements might take a minute to arrive. That's when we'd just leave it to the formation to handle. But he never expected the Berserk Swan Beast to be this terrifyingly powerful. He couldn't even hold it off for a full minute and a half. Moreover, the formation had already started flickering and was on the verge of collapse. Once it failed, the demonic beasts confined in the Swan Beast Pavilion could easily slaughter all the tourists in the Beast Garden before reinforcements arrived. The Beast Garden's isolation formation meant those visitors had absolutely no way to escape its boundaries. That's thousands of lives. At this thought, Lu Guangnian's eyes turned red. Absolutely not. He quickly widened the distance from the swan beast and took out a blood-red pill from his chest, his eyes crimson with fury. Even if my nascent soul cultivation is hopeless and my future is completely ruined, I'll stake everything on this. With this determination, Lu Guangyan was about to swallow the elixir. But at this very moment, "I'll burn you to death, you bastard!" A furious roar came from within the swan beast pavilion. Lu Guangyan froze mid-action, his hand holding the pill trembling as he stared in shock at the unfolding scene. Suddenly, Lu Chuan's figure appeared on a massive shelf behind the swan beast without warning, leaping down toward the creature's tail. The next instant, boom! A colossal flame erupted from the swan beast's back, instantly engulfing its entire body. Flames filled the sky. In the blink of an eye, the entire swan beast pavilion transformed into a sea of fire. Chapter 25, The Curtain Falls. Pain. Pain. Itch. Itchy. Pleasant. Pleasant. At this moment, Lu Chuan had completely lost consciousness, unaware of where he was. Other than alternating sensations of pain, itchiness, and pleasure, his mind was in utter chaos. To be honest, this sensation bears a striking resemblance to a certain traditional craft. It starts with a slight pain, then tingles a bit, and eventually becomes incredibly pleasurable. Yes, even our handsome discerning readers could probably guess what it is. This traditional craft is ear cleaning. His consciousness wandered, now thinking about the ancient book in his mind. After days of diligently consuming spirit shrimp and today's hearty feast at the Beast Garden, the portrait on the first painted scroll had already revealed the complete upper body of the swan beast, along with 1 foot of its lower half. However, these revealed images actually constitute only a small portion of this scroll, with a large part still shrouded in a hazy force. According to his speculation, even if the image of the swan beast were fully manifested, this creature would only occupy the center of the first page. Around the scroll, there remain vast blank areas, possibly containing other depictions. Of course, these might not necessarily be images, they could be written characters, much like the great blazing flame technique he had just seen. He then thought of Lu Guangyan. When he rushed into the Swan Beast Pavilion, he was astonished to discover that Lu Guangyan had appeared in the Demon Beast Garden and was engaged in battle with the Swan Beast. It was precisely because of this that he had the chance to climb onto a massive shelf near the Swan Beast, waiting for an opportunity to leap down and scorch its tail. After all, the Swan Beast was enormous in size, and even the tail hanging from its hindquarters was still 3 to 5 meters above the ground, completely out of his reach. He also thought of his parents, regretting his actions slightly. If he were to die here, how heartbroken they would be. Not only would they lose their son, but all the money they had spent preparing for his placement exams these past few days would also be wasted. Money. Ah, if only I had money, I wouldn't have to go hungry every day. After all, the hunger has gotten worse these days, it's practically eating away the house. Come to think of it, didn't I come to see the Swan Beast specifically to deal with this spiraling hunger? Why did you insist on playing the hero and set the fire? Countless thoughts surged through Lu Chuan's mind, leaving him uncertain whether he was dead or alive, unconscious or merely asleep. It was impossible to tell how much time had passed. Brother Chuan! Brother Chuan! Wake up! Wake up! Wake up, please! A familiar voice reached his ears, calling out to Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan struggled to gather his consciousness, every fiber of his being straining until, at last, his fingertips twitched. He had awoken. Holy shit! Despite being extremely weak at the moment, Lu Chuan couldn't help but let out a sigh of amazement. Before him loomed a face as pitch black as the bottom of a burnt pot, with only the whites of its eyes darting around. Brother Chuan, you finally died. I thought, wait, you're awake. That burnt pot was none other than Hu Fifan, now so overcome with excitement at seeing Lu Chuan revived that his words tumbled out in incoherent joy. He turned around and shouted into the distance, Brother Lu! Brother Lu! I found Lu Chuan! Over here! He's alive! Whoosh! A figure instantly appeared before Lu Chuan. It was Lu Guangyan, his face equally blackened with soot. However, unlike Hu Fifan's thick coating of ash, his appearance wasn't quite as exaggerated. With a stern expression, he carefully examined Lu Chuan's condition. Finally, his eyebrows shot up in surprise. You were buried under the ashes for so long, yet not a single injury? Lu Chuan was startled and finally looked around. He realized he was still inside the Swan Beast Hall, but the interior had been completely destroyed, leaving everything charred and blackened. And he himself was buried beneath a layer of pitch-black, fine-grained ash resembling sand. Strangest of all, the air was now filled with a peculiar fragrance. Lu Chuan suddenly understood. Apparently these ashes were left after burning the swan beast's fur. After burning the beast's tail, he had hidden beneath the shelves, but then darkness engulfed his vision as he lost consciousness. When the swan beast's abundant fur caught fire, the resulting ashes were truly terrifying. Massive amounts buried him completely. Later, Hu Fifan and Lu Guangnian had dug him out. The soot-like substance covering their faces was all ash from the swan beast's fur. At this thought, Lu Chuan realized the crisis should be over and asked curiously, "What about that swan beast?" Liu Guangnian froze upon hearing this, his expression turning odd as he replied, "I was about to ask you the same thing." "What do you mean? Brother Liu, you don't know?" Lu Chuan blinked his eyes. Liu Guangnian's eyelids twitched slightly as he wiped his forehead in embarrassment. "When you set the swan beast ablaze earlier, it went berserk, wildly flailing its arms. One swipe knocked me unconscious. Later, it was an elder who woke me up. By then, the swan beast had already vanished, and I saw Wu Fifan digging for you here, so I came to help too." "An elder?" Lu Chuan asked curiously. "Yes," Liu Guangnian laughed. "An elder who's at least at the nascent soul stage. He probably came in response to the Immortal Cultivation Bureau's distress call. You're really lucky. Even if the swan beast hadn't crushed you to death, you would have been burned alive in the swan beast pavilion's fire. If you don't know where the swan beast is either, then the senior must have killed it and taken it away afterward." Lu Guangnian said somewhat helplessly, "I originally thought that stealing the swan beast's corpse from the monster enclosure would at least fetch some money to share with you. Who knew even that senior wouldn't let it go?" "So, it's all over now?" Lu Chuan asked excitedly. "Yeah." Lu Guangnian sighed emotionally. "Yes, after that senior came, the screen formation was automatically lifted, and all the visitors had already been evacuated. Aside from the substantial damage caused by the burning of part of the Swan Beast Pavilion, the Monster Garden suffered almost no losses." At this point, he solemnly turned to Lu Chuan. "I asked Director Lu of the Monster Garden, and the time the senior arrived was 2 minutes after I lost consciousness. This means that your fire bought us at least 2 minutes against the Swan Beast. For this Swan Beast rampage and the divine sex attack, Lu Chuan, you should be credited as the first meritorious deed." "Lead merit?" Lu Chuan's eyes lit up, his heart stirred as he blurted out, "Does it pay?" "Ha ha ha." Seeing Lu Chuan directly ask about money, Lu Guangnian laughed heartily and replied, "Of course it does." "Ha ha ha ha, cough cough, that's fantastic." Upon hearing there was payment, Lu Chuan burst into loud laughter, but before he could laugh for long, he was choked into violent coughing by the ash floating in the air. Embarrassed, he rose to his feet and asked, "Brother Lu, you mentioned the divine sect earlier, what exactly is that?" Lu Guangnian didn't reply, just gave him a strange look while glancing downward. "We'll talk about that later. Could you put some clothes on first, please?" Hearing this, Lu Chuan looked down and instantly became utterly embarrassed. There he stood, completely naked amid the ashes, with certain areas being particularly conspicuous. Chapter 26, Is this vehicle shockproof? The three stepped out of the Swan Beast Pavilion. The sunlight was no longer as scorching as it had been at noon, having softened considerably, while the air had lost its oppressive heat. Outside the Swan Beast Pavilion, not a single tourist remained. Many staff members of the mythical creature park were cleaning up the chaotic aftermath, moving slowly with expressions of post-disaster relief as they chatted with colleagues while tidying the area. Lu Chuan suddenly realized that he must have been unconscious for quite some time, probably 2 or 3 hours. At that moment, a man in a black suit quickly ran over from the distance, pushing past the staff of the Beast Garden to stand before Lu Chuan and his 2 companions. With a cold and stern expression, he demanded, "You 3. Did you just come out of the Swan Beast Pavilion?" "Oh, yes," answered Hu Fifan timidly, sensing an intimidating aura emanating from the man in the black suit. "Then I'll trouble you to come with me for questioning." The man in black suits moved closer to the trio, intensifying his spiritual pressure even further. Lu Chuan felt displeased and was about to speak up to demand clarification. Scram! Suddenly, a cold shout erupted beside them. The speaker was Lu Guangyan, whose expression had turned frostier than ever, seemingly on the verge of explosive rage, a spiritual pressure countless times stronger than the black-suited man's now radiated from him. You. The previously imposing man in the black suit immediately turned pale, beads of sweat the size of peas appearing on his forehead as his legs began to tremble. Esteemed senior, I was merely carrying out routine duties. I beg you to calm your anger. Let's go. Lu Guangyan ignored the man in black and motioned for Lu Chuan to leave. Just as they were about to depart, he casually dropped one final remark: today's blunder by your cultivation bureau nearly caused a major disaster. I'll be reporting this to Pingyuan City's inspection office to purge all you worthless fools. If you've got a guilty conscience, you'd better make arrangements for your family elders and children in advance. With that, he didn't pause another moment, leading Lu Chuan and the other out of the animal park. The man in the black suit didn't dare utter another word, keeping his head bowed so low that sweat dripped from his face onto the ground. Though he didn't know Lu Guangyan's exact status, the implications were crystal clear: today's swan beast rampage at the animal park. Superintendent Lu had actually reported the movements of the cult infiltrator Chui Rong beforehand. This should have been an ambush operation against the cult spy, yet in the end, due to the delayed arrival of the cultivation bureau, they became completely passive, nearly causing thousands of visitors to perish here. Such a grave mistake is absolutely impossible for the superiors to turn a blind eye to. They'll inevitably launch an investigation. Facing this inquiry, as the leader responsible for this operation, he would undoubtedly bear the primary accountability. Are we just leaving like this? Outside the Demon Beast Garden, Lu Chuan asked Lu Guangyan curiously, we don't have classes today, it wouldn't be unreasonable to accompany them to the Cultivation Bureau for questioning. Lu Chuan was familiar with the Cultivation Bureau. It was essentially a specialized department handling cultivation affairs, a genuinely powerful institution. He felt that with such a major incident occurring, it was only right for him, as an eyewitness, to cooperate with the investigation and fulfill his civic duty. Of course, while performing this duty, he planned to embellish his role in exterminating the savage beast and saving thousands of people just a little, hoping to secure generous rewards from the authorities for being such a courageous and resourceful young man. As if reading Lu Chuan's mind, Lu Guangyan chuckled and said, don't worry, the rewards you deserve won't slip away. Pingyuan City will send officials to handle such a significant incident, and they'll naturally reward you when the time comes. How much can you get? Lu Chuan asked curiously. Who knows, maybe 100,000, maybe 500,000? Liu Guangyan shrugged nonchalantly, turning to scan the road as if searching for a taxi. 500,000. Lu Chuan's voice cracked with excitement. 500,000. That's way too much. His parents only earn a few thousand yuan a month, and now he's casually getting a 500,000 reward just like that? Actually, he felt Lu Guangyan contributed the most during this incident. After all, he was the one who intercepted the beast head-on, risking his safety. All he did was set a fire. Getting 500,000 outright seemed a bit excessive. You've made it big, brother Chuan. Hu Feithan exclaimed too, his face beaming with joy and envy. Just then, Lu Guangyan's phone suddenly rang. Hello, calling for Lu Chuan? Lu Guangyan answered the phone, sounding surprised. All right. Lu Chuan, it's for you. He handed the phone to Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan also looked puzzled as he took the phone. Hey! Xiaochuan, are you okay? Lu Tiankui's anxious voice immediately came through the phone. I'm fine, Uncle Lu, I'm doing great. I'm currently with Teacher Lu from Yuanwu Immortal University, so don't worry about me. Good, that's a relief. Lu Tiankui said excitedly. Your father sent you to me, and if anything happened to you, how could I ever explain it to him? I never imagined Section Chief Chui, such a good man, turned out to be a cult spy. When he barged into the array control room, I didn't take it seriously at all. But he ambushed me from behind. Luckily, Director Lu arrived just in time to stabilize the formation. Uncle Lu, you're injured? Lu Chuan gasped in shock, his voice full of concern. Yes, I've been hospitalized for treatment. The doctors absolutely forbade me from leaving, otherwise I would have come to find you long ago. Director Lu kept telling me you were fine, but Teacher Lu's phone wouldn't connect until now. Are you really alright, Xiaochuan? Lu Chuan gave a pained smile. Uncle Lu, focus on recovering first. I'm bursting with energy right now, Dad, and I will visit you soon. Alright, as long as you're okay. Please pass the phone to Teacher Lu now. Principal Lu seems to have something to say to him. Lu Tiankui on the other end of the line finally relaxed. Lu Guangnian nodded at Lu Chuan and took the phone. Sure, okay. We'll wait right at the entrance of the monster zoo. After hanging up, he smiled at Lu Chuan and Hu Fifan. No need to call a taxi. Let's wait for Principal Lu to give us a ride. Lu Chuan nodded in agreement. The monster zoo had already closed for the day, with even security barriers set up. It would definitely be difficult to hail a cab at this point, so having a ride arranged was certainly the best option. Principal Lu? Hu Fifan asked curiously, you mean the one who insisted on changing the grabbing time to 1 hour before the museum opens? Ahem, that Principal Lu? Lu Guangnian shot Hu Fifan a glare. Just say he's brain dead if that's what you mean. He. Hu Fifan chuckled without offering any explanation. Lu Guangnian said, this isn't his fault. If those incompetents at the Immortal Cultivation Bureau hadn't made mistakes, the incident should have been resolved before the ticket rush even began. The decision to postpone the ticket sales was correct. Compared to those useless folks at the Immortal Cultivation Bureau, Director Lu managed to delay the formation's collapse in the control room for a few minutes before the senior arrived, preventing all the demon beasts in the breeding grounds from running rampant. Pretty impressive, if you ask me. Upon hearing this, Lu Chuan silently rolled his eyes in his mind. Damn, how deep is Lu Guangnian's grudge against the Immortal Cultivation Bureau? Every time he mentions them, he calls them useless. Soon, a dark green off-road vehicle approached from the distance and stopped before the trio. A portly middle-aged man hopped out and politely opened the door for them, saying, everyone, please get in. I've rented out a private training chamber at the My Hotel, we can talk there. The three of them got into the car. Lu Guangnian, however, said plainly, there's nothing that has to be done in a hotel. We can just do it in the car. In the car? Lu Chuan and Hu Fifan exchanged glances, their expressions turning odd. Unable to resist, they asked softly, Director Lu, is your car shockproof? Chapter 27 The Harvest. Ahem. Student Lu certainly has a sense of humor, ha ha ha. How about I hand over the steering wheel to you? Why don't you take the wheel? Principal Lu, sitting in the driver's seat and already middle-aged, naturally understood the kind of banter between men that Lu Chuan was referencing, and now cheerfully teased him in return. Ha 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 ha. The atmosphere in the car instantly became much more relaxed. The four men, regardless of their age differences, all laughed together. But that being said, Director Lu replied with a hint of pride, smiling as she explained. Due to work requirements, I often have to venture into areas where those demon beasts roam. So this vehicle isn't just highly shock-resistant, its exterior is also heavily reinforced. All my colleagues at the Demon Beast Park are quite envious. I see. Hu Fifan in the back seat, who knew a thing or two about cars, suddenly understood. No wonder I couldn't recognize the exact model, it's custom modified. Hearing this, Lu Chuan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This world, though also named Blue Sea Star, is not like its predecessor where humanity always dominated the planet. 2,000 years ago, before the cultivation civilization began, this world's development level was comparable to the Shang dynasty of the previous life, not even reaching the spring and autumn period. In those days, human-built cities could accommodate at most thousands to tens of thousands of people. Dynasties resembled tribes, and human strength was still weak, barely posing any threat to the beasts in primordial forests and vast mountain ranges. But ever since Zhang Daoling ascended 2 millennia ago, spreading the cultivation civilization and marking the start of the primordial era, humans grew stronger, yet simultaneously, beasts also began cultivating alongside them. Among humans, there exist powerful individuals who cultivate to become mighty practitioners, while among beasts, there are also formidable creatures that evolve into monstrous beasts capable of threatening small nations. Thus, before the year 500 of the Immortal Era, Leisurestar was plunged into extreme chaos, with monstrous beasts and humans engaged in endless battles and territorial conflicts. This turmoil only ceased in the year 500 of the Immortal Era. From then on, monstrous beasts and humans appeared to have reached some kind of agreement. Powerful beasts no longer rashly invaded human cities, and human elites no longer indiscriminately slaughtered herds of monstrous beasts. Yet, the antagonism between monstrous beasts and humans remained very real. Therefore, the duty of the Demon Beast Park is to educate urban residents about demon beasts, making them aware that these creatures are enemies to be wary of. This had a profound impact on Lu Chuan. In his previous life, human development progressed rapidly, while animals or beasts hardly evolved at all. As a result, humans dominated the entire planet Hylon, leaving animals as mere objects to be protected, observed, or admired for being cute, posing no real threat to humanity. After chatting for a while, Director Lu cleared his throat, as if recalling something, and said with a smile to Lu Guangyan, "Professor Lu, since I invited you from Yuanwu Immortal University for this mission, here's the payment. It's 3 times the original amount for you, Teacher Lu." With that, he handed over a card. Good. Lu Guangyan didn't stand on ceremony and immediately took the card. Only then did Lu Chuan realize this was what Principal Lu and Lu Guangyan had meant by doing something. Student Lu. Suddenly, Principal Lu turned around and smiled at Lu Chuan. "Director Lu, what's wrong?" Lu Chuan asked curiously. "Without you today, the wilderness of Muyi City's monster zoo might have faced calamity. This card is my personal token of gratitude, Lu." With that, he actually pulled out a card of his own and handed it to Lu Chuan. "Ha!" Lu Chuan was momentarily stunned and didn't take it right away. Suddenly, Lu Guangyan in the front passenger seat glanced up at the car roof, casually warning, "Don't you dare refuse out of politeness. If you push it away, he's absolutely the type to take it back." Hearing this, Lu Chuan straightened up in alarm and quickly accepted the card. "Then thank you, Director Lu." Seeing Lu Chuan accept the card, Principal Lu's smile broadened. But suddenly, he felt a chill on his scalp and noticed Hu Fifan beside Lu Chuan staring straight at him without blinking. This kid. Principal Lu's eye twitched as he fumbled in his pocket again, pulling out a stack of vouchers. "Here, young man, you get some too. These are 10 all-access passes to the mythical beast garden. Take them." Hu Fifan glanced at the bank card in Lu Chuan's hand, then looked at the colorful tickets in his own, his face filled with resentment. The gap between people, how can it be so vast? After concluding the transaction, Principal Lu escorted Lu Chuan and the other 2 back. Lu Chuan had originally planned to seek further advice from Lu Guangyan. After all, this was a powerhouse who had become a teacher at Xian University. He could surely help resolve some of Lu Chuan's cultivation-related doubts. Moreover, Lu Chuan wanted to ask about the mysterious sect Lu Guangyan had mentioned earlier. Just what exactly was this divine sect? Having now fought side by side, Lu Guangyan and Lu Chuan had grown much closer in their relationship. When Lu Guangyan heard Lu Chuan's request, he readily agreed without hesitation. But then, Lu Guangyan received another phone call. It seemed someone was urgently summoning him back to Yuanwu Immortal University. With no other choice, he quickly bid farewell to Lu Chuan, left his phone number behind, and told him to call if there were any issues. Lu Chuan completely understood. After all, today's events were hardly minor. As both a witness to the entire incident and a faculty member of Yuanwu Immortal University, Lu Guangyan would naturally need to report to higher authorities. Goodbye, Hu Fifan. See you later, Brother Chuan. The sky was azure. After getting out of the car, Lu Chuan bid farewell to Hu Fifan and dashed toward the entrance of the residential complex. Though he felt somewhat regretful about not being able to consult Lu Guangyan, it didn't dampen Lu Chuan's good mood. Clutching the bank card that Principal Lu had pressed into his hand, he hurried straight to the self-service bank branch near the complex entrance. He inserted the card into the ATM and entered the password Principal Lu had told him. Soon, the screen displayed the account balance. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 zeros in total. The first digit is still a 2. 200,000. Lu Chuan felt like he could hardly breathe. Director Lu actually gave me 200,000 yuan. He quickly glanced back and noticed there was no one else at this self-service banking outlet except for the surveillance camera above him. He immediately pocketed the bank card, turned around and bolted, running all the way home. Upon bursting through the door, he stuffed the card beneath his pillow. Lying in bed staring at the ceiling, realization suddenly dawned on him. Damn it, why is it that after living for 17 years and suddenly coming into money, I feel like a thief? This isn't stolen. I earned it with my fucking life. At this thought, Lu Chuan sat up again, pulled out his bank card, and slapped it down on the table with a loud thump. But then he thought again. How am I supposed to explain this if mom and dad see it? Say I bravely fought a demon beast at the monster zoo and killed a golden core level creature? That doesn't seem like a good explanation either. Forget it. I'll just hide it for now and find an excuse to tell them later. Lu Chuan sighed and still hid his bank card away. But at that moment, a sudden wave of intense drowsiness washed over him. Lu Chuan's vision darkened once more as he collapsed straight onto the bed, falling into immediate unconsciousness. In a daze, he appeared once more in that inexplicable space. The ancient book materialized before him again and slowly opened on its own. Lu Chuan gazed dazedly at the first page of the ancient book, his eyes suddenly flashing with wild excitement. For now, the first page of this ancient tome had clearly. Chapter 28, I'm more wrong than Doi herself. On Saturday evening, the day before heading to the beast garden, Lu Chuan had devoured 5 caddies of sea spirit shrimp in the afternoon. By then, part of the first page's illustrated scroll had already been unlocked. The upper body of the swan beast, including its head, had manifested. Later, he consumed quite a bit of beast meat from the cafeteria at the beast garden, prompting the lower left corner of the painted scroll to unfurl, revealing the left foot of the swan beast along with 2 lines of text about the great blazing flame technique. 9 days had passed since Lu Chuan obtained the ancient book until that night. Not counting the steamed buns, rice, and other ordinary meals, he had already eaten over 20 kilograms of ocean spirit shrimp during those 9 days. More than 20 kilograms of ocean spirit shrimp were worth over 10,000 huaxia coins. Despite consuming such a vast quantity of spirit nourishment, by Sunday afternoon, only about a quarter of the images on the first page of the painted scroll had fully manifested. Based on his previous estimation, to fully restore the first page of this scroll, he would likely need to consume spiritual sea shrimp for about a month and a half. Moreover, as his appetite grew increasingly voracious, it would probably require over 200 pounds of spiritual sea shrimp. At 500 a pound, that meant ingesting 100,000 yuan worth. On his way home from the beast garden, Lu Chuan had already done the math in his head. After checking his bank card balance at the bank, he had made up his mind to use the 200,000 yuan that Director Lu had pressed upon him to continue purchasing spiritual food and fill this bottomless pit. But at this moment, within the space where the ancient book lay, Lu Chuan gazed at the slowly opening tome, his eyes flashing with ecstasy. For he saw that now, the first page of the ancient book, originally shrouded in hazy power, had almost completely cleared. And the images on this first illustrated scroll had nearly all manifested entirely. In the pitch-black space, a single illustrated scroll floated quietly in mid-air. At its center stood a massive beast, golden from head to toe, resembling an ape in appearance, yet with icy cold eyes and limbs of extraordinary thickness. It possessed incredibly sturdy limbs, its entire body rippling with ferocious muscles. Most crucially, atop its head grew a pair of pale yellow horns that curved and twisted, measuring a full 3 chi in length. These horns bestowed upon it an air of formidable majestic. All of it came out. At this moment, Lu Chuan was brimming with excitement. He eagerly rushed forward to carefully examine the first page of the scroll. Sure enough, he discovered that the swan beast's head, limbs, and body were now clearly visible before Lu Chuan. Its appearance looked quite similar to that swan beast in the demon beast garden, which was at the foundation establishment stage, except its fur was more golden, its horns were longer, and it appeared more majestic. Aside from the central image of the swan beast, this page of the scroll also had other content around the edges. For example, at the bottom left near the swan beast's left foot, there were words about the Great Blazing Flame Technique. Great Blazing Flame Technique. Method, use the blazing flame technique to scorch the swan beast's tail and burn its fur. In the upper right corner, near the head of the swan beast, was inscribed an ancient character trace symbolizing bloodline rank. The upper left corner bore no markings. Lu Chuan felt a pang of disappointment, having hoped it might hold some useful clues. Now, the entire scroll was veiled only in the faintest haze of indistinct energy at the lower right corner. Squinting, Lu Chuan could just make out the vague outlines of some plants, though their exact species remained unclear. Just as he rubbed his eyes and strained to discern those botanical shapes, his vision darkened, and just as before, he lost consciousness once more. What? Professor Morong didn't take away the swan beast's remains? At the same moment, at Yuanwu University, Lu Guangnian stared at the elegant middle-aged female teacher before him, her silver-rimmed glasses and slightly graying hair framing a refined demeanor, as he asked with uncharacteristic agitation. The woman smiled gently at Lu Guangnian and said softly, "Oh? Are you trying to renege? Lu Guangnian widened his eyes at the words, Instructor Lu, what do you mean by that? Enough, Instructor Lu said gently, rising from his chair. Your action in my eliminated many spies from the divine sect and prevented suffering for thousands. Taking the corpse of a Foundation establishment-level demon beast is hardly a big deal. But Lu Guangnian stepped forward anxiously. Instructor Lu, I was unconscious at the time. It was Teacher Morong who woke me up. How could I have had time to move the swan beast's corpse? Enough, Instructor Lu chuckled. Playing unconscious is child's play for you, isn't it? Lu Guangnian still wanted to say something, but Instructor Lu cut him off. Focus on your cultivation. I will faithfully report this matter to the supervision platform of Pingyuan City. As students of Yuanwu Immortal University, we should act with integrity. It's just the carcass of a mere Foundation establishment stage demonic beast. If you took it, so be it. What's wrong with telling them? Don't hide things from me next time. With that, the figure vanished before Lu Guangnian's eyes. Only Lu Guangnian remained, staring blankly into the empty void before him. After a long silence, he let out a deep sigh and lamented, This Instructor Morong, if saving me was all he intended, then taking the swan beast's flesh would have been enough. But why pretend ignorance and pin the blame on me instead? I'm even more wrong than Doi. Immersive translate. At the same time. Inside a secret meeting room at the supervision platform of Plain City. Numerous figures sat around an enormous table deep in discussion. Dressed formally and each emanating spiritual energy fluctuations, they were clearly cultivators of no meager strength. The details about the recent attack on the demonic beast park of my city have been largely clarified. Now, let us discuss the responsibilities the My City Cultivation Bureau should bear in this operation, said a stern-looking middle-aged man standing at the forefront in a quiet tone. But at that moment, a sudden ringtone from a phone broke out on the other side of the conference table. The middle-aged man immediately turned his dissatisfied gaze toward the source, but when he noticed the phone belonged to a bald, bearded elderly man with gray-streaked hair, his displeasure instantly faded, replaced by a courteous smile. Professor Morong, perhaps you'd like to take the call first? We can wait for you to return before continuing the meeting. It's Professor Xian De Lu calling again. Muttered Professor Morong before smiling apologetically at the others in the meeting room. Would you kindly pardon this old man for a moment? I'll be right back. Ha ha ha. Professor Morong, you're too polite. Your matters take precedence. Indeed, indeed. This actually gives us a chance to rest while you take the call. The other staff members at the supervision desk, all shrewd individuals, chimed in with knowing smiles. Professor Morong stepped out of the meeting room and answered the call. Hey, Coach Lu. What? You're saying I stole that Foundation establishment beast's corpse and falsely accused your student? I, Morong Yenwu, am at least a renowned expert in my own right. Who would care about some lousy Foundation establishment beast? Since when does your student's word carry more weight than mine? Lu Jingxian. Don't think that being half a rank above this old man gives you license to piss all over me. With that, he slammed down the phone. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, that little brat Lu Guangnian, so what if he took the measly body of a Foundation stage swan beast? Did he have to pin it on me? You'd better not take my course next time, or you'll get what's coming to you. Chapter 29, The Gap. The next day. Lu Chuan got out of bed feeling refreshed, stretching his arms with a long yawn. Yesterday, after returning from the Beast Garden, he lay down in bed and fell asleep, sleeping straight through until the next day. The feeling of having slept so thoroughly was immensely satisfying. But this wasn't the most satisfying part. What was even more satisfying was discovering that although he hadn't eaten dinner last night, hadn't even had time to consume the spirit shrimp, he didn't feel the slightest bit hungry now. The gnawing hunger that had been tormenting him recently had completely vanished. This made Lu Chuan even more delighted. After washing up and having a quick bite of breakfast, he headed straight to school. Today was Monday, time for classes. Arriving at my Cultivation High School's Class 8 classroom, Lu Chuan took his seat with radiant energy. Hu Fifan was already there, animatedly chatting with Zhang Wubi nearby. Spotting Lu Chuan's entrance, they both turned to look. Hu Fifan said, Brother Chuan's here, ask him. Zhang Wubin immediately scrambled over excitedly, asking, Lu Chuan. I heard my dad say something happened at the monster garden yesterday while I was eating breakfast. Is that true? Lu Chuan was taken aback and turned to glance at Hu Fifan beside him. Hu Fifan immediately adopted a serious expression and said, Don't worry, Brother Chuan, I didn't say anything. There was an incident. There seems to be some problem with the formation at the Swan Beast Pavilion, Lu Chuan replied, sticking to the explanation Director Lu had given him the previous day. The incident at the Swan Beast Pavilion involved too many complications. If the whole truth were revealed, it might cause panic among the public. Therefore, the official explanation was, an unexpected issue occurred with the formation outside the Swan Beast Pavilion, posing safety concerns. Therefore, the exhibition has been temporarily cancelled. All visitors who successfully purchase tickets will receive refunds via the original payment method within 72 hours. Wow! It's actually true, Zhang Wubin asked excitedly. I heard the Swan Beast's claws even reached out from the Swan Beast exhibit. Is that for real? It's real, Hu Fifan and I saw it with our own eyes, Lu Chuan replied. Hu Fifan, yeah. So jealous, I should have gone too. Zhang Wubin mused wistfully, imagine it flipping the whole arena with one swipe, how epic would that be? Lu Chuan twitched at the corner of his eye. What the hell kind of cool is this? At the time, my damn legs nearly gave out from fright. This was an incident where nearly thousands of people almost lost their lives. But he didn't say much more, just made casual small talk. Suddenly, Zhang Wubin's eyes lit up as he asked Lu Chuan, have you been taking pills recently? Spirit condensing pills? Lu Chuan was taken aback. Why do you ask? Zhang Wubin explained, I didn't notice it when you first arrived, but after spending more time together, I can feel it, your spiritual power has definitely increased by a significant margin. You can sense my spiritual power level? Lu Chuan asked curiously. That's not important, Zhang Wubin said solemnly. Lu Chuan, if you've taken elixirs, you'd better be careful. Our spiritual power is still too weak to withstand overly potent medicinal effects. Taking elixirs too early could make our spiritual foundation unstable and seriously hinder future cultivation. But didn't Teacher Lu tell us before to prepare 1 to 3 qi condensing pills? Lu Chuan asked curiously. Sigh, so you really did take them? Zhang Wubin sighed. Teacher Lu only told us to prepare qi condensing pills, he never specified when we should take them. Lu Chuan blinked his eyes, then why didn't she say? Ahem. Zhang Wubin cleared his throat and whispered to Lu Chuan, of the 6 people called into the office that day, apart from you, all came from well-off families. Probably Teacher Lu assumed everyone knew the rules about taking the qi condensation pills, so she didn't mention it? Lu Chuan asked. Right. Zhang Wubin cautiously observed Lu Chuan's expression changing and said carefully, Lu Chuan, actually. All right. Lu Chuan waved his hand, cutting off Zhang Wubin. I'm fine, none of this matters. Zhang Wubin still wanted to say something, but in the end, he just patted Lu Chuan's shoulder, sighed lightly, and stayed silent. Just then, class representative Yuan Menghan entered through the front door of the classroom and called out in a clear voice, Zhao Yu, Lu Yan, you two come to the office. Teacher Lu wants to see you. Lu Chuan raised an eyebrow and asked, now what's this about? Zhang Wubin whispered, I heard the principal thinks our grade has quite a few promising talents. With Yuanwu Immortal University expanding, he wants to strive for better results, so they've already formed an advanced class in our second year of high school. Anyone with a spiritual power exceeding 300 can join early. Zhao Yu and Lu Yan had their spiritual power measured during meditation yesterday. Seems they've already surpassed 300. At this point, Zhang Wubin cautiously asked Lu Chuan, your spiritual power must be over 300 by now too, right? Probably, Lu Chuan admitted without hiding it. Then you could follow them too. Zhang Wubin lifted his chin, signaling towards Yuan Menghan along with Zhao Yu and Lu Yan's departing figures. Follow them? To the small class? Lu Chuan asked, what do they teach in the small class? Zhang Wubin thought for a moment before answering, from what my dad told me the other day, probably cultivation techniques. What? Lu Chuan nearly shouted, is the principal trying to get himself killed? How could this be? Zhang Wubin said with a bitter smile, are you absolutely sure about this? The clause in the Cultivation Education Act clearly states, it is strictly prohibited for any individual or institution to teach cultivation techniques to minors under the age of 16. Violators will be sentenced to death directly. The regulation specifies minors under 16. We're all 17-year-old second-year high school students, it's not prohibited for us. My father told me just days ago that according to the school's teaching plan, cultivation techniques would begin after class assignments. But those cultivator families got started years in advance. This is all about the gap between us. By the end of his speech, Zhang Wubin let out a deep sigh, seemingly full of regret. Lu Chuan's gaze was equally complicated. Yes, it's all about the gap. Zhang Wubin's family circumstances were considerably better than his own, which meant his family could instruct him on the proper use of qi condensation pills. Yet even so, his household lacked the means to let him begin cultivation techniques ahead of time. As for Lu Yan, Zhao Yu, and that Li Yi from class 5, they all came from cultivator families where both parents were foundation establishment cultivators. They never had to worry about spirit food during the grace period, nor were they ignorant of how to use qi condensation pills. What's more, they received the finest guidance and started practicing cultivation techniques earlier than the rest. No world has ever been fair, it has always been strength that speaks. Take teacher Lu, for example. She understood better than anyone that Lu Yan, Zhao Yu, and the others stood out in class because of better spirit food and superior guidance from their families. She was well aware that Lu Chuan, despite lacking sufficient spiritual food and guidance, had remarkably achieved the 6th highest spiritual power in the entire class. Yet she focused solely on results. As a teacher, she would only dedicate her efforts to nurturing students with higher spiritual power and greater potential, those who could become shining entries in her illustrious resume and bring her pride. Why had she been overlooked? Something as crucial as the proper usage of condensing qi pills hadn't even been explained to her, nearly causing irreversible damage to her future cultivation. Simply because, among the 6 students, her spiritual power had been the weakest, and her family background seemed too modest to support a long journey of cultivation. The odds of her ever reaching foundation building were vanishingly small. Lu Chuan had a clear understanding of these pros and cons in his heart. He fully comprehended teacher Lu's actions and didn't hold it against her. After all, he hadn't taken the qi condensation pill at the wrong time and avoided making a grave mistake. But Lu Chuan wasn't a saint. Understanding aside, he still harbored some resentment. At this moment, he had already secretly noted it down in his mental ledger. If he ever became the top student at my high school and returned to claim his prize, he absolutely wouldn't say a word to teacher Lu. He'd make sure she regretted it to death. Chapter 30, The Reason Why the Huaxia Alliance Bans Early Cultivation of Techniques. In the office. Understood, teacher. The 5th floor, right? We're heading there now. Got it. Goodbye, teacher. Zhao Yu and Lu Yan waved goodbye to teacher Lu after listening to her instructions and were about to leave the office, heading towards the junior class. But as soon as they stepped out of the office door, they saw Lu Chuan standing there. Lu Chuan? What are you doing here? Lu Yan asked curiously. As the class monitor of grade 8, he was particularly sensitive about class schedules and wondered why Lu Chuan wasn't in class but standing outside the office instead. Lu Chuan glanced around the office and signaled Lu Yan and Zhao Yu to change locations for their conversation. Lu Yan and Zhao Yu immediately understood the hint and led Lu Chuan aside. What's wrong? Lu Yan asked with concern. Although he was the class monitor, he wasn't the teacher's lackey. When forced to choose between the teacher and his classmates, he would undoubtedly stand with his peers. Zhao Yu was the same, looking at Lu Chuan with an air of righteous support at that moment. Seeing their vigilant expressions, Lu Chuan smiled and said, "There's nothing serious. Aren't you two heading to the small class? I'd like to go with you." Well. Lu Yan hesitated. Lu Chuan quickly added, "My spiritual power level has also exceeded 300. Holy crap! Zhao Yu and Lu Yan swore outright, when the hell did this happen? How are you so fast? Didn't break through too long ago, Lu Chuan said impassively, you two are just faster to begin with. I just have better stamina, that's all. Alright, since you've cleared 300, you can join the advanced class now. Come with us. Unaware that Lu Chuan was trash-talking him, Lu Yan decided to bring Lu Chuan along to the advanced class. So the three of them set off together, heading towards the classroom at the very end of the 5th floor. By the time the trio arrived at the small classroom, many students were already waiting inside. There were many familiar faces among them, students Lu Chuan had glimpsed in restroom breaks or during school events, likely others whose spiritual power levels also exceeded 300. Let's take the back row, Lu Yan suggested, turning to consult both Lu Chuan and Zhao Yu. All right. Lu Chuan and Zhao Yu nodded, then the three of them found seats in the back row. Before long, the small classroom was surprisingly packed. Lu Chuan raised his eyebrows, this was somewhat unexpected. The classroom should accommodate about 37 or 38 people, and there were only 8 classes in their grade. By that calculation, nearly 5 students from each class on average had spiritual power values exceeding 300, yet Class 8 only had the 3 of them. Class 8 seems a bit weak. Soon, as the small classroom filled with students, a tall and slender male teacher with transparent glasses walked in. The moment the teacher entered, the small classroom fell completely silent. Lu Chuan recognized this teacher, Zhang Ning, homeroom teacher of Class 5. Before teacher Hu Yan reached the foundation establishment stage, teacher Zhang Ning's spiritual power was the second highest in the senior year, only surpassed by teacher Hu Yan. Now that teacher Hu Yan has broken through to foundation establishment, his spiritual power has naturally become the strongest among the senior year teachers. Having him in charge of this small class seems only fitting. Zhang Ning's small eyes behind his glasses swept across the classroom, seeming to pause slightly when they landed on Lu Chuan before he finally gave a slight nod. Good, it seems everyone is here. Let's prepare to begin class. I believe everyone understands the purpose of gathering you all here. You're all the top students from your respective classes. With just 20 days left before the placement exam, being able to achieve spiritual energy values exceeding 300 is quite impressive. At Zhang Ning's praise, low laughter rippled through the small classroom. Most students broke into smiles, though a few secretly chuckled while maintaining straight faces. However, Zhang Ning abruptly changed his tone and calmly stated, in previous years, students who gained admission to Celestial University typically had spiritual energy values surpassing 450 at this stage of preparation. I'd like to ask all the students present, has anyone's spiritual power reached 450 yet? At these words, the small classroom instantly fell silent. The students who had been laughing moments earlier now wore unpleasant expressions. 450, huh? This is way too far off. 10 seconds passed. Not a single hand was raised in the classroom. Oh. Zhang Ning said expressionlessly, it seems there's still a gap between you all and the true masters from previous years. The atmosphere in the classroom grew even more somber, with some students even letting out faint sighs. Seeing that the impact had been sufficiently made, Zhang Ning chuckled lightly and said, but don't worry. This year's advanced class is starting much earlier than in previous years. As long as you all work hard in the advanced class, catching up to those top students from past years won't be a problem. At these words, all the students' eyes lit up as they stared at Zhang Ning, brimming with anticipation. Zhang Ning rubbed his nose, thinking to himself that good students were indeed easier to fool. Then she pulled out a book from under the desk and said with a smile, this is the secret manual that can help you catch up with past masters. Come on, classmates, tell me loudly, what's written on this book? Spirit Vortex Cultivation Method. Correct. Zhang Ning laughed. The cultivation method, this will be our main focus in our small group study. Then, speaking to those outside the door, he said, come in, bring them in and distribute them. Immediately, several students outside the door, each carrying a stack of books, walked in and began handing out the books one pile at a time. Lu Chuan stared at the new book in his hand, lost in thought. Spiritual Vortex Cultivation Method was a cultivation technique that had been vigorously promoted by the Huaxia Alliance ever since its establishment 1,500 years ago. Unlike the novels he had read in his past life, where cultivation techniques had to be fought for tooth and nail, here in the Huaxia Alliance, as long as you were capable of cultivation, the techniques would be directly provided to you. Among all cultivation methods before the Golden Core stage, this spiritual vortex cultivation method was one of the most top-tier techniques. Cultivation techniques. Are we finally about to begin cultivating? Lu Chuan was brimming with excitement. To be honest, he had been practicing meditation for some time now, but aside from running a bit faster, being a bit stronger, and eating a bit more, he hadn't yet felt the true benefits of cultivation. After mastering the cultivation technique, he should finally be able to experience the truly miraculous aspects of cultivation, right? Alright, it seems all students have received their copies of the spiritual vortex cultivation method. Don't open them yet, the teacher needs to confirm 2 points first. Are there any students among you who are under 16 years old? No one spoke. Is there anyone with a spiritual power value below 300? No one had spoken yet. Phew, that's good, Zhang Ning chuckled, patting his chest in relief. If there were, I'd be arrested the moment you opened this cultivation manual. Ha ha ha. The classmates burst into laughter again. Alright, class, turn to the first page. First, let's clarify the function and significance of cultivation techniques. Zhang Ning gestured for the students to open their cultivation manuals and began explaining. All of you have been cultivating since your first year of high school. It's been 2 years now, over 700 days. Yet starting from 0 spiritual power, you've only accumulated just over 300 points by now. Calculating it out, your spiritual power increases by just 1 point every 2 days. Do you students think this pace is slow? Slow. Too slow, the students replied. Zhang Ning took out the spiritual vortex cultivation method in his hand and pointed at the book, saying, "Everyone, please look at page 2, the cultivation speed in the qi refining section. Cultivators at the qi refining stage who practice this technique can achieve a spiritual energy growth rate of 5 to 10 points per day. If all of you had started cultivating this technique from your first year of high school, calculating at the minimum growth rate of 5 points per day, wouldn't your spiritual energy values have already reached the foundation establishment stage after more than 700 days? So why has the Huaxia Alliance made it illegal by law?" This question made all the students in the classroom widen their eyes in astonishment. They had never considered this issue before. Yeah, if I had started cultivating from the first year of high school, at the very least I'd have reached the foundation establishment stage by now. Right, wouldn't this cultivation method progress faster than spiritual food during its golden age? Why ban it? Lu Chuan was also puzzled upon hearing this and looked curiously at Zhang Ning. "Xiaoyu, you seem to have something to say. Why don't you speak up?" Zhang Ning gestured for Xiaoyu to answer. Xiaoyu stood up and asked, "Teacher Zhang, is it because starting cultivation techniques too early yields no results? That the spiritual power doesn't increase at all?" As soon as these words were spoken, the classmates in the classroom nodded one after another. It's highly possible. The cultivation must be useless, otherwise why would the Alliance forbid it? Zhang Ning smiled and said, "I can tell you with full confidence that if everyone here had started cultivating the spiritual vortex cultivation method from the first year of high school, while you wouldn't have truly achieved a daily increase of 5 spiritual power points, each of you present today would likely be a high-level qi refiner by now. In fact, there might even be 1 or 2 who have already built their foundation." The classroom instantly erupted in uproar at these words. Holy crap, that's so incredible. So why aren't we allowed to cultivate then? Yeah, I don't get it. I can't accept this. Could the Alliance possibly have too many high-level qi refiners? Seeing the rising indignation in the classroom, Zhang Ning smiled slightly and said, "It's very simple. Because what the Huaxia Alliance needs isn't high-level qi refiners, or even foundation establishment cultivators, but stronger powerhouses. If you start practicing this spiritual vortex cultivation method at 16 years old, there might indeed be more high-level qi refiners among you high school students, and perhaps more foundation establishment cultivators too. But breaking through to higher realms would become nearly impossible for you." The classroom fell silent in an instant. Zhang Ning said, "The 300 spiritual power points for novice qi cultivators are the foundation of all cultivation. The more solid it is, the better. Using the 2 years between ages 16 to 17 to accumulate spiritual power through nearly primitive methods has evident drawbacks. Many students who fail to accumulate 300 spiritual power points during their first 2 years of high school will miss the optimal cultivation period. Some may graduate with barely 400 points. The Huaxia Alliance will consequently lose a significant number of high-level qi cultivators, and even some foundation establishment practitioners. But the advantages are equally obvious." Zhang Ning said with a solemn expression, "With 10,000 high-level qi refiners of the same caliber, if their foundation is unstable, they might ultimately produce 300 to 400 foundation establishment cultivators and possibly 1 golden core. But if those 10,000 high-level chi refiners have a solid foundation, with each of their initial 300 spiritual power points accumulated bit by bit through raw effort, then they could produce nearly 1,000 foundation establishment cultivators and around 5 golden core ones. Students, this is why the Huaxia Alliance is legislating to prohibit prematurely practicing this spiral cultivation method. Because only with a solid foundation, and with more junior chi practitioners who possess this solid foundation, can true powerhouses possibly emerge. Zhang Ning's voice resonated powerfully throughout the classroom. The seated students seemed utterly stunned, staring blankly ahead. Lu Chuan's mind was equally overwhelmed by this revelation. So this is why legislation prohibits the premature practice of cultivation techniques. The Huaxia Alliance was far more visionary than he had imagined. Lu Chuan could easily picture the scenario if early cultivation wasn't banned. How many parents would sacrifice their children's future prospects, forcing them to begin cultivation prematurely? If some dared start at 16, others would push to 14. If 14 became acceptable, 12 would become the new benchmark. The intrinsic nature of Huaxia people as masters of involution apparently remains unchanged, whether it's academic competition or the pursuit of immortality. Thus, the Huaxia Alliance's move effectively prevented such a dire situation from occurring, trading the sacrifice of some high-level chi refiners for fertile ground where true powerhouses could emerge. Impressive! Outside the small classroom, 2 figures stood by the window, quietly observing the events unfolding inside. One figure was short, slightly plump, with a dark complexion but exceptionally thick hair. He stood before the other person, his face brimming with authority. The other figure was taller with pale skin, though completely bald, standing respectfully behind the stout young man in black. These two were none other than Xiao Xingqing, principal of my cultivation high school, and Lu Zhiyon, head of the second-year department who also served as homeroom teacher for every senior cultivation class. Observing the harmonious classroom atmosphere in the accelerated program, Lu Zhiyong remarked with a smile, "Principal Xiao, it seems assigning Zhang Ning to lead the accelerated class was the right decision. Which student currently has the highest spiritual power value in this accelerated class?" Xiao Xingqing inquired impassively, disregarding Lu's comment. "Principal, the school stopped collecting the spiritual power values of students 2 weeks ago. We have no idea what their current levels are," Lu Zhiyong explained. "Of course I know that," Xiao Xingqing said irritably. "What I'm asking is whether you can use your decades of teaching experience to help me identify which student here has the highest spiritual power value." Oh, that's what you meant, Principal. Let me try." Lu Zhiyong quickly peered through the window, observing the students inside. After a full 10 minutes passed, Lu Zhiyong whispered quietly in Xiao Xingqing's ear, "Principal Xiao, based on my nearly 20 years of teaching experience, there might be 3 students in this classroom with the highest spiritual power values. The third girl from the left in the first row, the bespectacled girl right in the center of the third row, and the handsomest guy in the back row." Xiao Xingqing followed Lu Zhiyong's directions, comparing them to the photos on his phone, and muttered, "Li, Jiangyi, Lu Chuan? Are you sure? Other than this Lu Chuan I'm not entirely certain about, the 2 girls I'm quite sure of. Alright, have all 3 of them come to my office tomorrow. P.S. Author's note: after reviewing back-end data and turning back from writing 200k words, the next 2 chapters will lay groundwork for this world's cultivation methods, explaining an original concept called spirit rings. But recently some younger readers or those with shorter reading times have mentioned they can't understand this setting. So Old Knife, author, leaves this paw print here, hoping our handsome readers can drop a comment after reading the next 2 chapters to let me know if it makes sense, pretty please." Chapter 31, Ugh, so annoying, why do I already have 6 spirit rings inside without even cultivating? In the small classroom, Lu Chuan and his classmates remained completely absorbed in teacher Zhang Ning's lecture, utterly oblivious to the events unfolding outside the window. Once you've reached 16 years of age and achieved a spiritual power value of 300, you can begin practicing genuine cultivation techniques. Elementary spells like Fireball and Frostbite become accessible for study, and you may also start taking pills like the Qi condensing elixir that rapidly enhance spiritual power. The main function of cultivation techniques is to guide your practice and accelerate the gathering of spiritual energy. Previous students who were admitted to immortal universities managed to increase their spiritual energy by 300 to 500 points within 70 days after the cultivation class was established, all thanks to their quick mastery of the spiritual vortex cultivation method. Of course, besides increasing your spiritual energy values, cultivation techniques can also enhance the quality of your spiritual energy, though this improvement is minimal. Once you truly get admitted to an immortal university, you'll have access to specialized refinement techniques designed to boost the quality of your spiritual energy. Lu Chuan listened quietly at the back. Teacher Zhang Ning explained everything in such detail that he suddenly grasped many things. It turns out that the qi condensation pill can only be safely consumed when one's spiritual power reaches 300 and the foundation is properly solidified, otherwise it might lead to an unstable foundation. Those spells can also only be learned and used after reaching 300 spiritual power. Fortunately, my spiritual power had already surpassed 300 while I was in the monster garden yesterday. Otherwise, even if that ancient book taught me a bit of the great flaming technique, it would have been difficult to summon flames and burn the fur of that swan beast. However, Lu Chuan felt a bit puzzled. Last week during meditation, his spiritual power measurement had been 273 points. By the day before yesterday, precisely the eve of the Beast Garden's opening, when he meditated together with Hufifan, it had already reached 350 points. 77 points gained in 6 days, and this was despite going severely underfed for 2 of those days. If he hadn't starved those 2 days and eaten properly, Lu Chuan estimated the 6-day gain could have been around 90 points. Of course, this was just the spiritual power value before Saturday's meditation session. After meditating, it increased by another 15 points, reaching 365. And this didn't even account for the nightly growth from unlocking the ancient book after sleeping on Saturday and Sunday. Moreover, after fainting in the Beast Garden, the first page of the painted scroll had almost completely manifested. In the past, when just a small portion of the scroll's image appeared, it would bring about an increase of over 10 spiritual power points. This time, it revealed more than what would typically take over a month. Could it possibly grant me 300 spiritual power points at once? That can't be. Although in the qi refining stage, all cultivation revolves around accumulating spiritual power and there are no real bottlenecks from the early to the advanced stages, there's no way I wouldn't feel anything if my spiritual power suddenly increased by several hundred points overnight. I've just given you all a basic overview. Now, I'll guide you in truly beginning your practice of the spiral vortex cultivation method. The room next door is a special cultivation chamber prepared by the school for the junior class. Everyone, please move over there. Whoosh! Nearly 40 students stood up simultaneously and quickly moved to the larger classroom adjacent to the small one. Wow! Amidst gasps of amazement, all the students seated themselves cross-legged on the giant meditation cushions. The spacious classroom contained no desks, instead, dozens of meditation cushions were neatly arranged throughout. What's more, each cushion was nearly half the size of a bed, appearing quite valuable. It seemed the school had truly spared no expense. Class, from this moment on, sit cross-legged on your cushions and close your eyes. I will guide you inward to perceive the location of your dantian. Everyone immediately adopted solemn expressions and began focusing inward with closed eyes. The classroom fell into complete silence, with only Zhang Ning's ethereal voice drifting through the air. Gather the energy throughout your body, feel it coursing through your limbs, the paths it follows are none other than the meridians. Allow your awareness to follow the spiritual energy flowing along these meridians. You'll discover that all this energy converges at a single point within your body, that is your dantian. Following Zhang Ning's guidance, Lu Chuan quickly sensed the spiritual energy intersecting and passing through his lower abdomen. It seemed like a pivotal junction, which he guessed must be the location of his dantian. Excellent, it appears all students have successfully located their dantian. Then, let us begin our first cultivation practice. Dear students, please follow the sensation you just felt in your dantian, fully immerse your consciousness within your body, and attempt to circulate spiritual energy throughout your meridians, converging back to the dantian as the cycle's endpoint. Upon the celestial cycle's circulation, inhale, upon the gathering at the dantian, exhale. Under Zhang Ning's guidance, the breaths of every student in the classroom gradually lengthened, and astonishingly, faint traces of spiritual energy began circulating around their bodies with each inhale and exhale. Seeing this, Zhang Ning curled his lips into a smirk that said he was ready for some entertainment. In his mind, he silently counted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Thud! The moment he reached 6, over 10 classmates instantly turned pale and collapsed onto their meditation cushions. The meditation cushion was large enough that these students simply tumbled onto its soft surface unharmed, without disturbing their classmates. Zhang Ning pressed a finger to her lips, signaling the head-rubbing students to quiet down. Inwardly, she continued counting, 9, 10, 11, 12. Thud. 5 or 6 more classmates turned pale and collapsed. 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Again, several students grew pale and ended their cultivation. Seeing this, Zhang Ning nodded in satisfaction. It seems this batch of students is indeed impressive. Completing a full cycle in 6 seconds, already 3 cycles in, with about 10 students still able to continue cultivating. As the 4th cycle concluded, 7 more students stopped cultivating, including Zhao Yu and Lu Yan. After finishing their cultivation, they instinctively glanced to the side and were astonished to see Lu Chuan still engaged in rhythmic breathing, continuing his cycle cultivation. Now, only 3 students in the entire classroom remained capable of performing cycle cultivation. Li Yi in the front row, Jiang Yi in the 3rd row, and Lu Chuan beside them both. Holy shit! Zhao Yu and Lu Yan could see the shock reflected in each other's eyes. Both came from cultivator families and had been taught the method of cycling qi by their parents long before today. Yet even so, they could only manage to complete 4 cycles at most. But this Lu Chuan, having no guidance at all, has now persisted through the 5th cycle, and by the looks of it, might even continue further. Finally, as the 6th cycle concluded, both Lu Chuan and Jiang Yi from the 3rd row turned pale and ended their cultivation. Li Yi from the 1st row persevered until the 8th cycle before concluding her cultivation. Excellent, excellent, truly outstanding. Zhang Ning's gaze swept over Li Yi, Jiang Yi, and finally Lu Chuan, filled with admiration and astonishment. Admiration was for Li Yi and Jiang Yi, while shock was reserved for Lu Chuan. Zhang Ning smiled reassuringly at the group and said, "There's no need to feel too disheartened. In fact, Li Yi's spiritual power already reached 300 half a month ago. It's just that, to avoid discouraging everyone, she kept it under wraps and claimed it was still below 300. She only managed to complete 8 full cultivation cycles in a single session after an extra half-month of practice." The crowd. Is this supposed to be comforting? That just made it even more depressing, okay? Look at that smug face of yours, you might as well tattoo "Li Yi is my student" across your forehead. Zhang Ning looked at his pale-faced students below and said solemnly, "Class, cultivating techniques is different from meditation. It greatly depletes both your physical energy and accumulated spiritual power. Today's cultivation lesson ends here. You may all go home now and replenish your expended energy and spiritual power by consuming spiritual foods as soon as possible. Also, from now on, you don't need to attend weekly meditation sessions. You can directly practice cultivation techniques in this small classroom, which also benefits from the 4 Directions Spirit Gathering Array's assistance. I hope everyone works hard to form their spiritual rings within 1 week. Class dismissed." With that, Zhang Ning walked out of the classroom. Zhao Yu and Lu Yan quickly gathered around Lu Chuan and asked, "Lu Chuan, has anyone ever taught you cultivation techniques before?" "Nope," Lu Chuan answered honestly. "Ah," Zhao Yu said, somewhat deflated. "Then you're really amazing. My first attempt at cultivation only managed 3 cycles. It wasn't until my dad forced me to practice that I could reach 4 cycles. You're so strong, you managed 6 cycles on your very first try." No, I just stumbled upon it by sheer luck." Lu Chuan quickly waved his hands modestly. He then asked, "Oh, by the way, what was that spiritual ring teacher Zhang Ning mentioned earlier?" "Ling Huan?" Lu Yan chuckled. "Go home and study the Ling Vortex cultivation method carefully, then you'll understand. Typically, after practicing for 7 to 14 days, a circular spiritual force will form within the dantian, that is the spiritual ring." "Right." Zhao Yu also stepped forward and said, "But the speed at which these spiritual rings form is related to your mastery of the cultivation technique. I bet Li Yi, after practicing for 2 weeks, might have already condensed 3 spiritual rings." "Ha? Lu Chuan, why are you zoning out here? Did you understand what we were saying?" Lu Yan suddenly noticed that Lu Chuan seemed distracted and patted him on the shoulder. "Ah?" Lu Chuan snapped out of his meditation on his dantian and looked up at the classroom ceiling, somewhat speechless. Just now, during his cultivation, he discovered 6 strange ring-shaped spiritual forces within his dantian. He was puzzled about what those things could be. So these things are spirit rings after all. But why are there 6 spirit rings inside his body before even starting cultivation? Just what kind of monster am I? How annoying. Chapter 32, The Role of the Spirit Ring. According to Zhang Ning, students in the special class could leave school after morning classes to go home, replenish their energy with some spirit food, and take a nap since cultivation consumed too much of their vitality. Just as he had said, every student in the special class looked deathly pale after several major cultivation cycles and desperately needed rest, especially first-timers, who resembled marathon runners after a 10 km race. Lu Chuan was different from his classmates. Even after training, he remained full of energy. However, he didn't stand on ceremony with his teacher either. Right after class, he left the school and headed straight home. Yesterday, Lu Chuan had gone straight to sleep after returning from the beast garden. Later, his mother had come to call him for dinner, but he was sleeping so deeply that there was no response at all. So the dinner's sea spirit shrimp was left in the fridge. Lu Chuan pulled open the fridge, took out yesterday's shrimp, gave it a quick reheat, and continued eating. The overnight lobster may not be as fresh as when it was just cooked, but the seasoning has fully infused into the meat, making it even more flavorful and uniquely delicious. While eating the shrimp, Lu Chuan flipped open the spiritual vortex cultivation technique he had brought back from school and began reading. He sighed inwardly, thinking how different things might have been if he had worked this hard in his past life. Perhaps he would have long since ranked first in his class. As he read the manual's explanation of spiritual rings, Lu Chuan gradually began to grasp its meaning. The formation of this spiritual ring is the key to the spiritual vortex cultivation method during the qi refining stage. The endpoint of the grand celestial cycle lies in the dantian, meaning that after completing the cycle, spiritual energy accumulates within the dantian. According to the techniques of the spiritual vortex cultivation method, this accumulated energy condenses into strands of spiritual power. When enough strands of spiritual power gather, they fuse together to form a spiritual ring. The more spirit rings one possesses, the stronger the efficacy of the spiral vortex cultivation method, and the faster the subsequent cultivation speed becomes. Moreover, it is also the key to foundation establishment. The book in Lu Chuan's hands only contained the qi refinement chapter of the technique, but it also briefly mentioned a line about breaking through to foundation establishment. When 9 spirit rings overlap, they can form a single spiritual vortex, known as the spirit spiral, which cultivators can use to become foundation establishment cultivators. I see. Lu Chuan pulled out a tissue to wipe his mouth, then picked up his plate and headed to the kitchen to wash the dishes. As he was washing the dishes, Lu Chuan suddenly froze mid-motion. A sudden thought occurred to him. After Little Ban, it was always like this, gathering together for the teacher's guidance in cultivation, only to be sent home afterward. Academic classes simply weren't taught anymore. Others might skip cultural studies, because they've been diligent since the first year of high school. Missing a month or two won't hurt, they can treat it as a break. But I'm not good enough. My academic performance was already weak. If I don't study hard now, what am I going to do when the cultivation class exam comes around? It'd be such a shame to meet the spiritual power requirement only to get eliminated because of academics. With that thought, Lu Chuan quickly put down his plate, wiped his hands, and messaged class monitor Lu Yan to voice his concerns. Ha! Soon, Lu Yan replied with a message, "Don't worry, Lu Chuan. I just asked a senior from the previous year, and he said he wasn't good at regular subjects either back then, but he still got into the cultivation class. When applying to the Immortal University, regular subjects are just reference scores. As long as you pass the minimum requirement, what really matters is your spiritual power value. The school won't make it too hard for you." Got it, thanks. Lu Chuan sighed in relief before replying. You know what? Suddenly, Lu Yan sent another message. What? Lu Chuan asked in confusion. Lu Yan, didn't teacher Zhang Ning say in class today that previous candidates had already reached 450 spiritual power points at our current stage? I asked our seniors, and they said that wasn't true. At this point in time, their spiritual power was just over 300 points, with the highest being only 350. Teacher Zhang Ning was just bluffing us. Lu Chuan replied. Sure enough, all these teachers are liars. Whatever they say, your class is the noisiest in the whole building, you're the worst batch I've ever taught, it's all nonsense. Lu Chuan spent the entire afternoon studying this spiritual vortex cultivation method. During this time, he attempted to practice the technique again and surprisingly found that he could still cycle his spiritual energy and continue accumulating spiritual power in his dantian. This differs from teacher Zhang Ning's explanation. According to Zhang Ning, beginners can only complete one celestial cycle revolution on their first day, slightly more on the second day, and after 3 days, they can perform multiple celestial cycle revolutions daily, provided they have sufficient spirit food and elixirs to sustain themselves. Performing celestial cycle revolutions places tremendous strain on cultivators. After pushing through one limit-reaching cycle, nearly all their spiritual power, energy, and mental focus become completely depleted. To attempt a second celestial revolution in the same day, one must immediately consume spirit-rich foods or more potent elixirs to replenish and recover the body's reserves. However, the human body has limited absorption capacity. There's a saturation point where one can't ingest more spirit food, and excessive elixir consumption leads to building tolerance. So accumulating spiritual energy through Zhou Tian cycles wasn't easy. It was a time-consuming, exhausting, and expensive process. Lu Chuan speculated that the problem must lie here. Some time ago, he'd experienced constant hunger wherever he went that had been a state of bodily energy deficiency. It was identical to how ordinary people felt when they failed to replenish themselves promptly after completing Zhou Tian circulation. But ever since the incident at the monster garden yesterday afternoon, his hunger pangs had completely vanished. He even felt that he wouldn't feel hungry even if he didn't eat. There was only one possible explanation for this situation, which was that his body now likely stored an immense energy reserve, continuously replenishing his bodily consumption. The 6 spiritual rings within his body were most likely also influenced by that mysterious energy. But where exactly did this energy come from? Could it be? Uncertainty flickered in Lu Chuan's eyes. That day, had that multi-floor tall swan beast not actually been taken by that senior, but rather absorbed by himself? The mere thought of it made Lu Chuan feel crazy even to himself. He quietly let his consciousness slip into the space within his mind, wanting to explore it thoroughly. But just at that moment, his phone rang. Hu Fifan was calling. "Chuan. Yuan Menghan told Mr. Lu you skipped class all day. He's pissed and already on his way to your place." Holy shit! Lu Chuan jolted awake with a start. Oh no! This morning I went straight to the special training class, and after cultivation practice came directly home. I never showed up for regular class. The worst part is, I never even mentioned this arrangement to Teacher Lu. Did you cover for me? Lu Chuan asked instinctively. Cover my ass. For one class I could say you went to take a shit, for 2 classes I could say you fell in. But for a whole day? What was I supposed to say, that you drowned in there? Hu Fifan lamented, "Brother Chuan, you're on your own now." Just then, the sound of keys jingled at the front door. Mother Song Huichin called from outside, "Xiaochuan, come out quickly, your teacher Lu has come to visit you at home." Lu Chuan lay on the bed without speaking. "Little brat, I know you're home. You even changed your slippers yet still hide? Come out already." Then, unexpectedly, his father Lu Zhangguo's voice sounded from beyond the door. "Oh no, oh no, oh no." Lu Chuan's heart wailed in despair. It was no longer just his parents' alternating strikes. Now it had escalated to a mixed doubles assault, with teacher Lu cheering them on from the sidelines. Pretending to sleep was no longer an option. Sighing, he had no choice but to go. Though his heart pounded with trepidation, Lu Chuan pushed open the door and stepped out. At this moment, teacher Lu and his mother, Song Huichin, were both sitting on the sofa waiting for him. However, contrary to his expectations, the atmosphere wasn't as solemn as he had anticipated. His parents were actually full of smiles, and their gazes looking at him carried a hint of pride. What, on earth, was going on? Chapter 33 Teacher Lu's Home Visit. I'm really sorry, Mr. Lu, Mrs. Lu. It took me so long to visit your home, and at such a late hour too. Teacher Lu said somewhat apologetically, facing the tea that Mrs. Lu had served. Oh, Teacher Lu, you're too polite. After all, it's after work hours. We really appreciate you taking the trouble to come. And we must thank you for looking after our Xiao Chuan at school. Song Huichin replied courteously while patting Lu Chuan's shoulder beside her, her heart brimming with satisfaction. By now, Lu Chuan had figured everything out and sneered inwardly. It turns out to be a home visit. Apparently, news of my first cultivation reaching 6 cycles during today's junior class session had reached Teacher Lu. I thought they came to complain, had me worried over nothing all this time. As I mentioned on the way here, Lu Chuan has been performing exceptionally well at school recently, with steadily increasing spiritual energy levels that now surpass most classmates. Teacher Lu said with a smile, and today, we've officially started the special small class instruction the school provides specifically for potential Xi'an University candidates. Small class instruction? Lu Zhangguo's eyes sparkled with pleasant surprise as he asked, does this mean Chao Chuan now has the potential to aim for Xi'an University? Before coming to their home, Teacher Lu had briefly explained Lu Chuan's recent academic progress to him, but hadn't mentioned anything about this small class arrangement. Lu Zhangguo was well aware of what this specialized instruction meant. Legends said all students who gained admission to Xi'an University had received this small class cultivation during their high school years. Last time Lu Chuan returned from testing his spiritual power at the library, the reading was 239. This level merely secured him a spot in the cultivation class, but his chances of entering an immortal university remained extremely slim. Lu Zhangguo spent all his savings to provide nutritional supplements for his child, not as an investment, but simply to fulfill his duty as a father, striving to secure a future for his son. But he never imagined that this future would actually come to fruition. His child's teacher made a special trip to their home to inform him that his son had been admitted to the advanced class. Thus, Lu Zhangguo was utterly thrilled. Yes, Lu Chuan now has a good chance of getting into Xi'an University, but the size of that hope depends greatly on one thing. I'd appreciate it if you two could be honest with me, Teacher Lu asked seriously. Teacher Lu, please go ahead. Seeing Teacher Lu's expression, Lu Zhangguo immediately became more solemn. Dad Lu, Mom Lu, have you bought your child any qi gathering pills during this period? Teacher Lu carefully chose his words as he asked. Well. At this question, Lu Zhangguo immediately looked somewhat embarrassed. Exchanging a glance with Song Huiqin, he said guiltily, rest assured, Teacher Lu. We've heard of qi gathering pills too, they're very beneficial for high school students. We've been trying our best these days. We'll definitely get him one soon. Yes, the qi condensing pill is indeed quite expensive. 20,000 for just one pill, we really do need to pool our money together, Mother Lu also chimed in to explain. So you're saying Lu Chuan hasn't taken any qi condensing pills up until now? Teacher Lu's eyes lit up with excitement, his voice rising noticeably in pitch. Ah, that's correct, Lu Zhangguo replied, somewhat baffled. That's fantastic. Teacher Lu exclaimed with a laugh. In that case, Mr. Lu, Lu Chuan now has over a 70% chance of getting into Immortal University. Over 70%. Lu Zhangguo also became excited. Is that really true, Teacher Lu? Certainly. Today, during his first attempt at cultivating the technique, Lu Chuan completed 6 full circulation cycles, which shows his comprehension of the method far surpasses his classmates. As long as his current spiritual energy isn't artificially boosted by qi condensing pills, he has a very high chance of getting into the Celestial Academy. As he said this, Teacher Lu seemed to breathe a sigh of relief and glanced toward Lu Chuan, who was standing nearby. But Lu Chuan immediately turned his head away, looking instead toward the television. Teacher Lu. She thought for a moment, cleared her throat awkwardly, and changed the subject. Actually, aside from sharing this good news with you both today, I have some things to bring for Lu Chuan. As she spoke, she took a small wooden box and a wristband from her bag. Professor Lu, what is this? We really can't accept, please take them back. Lu Zhangguo immediately protested. That's right, Professor Lu, we absolutely can't take your things, Lu's mother also hastily declined. At this moment, Lu Chuan withdrew his gaze from the television and fixed Teacher Lu with an intense look. Teacher Lu, you really didn't have to bring anything just to visit. Teacher Lu stared at Lu Chuan wordlessly. This little brat. Just a moment ago he couldn't be bothered with me, but the mention of bringing gifts immediately got him all enthusiastic. At the same time, she also felt somewhat relieved. That afternoon after school, she had heard from the academic monitor Yuan Menghan that Lu Chuan hadn't attended classes all day. Initially furious, she had been ready to visit Lu Chuan's home to complain and discipline him severely. But before she could leave, her colleague teacher Zhang Ning mentioned that Lu Chuan had been performing exceptionally well in the advanced class. Then, she received a call from Year Director Lu Zhiyong, who mentioned that the principal might soon be giving special attention to Li, Jiani, and Lu Chuan, and wanted to learn more about Lu Chuan's situation. Only then did she realize the severity of the matter, turning her planned confrontation into comforting a model student. Thank goodness. Thank goodness she had consulted teacher Zhang Ning and received that phone call. Otherwise, had she actually come here to confront him today, given Lu Chuan's vindictive nature, he probably wouldn't have spoken a single word to her even if he got admitted to Xian University later. This. Mr. Lu, Mrs. Lu, please don't misunderstand, these items weren't purchased by me personally, Teacher Lu explained with a warm smile to Lu Chuan's parents. Picking up the small wooden box and wristband from the table, she began her introduction. This box contains concentration pills. This spiritual power bracelet is equipped with the most advanced spiritual detection array currently available in the Huaxia Alliance, with measurement errors not exceeding 3 points. The school invested heavily to acquire it from Yuanwu City. 1 concentration pill and 1 wristband, these 2 items are standard issue for every student in the grade 1 classes this year, considered a small reward from the school. That's good, that's good. Lu Zhanghua and Song Huiqin also breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Having lived such long lives, they'd only ever heard of parents giving gifts to teachers, never teachers giving gifts to parents. If Teacher Lu had really spent money on this, they absolutely wouldn't dare accept it. Teacher Lu then smiled at Lu Chuan and said, also, the principal has recently been paying attention to Lu Chuan and plans to give him a special award in the near future. This award is only for exceptionally outstanding students, there are just 3 recipients in the entire grade. Hearing this, the excitement in Lu Chuan's parents' eyes almost burst forth. A reward from the principal. Only 3 people in the entire grade can get this. My child is really making something of himself. However, before awarding the prize, we need to confirm Lu Chuan's spiritual power value first. Teacher Lu picked up the spiritual power bracelet on the table and said to Lu Chuan with a smile, shall we measure it with this bracelet? Lu Chuan, are you willing or not? Why ask if he's willing? Teacher Lu isn't an outsider, go ahead and measure it. Mother Lu, Song Huiqin, said with a laugh. But at this moment, Lu Zhanghua interrupted Song Huiqin with a stern expression, looking earnestly at Lu Chuan. Xiao Chuan, are you going to take the test or not? I'll take it. Teacher Lu isn't an outsider anyway, and he can even teach me how to use this spiritual power bracelet, Lu Chuan replied obediently. Yet at the same time, his mind was crystal clear. Earlier that day, after speaking with Zhang Wubin and learning how Teacher Lu had outright ignored him, even forgetting to explain the crucial points about using the condensation energy pill, Lu Chuan had quietly come to a realization. After attending the small class teaching sessions, Lu Chuan became even more convinced of this truth. In this world, aside from one's parents, no one will unconditionally value or care for you. If you want others to value you, you must first demonstrate your own worth. Only those with sufficient potential can gain more recognition and access more resources. This world seems to have an insatiable need for the strong. The Huaxia Alliance consumes untold resources every year to cultivate powerful individuals. And these resources will only be given to those who are worthy. Soon, the bracelet was securely fastened. Teacher Lu smiled and said, Lu Chuan, you can now try to channel your spiritual energy. Just a small amount is enough for the bracelet to measure your energy level. Alright, Lu Chuan nodded slightly in response, then activated the spiritual energy within his meridians. Within moments, the bracelet began to flicker, emitting a cyan glow on its screen. Teacher Lu and Lu's parents all watched the bracelet screen with anticipation. What could the number be? A few seconds later, the cyan light on the bracelet faded, revealing the digits. This. Teacher Lu gasped in shock, his eyes filled with profound horror. Because the number displayed on the spiritual power bracelet at that moment was shockingly. Chapter 34, the case is solved. Ha! Outside Lu Chuan's residential complex, Teacher Lu let out a long exhale, took out his phone, and dialed the principal's number. Hello, Principal Xiao, I'm sorry to disturb you so late. There is indeed something I need to report to you. I've tested the spiritual power value of that Lu Chuan from our class. 495. Alright, I understand. I've already informed Lu Chuan's parents, and I won't tell anyone else. At Lu Chuan's home. The family of 3 was sitting at the dining table enjoying their dinner. Lu Chuan felt somewhat strange at the moment. After the spiritual power bracelet measured his spiritual power value at 495, Teacher Lu first rejoiced for a while, then became very serious and told his parents that this matter absolutely must not be leaked and no one else could know about it. He also specifically instructed Lu Chuan himself not to reveal it to anyone, especially not to Hu Fifan, who couldn't keep a secret. It absolutely must not be told to him. From the beginning of the qi condensation stage for novice cultivators, the school has always emphasized the importance of keeping spiritual power values confidential. But shouldn't schools and teachers pay more attention to students' spiritual power values instead? After all, this would allow for better tailored teaching and help students who truly need assistance. It doesn't make sense. Had enough to eat, Xiao Chuan? Mother Lu asked, looking at the empty shrimp plate in front of Lu Chuan. I'm full, really full, Lu Chuan chuckled. After all, I finished yesterday's leftover spirit shrimp at lunch today. Are you really full? If not, I can make you something else, his mother offered. I'm truly full. Would I hold back with you, Mom? Lu Chuan stood up. You two keep eating. I'll head back to study now. With that, he happily scampered back to his room. This kid. Closing the door behind him, Lu Chuan breathed a slight sigh of relief. Teacher Lu's home visit had produced almost immediate results. During dinner just now, his parents had piled his bowl with food countless times, their eyes brimming with undisguised satisfaction. He put the spiritual energy bracelet left by Teacher Lu on his wrist and carefully tested it twice by channeling his spiritual energy. The bracelet displayed the same spiritual energy value as before, 495. Seems correct, it's indeed 495. Lu Chuan let out a sigh of relief and began calculating in his mind. Last Saturday after meditation, my spiritual power level was 365. Today is Monday. On Saturday night and Sunday night, I activated the ancient book twice in the evening. Calculating at a daily growth rate of 15 spiritual points, I should be at 395 now. But currently, it's 495. It was a straight-up 100-point increase. By now, he was certain that these extra 100 spirit power points must be related to the swan beast from that day. Ha! Lu Chuan took a deep breath, crossed his legs on the bed, and gently submerged his consciousness into the depths of his mind. Soon, he found the ancient book within his mind. After its activation in the Demon Beast Garden last time, this ancient book had appeared in Lu Chuan's consciousness, no longer requiring nightfall to be opened. At Lu Chuan's will, the ancient book slowly unfurled, revealing the first illustrated page. Lu Chuan stepped forward to examine the contents of the first page in detail. A moment later, his expression turned disappointed. He discovered that the image on this first page showed no difference from when he had unrolled it on Saturday. On Saturday, the scroll had already revealed all its images except for those blurred plants in the lower right corner, which remained shrouded in hazy energy. This remained unchanged now. In other words, for these past 2 days, although he had been consuming several genes of spirit shrimp daily as usual, the scroll hadn't regained even the slightest bit of vitality. What's so special about this bottom right section? Lu Chuan gathered his focus, intent on identifying what kind of plant was depicted in the lower right corner. Yet before he could get a proper look, an excruciating pain like needle prick shot through his mind, nearly causing him to pass out from the agony again. I can't look anymore. If I keep watching, I'll probably lose consciousness just like before when I fell asleep. Lu Chuan clutched his head, having made his judgment. In the past, every time he opened the ancient book, it ended with him losing consciousness. But the reason for losing consciousness was probably his own recklessness, focusing too intently on the patterns beneath the hazy energy, only to be directly overwhelmed by that misty force covering the scroll. Fortunately, as the first page of the scroll steadily recovered, he seemed to be growing more resilient, able to endure for longer periods. This time, he only suffered intense pain and didn't black out immediately. After poring over ancient texts for hours, Lu Chuan gained nothing beyond learning that, viewing unopened sections of illustrated scrolls would be rebuffed by a hazy force. Helpless, he picked up his phone and typed a message. Brother Lu, may I ask about the progress of the mystical beast garden investigation? Has there been any trace of that swan niece physical body? He sent it to Lu Guangnian. Soon, Lu Guangnian called directly, asking right away, Hey, Lu Chuan, what made you think to ask me about the swan beast's remains? Lu Chuan quickly replied, "It just occurred to me today, and I thought you might not be as busy now, so I sent a message to ask." The Plain City Investigation Office should release their findings soon. Once that happens, you'll fully understand the whole situation with the Beast Garden incident. But don't worry about the Swan Beast's remains, it was probably taken by our Immortal University's Professor Morone. He just doesn't want to admit it and is trying to get me to claim responsibility instead. Lu Chuan, huh? Don't worry, Lu Guangnian said casually. Though that Swan Beast temporarily broke through to the Golden Core realm and ascended to second-tier bloodline after consuming the Rage Blood Pill, ultimately it was just a Foundation establishment-level creature. Not worth much. Even if I reported to the Oversight Bureau that I took it, there'd be no issue. Alright. Hearing this hadn't caused Lu Guangnian any trouble, Lu Chuan felt relieved. Still, he'd already formed his own conclusion about the matter. That mythical beast must have been absorbed by the ancient book inside me. Otherwise, the image on the first page of the illustrated scroll wouldn't have nearly completely manifested afterward, and my spiritual power wouldn't have gained an extra 100 points. Brother LV, I have another small cultivation question I'd like to ask you. Speak. LV Guangnian's reply from the other end of the phone was crisp and straightforward. Lu Chuan said, "We've started learning the whirlpool cultivation method these past few days. According to our teacher, during the first cultivation session, one's spiritual energy and physical stamina get heavily depleted, some might even faint. But why is it that today, during my first attempt at cultivation, I completed 2 full cycles of energy circulation without feeling the slightest dizziness?" On the other end of the phone, Lu Guangnian seemed to pause thoughtfully before finally responding after a long silence, "Your situation is rare, but not unheard of. Generally speaking, this happens when someone has taken high-grade elixirs the night before or earlier in the day. The spiritual energy from those pills remains stored in the body unabsorbed, so during energy circulation, the system first expends the residual power from those elixirs. If you're experiencing this situation too, it must be because you took some elixirs or consumed high-grade spirit food before practicing cultivation." Oh. Lu Chuan drew out his response, the confusion in his heart finally resolving. Case closed. It seems that Swan Beast was indeed absorbed by me, and its power remains stored in my body. Today, when circulating my chi through the meridians, I was drawing upon this Swan Beast's energy all along. You've worked hard, Brother LV. Thank you, I'll hang up now. Worked hard? Worked hard, beep beep. Before Lu Guangnian could finish speaking on the other end, Lu Chuan hung up the phone with a complicated expression. Worked hard at what? Of course, I owe you for taking the blame for me. Chapter 35, The Handsome Guy's Troubles. Days passed by in a flash, and it had already been 20 days since Teacher Lu visited Lu Chuan's home for the parent-teacher meeting. The time for the class placement exam had arrived. On this day, Lu Chuan arrived at the classroom of Class 8, Grade 12 as usual, his face etched with frustration. It had been 20 days already. During these 20 days, he had persistently consumed about 3 gene of large shrimp daily, yet the hazy energy on the first page of the painted scroll showed no signs of dissipating. In other words, the image on the first page of the scroll had remained unchanged ever since Lu Chuan returned from the Demon Beast Garden. What troubled Lu Chuan the most was, as the restoration of images on the painted scroll stopped, the growth rate of his spiritual power also slowed down. It dropped sharply from the original daily increase of 15 points to just 6 points per day. Lu Chuan even suspected that these 6 points were merely from his cultivation techniques and the natural spiritual power growth brought by the spirit shrimp. The spiritual power boost provided by the painted scroll in this ancient book had completely vanished. Something must have gone wrong somewhere. Lu Chuan vigorously scratched his head, then pulled the textbook from his desk and began reading. For Xian University, academic performance in liberal arts subjects may not carry much weight, but if you really scored abysmally, the university would suspect intellectual deficiencies and still reject your application. So Lu Chuan still hasn't given up on his academic studies these days. Every day, he persistently attends 2 classes in the classroom before hurrying off to the elite training session at exactly the right time. Brother Chuan, have you heard? Suddenly, Hu Fifan poked Lu Chuan's shoulder and asked. What? Lu Chuan looked up in response. My dad said that a few days ago, the city lord of my city, Lei Yi, returned from outside in a furious rage. He completely overhauled the cultivation bureau from top to bottom. Hu Feifan's eyes sparkled with gossipy excitement. Do you think it's related to that incident from before? Wow, that intense? Lu Chuan raised his eyebrows. More than 20 days have passed since the incident at the Beast Garden. It seems the investigation results from the Shoshin Bureau of my city have finally been released by Pingyuan City. The administrative division names in this world are slightly different from my previous life, but their levels are roughly equivalent. Pingyuan City is equivalent to a municipal city in my past life, while my city is subordinate to Pingyuan City, equivalent to a county level, though with a larger population, making it more akin to a county-level city. As for Yuanwu City, also called Yuanwu Prefecture, which governs Pingyuan City, its administrative level corresponds to a province in my previous life. So, the fact that Plain City directly intervened in the matter of my city's demonic beast garden shows they're taking it very seriously. Now, my city's mayor Lei Yi has completely replaced the entire cultivation bureau from top to bottom, proving that Plain City's inspection office indeed found something substantial in their investigation of the bureau. Otherwise, Lei Yi wouldn't have been so furious. I also heard the cultivation bureau is short-staffed, and teacher Sita might be joining them. Hu Feifan continued murmuring the gossip. Lu Chuan patted Hu Feifan on the shoulder and laughed. Hu Feifan, we've got the class placement exam this afternoon, and here you are worrying about gossip. Aren't you afraid your dad will whip you when you get home? Hu Feifan glared. Don't underestimate me, brother Chuan. My spiritual power has already surpassed 300, and I haven't even taken a qi condensing pill yet. There are barely any in our class who can match me. That impressive? Lu Chuan exclaimed in surprise. Seems you've been eating well recently. TCH, Hu Feifan scoffed proudly, this is the innate talent of our Hu family. My dad told me too. Back then his spiritual power wasn't high before the class division exam either, but after it, his cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. Haha, just you wait. Once I get into the cultivation class and take a qi condensing pill, I'll definitely test into an immortal university someday. Damn impressive. Lu Chuan gave a thumbs up, praising Hu Feifan. Hu Feifan was taken aback. Bro Chuan, don't mess with me like that. Lu Chuan blinked. Who's messing with you? I'm genuinely praising you. See? You're doing it again. I really don't. Lu Chuan felt somewhat speechless. He genuinely thought Hu Feifan was amazing and hoped he could get into the cultivation class to enter the immortal university in the future. Classmates, here's the examination room schedule for this afternoon's test. I've posted it at the front, please come take a look later, Yuan Menghan, the academic committee member, said as she pinned the schedule to the classroom wall, addressing the students below. Then, smiling towards Lu Chuan in the last row, she added, Lu Chuan, Teacher Lu wants to see you in the office. Okay. Under the envious gazes of his classmates, Lu Chuan dashed off towards the faculty office. Over the past month, Class 8 students witnessed a miracle unfold before their eyes. A month ago, Teacher Lu would summon top students to her office, but Lu Chuan's name was never on that list. Then the golden period began, and Lu Chuan, ranked 6th, was called to the office for the first time. Later still, only 3 students entered that office: Zhao Yu, Lu Yan, and Lu Chuan. Nowadays, even Zhao Yu and Lu Yan don't go there often anymore. Only Lu Chuan gets frequently summoned by Teacher Lu for special tutoring sessions. Lu Chuan arrived at the office, somewhat surprised by the scene before him. There sat a stout, dark-complexioned middle-aged man in Teacher Lu's chair, with Teacher Lu and several other teachers standing respectfully on either side. This middle-aged man was none other than the principal of my cultivation high school, Xiao Xingxing. Standing before Xiao Xingxing were Li, Jiani, and a girl named Hu Mengyan, all of whom he had seen in the small class before. Seeing Lu Chuan enter, Xiao Xingxing immediately smiled and said, "Ah, Lu Chuan's here. Come quickly." "Hello, Principal," Lu Chuan greeted, then stood beside Xia Tianliang. "Good, all 4 of you are here," Xiao Xingxing said approvingly as he looked at the 4 before him. "Later, you'll go with Director Lu to Pingyuan City, where the instructor I hired for you will be waiting." "What about the placement exam this afternoon?" Hu Mengyan asked bluntly. Petite with a sweet voice, her questioning actually came across as adorable at this moment. "Ha ha ha." Xiao Xingxing laughed heartily. "All of you are our top candidates from Yizhong High with the potential to get into first-tier immortal universities. There's no need to waste time taking the placement exam." "That's right. The teacher we found in Pingyuan City is the best at Pingyuan Immortal Cultivation High School, added grade director Lu Zhiyong, who had been silent until now, with a smile. His class produces several students admitted to first-tier Immortal Universities every year, and once even had a student admitted to the prestigious Sifang Immortal University. He'll definitely be helpful to you all. Do any of you four have questions? Now that the principal is here, you can ask quickly. None of the four made a sound. Since there are no questions, get ready to depart. Lu Zhiyong waved his hand with a smile as he walked ahead, gesturing for Lu Chuan and the others to follow. 10 minutes later, the four of them were seated in the spiritual energy carriage bound for my city. The seating arrangement was rather peculiar. Lu Zhiyong sat in the driver's seat, with Li Yi occupying the passenger side. Meanwhile, Hu Mengyan and Jiang Yi flanked the back seat, sandwiching Lu Chuan squarely between them. Logically, the school's spirit-powered vehicle had ample rear legroom. Hu Mengyan's petite frame barely filled her short-skirted silhouette, and while Jiang Yi stood taller, her willowy waistline shouldn't have left Lu Chuan so uncomfortably squeezed. But the reality was, Lu Chuan's arms kept brushing against the girls on either side, occasionally even touching places they shouldn't. This left Lu Chuan completely exasperated. With so much space available, couldn't you two just scoot over a bit? Why is it that in both past and present lives, I keep encountering girls who bully me like this? Is it just because I'm handsome? So annoying. Chapter 36, Academic Prodigy Lu Chuan. Pingyuan City wasn't far from my cultivation high school, just an hour's drive away. But perhaps because there were 4 students in the car, Lu Zhiyong took a full hour and a half before everyone arrived in front of a small villa. Here we are, this is Teacher Zhao's house. He didn't have any classes today and was waiting for us at home. Lu Zhiyong parked the car, and the classmates inside got out one after another. Lu Chuan stretched his limbs and finally let out a sigh of relief. An hour and a half passed, and I almost got crushed to death by 2 young girls, their fragrance even clinging to my clothes. At that moment, the villa's gate swung open, revealing a square-faced man dressed in white training garb. You must be Teacher Lu from Makino First High, please come in. Good, quick, follow me inside. Lu Zhiyong turned to instruct the 4 students before entering the villa together. The moment they stepped into the living room, Lu Chuan's eyes lit up. From the outside, it appeared to be a luxurious villa, but inside, the space was neatly arranged with many meditation cushions and the faint scent of sandalwood in the air. The elegant and serene environment had been transformed into a small cultivation chamber. Please, have a seat. Zhao Jianping gestured for the 4 to sit while Lu Zhiyong stood by, waiting. On their way here, Lu Zhiyong had already briefed the 4 students. Teacher Zhao, having met countless top students from Pingyuan No. 1 High School, expected respectful behavior from them to avoid offending Zhao Jianping. So now the 4 behaved properly, sitting cross-legged on the cushions before Zhao Jianping without saying a word. Come, let's test your spiritual energy first. Zhao Jianping raised a small device. Lu Chuan's eyebrows shot up. A thermometer gun? This scene feels all too familiar. In his previous life before entering the school, there was always an old man holding a temperature gun testing people one by one. So much so that when he saw Zhao Jianping raise the object in his hand, he unconsciously wanted to lift his wrist. The first to be tested was Jiang Yi. The temperature gun paused briefly on her forehead before displaying the numbers. Spiritual power value of 485, not bad, Zhao Jianping remarked lightly. At this stage, with that score, there's basically no hope of getting into a first-tier Immortal University, but Yuanwu Immortal University should be a sure bet. Lu Zhiyong beside him broke out in a cold sweat on his forehead. He had thought that with 80 days left before the Gokao, a spiritual power value of 485 was already decent, never expecting Zhao Jianping to dismiss it as, basically no hope for a first-tier Immortal University. Jiang Yi's expression at the moment wasn't too pleasant either. All along, she had been one of the top female students in her grade, beautiful and outstanding. Other than Li Yi, she was the most exceptional girl in the teacher's eyes. But now, being bluntly told by Zhao Jianping that there was no hope left her somewhat unable to accept it emotionally. Zhao Jianping didn't notice this at all. The temperature gun was already aimed at Hu Mengyan, and soon, numbers appeared. 513. Spiritual power value, 513. There are still 80 days before the college entrance exams. If you can master the spiritual vortex cultivation technique and supplement it with mental energy training, there might still be hope of getting into a top-tier immortal university. Alright, now let's measure your mental energy. Zhao Jianping pressed a button on the temperature gun and aimed it once more at Hu Mengyan's forehead. The numbers fluctuated before finally settling on 23. A psychic value of 23, not bad. You show some talent in spiritual energy cultivation. With proper training, you have real potential to enter a top-tier immortal university, Zhao Jianping remarked casually. Thank you, Professor. Hu Mengyan flashed Zhao Jianping a sweet smile, clearly delighted by his encouragement. Lu Zhiyong knew Zhao Jianping's words cultivate well were directed at him, and his expression relaxed slightly. The school had initially focused special attention on only 3 students, Zhang Yi, Li Yi, and Lu Chuan. But in recent days, Hu Mengyan's homeroom teacher reported that her spiritual power was improving at an astonishing rate. Soon enough, Hu Mengyan also became a key focus. To think Zhang Yi held no promise, yet Hu Mengyan ended up giving him a pleasant surprise. Unlike Lu Zhiyong's delight, Lu Chuan currently wore a dumbfounded expression as he stared blankly ahead. Mental power points? What the hell is that? Why have I never heard of this? Just as he was feeling uneasy, Zhao Jianping arrived before Li Yi. The temperature gun lit up gently, then displayed numbers. Excellent. This time Zhao Jianping no longer maintained his previous calm demeanor. A trace of astonishment flashed in his eyes. Spiritual power value 618. With this spiritual power value, reaching the admission standards of top-tier immortal universities in the future won't be a problem at all. It all comes down to the mental strength value now. Hearing Zhao Jianping's evaluation, Lu Zhiyong's heart tightened. Li Yi was the most outstanding student their grade had seen so far. How well she performed would directly affect the reputation of my cultivation high school number 1. Soon, the spiritual power value was also measured. At this moment, Zhao Jianping's face was filled with a gentle smile as he softly said to Li Yi, a mental strength value of 31. Child, have you been studying any visualization diagrams recently? Yes, Li Yi responded in a soft voice. A few days ago, my father took me to consult with Professor Wang from Pingyuan Immortal University. Teacher Wang advised me to temporarily slow down my spiritual power cultivation and focus some effort on refining my mental strength. I see. Zhao Jianping said with sudden understanding. That makes perfect sense. With that, he looked at the 4 students and explained, top-tier immortal universities not only require a high spiritual power value but also place extremely high demands on mental strength. If only the spiritual power value meets the standard while mental strength falls short, one can only attend the most ordinary immortal universities. If you wish to compete for admission to a top-tier immortal university, you must diligently cultivate your spiritual energy while also honing your mental strength. Upon hearing this, Lu Chuan felt somewhat dazed again. Yet another concept unfamiliar to him. There was no helping it, my city was simply too small. Every year, my cultivation high school produced only a handful of students who made it into immortal universities, mostly lower-tier or ordinary institutions. As for top-tier immortal universities? In recent years, not a single student had managed to get in. So even the teachers at Makino No. 1 High School knew little about the requirements of top-tier immortal universities. Only Li Yi, coming from a privileged background, had slightly more understanding in this regard. She could leverage connections to seek guidance from teachers at Plains Immortal University and start cultivating spiritual power in advance. Impressive. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, this student could gain admission to the most elite institutions among the top-tier immortal universities. With potential breakthroughs in spiritual power cultivation, there might even be a chance to aim for Sifan Immortal University. Zhao Jianping turned and spoke earnestly to Lu Zhiyong. Excellent. Simply excellent. Lu Zhiyong exclaimed with elation, repeating the praise twice, his eyes brimming with countless marks of approval as he gazed at Li Yi. Top-tier Immortal University. This year's first high school has gained its crowning glory. Your turn, what are you spacing out for? Zhao Jianping seemed in good spirits after watching Li Yi's performance, now smiling as he reminded Lu Chuan who was standing dazed nearby. Ha ha ha. Seeing Lu Chuan's dazed expression, the other girls couldn't help but laugh. The originally tense and heavy atmosphere eased considerably. I'm worried about my psychic energy, Lu Chuan answered honestly. Why are you worried? Zhao Jianping asked in confusion. To be honest, before meeting you, Teacher Zhao, I didn't even know psychic energy existed. I only knew about spiritual power, so that's why I'm worried. Lu Chuan let out a long sigh, his face full of distress. Unlike Zhang Yi, who carried the baggage of being a model student, Lu Chuan had no reservations about complaining like this. Ha ha ha. No worries, it's never too late to start cultivating now. Zhao Jianping was amused by Lu Chuan's honesty and said with a smile, come on, let me test your spiritual power first. As he spoke, the temperature gun lightly waved over Lu Chuan's forehead. The light flickered, displaying a number, 631. Wow, Hu Mengyan let out a soft gasp of admiration beside them. Lu Zhiyong also stared wide-eyed at the numbers on the temperature gun, utterly stunned. This spiritual power reading was actually 13 points higher than Li Yi's. Even if Li Yi had recently slowed her spiritual cultivation, for Lu Chuan to surpass her was simply astonishing. Keep in mind, based on Lu Zhiyong's knowledge, Lu Chuan had been a student who barely qualified for the immortal cultivation class just a month ago. A month ago, your spiritual power had already increased this much? That's truly impressive. Haha, seems you've really dedicated all your effort to improving your spiritual power. This level is indeed remarkable, Zhao Jianping laughed while praising Lu Chuan. Come, let me test your mental strength. I want to see what your baseline mental capacity is. All right. Lu Chuan seemed slightly nervous as he swallowed hard. Zhao Jianping reassured him, no need to be overly nervous. As long as you start diligently cultivating your spiritual power from now on, although it's challenging, reaching the admission standards of a first-tier immortal university is still possible. Understood, teacher, Lu Chuan replied earnestly, taking a deep breath as if trying hard to calm his nerves. Watching Lu Chuan's reaction, Zhao Jianping sighed quietly to himself. The boy had many good qualities, it's just that he was a bit too straightforward. It seems like another diligent student fully devoted to cultivation, just a shame that Makino's city's too small, they didn't give him the right education. With just 80 days left before the college entrance exams and yet to begin honing spiritual power. Still in its initial state, how much could there possibly be? For ordinary people, it's around 10 points at most, yet he's cultivated over 600 spiritual power points. Might grant him an extra 3 or 4 points at best. 15 spiritual power points would be the absolute ceiling. Alas, I hope the coming results won't discourage this honest kid. With this thought, Zhao Jianping adjusted the mode of the temperature gun and placed it in front of Lu Chuan's forehead to measure his psychic energy. Beep. A flash of light flickered as numbers appeared on the temperature gun. Psychic energy value, 43. Zhao Jianping rubbed his eyes, 43. Seeing Zhao Jianping frozen in shock, Lu Chuan immediately asked with a woeful expression, Teacher, how much? Is it too low? Why aren't you saying anything? Gritting his teeth, he said, Teacher, don't worry about crushing me, just tell me. I can handle the blow. Observing Lu Chuan's reaction, Zhao Jianping seemed to see him in a new light, lowering his head to examine him carefully from head to toe. All right. Who would have thought someone with such honest-looking features could also be a secret study addict? A mental strength of 43. Wonder how much suffering you endured during those covert training sessions? And here you are pretending you've never cultivated it. And I actually thought you were an honest guy just now. Chapter 37, The Insane Requirements of Four Corners Immortal University. Lu Zhiyong stared at the sincerely earnest-looking Lu Chuan before him, his mind momentarily blank. If Hu Mengyan being assessed by Zhao Jianping as having potential to get admitted to a first-rate immortal university had been a pleasant little surprise for Hu Zhiyong earlier, then Lu Chuan with his 631 spiritual power value and 43 mental strength value was nothing short of a treasure falling straight from the heavens for him. Very large. He had originally pinned this year's hopes on Li Yi, thinking that if she could get admitted to Shangjiao Immortal University or Shangfu Immortal University, she would undoubtedly become the shining representative of my cultivation high school this year. But this Lu Chuan turned out to be even more outstanding than Li Yi. Not only did his spiritual power surpass hers, but even his cultivation of the notoriously difficult mental power exceeded hers. The most astonishing thing was that just a month ago, Lu Chuan was still a bottom-ranking student, yet in merely 1 month, he had reached such a level. What does this signify? This proves Lu Chuan possesses extraordinary talent in cultivation. At this thought, Lu Zhiyong's gaze completely changed, his eyes brimming with fervor as he stared intently at Lu Chuan. A treasure, an absolute gem. In this situation, getting into Shangjiao Immortal University or Shangfu Immortal University is practically guaranteed. If we can maintain this growth rate, perhaps, even enrollment at Sifan Immortal University might be possible. At this thought, Lu Zhiyong's mouth went dry with excitement. Unable to contain himself any longer, he cautiously stepped forward and tapped Zhao Jianping's shoulder while the latter was speaking. Professor Zhao, how much hope does Lu Chuan have of getting into Sifan Immortal University? Zhao Jianping was momentarily taken aback by Lu Zhiyong's question, but still replied politely, Professor Lu, then I'll be completely honest with you. Please do tell. Lu Zhiyong nodded emphatically. Lu Chuan and Li Yi, who were standing nearby, also listened with curiosity. Zhao Jianping turned to face the group, thoughtfully choosing his words as he said, Actually, this classmate Li Yi and this classmate Lu Chuan stand a very good chance of getting into either Shangjiao Immortal University or Shangfu Immortal University. But if we're talking about getting into Sifan Immortal University, it's not that there's no hope at all, but we can say the odds are quite slim. Ah? Lu Zhiyong responded in surprise, why is that? Ah. With a sigh, Zhao Jianping explained, Teacher Lu, since you've never had a student admitted to Sifang Immortal University, you might not be fully aware of the situation. In our entire Pingyuan City region, including Mai, Huiyuan, Yantian, and Fengcheng, we've only had 3 students qualified for Sifang Immortal University in the past 5 years. 2 were from our Pingyuan No. 1 high school, both from my class. The other was from my No. 1 high school, named Lu Guangyan. But Lu Guangyan didn't choose Sifan Immortal University back then, he opted for Yuanwu Immortal University instead because they offered him extremely generous incentives. Hearing this, Lu Zhiyong flushed slightly with embarrassment. 4 years ago, when the old principal of my No. 1 high school retired, Xiao Xingxing took over. That was also when Lu Zhiyong came to my alongside Xiao Xingxing. But ever since he and Xiao Xingxing arrived at my No. 1 high school, the quality of education there had been steadily declining. Over 4 years, they hadn't produced a single top student comparable to Lu Guangyan, not even one capable of entering a first-tier Immortal University. As a result, my No. 1 Immortal Cultivation High School, which 5 years earlier had ranked just below Pingyuan No. 1, had plummeted to become the worst of its kind. This was precisely why Principal Xiao Xingxing had placed such high expectations on top students like Li Yi this year, even going so far as to hire Zhao Jianping as an instructor at great expense. If they failed to produce results soon, it wouldn't just be a matter of saving face. Principal Xiao Xingxing might very well lose his position. As Xiao Xingxing's right-hand man, if Xiao couldn't become the principal, I'd have to leave too. I don't know much about Lu Guangyan, but both of my students who got into Sifang Immortal University were exceptionally talented in spiritual cultivation, each cultivated 7 to 8 times faster than ordinary students. Before the college entrance exams, their spiritual power values reached 217 and 211 respectively, while their chi values were both over 950. At this point, Zhao Jianping's face brimmed with pride as he addressed the group. Even top-tier Immortal Universities have clear requirements for spiritual power alongside chi values, though none as demanding as Sifang Immortal Universities. Usually, a spiritual power of 20 suffices, with chi values remaining their top priority. But Sifang is different. A chi value of 950 in the college entrance exams is merely average in their eyes. Only those whose spiritual power also reaches 200 barely catch their attention. Is it really that exaggerated? Hu Mengyan murmured with wide-eyed astonishment. Exaggerated? Not at all. Zhao Jianping chuckled. With 3 billion people in the Huaxiao Alliance, there's only one Sifang Immortal University. Only true geniuses qualify to enter. If your spiritual power value doesn't reach 200 before the college entrance exams, you'd merely be considered a good student at school, far from deserving the title genius. Noticing the solemn silence among the students, he offered reassuringly, Don't be discouraged, everyone. With your current spiritual power levels, getting into first-tier Immortal Universities and successfully building your foundation afterwards is practically guaranteed. A foundation establishment cultivator still holds a respectable position even within Yuanwu City. Yeah. Lu Zhiyong quickly chimed in to console them, You guys have already done great. Those who got into Sifan Immortal University are all freaks, untouchable and beyond reach. There's no point comparing yourselves to them. Hearing the dignified teacher Lu Zhiyong say that all geniuses are freaks, Hu Mengyan couldn't help but burst into laughter. The atmosphere relaxed a little. Zhao Jianping seized the opportunity to continue, then I'll proceed to explain the admission requirements of various top-tier universities regarding spiritual power values and mental strength values, as well as the specialized focuses of their programs. Students, it's best for you to consider your interests now, whether it's the combat soldier program, artifact refining, pill alchemy, talisman crafting, or even the spirit cuisine program designed for logistics support, all offer excellent career prospects. Zhao Jianping began introducing the flagship programs of major top-tier immortal universities and provided targeted advice. But Lu Chuan could no longer focus on listening. A spiritual power value above 950, mental strength cultivated 7 to 8 times that of ordinary students, reaching over 200 before the college entrance exams, yet in the eyes of Sifan Immortal University, such a monstrous student is just barely qualified? With a population of 3 billion in the Huaxia Alliance, there's only one Sifan Immortal University? In the Plain City region, with a total population exceeding 20 million, only 3 students were admitted in 5 years? This level of difficulty is even more terrifying than Tsinghua and Peking University in my previous life. Lu Chuan felt somewhat regretful. If his ancient book hadn't malfunctioned, it could still be helping him rapidly absorb spiritual food, adding 15 points of spiritual power daily. Then he could have focused entirely on mental strength, and perhaps there would still be a chance. But now, after the images on the first page of the scroll restored only up to the plants in the lower right corner, the restoration process completely halted. With the cessation of the scroll's image recovery, all the benefits the ancient book brought him had entirely disappeared. It's already been 20 days. If this isn't resolved, I'm afraid it'll really be as teacher Zhao said, my destiny would be getting admitted to a first-rate immortal university, only to spend my whole life as a foundation establishment cultivator. Though being a foundation establishment cultivator isn't bad either, you can get a big house allocated by the government. But Lu Chuan always felt this fell far short of those grand cultivators who soar through skies and travel underground in his imagination. Chapter 38 DNA trembled. At my cultivation high school, in the principal's office. Principal Xiao, this is also the bureau's decision. We hope you'll understand. Recently, due to the cultivation bureau incident, City Lord Leia has been furious. Almost every institution has become overly cautious, afraid of provoking his anger. And our high school's performance over the past 4 years has indeed been somewhat unsatisfactory. So, Xiao Xingxing was holding the office phone to his ear, quietly listening to the voice of the Education Bureau director. When he heard the director say, "So," he immediately straightened his posture and responded firmly. "Rest assured, Director. This year's number 1 high school will undoubtedly outperform the previous 2 years. At the very least, we'll produce at least 1 student worthy of a top-tier immortal university for you." Ah! The bureau chief on the other end of the phone corrected him. "Principal Xiao, first high school isn't my school, it's all of my's first high school. The students you've cultivated weren't raised for this bureau chief of yours, they were raised for all the people of my, for the city lord of Leia, understand?" Yes, you're absolutely right," Xiao Xingxing hastily replied. "Moreover, having a student from a top-tier immortal university is indeed commendable, but it shouldn't be considered an outstanding achievement. Ideally, we should produce 3 such students. If we could nurture someone like Lu Guangnian from previous years, City Lord Lei would undoubtedly be very pleased." "Great. I'll give it my all." The call ended. Xiao Xingxing's once upright frame gradually slouched down, weakly leaning against the swivel chair behind him. 4 years have passed. It's finally here. Though the bureau chief had spoken politely and tactfully, how could Xiao Xingxing fail to grasp the underlying message? Lord Leia was currently using the affairs of the Cultivation Bureau to overhaul the entire official system of Mai. If my number 1 high school failed to deliver results this year, they would undoubtedly be dismissed. Moreover, merely achieving results worthy of a top-tier cultivation university might not be enough, he would need to accomplish even more to secure his position. 3 top-tier immortal universities. Ha! After a long pause, Xiao Xingxing took a deep breath, stood up, took out his phone, and dialed Lu Zhiyong's number. Principal, Professor Zhao has finished the lesson with Lu Chuan and the others. We're on our way back now and expect to arrive at the school in about 30 minutes, Lu Zhiyong immediately reported from the other end of the line. Good. Drive carefully then. Bring the students directly to my office when you arrive. Xiao Xingxing hung up the phone and walked to the small compartment behind the principal's office. Carefully, he retrieved a sandalwood box about a foot long from the cabinet, wiping the dust off its surface with a visibly pained expression while muttering, "That kid's getting off way too easy." Lu Zhiyong was his trusted subordinate, so with just those few words over the phone, he'd already understood the outcome of their encounter with Zhao Jianpain today. What Lu Zhiyong had said was, Teacher Zhao has already finished giving class to Lu Chuan and the others, not Li Yi and the others, nor some students. According to Zhao Jianpain's assessment, among the 4 students, Lu Chuan was the most promising candidate to achieve excellent results. And the items inside this box were prepared specifically for the most promising student. So what Xiao Xingxing meant was this boy gets the advantage, rather than this girl gets the advantage. At 4:30 p.m., Lu Zhiyong drove the spiritual energy vehicle slowly into the campus of my cultivation high school, parking it in front of the administration building. Classmates, come with me to the principal's office first. The principal wants to see you, Lu Zhiyong said after parking the car, leading Lu Chuan and the others toward the principal's office. The principal's office? Lu Chuan's eyes lit up with excitement. During the last home visit, Teacher Lu had mentioned that the principal planned to reward several outstanding students. Is today finally the day? The principal's office was located in room 606 of the administration building. The door was no different from those of other teachers' offices, yet when Lu Zhiyong knocked and entered, it startled Lu Chuan because the interior was surprisingly identical to any ordinary teacher's office as well. Principal Xiao Xingxing sat in a swivel chair behind the desk, smiling warmly, "Welcome, welcome, students. Please have a seat." Lu Chuan and the others obediently took their seats on the sofa facing the principal's desk. Lu Zhiyong stepped forward and placed a sheet of paper in front of Xiao Xingxing. "Principal, here's today's log." Xiao Xingxing picked up the sheet and immediately flashed a look of pleasant surprise. Setting it down, he gazed intently at Lu Chuan and Li Yi, particularly Lu Chuan, and repeatedly praised, "Excellent, excellent." The sheet clearly listed the spiritual power and mental strength values of 4 students, along with Zhao Jianpain's evaluation. Behind Lu Chuan and Li Yi's names were written, basically guaranteed admission to Shangjiu Immortal University or Shangfu Immortal University. Behind Li Mengyan's name was written, potential to test into a first-tier Immortal University, recommended to apply to Border Province Agriculture and Forestry Immortal University. By this count, that made 3 first-tier Immortal Universities. Moreover, Lu Chuan and Li Yi could even gain admission to top-tier Immortal Universities like Shanghai Jiaoxian University or Shangfu Xian University. Just moments ago, he had been worrying about losing his official position, but suddenly, the problem was resolved. Commendable work making the trip to Pingyuan City, students. As a reward, I prepared a little something special for each of you, said Xiao Xingxing cheerfully. Smiling at Lu Chuan and the others, he retrieved a few exquisite items from his desk drawer. Noticing this, Lu Chuan immediately flared his nostrils slightly, quietly sniffing the air to catch the scent. What is this? It smells so good. If it's not food, why does it smell this fragrant? Hu Mengyan, standing nearby, noticed Lu Chuan's puzzled expression and softly explained, "Lu Chuan, this is a sachet. It contains precious spices inside, which is why it smells so fragrant." I see. Lu Chuan nodded, but without even glancing at Hu Mengyan, he continued to stare fixedly at the sachet in Xiao Xingxing's hand. Hu Mengyan glanced at Lu Chuan's profile, feeling somewhat uneasy inside. So aloof, huh? Is being handsome really that special? Come now, classmate Jiang Yi, come claim yours first. Xiao Xingxing motioned for Jiang Yi to step forward and handed her a white sachet. Thank you, principal. Jiang Yi took the sachet, expressed her gratitude, then shyly scurried back to her seat on the sofa. Next, student Hu Mengyan. Thank you, principal. Hu Mengyan, much like Jiang Yi, approached with a bashful expression before quickly retreating. Come now, Li Yi, it's your turn. Xiao Xingqing smiled warmly as he looked at Li Yi. Lu Chuan also noticed that the sachet given to Li Yi was clearly different from those given to the previous 2 classmates. The first 2 were white sachets, but when it came to Li Yi, it turned purple. Thank you, principal. After all, Li came from a privileged background and received a different kind of education. Even when facing the principal's reward, she maintained a composed demeanor. This elegance was observed by Jiang Yi and Hu Mengyan, filling both girls with admiration and envy. But Lu Chuan was different. At this moment, he was staring intently at the last sachet on Xiao Xingxing's desk. It's my turn, it's my turn. Mine's different from Li Yi's too. Mine is pink. And it's that super girly kind of pink. But unique enough, perfect for me. Lu Chuan, come up here, Xiao Xingxing finally called with a beaming smile. Right away. Lu Chuan promptly stepped forward. This sachet is for you. Keep up the hard work. Xiao Xingxing pressed a pink sachet into Lu Chuan's hands, his expression solemn yet encouraging. Good. Lu Chuan flashed his teeth as he took the sachet. But the very moment he received it, Lu Chuan froze in place as if struck by lightning. Because at that instant, he sensed something incredible. The dormant first page of the painted scroll in his mind, where the obscure energy had lain motionless over those faint plants in the corner for so many days, had just faintly trembled. Chapter 39, Burn It? After leaving the principal's office, apart from being delayed for a few dozen seconds by Hu Mengyan, who insisted on getting his contact information, Lu Chuan almost rushed home without stopping. It moved, it moved, it moved. The ancient book that had been dormant for over 20 days finally moved. Lu Chuan sat at the desk in his room, carefully examining the pink sachet in his hand. Then, he brought it to his nose and took a deep breath. Inhale. Cough, 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 cough. The next moment, Lu Chuan was choking with uncontrollable coughing, tears streaming down his face. Damn it, what the hell is this? Throwing the sachet aside, Lu Chuan wiped his tears while cursing. When the principal had taken it out from under the desk earlier, it had given off a particularly unique fragrance, fresh and floral. But just now, when he brought it right under his nose and took a deep breath, an extremely pungent odor burst forth, rushing straight through his nasal passages and flooding his entire head. In an instant, Lu Chuan experienced what it truly meant to be dizzy and disoriented. His nostrils were flooded with an overwhelmingly pungent fragrance, and the sensation spread. His mouth, throat, even his eyes and ears seemed filled with it. 5 minutes later, after a thorough cleanse with tissues and water, Lu Chuan pulled himself together and picked up the sachet again for inspection. He noticed that if he didn't hold his nose too close, the sachet did emit a pleasant, light fragrance. But when inhaled too directly, it turned into an unbearably sharp, choking odor, not just unpleasant but intensely irritating to his nasal passages. What on earth is inside this sachet? Lu Chuan muttered to himself. Earlier, Principal Xiao had instructed them to place this sachet under their pillows after returning home, as it would greatly aid their mental energy. But Lu Chuan had no intention of doing so. His experience in the office had felt all too real. This sachet must be connected to the plants depicted on the first page of that scroll. With this thought, Lu Chuan carefully loosened one side of the sachet and gently poured out its contents. Inside were 7 slender, yellowish-gray seeds, each about the length of a finger joint. The fragrance was emanating from them. What is this strange spice? Lu Chuan examined it carefully but couldn't make anything of it. He tried taking a photo to search online but found no results. The internet in this world wasn't as developed as in his past life, making many sources of information difficult to access. And right at that moment, Humph. Hu Mengyan sent Lu Chuan a message. Lu Chuan, how much spirit incense grass did you put in that sachet of yours? Suddenly, Lu Chuan realized, so this spice was called spirit incense grass. Yet, he did not reply to Hu Mengyan. Girls are nothing but trouble. If you reply to one message, you'll have to reply to a second, and after the second, won't there be a third? Sentence by sentence, endless they flow. Why waste this precious time chatting with them? Wouldn't it be better to focus on cultivation? He searched online again for information about Ling Xiangzi, but still found nothing. At that moment, Hu Mengyan sent another message. Lu Chuan, are you home yet? Hurry and open the sachet to see how many Ling Xiangzi are inside. Lu Chuan still ignored her, switching to several other websites to continue searching for information on Ling Xiangzi. Another 10 minutes passed. Hu Mengyan messaged him again. Lu Chuan, I just asked, both Jiang Yi and I have 2 Ling Xiangzi beads in our sachets. Li Yi seems to have 4 or 5 beads. How many do you have? She included an adorable blushing white kitten emoji. Lu Chuan remained indifferent, planning to message Hu Fifan after his class placement exam was over, asking him to inquire with his father. Only after getting a clear answer would he decide how to deal with this spirit incense. Otherwise, he genuinely feared eating this thing might kill him. Yes, this lunatic Lu Chuan was actually considering eating it. Lu Chuan, why aren't you answering me? Lu Chuan, haven't you gotten home yet? Lu Chuan? Are you there? Are you there? After more than 10 minutes, Hu Mengyan started sending incessant messages. Feeling somewhat helpless, Lu Chuan set his phone to silent mode. But just then, Hu Mengyan sent another message. Lu Chuan, our school has really gone all out this time. Just take this Ling Xiang Zi, a first-grade spirit food. One pill costs $20,000, and Principal Xiao has shelled out over 100,000 in one go. Lu Chuan's eyes gleamed faintly. So it's first-grade spirit food, understood. That means it's edible? Hu Mengyan sent another message. Lu Chuan, my dad just told me that 5 years ago, the old principal also rewarded top students with Ling Xiang Zishuan. But one student thought it was edible and ate it directly. He ended up in a coma for 3 days before being revived. How stupid was that, ahaha. It was followed by a rolling on the floor laughing emoji. Lu Chuan's eye twitched. Who are you calling stupid? He decided to respond to Hu Mengyan, so he picked up his phone and replied. Oh. On the other end of the phone. Hu Mengyan. Just as Lu Chuan was thinking that Hu Mengyan seemed unreliable and planned to wait until evening to visit Hu Fifan's house directly to seek advice from his father, or alternatively, to call either teacher Situ or Lu Guangyan. A voice suddenly came from outside the door. It was Lu Chuan's mother, Song Huiqin. Xiao Chuan, come out quickly, see what delicious food I brought for you today. What is it? Lu Chuan swiftly pulled open the door, asking curiously. Only to see his mother Song Huiqin shutting the door, with an enormous bag placed at her feet. Noticing this, Lu Chuan immediately stepped forward to help, carrying the bag into the kitchen. Song Huiqin smiled and said, last time we visited your uncle Kuei in the hospital, he was discharged and promoted shortly after. Today he made a special trip here by car and insisted on giving me this game leg, saying he wanted to nourish your health. Lu Chuan suddenly understood. After the incident at the Beast Park, Chui Rong, Lu Tiankuei's former superior who turned out to be a spy, had been taken away by the Cultivation Bureau. Combined with Lu Tiankuei's bravery in the fight and his injuries, he naturally inherited Chui Rong's position. That day, Lu Chuan had passed out after dealing with the swan beast, something Lu Tiankuei obviously didn't know about. He probably just felt guilty for not keeping a closer eye on Lu Chuan back then and genuinely wanted to make it up by giving them something. Xiao Chuan, what are you spacing out for? Go grab that grill your dad bought for camping last time. We're having a barbecue on the balcony today. While Lu Chuan was still lost in thought, his mother was already bustling about in the kitchen, multitasking as she barked orders his way. Got it. Lu Chuan turned around and moved the barbecue grill from the corner of the balcony. He carefully wiped off the dust, placed it right in the center, and then opened the window. Xiao Chuan. Mother Lu called again. Coming. Lu Chuan responded promptly. Go look for that aura flame torch your dad bought last time, Mother Lu instructed. What do you need a flamethrower for? Lu Chuan was somewhat surprised. The fur on this beast leg isn't completely cleaned off yet, I'm going to use the flamethrower to burn it clean. Mother Lu said as if it were the most natural thing. But the moment these words were spoken, Lu Chuan suddenly froze in place. Burn it clean? Chapter 40, The Ancient Book's Strange Transformation. Burn it? At this moment, endless thoughts surged wildly through Lu Chuan's mind. In his previous life, he had watched countless cooking videos by food bloggers. When handling pig legs, beef legs, or lamb legs, since these animal limbs often had residual bristles, scraping with a knife proved ineffective for thorough cleaning. Typically, they would use high flames to singe them, employing blowtorches as their tool of choice. After burning, the residual fur on the ingredients can be thoroughly cleaned, making them tastier and safer to eat. This was actually a very common method of ingredient preparation. But Lu Chuan couldn't suppress an image that kept flashing through his mind. Inside the Swan Beast Pavilion of the Demon Beast Garden, where a swan beast stood towering 7 or 8 stories tall, he himself was holding a torch, stealthily setting fire to the beast's tail. the towering inferno ignited in an instant. Before long, a completely hairless, bare, pale and tender swan beast appeared right in front of him. No 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 no. At this thought, Lu Chuan shook his head frantically. That was the great blazing flame technique with such a domineering name. How could it possibly be used for cooking? Xiaochuan, did you bring the spiritual flame torch? At that moment, Mother Lu from the kitchen began urging Lu Chuan. Coming, coming. Lu Chuan hurriedly trotted off to fetch the flamethrower, then rushed into the kitchen and handed it to Song Huiqin. Whoosh! The flamethrower ignited, spewing blue flames that began singeing the remaining fur on the beast's limb. The beast leg appeared to come from a deer-type demon beast, with well-developed calf muscles and extremely thick thighs. Both the lean meat and fat looked incredibly tasty. The flamethrower not only scorched away the remaining hairs but also burned through the fat and muscles on the beast leg, releasing a rich, meaty aroma. Deep breath. Lu Chuan sniffed the air. Smells so good. Mother Lu chuckled. This is demon roe deer leg, it doesn't have any odd smells to begin with. Your uncle Xiao Kuei said he brought it over right after skinning, so fresh it doesn't even need marinating. Just put it straight on the grill later. Got it. Half an hour later. The charcoal glowed crimson, radiating scorching heat waves. The leg of roe deer sizzled on the grill, its lean meat plump and glistening while the fatty portions had turned milky white. Occasionally, droplets of hot oil would slowly trickle down the meat's grain before falling onto the charcoal, irresistibly tempting. The game meat was fully cooked, and even with the balcony window wide open, the rich aroma of roasted meat permeated every corner of the room. Lu Chuan sat in front of the balcony grill, gazing longingly while swallowing repeatedly. Mom, isn't it ready yet? Mother Lu smiled at her son. There's still that one crucial step left. What step? Lu Chuan reluctantly tore his gaze away from the roe deer leg to look at his mother. Though this roe deer leg has no strange odors and is fresh enough not to need marinating, it still requires seasoning. Didn't we just add salt earlier? Lu Chuan said impatiently. Just smelling it makes it seem delicious already. I don't think we need to add more seasoning. Right then, the sound of a door opening suddenly came from behind. Lu Zhanggui returned home and, upon entering, smiled at Lu Chuan, saying, Come on, Xiao Chuan, take the cumin powder inside. Ah? Sure. Lu Chuan immediately stepped forward, took the bottle from Lu Zhanggui's hand, and passed it to his mother, Song Huiqin. Mother Lu smiled gently. The final step, now it's complete. She grabbed the bottle of cumin powder, sprinkling it evenly over the venison leg. By now, the venison leg was already sizzling with oil, its glistening fat evenly distributed across every inch. As the cumin powder settled atop the oil, its aroma instantly fused with the fragrance of the roasted meat. The scent reached its absolute peak at this very moment. Saliva immediately began gushing uncontrollably in Lu Chuan's mouth. Smells amazing. So damn good. Mother Lu took the roasted venison leg from the grill, placed it on a plate, and handed it to Lu Chuan. Xiao Chuan, go put this on the table. Coming. Lu Chuan carried a roasted roe deer leg larger than an iron tray and placed it at the center of the dining table. Lu's mother and father set the tableware, and soon, the family of three gathered around the table. Under the light, the roasted meat looked even more enticing. The aroma of the meat itself, mixed with the scent of charcoal fire and cumin powder, wafted through the air, tantalizing their taste buds. Let's eat, but be careful, it's hot. Mother Lu looked at her handiwork with a satisfied smile and handed disposable gloves to Father Lu and Lu Chuan. Let's begin. After his parents had taken their first bites, Lu Chuan restrained himself no longer. Wielding his hands energetically, he tore off a sizable chunk of thigh meat and stuffed it into his mouth. He immediately let out a groan of satisfaction. The meat was incredibly tender and fresh, with the rich aroma characteristic of deer meat spreading instantly in the mouth upon the first bite. As he chewed, juices overflowed, flooding his entire palate with flavor. Bliss. Different parts of the beast's leg offered Lu Chuan varying pleasures, as the haunch was quite large, making it impossible for the seasoning to fully penetrate its interior. The inner portions of the roasted meat retained the pure, rich fragrance of the beast's own flavor, while the outer layers were more charred and crispy. Here, the aromatic cumin powder and the savory coarseness of the rock salt seasoning were more pronounced and intense. The sensation of tearing into large chunks of meat satisfied Lu Chuan down to his very cells, his focus utterly devoted to devouring the meal. Watching their son eat with such gusto, Old Man Lu and his wife never stopped smiling the entire time. Lately, for both cultivating spiritual power and exam preparation, Lu Chuan had been surviving solely on sea spirit shrimp long past the point of monotony. His parents had wanted to change up his diet for ages, so seeing him enjoy his meal now filled them with genuine joy. Late night. Lu Chuan quietly slipped out of the room, returned the garlic mortar to the kitchen, then carefully crept back to the bedroom. On his desk lay a sheet of paper bearing a small pile of yellowish-gray powder. This powder was none other than the spirit incense seeds he had just crushed and ground using the garlic mortar. Ha! Lu Chuan took a deep breath, steadying his wildly pounding heart and calming the restless emotions within. During tonight's dinner, while eating roasted roe deer leg, a sudden thought popped into his mind, a thought so wild, so ridiculous, it seemed almost impossible. Yet once it emerged, it became firmly imprinted in Lu Chuan's mind, lingering persistently like an unshakable shadow. So, he decided to test it out. On the table lay a leftover piece of roast from dinner, cold now, but still carrying the rich, tantalizing aroma of well-cooked meat. Lu Chuan took another deep breath, then gritted his teeth as if making a final decision, picked up the paper wrapped with lingxiangzi powder, and poured all the powder onto the grilled meat. Then, he directly shoved the grilled meat along with the lingxiangzi powder into his mouth. Bzzzt. In an instant, Lu Chuan's ears began to buzz, and the scene before his eyes started spinning wildly. Struggling, he rose from the desk and collapsed onto the bed. Then, everything went black as complete unconsciousness overtook him. Within the dream space, that ancient book appeared before Lu Chuan's consciousness once more, just as it had in times past. But this time, it was different from the previous 20-some days. Because this time, from the first page of the scroll, hazy energy that had persisted without fading in the lower right corner dissipated rapidly to reveal a plant beneath it. This is an umbrella-shaped plant with a slender, straight stem and vibrant green below, while the flower and fruit cluster above, resembling an umbrella, glow in golden yellow. It stands quietly at the lower right corner of the scroll, appearing to be thriving remarkably well. I never thought it would actually work. Gazing at the plant from a distance, Lu Chuan clicked his tongue in amazement. At the same time, the idea that had surfaced since helping his mother find the flamethrower earlier that day began flashing wildly through his mind. Finally unable to restrain himself, Lu Chuan walked up to the first page of the scroll and carefully examined the flowers and fruits on the plant, muttering, first torching fir, then planting cumin, you couldn't possibly be. But before he could finish his sentence, an entirely unexpected scene unfolded. Boom! With a deafening boom, a terrifying tremor suddenly erupted from the ancient tome, shaking the entire space as if heaven and earth were quaking. The next moment, a blinding white light shot into the sky, filling the pitch-black space with terrifying radiance. Simultaneously, countless magnificent voices resounded everywhere, flooding Lu Chuan's mind. There were Buddhist chants, the harmonious chime of bells and chimes, the soft whispers of sages, the murmurs of women, and a sound akin to the voice of the great Tao reverberating throughout. Holy crap! Lu Chuan stood dumbfounded, staring at the scene before him, instinctively realizing that something extraordinary was about to happen. Chapter 41 Starry Sky Menu. Just as Lu Chuan fell into a deep slumber, an anomalous change occurred within the ancient book in his mind. Somewhere within the Huaxia Alliance. Here stood an ancient-style palace, towering amidst a sea of twinkling stars. Above the palace, the night sky was pitch black, dotted with countless stars that formed glowing trails, making the palace appear even more sacred and majestic. This was the power center of the entire Huaxia Alliance, the Huaxia Star Trail Hall. At this moment, in a side hall to the west, a gray-haired elderly man in a long gray robe was busily rummaging through scrolls. Rummaging through items while muttering, just a minute ago, the power supply to Yuanwu Mansion by the Four Directions Spirit Gathering Array suddenly increased by 30%. There's only one possible explanation for this: someone in Yuanwu Mansion has broken through. Let me see which old fellow actually broke through. It's not Yuanwu Mansion's chief, Ruan Yuchuan? Actually, that makes sense, he's currently on the star path and hasn't returned to Yuanwu Mansion. Nor is it Wan Hong? Or Li Shichen either. No, none of these. The gray-robed old man spent a full half-hour rummaging around on his hands and knees, but ultimately found nothing. Defeated, he plopped down onto the ground. Behind him, a young man who looked like a student said with a wry smile, "Old Xia, why put yourself through this?" If someone in Yuanwu Mansion truly made a breakthrough, the entire Huaxia Alliance would have been formally notified the very next day. "Young punk, what do you know?" "Absolutely nothing," retorted the gray-robed elder called Old Xia irritably. "The quad-directional spirit gathering array is willing to provide an additional 30% of spiritual energy to Yuanwu Manor, which indicates the emergence of a Dao origin level expert within Yuanwu Manor." Before reaching Dao origin, he might have just been a Manor Lord level expert, but once he attains Dao origin, he becomes a target for recruitment by various major families. If we wait until he makes the announcement tomorrow before approaching him, who knows how many competitors we'll face. "So this is why you immediately rushed to the archives, sir?" the young man behind him asked with sudden realization. "Did you find anything?" "No," the old man stood up, muttering, "none of the Manor Lord level experts have broken through, and I even checked all the soul formation level experts, but I couldn't find anyone who broke through today." "How strange. Could it be that the archives didn't collect it?" the young man asked curiously. "Don't spout nonsense if you don't understand, youngster. This archive is connected to the Four Directions Spirit Gathering Array. It records every Golden Core expert above nascent soul realm across the entire Huaxia Alliance without omission." Old Xia spoke impatiently but still explained carefully to the youth. "Oh, but what if it was a cultivator below nascent soul realm breaking through, causing the array's strange fluctuation?" The young man ventured another bold guess. Let's go. If you keep spouting such nonsense, I'll have to beat you up." Old Xia waved his hand, signaling the young man to follow him away from this place. Somewhere in Yuanwu Prefecture. Within a quiet villa in a small town. A group of seemingly ordinary men and women had gathered around a dining table. Seated at the head was a strikingly beautiful middle-aged woman with wavy black hair and crimson lips. With a grave expression, the woman addressed the others slowly. "Everyone, I've just received word from the Divine Sect's headquarters. They report that the spiritual energy in Yuanwu City is fluctuating abnormally, and the Quadrant Spirit Gathering Array has supplied an additional 30% of spiritual power to the city." At these words, everyone present instantly turned grim-faced. A stooped, black-clad elder with sinister, hate-filled eyes spat out, "Unbelievable. Just 200 years, and Ruan Yuchuan has broken through again. All our years of scheming wasted in an instant." A sallow-faced, utterly ordinary middle-aged man took a deep drag from his cigarette and exhaled slowly. "Never thought we'd still be one step behind. The Fourfold Spirit Gathering Array has gained an additional 30% of spiritual energy. Someone must have broken through to the Dao Source. With the Dao Source overseeing Yuanwu Prefecture, much of our previous efforts have indeed gone to waste." He looked toward the beautiful woman seated at the center and asked, "Fellow Daoist Wan, when will our sacred sect's Yuanwu branch retreat?" The woman surnamed Wan gently shook her head. "Headquarters hasn't given any orders yet. Rumor has it they're still uncertain whether it was really Ruan Yuchuan who broke through to the Dao Source. But within Yuanwu City, aside from Ruan Yuchuan's breakthrough to the Dao Source, what else could trigger the anomaly in the Four Directions Spirit Gathering Array? Retreat, it's just a matter of these next few days." "Ah." Inside the room, everyone let out deep sighs, their expressions filled with heartrending grief. At the same time, across various locations in the Huaxia Alliance, many top-tier Huaxia powerhouses sensed the Four Directions Spirit Gathering Array channeling additional spiritual energy to Yuanwu City. Their intense focus turned toward the Yuanwu direction, creating a whirlwind of activity. Lu Chuan was unaware of the upheaval occurring among the top powerhouses outside, as he stood frozen, staring blankly at the ancient book before him. By now, the earth-shaking phenomena, the celestial voice filling his mind, and the dazzling light from the ancient book had all vanished. But in their place, came a dramatic transformation of the ancient text. Suddenly, between the book's cover and the first illustrated page depicting the swan beast, an entirely new page materialized out of thin air. Lu Chuan approached for a closer look and was startled to discover the flowing, dragon-like strokes of the writing, bold and unrestrained, exuding an earth-shaking presence. The first line read, "All things can be devoured, monsters, countless races, even heaven and earth itself." The second line, "A true devourer must refine their craft, for crude consumption makes one no different from barbaric lesser races." The third line, "All things demand mastery and preparation, only then can their full flavor and potency be unleashed. All my life, I've pursued the Tao through devouring. This starry sky menu is left behind as a feast for future generations. After Lu Chuan finished reading. The ancient book's cover slowly closed, and on its originally blank surface, 4 large characters spontaneously emerged. Starry Sky Menu. Staring at the unfolding scene before him, Lu Chuan's mind reeled in utter astonishment. Sure enough. Indeed, that wild suspicion bubbling in his heart was correct all along. Why did the Swan Beast scroll contain the great blazing flame technique, guiding him specifically to burn the creature's fur? Why did that suspiciously familiar cumin-like plant grow precisely at the beast's lower right corner? Because this ancient book is freaking just a cookbook. But this cookbook is insanely cool. All things can be eaten. Even heaven and earth can be devoured. No matter how powerful the demon beasts or fierce birds are, they're nothing but food. This ancient book, no, this stellar menu was left behind by its creator who attained enlightenment through devouring, leaving behind this masterpiece infused with his life's work. Now, it has come into my possession. Moreover, it seems that until today, I was not truly acknowledged as the master of this stellar menu, as the text on its cover and the creator's message had never been revealed before. Only today, when I discovered the method to restore the plant in the lower right corner of the Swan Beast painting, did the stellar menu finally accept me completely. Of course, aside from the ancient book acknowledging him, there was another minor incident just now. That is, after Ling Xiangzi was absorbed by the first page of the scroll, Lu Chuan felt his spiritual power rapidly intensify. It had likely broken through the threshold of 50 from its original value of 43. A spiritual power value of 50 precisely reaches the first realm of spiritual power, microcosmic perception. This is because, in the Qi refining stage, accumulating spiritual power from 0 to 999 is merely a process of accumulation rather than a true breakthrough. So, this breakthrough into the subtle realm probably counts as Lu Chuan's first true breakthrough in life. Just the first breakthrough, everything is only just beginning. Chapter 42, Honestly, I prefer my high school. The next day. Hu Fifen's home. Lu Chuan eyed the scale-like instrument before him curiously. So this thing measures psychic power? He. Hu Fifen scratched his head with some pride. Yeah, the instruments for measuring psychic power all have the same accuracy, but they come in different types: handheld, standing, missionary styles and so on. Mine here is the standing type. My dad got this specially as a reward for me getting into the cultivation class. Yesterday was just the placement exam, results aren't even out yet, and he already bought it today? Lu Chuan clicked his tongue. This specialized psychic testing equipment probably cost 20,000 yuan or more? Hu Fifen's father truly lives up to being an array master, no wonder he's loaded. Bro, with my spiritual power level, is there even any doubt about passing the Cultivation Academy exam? Hu Fifen preened as he opened the device below, saying, Come on, brother Chuan, your turn to test. Bro, I already tested yesterday, mental power of 25. Damn! That high? Lu Chuan exclaimed in shock. This time, he was genuinely surprised. When they last visited Zhao Jianping's home in Pingyuan City, the spiritually gifted Hu Mengyan had only a spiritual power value of 23, while Li Yi was just at 31. Hu Fifen actually had 25. Ridiculous. Ha ha ha. Seeing Lu Chuan's astonished expression, Hu Fifen grew even more smug. I owe it all to my dad. Back when none of us even knew what a spiritual power value was, my father somehow got his hands on a meditation diagram and forced me to study it every day. That's how I built my foundation. With that, he took out a cloth scroll from the drawer and handed it to Lu Chuan. Here, this is it. Is this the visualization diagram? Lu Chuan asked in surprise. On the cloth scroll Hu Fifen handed over was depicted a massive saber-toothed tiger. The beast's eyes gleamed like lanterns, its forehead snowy white, with 2 terrifyingly sharp fangs like blades protruding from its bloodthirsty maw. Though merely a painting, one could vividly sense the formidable aura emanating from this saber-toothed tiger. That's right. Visualization diagrams usually depict demonic beasts. For low-level cultivators like us, they're typically large Qi refinement stage beasts like the saber-toothed tiger or golden-maned lion. Hu Fifen finished speaking, then delivered his punchline with impeccable timing. Chuan, don't think your spiritual power advantage lasts forever. Watch me tap into my mental reserves and overtake you in minutes. Oh? Really? Lu Chuan responded with a knowing smile as he stepped lightly onto the apparatus that measured spiritual consciousness. Beep. With a soft beep from the instrument, the number displayed above, 52. Hu Fifan froze on the spot, stammering, F52? How is that possible? Bro, I've been studying meditation diagrams since childhood and I'm only at 25 now. Lu Chuan stepped off the testing device, patted Hu Fifan's shoulder gently, and drawled, You're 25, I'm 52, our spiritual values are the same. Hu Fifan, you have the same mental power value as me, you're just behind in spiritual energy. Give it a little push and you'll surpass me in no time. Keep it up. Hu Fifan looked at Lu Chuan's expression, the corners of his eyes twitching violently. Surpass you my foot, you freak. Nearly 10 minutes later, Hu Fifan finally managed to calm his inner shock and asked, Chuanji, my dad said that once your mental power reaches 50, you attain the first realm of mental power called precision. This counts as a cultivator's first breakthrough. So, you've lost your virginity then. Upon hearing this, Lu Chuan shot Hu Fifan a look of contempt. What he despised most were uncouth people who spouted such vulgar remarks at the drop of a hat. He then nodded and said, Yes, I lost it last night for the first time. During their last training session, Zhao Jianping had explained the essence of cultivating mental energy to Lu Chuan and the others. While absorbing spiritual energy, a cultivator must possess sufficiently strong mental power to control and summon the increasing energy accumulating within their body. Therefore, one must cultivate both spiritual energy and mental power simultaneously. The realms of mental power are divided into several levels: minute perception, object control, free manipulation, materialization, and unity of heaven and humanity. Minute perception requires 50 mental power points, while object control demands 200. Now, Lu Chuan has merely stepped over the threshold of enlightenment, still far from the 200 spiritual power required for the four realms immortal. Hence, he doesn't think this achievement is anything remarkable. It's just the most basic breakthrough after all. Brother Chuan, have you seen the news? Hu Fifan asked, as if grasping for conversation. What? Lu Chuan, accustomed to Hu Fifan's chatterbox conversation style, asked naturally. The news reported that last night, a powerful expert in our Yuanwu prefecture achieved a breakthrough, Hu Fifan gossiped. Lu Chuan shot Hu Fifan a glare. None of my damn business. Many people believe it was the prefect Ruan Yuchuan who had a breakthrough. Rumors have been circulating online because lots of people noticed the spiritual energy concentration in the air was higher when they woke up this morning, Hu Fifan remarked nonchalantly. But Lord Ruan Yuchuan has been slow to come forward and announce this news, leading many to speculate whether it might be someone else who actually made the breakthrough instead of the Lord himself. Lu Chuan shot him another exasperated look. What does that have to do with us? It's not like I'm the one who caused this fluctuation in spiritual energy concentration. Hardly likely. Legend says only breakthroughs at the Mansion Lord level can cause disturbances in heaven and earth's spiritual energy, Hu Fifan continued. But rumor has it the number of enrollment slots at Immortal Academy is also tied to the strength of each mansion's lord. Our Yuanwu is a lower-tier mansion with relatively few slots. If Lord Ruan Yuchuan truly broke through, maybe we'll get more Immortal Academy slots. Oh? Lu Chuan raised his eyebrows at this. That actually has something to do with us. Before he could inquire further, his phone suddenly rang. The caller ID showed an unfamiliar number. Though puzzled, Lu Chuan answered the call anyway. The phone receiver transmitted a middle-aged man's voice. Hello, Lu Chuan? This is Xiao Xingxing speaking. I got your number from Teacher Lu, hope I'm not disturbing you? Oh. No, not at all. Principal Xiao? I can't believe you're personally calling me. Lu Chuan exclaimed with astonishment. Was the spirit incense powder I gave you yesterday sufficient? If not, I've got about 10 more grains here that I can deliver to you in a few days. Our top student at my first high deserves all the resources he needs, Xiao Xingxing warmly inquired. Principal Xiao, what are you doing? You've already given me 7 pills as a reward, this is too embarrassing. My home is at room XXX, Unit X, Building X, XX Garden, XX Street. Thank you, Principal. Ha ha ha. Classmate Lu, you're truly witty. On the other end of the line, Xiao Xingxing laughed heartily, then added meaningfully. Lu, you've spent 2 years at Muyi No. 1 High School. Your familiar teachers and classmates are all here. If you achieve good results in the college entrance examination, they will all be proud of you. You must hold the line at this critical moment. Haha, I won't disturb you anymore. Remember to practice well. Goodbye, President Xiao. The call ended, leaving Lu Chuan somewhat bewildered. Hu Fifan, who was standing nearby, was about to step forward to ask something when Lu Chuan's phone rang again. Hello, is this student Lu Chuan? Lu Chuan blinked his eyes. Yes, indeed. May I ask who you are? Ha ha ha. I'm from the Academic Affairs Office of Pingyuan No. 1 High School. We heard that you, Lu Chuan, have been cultivating your psychic abilities recently. Our school happens to have a specialized psychic enhancement class personally instructed by teacher Zhao Jianping. Would you be interested in learning more about it? Upon hearing this, Lu Chuan suddenly understood the meaning behind Xiao Xingxing's earlier phone call to him. He politely declined. Thank you for your kind offer, teacher, but I'm more accustomed to cultivating at my No. 1 high school. Hey, don't rush. Our Pingyuan No. 1 high school is willing to offer 100,000 yuan to help purchase spiritual resources for you, student Lu, said the anxious voice on the phone. 100,000? Can you make it more? Lu Chuan asked. More. The voice on the phone hesitated. At most 150,000. 150,000, can you raise it further? I can't. Thank you, teacher. Goodbye. Lu Chuan hung up the phone. Holy shit, 150 grand, and you still think it's not enough, brother Chuan? Hu Fifan had heard everything clearly and stepped forward anxiously. Teachers at Pingyuan No. 1 High are way better than ours. You should think about your future. If you go to Pingyuan No. 1 High, you can still keep in touch with classmates, right? Brother Chuan, don't be foolish at this crucial moment. Lu Chuan noticed that Hu Fifan genuinely had his best interests at heart and responded with a mysterious smile. There are only 70 days left until the college entrance exam. What I need most now isn't a teacher's guidance, it's resources. With that, he picked up his phone, typed a text message, and sent it to Xiao Xingxing. Principal Xiao, Pingyuan No. 1 High School just called me. They offered me 300,000 yuan to purchase resources for boosting mental strength, but to be honest, I actually prefer my No. 1 high school. Hu Fifan observed everything, smacked his lips, and muttered indistinctly, well, if it's 300,000 yuan, my No. 1 high school would still be the better choice. My No. 1 high school. The principal's office. Xiao Xingxing stared at the text message from Lu Chuan, his eyelid twitching uncontrollably. That little brat. Of course he knew Plains No. 1 high school would never offer 300,000 yuan, this was the price Lu Chuan had set for him. Fine. 300,000 it is then. Xiao Xingxing sighed deeply. With the Cultivation Bureau director breathing down his neck these days, even if Lu Chuan demanded 500,000 for the sake of his career prospects, he'd have to pay. Alright, then my high school will also grant you 300,000. Personally, I'll reward you with 10 spirit incense seeds. Focus on your cultivation in my. Editing the message, he replied to Lu Chuan. Almost instantly, Lu Chuan responded, understood. Thank you, principal. I will do my best. Xiao Xingxing sighed and turned to his secretary, Ma Wenlong. Go to the finance office, request 300,000 for an outstanding student award. Right away, principal. Ma Wenlong nodded with a smile and left the office. But the moment he stepped out of the principal's office, his gentle and respectful expression instantly turned icy cold and venomous. 4 years? Xiao Xingxing, you good for nothing. Do you have any idea how I've suffered these past 4 years? 5 years ago, Muyi No. 1 High School was still ranked second in the Pingyuan City region. Back then, I had just been assigned here by the Divine Sect to gather intelligence on genius students. Damn it! You useless piece of crap, you haven't managed to cultivate a single genius student in the 4 years since taking office. It wasn't until today that someone like Lu Chuan finally emerged. Spiritual power at 631, mental power at 43, with such aptitude, he should be more than qualified to enter the top-tier immortal universities, right? Though there was still a gap compared to Lu Guangnian 5 years ago, such a genius was still worthy of an attack from the Divine Sect. Chapter 43, The Frustrated Spy. Not long after Lu Chuan tested Hu Fifan's spiritual power at his home, the class group announced the results of the placement exam, and Hu Fifan's name was conspicuously listed among the immortal cultivation class. After congratulating Hu Fifan, he quickly excused himself and returned home. After yesterday's placement exam, the second-year students at Makino High School were given a holiday. Upon returning to school, they would be divided into cultivation classes and vocational classes. The cultivation classes would continue their training, while the vocational classes would gradually focus more on academic subjects and job skills. So, Lu Chuan was in high spirits, humming a tune as he walked. On one hand, he was happy about not having to go to school during the break, and on the other hand, it was because he had finally figured out all the functions of that ancient book in his mind. The ancient tome, titled Starfield Bestiary, was not only enormous in size but also astonishingly thick, filled entirely with illustrations of various mystical beasts. For some unknown reason, all these beast illustrations were shrouded in thick layers of hazy energy. Whenever I found a way to dispel the hazy energy and restore a beast's image within the bestiary, the Starfield Bestiary would reward me with spiritual energy. Restoring the illustrated plants within the beast illustrations would instead reward me with mental energy. For example, yesterday I risked my life to eat a Lingxiangzi herb, after which a Lingxiangzi plant was restored in the lower right corner of the swan beast diagram. And my spiritual energy subsequently increased from the original 43 points to 52 points. Click. As usual, Lu Chuan retrieved the key from under the doormat and opened the door to return home. As soon as he got home, he rushed straight to his bedroom, retrieved the Ling Shangzi from beneath the pillow, gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and swallowed it in one gulp. Half an hour later, Lu Chuan rose from the bed, feeling refreshed and invigorated. Sure enough, the plant in the lower right corner of the swan beast diagram had partially regenerated once more. He also felt his mind grow noticeably clearer again. Peering out the window from his room, he could even make out a man and a woman on a balcony some 700 or 800 meters away. Holy crap! Lu Chuan quickly covered his eyes. These adults really have no shame, daring to moan and groan so openly in broad daylight. But this did confirm his speculation. Being able to clearly discern tiny scenes from 700 or 800 meters away meant his mental power had advanced yet again. After a moment's thought, Lu Chuan stepped forward and pulled the curtains shut. In the past, my mental energy wasn't refined enough to notice these things, but now that it's reached a microscopic level, I've become aware that privacy should be considered. After all, if I can stand here and see distant places, then powerful individuals from afar might also be able to see me through windows. It wouldn't be good if someone saw me swallowing Ling Xiang pills in my room every day. I have principles. I might choose not to peek at others, but what about other people? That's far from guaranteed. They actually closed the curtains? Could they have sensed me? About a kilometer away from Lu Chuan's home, inside a black sedan parked roadside, a man let out a soft exclamation of surprise. That shouldn't be possible. I was only observing him from here. The man appeared to be around 28 or 29 years old, of average build, with slight pockmarks on his face and thinning hair that hadn't yet crossed into baldness. This was none other than Ma Wenlong, secretary to Xiao Xingxing, the principal of my number 1 high school. Shaking his head, Ma Wenlong took out his phone and dialed Lu Chuan's number. Hello, is this student Lu Chuan? This is Secretary Ma from the principal's office. Ah yes. I'm here to deliver your money. I'm already at the gate of your neighborhood. Could you please come down for a moment? After hanging up the phone, Ma Wenlong drove the car out of the parking space to the gate of Lu Chuan's residential area. He retrieved the bank card and the pink sachet containing Ling Shangzi, then carefully slipped on a specially crafted ring. Afterwards, he waited quietly outside the car. Soon, Lu Chuan's figure appeared outside the gate. Lu, over here. Ma Wenlong smiled and waved at Lu Chuan. Coming. Lu Chuan jogged over. Secretary Ma, thanks for making the trip. Here's some water for you. Here you go, he said politely, handing Ma Wenlong a bottle of mineral water. Ma Wenlong was somewhat surprised and said with a smile, Classmate Lu, you'd better put the money away first. With that, he handed over the bank card and the sachet, and inadvertently pressed the ring on his finger lightly against Lu Chuan's palm. Thanks. Lu Chuan gleefully pocketed the bank card, grinning mischievously at Ma Wenlong with a cheeky ha. Having worked as a secretary for several years, Ma Wenlong naturally understood what Lu Chuan meant by this. I've already got the money, and I don't really have anything to say to you. You can leave now. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. Goodbye, classmate Lu Chuan. With that farewell, he he turned toward the car door and walked away. Goodbye, goodbye, Secretary Ma. Lu Chuan also waved at Ma Wenlong with a smile. Soon, Ma Wenlong drove his black spiritual-powered car away from the gate of Lu Chuan's residential area. At this moment, his expression turned utterly grim. If it had been in the past, with Lu Chuan standing alone before him just now, he could have simply taken action and eliminated this genius. Even without taking direct action, just tampering with his bank card or Ling Shangzi could kill him. If he succeeded, others from the divine sect would step in to help him escape my city and flee beyond the gathering spirit array. But now, that was no longer possible. Last night, the chief of the divine sect's headquarters in Yuanwu Prefecture secretly alerted all its members hidden within Yuanwu Prefecture. Starting today, all members of the divine sect in Yuanwu Prefecture must go into hiding. All previously planned operations are to be halted immediately. Anyone who believes they are at risk of exposure must flee to the monster-infested regions beyond the city. Because last night, a powerful figure in Yuanwu Prefecture achieved a breakthrough, which may lead to significant shifts in the prefecture's overall situation. Not only are their own actions now restricted, but even if they were to strike forcefully, they would be unable to escape and would perish together with Lu Chuan. It's simply not worth it. Because Ma Wenlong believed that he was, after all, a valuable piece planted by the divine sect at my #1 high school for 4 years. Although Lu Chuan was a top-tier talent from the Immortal Academy, remaining at my high school would allow him to gather intelligence on more prodigies and eliminate even more of them. Despite his fanatical devotion to the divine sect and his belief that everyone deserved to die, he refrained from acting rashly. Instead, he chose to obey the chief altar master of Yuanwu Mansion, lying in wait quietly. But the more Ma Wenlong thought about it, the angrier he became. Back in the day, he had infiltrated my #1 high school full of ambition, only to end up with that troublemaker Xiao Xingxing, 4 years wasted without gathering a single useful piece of intel on any geniuses. After finally encountering a Lu Chuan, only to face such a situation, he couldn't help but flare up with anger. Inside the car, he cursed loudly. It's all that damned expert's fault. Of all times to make a breakthrough, why did it have to be now? Achoo! Back at home, Lu Chuan, who had just settled into a cross-legged meditation stance, suddenly sneezed. Puzzled, he rubbed his nose and then resumed his cultivation, circulating the whirling spirit cultivation technique. Chapter 40 for the peculiar Secretary Ma. Time flew by swiftly. 40 days passed in the blink of an eye, arriving at the day when all schools conducted pre-college entrance examination physical checkups. Only 30 days remained before the national college entrance exams. At this moment, Lu Chuan was queuing up with the cultivation class students of my #1 high school, his eyes brimming with curiosity. That's because the physical examination in this cultivation world differed from what he had experienced in his previous life. In his past life, physical exams mainly checked students' height, weight, vision, hearing, olfactory senses, color perception, as well as bone and skin development. These records would become part of the student's academic file, serving as reference materials for university admissions. In the world of immortal cultivation, besides checking basic physical attributes like height, weight, vision, hearing, smell, and color perception, the examination also tests candidates for potential allergic reactions to different types of basic formations, runes, and several peculiar energies. At this moment, Lu Chuan had already passed these preliminary tests and was now awaiting the final and most terrifying assessment, the 5000 meter dash without external force. As the name suggests, it strictly prohibits the use of spiritual energy or mental power, requiring candidates to rely solely on their physical strength to complete a 5-kilometer run. For this purpose, a large training ground had been specially built behind the hospital where candidates underwent their physical examinations. Lu Chuan poked Hu Fifan beside him. Hu Fifan, tell me, what's the point of this test? But Hu Fifan stared blankly ahead, completely ignoring Lu Chuan. Following Hu Fifan's gaze, Lu Chuan discovered this bastard was indeed sneakily looking at Li Yi in the front row, his eye twitching wildly. Since entering the cultivation class, Lu Chuan hadn't felt much difference in his daily life. Zhang Lubin and Hu Fifan had both been admitted into the cultivation class with him. His close friends from the original class were still in the same school, so he could basically meet them whenever he wanted. But Hu Fifan was different. After joining the cultivation class, he and Li Yi went from being same-grade classmates separated by 3 classrooms to becoming classmates who could see each other anytime. Lu Chuan felt this bastard was constantly staring at her with a creepy gaze, and even his usual chatterbox nature had diminished quite a bit. At this point, some girls in the front rows also raised the same question to Lu Zhiyong, the homeroom teacher of the cultivation class. Lu Zhiyong smiled at the classmates and said, "This is to avoid missing out on students who have exceptional talent and physical constitution. In our cultivation system, besides the methods of controlling immortal spiritual power and spells, there are also techniques for tempering the body with spiritual power, known as body cultivation. In some immortal universities, the body cultivation specialization is quite strong. These programs will take your 5-kilometer performance today into consideration during admission." "Ah, teacher, why didn't you tell us about this earlier?" a male student asked regretfully. "I didn't mention it because I could tell early on that none of you in this class have any talent for body cultivation. Those with such talent can be spotted in daily life. For example, they can lift objects weighing over 500 Jin without using spiritual power." "Anyone in our class think they can do it?" "Ha, it's totally normal if no one can. I've taught so many batches of students and never encountered a single one with talent for physical cultivation. Physical cultivators are extremely rare," Lu Zhiyong chuckled. "In that case, can we skip the running?" a hopeful student asked. "Definitely not. Since this is a physical test, everyone must complete every part. Just go in and run properly. Your bodies have been nourished by spiritual energy. Running 5,000 meters won't cause any harm. In fact, intense exercise might even help relieve some of your exam stress. Moreover, you can't perform too poorly either. If you do, you might barely scrape into the immortal university alongside others with identical spiritual power, mental strength, and academic scores, yet lose out simply because his 5,000-meter time beats yours. That's how you get eliminated." The chorus of sighs from classmates rose and fell in waves of regret and disappointment. Soon, it was Lu Chuan's class's turn for the physical fitness test. "Bro Chuan, don't run too fast later, stick with me, alright?" Hu Fifan turned his head pleadingly, putting on a pitiful face as he made his request. "No." Lu Chuan shook his head firmly. "Hu Fifan, this 5-kilometer run may be called a physical test, but in reality, it's an exam. You need to push yourself." Hu Fifan said in surprise, "Bro Chuan, are you feeling alright? Since when are you so full of positive energy? Anyway, neither of us has any talent for physical cultivation. Why try so hard?" Lu Chuan grinned and pointed at Li Yi at the front of the line. "Do you think Li Yi runs fast or slow?" Hu Fifan's massive frame shuddered. "Bro Chuan, what do you mean by that?" Lu Chuan smirked without answering. At that moment, boom! The proctor behind them had already fired the starting gun. Everyone started sprinting forward, when suddenly Lu Chuan turned to Hu Fifan beside him and said, "If you can't catch up to me, I'm going to run ahead and tell Li Yi that you like her." With that, he took off running. "Ah! Lu Chuan, you bastard!" The next moment, Hu Fifan's pig-slaughtering scream echoed across the playground. 15 minutes later, the first group of students crossed the 5-kilometer finish line. 5th place, Hu Mengyan. 4th place, Zhang Yi. 3rd place, Lu Chuan. 1st place, Li Yi and Hu Fifan tied. "Dude, Chuan, you killed it." Hu Fifan gasped for breath but still gave Lu Chuan a thumbs up, gushing, "After the race just now, Li Yi whispered a compliment to me." Lu Chuan wiped his sweat while scoffing, "Still calling me a bastard?" No more, no more," Hu Fifan shook his head vigorously. "That's more like it," Lu Chuan mumbled, took a sip of water, handed the medical examination form to cultivation class monitor Zhang Yi, then dashed off to the restroom. Truth be told, he hadn't even used his full strength just now. His spiritual power had already surpassed 900 points, and the nourishment his body received from this energy far exceeded that of his classmates. After receiving spiritual nourishment, most classmates can achieve a 5,000-meter run time between 15 to 20 minutes, a performance that would have matched provincial-level long-distance runners in their previous lives. Yet he estimated he could finish in 13 minutes but chose not to. The first reason was, of course, to let Hu Fifan shine, intentionally pacing him and later easing off to give him an advantage. The second reason was that he had called Lu Guangyan twice recently to consult about cultivation. Upon learning of Lu Chuan's progress in spiritual power, Lu Guangyan specifically advised him to avoid drawing too much attention in the future and to deliberately show some weaknesses when appropriate. Although Lu Guangyan didn't specify the exact reason, since it concerned his own life, Lu Chuan took it very seriously, which was why he deliberately held back today. Entering the restroom and unbuckling his belt, just as Lu Chuan was about to relieve himself, he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure nearby and chuckled, "Secretary Ma, what a coincidence, you're here to use the restroom too." Standing just 2 meters away was Secretary Ma, dressed in a suit with thinning hair, engrossed in his phone. Hearing the greeting, Secretary Ma turned and flashed Lu Chuan an enthusiastic smile. "Student Lu, the principal just called me. He said your class doesn't need to return directly to school after the physical fitness tests. He's arranged for teacher Zhao Jianping from Pingyuan City to coach you all. Whatever you do, don't leave early." With those final words, he turned and walked away. Got it, Lu Chuan replied, shaking off the last drops while skeptically eyeing the back of Ma Wenlong's head. What on earth was Secretary Ma doing with his phone in the toilet? And why is there a black earpiece on his right ear? It doesn't look like headphones either. Chapter 45 There's a problem. Third update. Yuanwu Prefecture, Yuanwu Immortal University. In the Immortal Dao conference room, all the senior leaders of Yuanwu Immortal University had gathered, the atmosphere solemn and tense. Lu Guangyan's figure was conspicuously present in the lineup, though he sat behind his mentor Lu Jingxian, with no seat for him at the conference table. Presiding over the meeting was a man who appeared to be in his 50s, with dark skin, thick hair, deep-set wrinkles on his face, and an exceedingly refined demeanor. Governor Yuan Yuchuan has returned from the Star Path. This time, it's basically confirmed. At these words, the atmosphere in the meeting room instantly became unbearably tense. Including Lu Guangyan, everyone's brows furrowed deeply. Just as Professor Han from Sifan Immortal University speculated last time, the Star Path has indeed widened. The Star Path guarded by Yuanwu Prefecture will be upgraded from Commander Class to King Class. The host's voice rang out with unusual clarity in the conference room. This means Yuanwu Prefecture must dispatch a Dao Yuan level expert to oversee it. Otherwise, if King Class beings emerge from the Star Path, Yuanwu Prefecture will be in grave danger. Principal Li, wasn't there a rumor recently that Governor Yuan Yuchuan had broken through to the Daoyuan realm? Suddenly, a female teacher in the corner of the conference room asked. Principal Li shook his head. It's just a rumor. Governor Yuan Yuchuan did return from the Star Path, and though his strength has improved, he's still one step away from the Daoyuan realm. The conference room buzzed with discussions. Then who exactly broke through to Daoyuan realm? Is this Deputy Governor Wang Hong? Aside from Governor Yuan Yuchuan, Deputy Governor Wang Hong, and the principal, it seems Yuanwu doesn't have any other prefecture-level powerhouses. But I've clearly noticed that the Four Directions Spirit Gathering Array has been providing more spiritual energy to our Yuanwu Prefecture recently. There must be someone who broke through to a higher realm. Enough. Principal Li waved his hand lightly. It's true that the Four Directions Spirit Gathering Array has been providing more spiritual energy, but it's not due to any breakthrough from a powerhouse. Our Yuanwu Prefecture still lacks a Dao Source realm expert. Everyone fell silent. This meaning should be clear to all of you. From this moment onward, students and teachers at the Golden Core realm and above must prepare to enter the Star Path. Let us meet the challenge. As he uttered these last 3 words, Principal Li's originally refined and scholarly demeanor vanished in an instant, replaced by a razor-sharp killing intent gleaming in his eyes. Yes, sir. Everyone in the meeting room instantly stood up, responding in unison with resounding voices. Outside the college entrance examination physical examination hospital in my city. The students of the cultivation class from my number 1 high school had already boarded the bus. At this moment, class monitor Jiang Yi was speaking loudly at the front. Classmates, I just received a notification. We won't be returning directly to school now. The principal has arranged for us to get collective tutoring from a teacher in Pingyuan City. What kind of teacher? Where's our homeroom teacher? Someone raised a question immediately below. Jiang Yi patiently explained, this teacher Li Yi and I have met him before. He's the top instructor at Pingyuan number 1 high school. If you don't want to go, you can get out of the car now. No one spoke. The homeroom teacher just received a phone call and left in a hurry, asking me to lead the team. Does anyone still have questions? Jiang Yi asked again after finishing her explanation. No one spoke. Jianye casually flipped her hair and took a seat in the front row, saying to the driver, "Let's go, sir." The bus started moving, driving away from the hospital. 3 kilometers from the medical examination hospital, at the intersection of Hepping Road. An ordinary white van was parked here. "They've set off and are expected to pass this intersection in about 10 minutes, a thoroughly average-looking middle-aged man in the front seat of the van said quietly. In the back sat a young woman with a smooth chin, who now inquired calmly, "Any word from the main altar?" I asked again, same answer, confirming Ruan Yuchuan hasn't ascended to Daoyuan level, and no Daoyuan tier powerhouses have been detected within Yuanwu Prefecture. Ma Wenlong, seated in the passenger seat and quietly buckled in, replied to the woman behind him. "Good, 40 days have passed, and now we can finally act." The woman took a deep breath. "This attack of ours will likely be the first operation since the divine sex immersion. When the time comes, the high priest's rewards won't be lacking. You, Ma Wenlong, will take the greatest credit." Upon hearing this, Ma Wenlong hurriedly replied, "No, you deserve the greatest credit, Sister Bai. I initially only planned to kill that Lu Chuan alone. It was your reminder that led to organizing this operation to eliminate all the students of my high school. We're all working for the divine sect, no need to argue over credit." The young woman called Sister Bai waved her hand dismissively. Then, an expression of loathing and hatred surfaced on her face as she spat out viciously. "This filthy Huaxia alliance breeds nothing but foul rot in its students. Only by purging them can we make this wretched alliance realize how utterly foolish their defiance against the gods is. Only the gods can guide humanity toward transcendence." At Bai Jie's words, everyone else in the van assumed solemn, reverent expressions, gazing skyward with devout reverence. On the bus, Lu Chuan rested his chin on his hand, gazing at the surrounding scenery with slightly furrowed brows. The bus was indeed heading toward Pingyuan City, but he sensed that something was amiss. Why would Lu Zhiyong, as the homeroom teacher, suddenly leave when the physical examination is so important? Principal Xiao Xingxing doesn't seem like someone who values non-top students, so why was he willing to pay for the entire class to receive guidance from Zhao Jianpain? Zhao Jianpain is one of the best high school teachers in Pingyuan City, and his fees must be substantial. Why did Secretary Ma suddenly appear in the hospital restroom during the physical exam? Couldn't he just have called Lu Zhiyong directly if he had something to discuss? Also, why would a driver's hands have such thick calluses? Add to that the vague words Lu Guangnian used when telling him to hide his capabilities during their phone call the other day. Lu Chuan grew increasingly restless. Finally, he couldn't restrain himself any longer. He stood up and shouted at the driver, "Driver, stop the car." The driver didn't slow down at all and asked, "What's wrong, kid?" Lu Chuan stepped forward and shouted even louder, "I need to use the toilet." "There's no restroom here, just hold on for a few more minutes, buddy." The driver deftly rounded a bend ahead and turned onto Hepping Road. "Are you fucking deaf? I said I need to take a piss." Suddenly, Lu Chuan erupted with a furious roar, his eyes bloodshot and terrifyingly fierce. The roar instantly silenced the noisy classmates at the back of the bus, leaving them utterly mute as they all stared at Lu Chuan. The driver, however, continued indifferently, almost there, just ahead is Hepping intersection. "We can stop there, and there's a restroom too." Yet Lu Chuan fixed his gaze on the driver's profile, his voice eerily calm as he asked, "That shout just now, I used mental energy. Why weren't you affected at all?" The driver froze for a split second, then his face twisted into a savage grimace. He began stomping madly on the accelerator, pounding the steering wheel like a man possessed, and blaring the horn ahead. "You're fucking insane." Lu Chuan felt a scorching surge rush to his head and instinctively launched a flying kick with all his strength, aiming straight for the driver's temple. Chapter 46, Life or Death Crisis. Bang! With a loud crash, the driver's head slammed directly into the bus window, knocking him unconscious. At the same time, the bus's steering wheel went out of control, careening wildly down the street. The screeching of brake pads and frantic screams from the street filled everyone's ears. The classmates behind the bus had never witnessed such a scene and froze in shock. Lu Chuan, however, yanked the unconscious driver from his seat and roared, "What are you standing around for? Someone who can drive, get up here now." "All right." Hu Fifan was the first to react. He rushed forward from the back, leaped over the unconscious driver, and grabbed the steering wheel. "Brother Chuan, where are we going?" Turn around. Back to school. Lu Chuan narrowed his eyes. Ahead, amid the chaos in the streets, a white van was weaving through the disordered traffic, heading straight toward them in the wrong lane. The passenger seat of the van unmistakably held the figure of Ma Wenlong. There's no way to turn around. The surrounding cars are blocking the road. Hu Fifan exclaimed anxiously. At this moment, the van stopped about 300 meters from the bus, and all 5 occupants had already gotten out. They were now quickly approaching the bus. Get off, get OFF. Lu Chuan turned around, his eyes bloodshot, and shouted to his classmates behind him, off the bus run. Though he didn't know what these people ahead were up to, his instincts screamed at him. Danger! Something bad's about to happen. Both front and rear doors swung open, yet the classmates inside the bus just stared blankly at Lu Chuan, not a single one making a move. If you won't get off, then I will. Lu Chuan grabbed Hu Fifan from the driver's seat, ready to bolt through the front door. He wouldn't do something as foolish as desperately fighting off villains just to help those who didn't even believe in him. If you guys aren't running, I am. Chuanji, look at what's in their hands. Suddenly, Hu Fifan pointed ahead. The next instant, the hairs on Lu Chuan's body stood on end. He saw that the woman sprinting rapidly ahead of Ma Wenlong was holding something emitting an ominous blood-red glow, something that looked ready to explode at any moment. Just as Lu Chuan felt his life was about to end here. That's the bus. A loud shout suddenly came from ahead. Following that, several whooshing sounds pierced through the air as 7 figures clad in black uniforms, enveloped in faint cyan light, appeared in the low sky. They swiftly bypassed the chaotic traffic and charged toward the bus where Lu Chuan was. And at the exact moment they appeared, Lu Chuan witnessed with his own eyes as Ma Wenlong and the other 4 suddenly turned pale and swiftly changed direction, vanishing into the crowd. 7 uniformed officers instantly surrounded the bus. One of them, a young woman with a heroic demeanor, brandished a short blade and shouted angrily at Lu Chuan, "Hands behind your head, get out of the vehicle." Inside an interrogation room at the My City Cultivation Bureau, Lu Chuan sat obediently on the chair. The young woman named Shinmei, who had taken Lu Chuan away, sat across from him and after listening to his account, slowly spoke, "So, this is why you suddenly lashed out and injured Zhao Tailin?" Lu Chuan nodded. "Yes, I suspected he was trying to kill me." "Alright, I understand. This Zhao Tailin does indeed have issues. We have records of his crimes from 10 years ago. He was a fugitive living under a false identity. On the bus, he likely had a mental breakdown and sought to take revenge on society. So, your injuring him doesn't qualify as a crime." Shenmei sighed and waved her hand lightly. "You may leave now." But Lu Chuan remained seated without moving, sneering, "Think I'm an idiot? I was almost killed, and now you're trying to deceive me like this?" Shenmei frowned and said, "Is there something else you're dissatisfied with? What about Ma Wenlong? Didn't I just tell you that Ma Wenlong, the secretary from the principal's office, along with 3 other men and a woman, were planning to blow up our bus? Why aren't you investigating Ma Wenlong?" Lu Chuan stared straight into Shenmei's eyes, his tone unwavering. "Do you mean that counting this bus driver plus the 5 people you mentioned, there would be 6 individuals planning to attack your classmates?" Shenmei stood up calmly. But just now, the Cultivation Bureau officials went to Ma Wenlong, and he provided his alibi. During the chaos involving your bus, he was cultivating in the Golden Path meditation chamber in my city. The owner of the chamber has already testified for him. I clearly saw him, Lu Chuan argued insistently. That's enough, Lu Chuan. People can experience hallucinations when gripped by fear. If you saw Ma Wenlong preparing to attack the bus, then how do you explain the Ma Wenlong at the meditation chamber? Shinmei stood up and pulled open the interrogation room door. Your principal is already waiting outside for you. Hurry up and go. Her expression was icy, clearly signaling that the conversation was over. This time, Lu Chuan didn't respond. Instead, he turned his head and scrutinized Shinmei from head to toe before enunciating each word deliberately. I will remember you. With that, he turned and left the interrogation room. Shinmei gazed deeply at Lu Chuan's retreating figure, her eyes exceptionally profound. Outside the interrogation room, Principal Xiao Xingxing was indeed waiting as expected. Seeing Lu Chuan emerge, he quickly approached and asked, Student Lu Chuan, did that person give you any trouble? No, Lu Chuan replied tersely. Then, without another word, he followed Principal Xiao into the car and asked, "Principal Xiao, does Secretary Ma often go to a place called Golden Path Library to cultivate?" Principal Xiao Xingxing, unaware that Lu Chuan had mentioned Ma Wenlong at the Cultivation Bureau, was slightly surprised by the question. With a smile, he replied, "Yes, his spiritual power has been stuck around 900 for a long time. He's been eager to break through, so practically all his monthly salary goes into those cultivation chambers." "Have you seen the owner of that Golden Path cultivation chamber? What does he look like?" Lu Chuan asked again. "I think I saw him once, but I don't have much impression. He was probably just an ordinary middle-aged man, the kind you'd see everywhere on the street." In Lu Chuan's mind flashed the image of Ma Wenlong and his group charging towards him. Ma Wenlong was at the back, a young woman in front, two burly men on the left side, and on the right. That's it. On the right side was a middle-aged man, one who looked utterly ordinary. Hu Fifan and the others have already safely returned home. When I heard you were brought in for questioning, I rushed over without delay. Students from our #1 high school shouldn't be harassed by those bastards from the Cultivation Bureau. Xiao Xingxing kept talking to himself in the front seat. In the back seat, Lu Chuan seemed to have made up his mind about something and suddenly said, "Principal Xiao, could you take me to buy some spirit incense first before driving me home?" Xiao Xingxing was momentarily taken aback. "Sure, no problem." 20 minutes later, the two of them, Lu Chuan and his companion, walked out of a tall building called Lingxi Trading House. Xiao Xingxing curiously asked, "Student Lu Chuan, why did you buy so much Lingxiangzi?" Because just moments ago, Lu Chuan had boldly purchased 200,000 units worth of Lingxiangzi right in front of him. Lu Chuan turned around and looked at Xiao Xingxing with an unusually serious gaze. "To stay alive." Xiao Xingxing was taken aback for a moment before chuckling, "You really have a sense of humor, Lu." "Ha ha. Hop in." Lu Chuan didn't say much else. He got into Xiao Xingxing's car, which then headed toward Lu Chuan's residential complex. Lu Chuan glanced at his wristwatch, 3:45 p.m. His parents usually didn't return home until after 6:30. There are still 2 hours and 45 minutes left. "Principal Xiao, could I invite you to come upstairs to my place for a while later?" Lu Chuan leaned against the back of the seat and asked. "For a while? Student Lu Chuan, is there something on your mind? You seem preoccupied." Xiao Xingxing in the front seat seemed to have noticed something as well, asking softly. Lu Chuan remained silent for a moment, not directly answering Xiao Xingxing's question, and just spoke to himself, "I feel like my spiritual power is about to break through. I hope you can help guard me during the process, Principal. Not too long, an hour will be enough." "Ha ha ha, I thought it was something serious." "No big deal." Xiao Xingxing replied cheerfully. 15 minutes later, the two of them stepped inside the house together. "Principal Xiao, please wait in the living room. I'm going to meditate in the bedroom. If I don't come out in an hour and a half, come in and save me." With that, he slammed the bedroom door shut with a bang. Okay." Xiao Xingxing was a bit dazed by Lu Chuan's arrangements, but he still did as he was told. Inside the bedroom, Lu Chuan gazed at the 10 spirit incense pills in his hand, thoughts flashing rapidly through his mind. Ma Wenlong must be hiding something, there's no way I could have been mistaken. The Cultivation Bureau no longer trusts me, and I've killed one of their own, they won't let this go easily. Xiao Xingxing wouldn't stay for long. Once he left, they would definitely seize the chance to kill him immediately. "My parents will be home in 2.5 hours, I have to leave before then." Whether alive or dead, she couldn't drag her parents into this matter. At this thought, Lu Chuan clenched his teeth and swallowed all 10 spirit incense seeds in his hand. Whether we'll survive depends entirely on these 200,000 Lingxiangzi coins. Chapter 47, The Swan Beast's Innate Treasure Technique, Mountain Seal Scripture. 40 days ago, after becoming fully acquainted with all the functions of the Starry Sky Cooking Guide, Lu Chuan began regularly ingesting the spirit incense grass obtained from Xiao Xingxing to bolster his mental energy. From Xiao Xingxing, a total of 17 Lingxiangzi pills were obtained. He took them for 17 consecutive days. In the following 23 days, he intermittently purchased 13 more Lingxiangzi pills from the Lingxi Trading House, but did not consume them daily. Including the 200,000 from the zoo director Lu and the 300,000 from Xiao Xingxing, he had a total of 500,000 in savings. 13 spirit incense seeds had already cost 260,000, and in between, he gave his parents another 40,000, claiming it was a school scholarship to buy sea spirit shrimp. So, half an hour ago, that 200,000 spent on purchasing 10 spirit fragrance seeds was all of Lu Chuan's savings. It wasn't that he hadn't thought about calling for help. But he had just spoken with Lu Guangyan on the phone yesterday, and Lu Guangyan mentioned he was about to enter a secluded retreat. His phone would remain switched off the entire time, making it impossible to reach him. In the car, when Xiao Xingxing asked if something was wrong, Lu Chuan hesitated but ultimately chose not to trust him. After all, even the Immortal Cultivation Bureau didn't believe him, let alone Xiao Xingxing. Ma Wenlong, after all, had been his secretary for several years. Countless scattered thoughts flashed through Lu Chuan's mind before gradually settling down. Soon, he entered the space where the Star Food Codex resided. Page 1, the Swan Beast illustration. After 40 days of effort, the Swan Beast illustration has been restored by 99%, with only the final spiritual incense herb still concealed beneath the misty energies. According to Lu Chuan's estimation, if he continues absorbing at the rate of consuming one spiritual incense herb per day, the misty energies shrouding this last herb should dissipate in about 6 or 7 days. By then, the entire beast diagram will be completely restored. But now, he can no longer wait that long. 10 spirit incense pellets should be enough for your full recovery. Lu Chuan stood before the swan beast painting, gazing at the imposing creature with its twin horns, murmuring to himself. Let me see just how many surprises this fully restored swan beast illustration can bring me. Can you show me a way to survive? As the words fell, an extremely dazzling golden light rose from the lower right corner of the swan beast painting. In an instant, Lu Chuan's vision blurred as he found himself transported to an entirely different realm. Immersive Translate. At the foot of Lu Chuan's apartment building. At that moment, among the line of private cars, a brand new black business sedan was parked. Inside the car, Ma Wenlong, the young woman called Sister Bai, the owner of the Golden Path Cultivation Chamber, the seemingly ordinary middle-aged man Jin Kongning, and the two unidentified burly men, a group of 5 in total, sat quietly, observing the surroundings. Why is Xiao Xingsheng tagging along as well? Jin Kongning frowned and asked. Probably something they need to discuss with Lu Chuan's parents. They'll come down soon enough, Ma Wenlong replied. Should we just kill him together? Jin Kongning asked. No, the woman called Sister Bai shook her head. Even though Xiao Xingxing is only at the early foundation establishment stage, he's been at this level for over a decade. Who knows what life-saving tricks he might have up his sleeve. If he manages to buy time, it could be disastrous. Our target is only Lu Chuan. Killing this one Lu Chuan will be enough for us to complete the mission and receive the immense reward from the chief sect leader. We must proceed with caution. That's right. Jin Kongning couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. Who would have thought that while our plan to attack all the cultivation class students at my number 1 high school failed, we accidentally discovered Lu Chuan who'd been hiding his true strength all along. At least 900 spiritual power and around 170 psychic energy, this monstrous talent has an extremely high chance of getting into Sifang Immortal University. Killing just him alone is worth far more than an entire busload of students. Ma Wenlong also chuckled. We should also thank our colleagues at the Cultivation Bureau. If it weren't for them covering for us, we'd probably have had to withdraw already due to their investigation. Exactly. But this operation involved all our divine sect members hiding in my city cooperating together, so when the time comes, they'll get their share of the credit too. Jin Kongning stared at the unit door of Lu Chuan's apartment building, his face wearing a sick anticipation. Now, we just wait for Xiao Xingxing to leave. A genius of this caliber, there aren't many like him in the entire Yuanwu prefecture. I can't wait to see the look of despair on his parents' faces. To work so hard nurturing a prodigy, only for him to die by our hands in the end. Ha. What is this? Lu Chuan stared at the scene before him, somewhat puzzled. At this moment, what lay before him was no longer the thick, starry sky menu, but rather a towering stone mountain that soared into the heavens. The stone mountain and its surroundings were devoid of vegetation, exposing yellow-black hardened rock beneath a mild, windless sky. Lu Chuan estimated the height of this rocky hill to be around 150 meters. Roar! But suddenly, a prolonged roar erupted as terrifying gales swept across the land, kicking up violent sandstorms. In the next moment, a sight emerged that nearly stopped Lu Chuan's heart. Amid the terrifying sandstorm stood a colossal beast in absolute stillness. The beast's fur shimmered like golden sand, its towering height rivaling stone mountains. A pair of majestic horns rose from its forehead as two indifferent eyes scanned all living creatures. A swan beast. It was identical to the swan beast depicted in the paintings. At that moment, Lu Chuan stood beneath the monstrous beast, dwarfed like an ant, yet he dared not even breathe too heavily, fearing he might disturb this terrifying colossus. And that beast seemed to deliberately sweep a glance at Lu Chuan, then raised its right paw and swiped toward the peak of the stone mountain ahead. Bang! The highest peak of the stone mountain exploded violently, its entire structure of several dozen meters instantly turning into dust. Lu Chuan was utterly dumbfounded. Yet the beast merely cast a deep downward glance before its figure vanished within heaven and earth. As the swan beast vanished, the stone mountain and the desolate scenery surrounding it also disappeared from Lu Chuan's sight. At the same time, a massive stream of information surged into Lu Chuan's mind. The innate treasure technique of the swan beast, mountain sealing art. Function: perfect mastery allows transformation of the body into a mountain, flesh as hard as bedrock, posture immovable as peaks, with divine strength capable of routing 1,000 armies. Divided into 3 stages. The first stage requires reaching the 9th level of chi refinement to achieve mastery. The second stage requires late-stage foundation establishment for successful cultivation. The third stage demands golden core cultivation to attain completion. Now is the perfect time for Lu Chuan to refine the first stage. Without hesitation, he immediately opened the first stage technique and began learning. First stage of the mountain strength technique: transform the right arm into a mountain, gaining the strength of 1,000 pounds. When mastered, it allows a 9th layer chi refining cultivator to strike down an early foundation establishment cultivator. Right, that swan beast in the swan beast hall seemed to use this kind of power too, which allowed it to crush the formation outside the hall with a single claw. In the space where the Starry Sky cuisine list resided, Lu Chuan's eyes sparkled brightly. Guided by the information in his mind, combined with the training of the swan beast from the earlier illusion and the performance of that swan beast at the demonic beast garden, his learning progress was remarkably fast. An hour later, he took a deep breath, pushed open the room door, and said to Xiao Xingcheng, who was dozing on the sofa, "Principal Xiao, stop sleeping. It's time to set off." Chapter 48, Lu Chuan's Plan, 3rd Update. Ah! Xiao Xingcheng was startled by Lu Chuan, suddenly opening his eyes to see Lu Chuan emerging from the room. In a daze, he felt Lu Chuan seemed to exude a touch more composure than before entering the room, yet the youthful vigor and sharp edges hadn't diminished in the slightest, it even made his eyes light up. "Student Lu Chuan, have you made a breakthrough?" "Pretty much," Lu Chuan mumbled before pulling open the door and leading Principal Xiao Xingcheng downstairs. "Principal Xiao, could I hitch a ride with you? Could you drop me off at Jiangshanyu Residential Area on your way?" "Jiangshanyu Residential Area?" Xiao Xingqing followed Lu Chuan and asked in surprise, "Isn't that an abandoned construction site?" "The developers couldn't pay the workers, so even the builders left." "Yes, I'm definitely going there," Lu Chuan said with certainty. It was already 5:30 in the afternoon, and the sky was gradually darkening. His parents would be home in another hour, so he had to leave quickly. This abandoned construction site at Jiangshanyu would be the perfect place to confront Ma Wenlong and his gang. Later, whether he died at their hands or they died at his, being far from the bustling city center would mean fewer complications. "Alright, Lu, you've got quite a few secrets," Xiao Xingxing said with a chuckle before driving Lu Chuan towards the Jiangshanyu residential area. Behind them, the black business sedan slowly followed suit shortly after Xiao Xingxing departed. Finally out. Jean Kingning exhaled in relief as he watched the taillights ahead. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in the eyes of the woman surnamed Bai. "If Xiao Xingxing doesn't leave soon, we'll have to kill him too." At these words, everyone else in the car shuddered slightly and nodded, saying, "Yes." Soon, Xiao Xingxing's car arrived in front of a rundown construction site enclosed by blue metal sheets. "Lu, is this the entrance?" Lu Chuan glanced at the tall blue metal sheets and the desolate construction site visible through the gaps, then nodded. "Alright, let's go in through this entrance. Could you please open the car door?" Opening the car door, a breeze blew in, carrying with it a sandy scent that filled his nostrils. "Principal Xiao, goodbye." Turning around to bid Xiao Xingxing farewell, Lu Chuan strode into the construction site. He found a large stone slab and sat down, quietly waiting. In that moment, countless thoughts crossed his mind. He was thinking that if he were to die today, he wouldn't get to eat his daily portion of sea spirit shrimp. His parents would undoubtedly be the most devastated, followed by Hu Fifan, Jiang Wubin, and his classmates. Principal Xiao would certainly be heartbroken as well, since his college entrance exam results were surely tied to the principal's political career. Otherwise, why would he, as the school head, have been so excessively attentive lately? Teacher Lu would surely grieve too, given that he was currently the top student among all the top students. Who else would be heartbroken? Probably every girl in the school. After all, the downfall of a dreamy guy always leaves young girls sighing in regret. He thought again. Had his judgment been flawed? No matter how he looked at it, facing 5 opponents alone seemed like an impossible challenge. Should I have kicked up a fuss at the Cultivation Bureau today, summoning Hu Fifan as a witness to insist we'd seen Ma Wenlong? But would the Cultivation Bureau officials even believe us? For all we know, Ma Wenlong might have accomplices within the Bureau itself. Ma Wenlong and his group probably belong to that crazy organization called the Divine Sect. After the incident at the Beast Garden last time, I should have swallowed my pride and pressed Lu Guangnian for answers. But my face wasn't thick enough. Seeing how evasive Lu Guangnian was, I backed off from questioning further. Maybe I should seek Xiao Xingxing's help instead. What if he actually believes me? Alas, people always say just in case, but he wouldn't believe himself after all. He's just a 17-year-old student, while Ma Wenlong had been his secretary for 4 years. He clutched his head. No matter how you spun it, he'd have to handle this himself. So you knew we'd make our move long ago, and chose your own grave in advance. Just as Lu Chuan was clutching his head lost in wild thoughts, suddenly, a woman's voice sounded not far ahead of him. It was almost 6 o'clock in the evening, and the sky had grown somewhat dim. The dilapidated construction site lacked lighting, yet Lu Chuan could clearly see the faces of those approaching. 5 people identical to those he'd seen at noon. 4 men and 1 woman. Among the 4 men, Ma Wenlong stood prominently, followed by that utterly ordinary-looking middle-aged man, as well as 2 brawny but otherwise unremarkable figures clad in black. Their features were plain, but their expressions carried an unmistakably sinister chill. The one who just spoke was the young woman in the center. She was fairly attractive, with well-proportioned features, fair skin, and a smooth chin, embodying the charm befitting a woman in her 30s. The only flaw was that not a trace of gentleness could be found in her eyes, only the murderous intent and venom of a jackal. Yeah, I knew you'd come for me long ago. I was planning to beg the Cultivation Bureau for help, to have them kill you. Too bad those fools didn't believe me. Lu Chuan rose from the broken stone slab and scoffed, his disdain for the Cultivation Bureau evident. So, I decided to come here myself. The woman, seeing Lu Chuan behaving this way, flashed a hint of surprise in her eyes. Brat, what do you mean by this? What do you mean? Literally, I'm disappointed with the immortal Cultivation Bureau. Even when I was about to die, those idiots still couldn't see the situation clearly. Lu Chuan tilted his head slightly and repeated. Ha! The woman chuckled lightly, her eyes narrowing slightly. Kid, you'd better not try any tricks. Turning around, she addressed several people nearby. Check if there are any communication monitoring arrays in the vicinity. Yes. Ma Wenlong immediately responded in a low voice, pulling out a talisman from his robe. Murdering incantations, he activated it. The talisman then dissipated abruptly in the air, part of its energy sweeping over Lu Chuan's body. A few seconds later, Ma Wenlong observed that neither the surrounding air nor Lu Chuan showed any unusual reactions. He spoke up, Elder Bai, there hasn't been any communication array active here within the past day. We can rule out the possibility that this kid contacted the Immortal Cultivation Bureau to deliberately stall for time. Surprisingly, no tricks. If you had tried anything, you'd have become a corpse within 3 seconds. The Bai woman took 2 steps closer to Lu Chuan, smiling faintly yet ominously. But since you're behaving so obediently, Big Sister will give you 3 minutes. If you can satisfy me, I might just take you in and spare your life. Who knows? Earlier, Lu Chuan had spoken evasively, but the Bai woman had caught the underlying meaning in his words. Lu Chuan was deeply disappointed by the Immortal Cultivation Bureau's actions and wanted to join their side. 3 minutes? Lu Chuan chuckled lightly, taking 2 steps forward. 3 seconds is enough. I'll give just one reason, the 4 Directions Immortal Academy. Upon hearing these words, Madame Bai gave a slight shudder. "You mean," she said, "you're willing to become our pawn and infiltrate Sephanxian University?" Her voice remained steady, but it was clear that she and the four men beside her all wore expressions of suppressed excitement. Killing a demon from the great immortal sect of the Four Directions and winning one over are simply incomparable. The reasoning Lu Chuan presented at this moment was incredibly enticing. "Indeed," Lu Chuan said, noting the expressions on the five faces before him. Seeing that his plan was halfway to success, he smiled and added, "But before that, you'll need to tell me, who exactly are you people?" At these words, the five standing before him exchanged stunned glances, frozen in place. The woman named Bai scoffed, taking 2 more long strides toward Lu Chuan. The fierceness in her expression melted away, replaced by a coquettish smile. "Little one, do you really think you're in any position to negotiate with us in your current situation? Whether you live or die depends entirely on Big Sister's whim. Is it really that important to know what Big Sister does for a living?" Lu Chuan gaped foolishly at Bai's alluring figure, murmuring in a daze, "Elder sister, you smell so nice." As he spoke, he sniffed hard and moved closer to her. Miss Bai was taken aback, never expecting Lu Chuan to pull such a move. But she was, after all, a woman, and Lu Chuan was strikingly handsome. Flattered by his words, her heart fluttered in confusion, all defenses forgotten. And it was in that very moment that a murderous glint flashed in Lu Chuan's eyes. "Do it!" Golden scales resembling mountain ridges instantly erupted along his right arm as he smashed violently toward the white-clad woman's skull. A ruthless move to crush beauty, going straight for the head. Chapter 49, The Meaning of Cultivation. The first stage of the Mountain Art Manual states that one can possess the strength of 1,000 pounds, and when mastered, it can be used to ambush and kill a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. A sudden ambush could kill a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Thus, Lu Chuan had been waiting for an opportunity to get close to the woman surnamed Bai. This had been his planned strategy ever since he left home. The abandoned construction site was also part of his plan. If he confronted these people in a crowded urban area, there might be a 1 in 10,000 chance of receiving help from bystanders, but the most likely outcome would be being killed within seconds by these cult members, because they feared exposure. By choosing this desolate construction site where the surroundings were quiet, these cultists would let their guard down slightly and wouldn't be as urgent about killing him immediately. Only then would he have the opportunity to demonstrate his value and find a way to get close to their strongest member, this woman. Then, a single strike to kill. Boom! Crunch! Under the horrified gazes of the four men, amidst Lu Chuan's ferocious expression, a grating, crunching sound abruptly resonated. The woman surnamed Bai's body floated into the air like a mannequin before crashing heavily against the half-finished concrete wall. The beautiful woman who had just been laughing coyly like a venomous serpent now lay with her bones twisted grotesquely, her entire body mangled and bloody. Strands of crimson trailed down the concrete wall where she'd struck. The scene was so brutal that for a moment, Lu Chuan seemed dazed by it. A peculiar thought flashed through his mind. Is this the world of immortal cultivation? So all those novels describing celestial elegance and transcendent detachment were lies. True immortal cultivation is fucking brutal. But at that very moment, an intense pain shot through Lu Chuan's right arm, jolting him out of his daze. Ma Wenlong took advantage of the opening when Lu Chuan struck, slamming his foot squarely onto Lu Chuan's right arm. Ah! Lu Chuan cried out in pain, immediately staggering backward to create distance. At the same time, Ma Wenlong clutched his own right leg, howling in agony. Just then, Jean Kangning and the other two snapped out of their daze, drawing weapons from their persons and charging at Lu Chuan with bloodshot eyes. Lu Chuan looked at the scene before him, a flicker of regret passing through his heart. His psychological endurance after killing for the first time was still too weak. He shouldn't have spaced out just now, he should have taken the chance to kill a couple more. That way, his chances of survival would be greater. With this in mind, Lu Chuan gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain in his right arm and swung it forward, letting out a furious roar. You still dare come closer? Looking to die? Ah! Seeing Lu Chuan's twisted, ferocious expression and overwhelming aura, Ma Wenlong and the other three hesitated instantly. After all, the lingering dread from Lu Chuan's earlier move, killing Sister Bai in one strike, still weighed heavily on them. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Chuan turned around and bolted away. What the hell are we still fighting for? The mountain art at the first level is only suitable for close-range ambushes, it's practically useless in a real fight. The crucial point was, aside from the mountain crushing art, Lu Chuan didn't know any other techniques and had zero combat experience. His ability to take down that woman with a single move earlier was purely the reckless daring of an untested rookie, a classic case of a blind cat catching a dead mouse. At this moment, Lu Chuan's spiritual power had already exceeded 900. Considering his body had been nurtured by spiritual energy and he was young and vigorous, he estimated he could run 5 kilometers in about 13 minutes. Escaping from these 4 middle-aged foundation establishment cultivators behind him should have been a piece of cake. But within just 5 seconds, he regretted his decision. Because he noticed the 4 men didn't immediately give chase. Instead, each took out a pale green talisman from their robes, murmured incantations, and then slapped them onto their bodies with a crisp sound. In the next instant, pale green light shimmered around the 4 men as they surged forward like a gust of wind, closing the distance alarmingly fast. Ah! Lu Chuan let out a shout, mustering all his strength to sprint. At this moment, it seemed he had come to understand the true meaning of cultivation again. Besides its damned cruelty, cultivation also meant bullying others. I have runes, you don't, therefore I can bully you. But now, it was me who was being bullied. Kid! Prepare to die. The voice of Jean Kaining behind him was already dangerously close. Lu Chuan panicked and abruptly turned, leaping from the balcony into an abandoned building. Simultaneously taking cover behind a wall, he immediately activated the mountain heart technique, ready to strike. There's no escape now. I'll turn back and fight to the death to take one down with me. But judging by his calculations, due to diminished spiritual energy and his injuries, he could probably only use the mountain crush combat art once. Ha ha ha. Looks like he can't run anymore. Ma Wenlong's voice echoed from outside the abandoned building. Go in and kill him. Though Sister Bai is dead, the sect leader's reward won't be any less, and there'll be one less person to share it with. Jean Kaining's hoarse voice came from the other side. Then all 4 of us will go in together, I'll take the door, Boss Jean will take the balcony, and you 2 will enter through the window. His close combat move is terrifying, but it only works when he catches you off guard. Stay on your guard and don't give him time to react. Kill him the moment you see him. Good. The rustling footsteps of the 4 quickly positioned them at the 4 corners of the abandoned building. Lu Chuan heard everything clearly inside the room. A sense of despair welled up in his heart as he could only aim his gun at the door, determined to take down that scumbag Ma Wenlong before dying himself. He was absolutely certain this bastard must have sent people to kill him. Even in death, he would drag this man down with him. Click. The door was pushed open. Bang. 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 3 heavy footsteps landed as the 2 who climbed through the window and Jean Kaining from the balcony also made their way up. The small house was now unexpectedly flooded with 4 people intent on killing him. Lu Chuan clenched his teeth tightly, held his breath, and prepared for a desperate fight to the death. But at this very moment, SSSHH. A sharp sound suddenly rang out. Continue then. SSSHH. 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 4 rapid, crisp sounds flashed from different directions around Lu Chuan. In the end, plop. 4 heavy thuds of bodies hitting the floor resounded simultaneously. The sky was dim, and the surroundings were deathly silent, leaving only those 2 distinct sounds echoing endlessly in Lu Chuan's ears. He had been saved. Just now, those 4 men had died under the sword of some mysterious, powerful figure. Lu Chuan steadied himself with his hands on his knees as he stood up, stepping out from behind the wall to survey the living room of the unfinished building, eager to see the face of whoever had saved him. Under the dim glow of night, only faint moonlight streamed through the window frames stripped of glass. The interior lighting was poor, but Lu Chuan still recognized the woman standing in the living room. It was her. The woman who interrogated him today at the Immortal Cultivation Bureau. In an instant, his expression became incredibly complex. There was sudden realization, a hint of relief, but mostly, there was anger. So it wasn't that the people at the Immortal Cultivation Bureau were stupid, he had simply been used all along. The meaning of cultivation? Perhaps, this could be one of them. Chapter 50, Times of Peace? What's the matter? I saved your life, and this is how you look at me? Not even a thank you? Under the faint moonlight, Shinmei stood tall and slender, her waist delicate and her face beautiful. She gazed at Lu Chuan with a teasing smile, and truth be told, she looked stunning. Without a word, Lu Chuan headed toward the door, ready to leave. I admit I was somewhat rude to you before, but it was all an act, for the sake of putting on a show for the mole in the Immortal Cultivation Bureau, Shinmei said softly, blocking Lu Chuan's path. Lu Chuan sidestepped her and continued on his way. Shinmei gazed at Lu Chuan's retreating figure and said coolly, no wonder you're the genius hunted by the entire my city's divine sect spies. Turn around and say one word to me now, and I can recommend you to a nascent soul stage mentor. Lu Chuan paused at the doorway, slowly turned around, and spat out 3 words with icy indifference, fucking idiot. Then, he completely vanished into the night. Left standing alone, Shinmei flushed crimson with rage, torn between exploding in anger and swallowing her fury. Even after insulting Shinmei, Lu Chuan's anger hadn't fully dissipated. He wandered across the broken, muddy ground, making his way toward the construction site gates. Shinmei deserves this scolding. She spoke with righteous indignation, claiming it was all to uncover spies in the Cultivation Bureau and dismantle the divine sect. But just moments ago, had I not been lucky enough to kill that hall master by, I would likely be a corpse by now. Foundation establishment cultivators and chi refining cultivators are simply not on the same level. Chi refining cultivators are merely called chi refiners, they can only use simple talismans and weak spells, with minimal lethality. So during the battle earlier, Ma Wenlong and the others were essentially just ordinary people with heightened agility, greater strength, and a bit of spiritual energy. If that Whitehall master hadn't died, she could probably have finished me off from a distance with just a minor spell, no hope of escape whatsoever. If that woman from the Cultivation Bureau truly cared about my life, she should have been protecting me from the shadows all along. Why show up only now? After I pointed out Ma Wenlong's issues, they deliberately didn't investigate, used me as bait, and then didn't even bother to protect me properly. She deserves to be cursed. If it weren't for knowing he couldn't win, Lu Chuan might have even tried to throw a punch at her. After all, this woman was playing games with his life. The construction site was vast, and after the earlier battle, Lu Chuan's stamina was mostly drained, forcing him to move at a sluggish pace. After walking for a while, the anger in his heart gradually subsided. A sense of relief began to swell in his heart. Though the ordeal had been perilous and harrowing, in the end, his life had been spared. Ah! Suddenly, Lu Chuan heard screams erupting from ahead. Then, a familiar voice rang out from the distance, "Why are there dead bodies here?" Lu Chuan! Lu Chuan, where are you? Who dares to lay a hand on one of our school's students? I'm warning you. If any of you harm my student, I, Xiao Xingxing, will be the first to make sure you regret it. Come out right now. Lu Chuan listened to Xiao Xingxing's exclamations with inexplicable emotion stirring in his heart. It seemed Xiao Xingxing had noticed something was wrong and turned back to find him after returning home. Quickening his pace, he navigated through the disorderly stone slabs ahead and called out, "Principal Xiao, Principal Xiao. I'm here, I'm fine." Xiao Xingxing turned and rushed over when he saw Lu Chuan's disheveled appearance and the bloodstain on his right arm. But at that very moment, Lu Chuan spotted the bloodied corpse of Hallmaster Bai smeared across the concrete wall. In an instant, his stomach churned violently. Ugh! He vomited forward with great force. During the earlier battle, his entire body had been electrified with adrenaline, blood rushing to his head. Witnessing Hallmaster Bai's mutilated state had scarcely registered then. But now that the battle was over, when Lu Chuan saw the corpses again, he could no longer suppress the disgust rising in his heart. No matter how cruel and wicked this Whitehall master had been, she was still a living, breathing person after all. And now, just moments ago, this living person had died at his hands. He had killed someone. Meanwhile, Xiao Xingxing stood about a meter away, watching Lu Chuan bend over and vomit violently, his own face twisted in discomfort. He had just rushed over in great haste to support Lu Chuan, never expecting him to suddenly collapse like this. The clothes and trousers were in a pitiful state. Ah, these were freshly washed by my wife. Now I'm going to get scolded again. 8 p.m. Changing into a newly bought outfit, Lu Chuan pushed open the front door. Dad, Mom, I'm home. The familiar scene unfolded as Mr. and Mrs. Lu sat watching TV in the living room. Seeing Lu Chuan return, Mrs. Lu immediately stood up and asked with concern, "Xiao Chuan, why are you back so late?" "I was just worrying about you and telling your dad to go look for you, and here you are." Mother Lu's nagging words were exactly the same as before, but now, they struck Lu Chuan's ears with an entirely different meaning. He lowered his head and forced a casual laugh. "Hey, no need to worry, I'm fine." "If you're fine, that's all that matters. The sea spirit shrimp is still hot, go eat while it's warm." Mother Lu patted Lu Chuan's shoulder with a smile. "Got it. Coming." Lu Chuan then chose a seat at the dining table where his back faced his parents and began to eat. At this moment, Lu Senior's voice came from behind, asking, "Xiao Chuan, where have you been? Why are you back so late?" "Well, Lu Chuan hesitated, caught unprepared with no ready excuse. But Mother Lu promptly intervened, helping her son out. "Why ask so many questions? The child is grown up already. Can't he have some privacy? I'm just worried about the boy." "It's so late." Father Lu replied. "What's there to worry about? We're living in peaceful times now, nothing could possibly happen." Mrs. Lu cut off her husband, shooting him a meaningful glance before whispering almost inaudibly, "Didn't you notice our son is wearing new clothes? He must have gone on a date with some girl from his class." Mr. Lu froze upon hearing this. Lu Chuan, who was eating his meal, didn't catch his parents' murmured conversation, but was staring blankly at the sea spirit shrimp before him. Peaceful era? Is it really? Chapter 51. That's my boy, third update. The next day, at 9 o'clock. Lu Chuan was washing up, his parents already gone to work, leaving him alone at home. He had called the school to ask for leave as soon as he woke up, telling Lu Zhiyong that he wasn't feeling well and needed a day off. Lu Zhiyong, of course, readily agreed, insisting that his prized pupil Lu Chuan get some proper rest. Lu Chuan brushed his teeth while reviewing yesterday's decisions in his mind. He felt he had made two mistakes. The first mistake was having poor mental fortitude. After delivering that lethal blow to Hallmaster Bai, because she had never killed anyone before, she momentarily lost focus and missed the opportunity to continue attacking. The second mistake was focusing solely on that Foundation establishment stage Hallmaster Bai while underestimating Ma Wenlong and his three companions. She thought she could escape smoothly, but unexpectedly they caught up with her immediately. At this moment, Lu Chuan felt the weight of pressure in his heart. He realized he might frequently encounter such perilous battles in the future, so he was meticulously reviewing and analyzing the situation to avoid making mistakes again. He originally shared his mother Song Huichin's view that this was an era of peace. Even when the Swan Beast Sanctuary had its uprising, he paid little attention to it, thinking it was just an occasional phenomenon. But when yesterday's incident actually happened to him, he finally understood the world isn't as peaceful as he'd thought. There are far too many dangers out there that he simply hadn't been aware of. Today it's the divine cult, what will it be tomorrow? Lu Chuan recalled his doubts while reviewing the historical records of this world. Why was cultivating immortal practitioners so highly valued in this realm? At its founding, the Huaxia Alliance immediately established the Four Directions Spirit Gathering Array to assist in universal cultivation practice. Subsequently, special laws were enacted to prohibit the indiscriminate transmission of cultivation techniques, preventing weak foundations among high school students practicing cultivation. To devote such immense resources to cultivating immortal cultivators, could it be that besides the divine sect, the Huaxia Alliance is facing other challenges as well? As Lu Chuan was reviewing yesterday's battle while letting his thoughts wander aimlessly. Knock, knock, knock. Outside, there was a sudden knock at the door. Lu Chuan spat out the foam in his mouth and shouted, "Who is it?" "It's me." A cold, crisp female voice came from outside the door. Lu Chuan immediately recognized the speaker as the young woman from the Immortal Cultivation Bureau he had encountered the previous day. He rinsed his mouth, splashed some water on his face, and went to open the door. Sure enough, the woman stood outside, now wearing a cropped black t-shirt paired with slim-fitting light blue jeans, her striking figure and long legs on full display. She flashed Lu Chuan a faint smile and said, "Little brother, why are you still giving me that sulky look? Aren't you going to welcome me in? Let's just talk here." Lu Chuan held the doorframe with his hand, showing no intention of inviting Xin Mei inside. "Fine, I'll speak then." Shinmei replied with a smirk that wasn't quite a smile, but my voice carries loud. If your neighbors overhear and word gets back to your parents, that's not really my problem. Come in, Lu Chuan relented, stepping aside. Shinmei walked into Lu Chuan's home and slowly sat down on the sofa, speaking as if to herself, actually, I'm not from your Muyi Cultivation Bureau. Lu Chuan didn't respond, sitting down on another sofa instead while quietly gazing at Shinmei. I come from Yuanwu Immortal University, Shinmei said earnestly, gazing at Lu Chuan as if anticipating a change in his expression. But unfortunately, although Lu Chuan was somewhat surprised, he remained unfazed. He was no longer the small-town high school student who had never seen the world 2 months ago. He had interacted with Lu Guangyan, the teaching assistant from Yuanwu Immortal University, many times and wouldn't be overly surprised by Shinmei's status. Seeing that Lu Chuan's expression remained completely unchanged, Shinmei stopped beating around the bush and came straight to the point. My name is Shinmei, a student from Yuanwu Immortal Academy. Some days ago, something happened at my cultivation bureau. In his fury, Lord Thunder of my city replaced most of the bureau's personnel, which directly led to a severe staff shortage. As a result, they've asked us students from Yuanwu Immortal Academy to help out. So, coming to my cultivation bureau was just a mission for me. Lu Chuan nodded slightly. The incident Shinmei mentioned that happened not long ago was the matter concerning the monster beast garden. But after arriving in Mai, we've begun to suspect that the Lord of Leia didn't summon us here solely for assistance. The reason he was so furious about replacing everyone from the Cultivation Bureau was probably because of previous incidents. He detected that there were hidden spies within the Bureau, and one of them held a rather high position. Although many students from our Immortal University have joined the Cultivation Bureau, after all, we were just students before and are completely unfamiliar with the Bureau system. So, those ostensibly dismissed elders of the Cultivation Bureau are actually still there, holding the power within the Bureau. Among them, there must be infiltrators from the Divine Sect, and our mission is to find a way to uncover them. At this point, Shinmei shrugged at Lu Chuan. When you reported Ma Wenlong to me, the Cultivation Bureau had already confirmed that Driver was a Divine Sect infiltrator. Following standard procedure, we could have simply arrested Ma Wenlong for interrogation. But to lure out the high-level mole behind the scenes, I had no choice but to play dumb, to act like I understood nothing and ask for instructions from above on what to do. Very soon, a senior official suggested that they should gather evidence from Ma Wenlong to ascertain his whereabouts at the time, so as not to wrong an innocent man. He specifically assigned an old member of the Cultivation Bureau to conduct the investigation. I quickly got a handle on these situations. The spies from the Divine Sect hidden within the Cultivation Bureau were swiftly rooted out, and many moles from other departments in my city also began showing their true colors. This operation can be said to be quite significant, and you, Lu Chuan, are the most crucial move in this entire plan. At this point, Shinmei smiled at Lu Chuan and said, "That's my explanation. I hope you can understand." Lu Chuan nodded. The explanation is finished. You may leave now. Shinmei froze, a flicker of uncontrollable anger flashing across her face. I've already explained everything to you. What more do you want? Lu Chuan frowned and asked, what gave you the idea that I wanted anything? If you came here today just to explain these things to me, then I've already understood. You can leave now. Shinmei was stunned. She had thought that after coming to Lu Chuan's place today and explaining everything clearly, he would understand her actions. But she never expected that Lu Chuan would still be so hostile toward her. Lu Chuan also found it quite strange. This woman nearly killed me, yet she has the nerve to show up? If she came over to apologize, that would be fine. He'd just verbally forgive her while continuing to hold a grudge in his heart. What infuriated him most was that she didn't even bother to utter a single word of apology. How could she possibly assume that just because she explained herself, he would automatically forgive her? What the hell is this? Why on earth should I forgive you? And just as the two sides were at a stalemate, the door of Lu Chuan's house suddenly creaked open, and in walked his father, Lu Zhanghua, with a smile. Xiao Chuan, you're not at school today? I just came back to grab something. Ha! Before he could finish speaking, he caught sight of Shinmei sitting across from Lu Chuan in the living room. His expression shifted instantly, and he pretended to mutter to himself. I suddenly remembered, the thing isn't at home either. Boom! The door closed again. As he ran downstairs, Father Lu muttered with wide eyes, "Just yesterday, Mom mentioned the kid might be dating someone." I didn't believe her. This is so sudden. But, bringing a girl straight home, that's my boy for you. Chapter 52, The Truth About the Divine Cult. Shinmei could clearly tell from the way old man Lu had hesitated before entering, then fled in a fluster, his face filled with embarrassment. He had mistaken her for his son's girlfriend. Although Lu Chuan is handsome and quite talented, he's still just a kid in the chi refining stage after all. I'm already 24 or 5, this is just 2. On the contrary, Lu Chuan remained calm, though inwardly criticizing his father for being too timid. Was Shinmei's somewhat intimidating appearance really enough to make him flee in panic? After a long silence, Shinmei took a deep breath and said solemnly to Lu Chuan, "In that case, let me speak frankly without mincing words. All the spies from the Immortal Cultivation Bureau have been identified and captured. My mission in my city is essentially complete. However, since the previous plan involved exploiting you, I now need you to sign a written letter of understanding for me so that I can claim the additional mission rewards." Lu Chuan, oh. Shinmei watched Lu Chuan's expression, and immediately her eyelids twitched. She hadn't expected Lu Chuan, merely a high school student, to be so difficult to handle, somehow managing to control her at every turn. First he paid no attention to her explanations, and now even when she stated her intentions directly, he still acted indifferent and uninterested. This doesn't look like a high school student at all, clearly a cunning old fox. She forced a smile, "So, Lu Chuan, could I trouble you to write me a formal letter of understanding?" Lu Chuan laughed instead, "Write you a formal letter of understanding? Why should I write one for you? Just because you asked? Looking for a free ride?" Shinmei quickly interjected, "Student Lu Chuan, don't say it like that. The hardships you've endured and the contributions you've made during this operation, the Cultivation Bureau will thoroughly investigate everything and provide you with appropriate compensation." Ha! Lu Chuan spat lightly in disdain. They'd said the same thing after the whole Beast Garden incident concluded back then. Yet to this day, the rewards that rightfully belonged to him still hadn't materialized. Believing in the Cultivation Bureau's efficiency? I'd sooner believe in ghosts. Shenmei's face darkened completely as Lu Chuan spat in disdain. At this moment, she finally understood completely. There was no possibility of fooling this young man into signing anymore. She would have to pay a price today. Then, name your terms. Shenmei dropped all pretense and leaned back quietly on the sofa. Good. Seeing that Shenmei had finally stopped deceiving him with that fake smile, Lu Chuan unexpectedly felt a surge of admiration for her. That's more like it. First, answer me one question, Lu Chuan asked. All right, Shenmei replied without hesitation. What is the divine cult? Lu Chuan voiced the question that had been weighing on his mind. The divine cult? Shenmei looked at Lu Chuan in astonishment. You've never heard of it before? Lu Chuan shook his head. I have my suspicions, but I don't know the details. The divine cult. Shenmei carefully chose her words and said, they're a group of fanatics, officially called the Pantheon Cult. They firmly believe humanity is doomed to extinction, and only the arrival of the gods can save mankind. They've been persistently spreading their twisted doctrines, while secretly propagating among the populace. They simultaneously attempt to orchestrate attacks to incite public panic and draw society's attention. Traces of the divine cult aren't just found within the Huaxia Alliance. Throughout Ocean Blue Planet, their followers are wreaking havoc across all 4 other alliances as well. Huaxia's situation is actually the most stable among the 5 major alliances. Lu Chuan suddenly realized it was indeed a cult. But then, his eyes narrowed slightly as he asked a pivotal question. Since they exist across all of Haixing and cannot be eradicated, who exactly is supporting them? At this moment, a flicker of panic flashed in Shenmei's eyes as she whispered, I can't tell you that. You'll understand once you get into Immortal University. Lu Chuan could tell Shenmei wasn't lying. He nodded and didn't press further. Instead, he posed his second question. Secondly, I'd like to ask, besides having spiritual power of 950 and mental strength of 200, what other conditions are required to get into Sifang Immortal University? Lu Chuan's spiritual power had already reached 935, and his mental strength had climbed to 195, inching ever closer to Sifang Immortal University standards. Naturally, he was particularly concerned about this. 4 Directions Immortal University? Shunmei looked at Lu Chuan in astonishment. I've seen your records. Just 40 days ago, your spiritual power was only slightly over 600, and your psychic energy barely exceeded 40. How could you possibly test into 4 Directions Immortal University? This was exactly what puzzled Shunmei. In her understanding, with Lu Chuan's level of talent, he should have been able to comfortably gain admission to Shangjiao Immortal University or Shangfu Immortal University. While that would already be considered excellent in my city, it still fell far short of true genius level standards. Why would the divine sect be so persistently determined to target him? One failed attempt wasn't enough, they had to try again? Lu Chuan couldn't be bothered to explain to Shunmei. Just tell me what you know, he said bluntly. A spiritual power value above 950 and a mental strength value above 200 are the basic requirements. Besides these, you must also master at least one offensive spell and possess some combat capability. Otherwise, even if you meet the admission criteria, you'll be considered nothing more than a cultivator who can't fight, useless, and will be expelled from Sifan Immortal University. Lu Chuan was taken aback. Useless? That's a harsh way to put it. Shunmei sneered, if all you can do is absorb spiritual power but can't fight, then what else are you? The immortal universities enjoy resources from the Huaxia Alliance, and they don't waste them on useless people. Sifang is the strongest among them, so it's even more strict. What about those with talent in formations, alchemy, or talisman crafting? Lu Chuan asked curiously. Are they also called useless if they lack combat skills? You're overthinking it, Shunmei said. Truly gifted students in these areas are exceptionally rare. On their very first day at the academy, they're snatched up by the major factions and treated like prized treasures to be cultivated. They wouldn't even need to learn combat spells themselves. Lu Chuan suddenly understood. So that's how it is. 30 minutes later, Shunmei left Lu Chuan's home, her face filled with humiliation. Meanwhile, Lu Chuan sat on the living room sofa, tightly gripping a bank card, his face beaming with joy. He presented Shunmei with 3 conditions in total. The first condition required Shunmei to explain the divine cult to him, while the second was for her to clarify matters concerning Xian University. The third condition was 1 million yuan. Of course, Shunmei didn't actually give him 1 million. After some bargaining, the final price was settled at 600,000. The bank card in my hand contains 600,000 Huaxia currency. Lu Chuan didn't feel like he was cheating anyone. Because since Shunmei was willing to pay this 600,000, it meant the reward she could get from my letter of understanding was much greater than that amount. Just a business transaction, that's all. Moreover, in order to survive the crisis of the divine cult, he had already exhausted all his money. The first page of the Starry Sky Food Guide, featuring the Swan Beast illustration, has been fully restored, and the second page is now accessible. Now was precisely the time when startup capital was needed. He picked up the phone and dialed the number for the director of the Beast Garden, Lu. Hello? Director Lu, it's me. I'd like to buy some demon beast meat from you, preferably higher grade if available. It's for cultivation purposes, Early foundation stage? But without bloodline power? That'll do. You're going to deliver it to me? That's wonderful, thank you so much. He hung up the phone. Lu Chuan waited eagerly. After the Swan Beast illustration was fully restored yesterday, he actually took a glimpse at the second page of the scroll, but it was entirely shrouded in a haze of obscure power, he couldn't make out even the slightest detail. Therefore, Lu Chuan decided to consume high-tier beast meat directly. This would allow him to restore a specific part of the monster recorded on the second page, thereby deducing what kind of monster was depicted there. We'll make further plans later. On the first page was a high-tier swan beast imbued with the might of mountains. Just what could be on the second page? Chapter 53 Breaking Through Again. 2 hours later. Lu Chuan ran down from his house just as Principal Lu's specially modified car arrived. Lu Chuan, long time no see. Principal Lu stepped out of the car, his eyes lighting up immediately at the sight of Lu Chuan. As expected of a top student from number 1 high school, your spiritual energy level is remarkably high. Spare me the formalities, Principal Lu. Did you bring what I asked for? Lu Chuan asked with barely contained eagerness. Ha ha. Principal Lu laughed. Wait here, I'll get it for you. Then, he reached for a paper bag from the passenger seat and handed it over. Here. Lu Chuan was in a daze. This? That's right. Is this the flesh of a Foundation establishment stage demon beast? Hee hee, better than meat, would I dare charge you 50,000 otherwise? Director Lu gave a mysterious smile as he shoved it into Lu Chuan's hands. Take it, why would I deceive you? Then he took out a book and handed it to Lu Chuan. You seem quite interested in demonic beasts, Lu Chuan. This book is called Spiritual Energy Quantification of Demonic Beast Bloodlines. Here, consider it a gift. Thank you, Director Lu. Lu Chuan accepted it while expressing his gratitude. This book was exactly what he needed. Alright, I've got things to attend to, gotta dash now. Just transfer the 50 grand to me later, said Director Lu with a smile to Lu Chuan before hastily getting into his car and driving off. Lu Chuan turned to head home, gazing curiously at the paper bag in his hand. In his mind, the meat of a Foundation establishment stage demonic beast should have been enormous, like the previous deer leg or even the thigh of a lion beast. He never expected it to be packed in such a modest paper bag, and when he lifted it, the weight didn't seem particularly heavy either. But upon opening the paper bag, Lu Chuan's doubts vanished. Inside, the bag was stuffed with soft, shock-absorbing cotton padding, and nestled at the center of the cotton was a palm-sized white egg. A demonic beast egg. This must be worth more than 50,000. Lu Chuan muttered to himself. If it were an egg of a Foundation establishment stage demon beast, it would definitely be worth more than 50,000. After all, it could hatch into a Foundation establishment stage juvenile demon beast, and with proper nurturing, there was a high chance the young beast could also become a Foundation establishment cultivator. But then, Lu Chuan suddenly realized, so it's a dead egg. He sensed no signs of life within the demon beast egg, only a surge of intense spiritual energy. In that case, the value isn't really that high after all. Still, being able to purchase it for 50,000 is an absolute steal. Lu Chuan took a deep breath and walked into the kitchen. After thoroughly cleaning the demon beast egg, he boiled water in the pot. When it reached a rolling boil, he placed the jade white egg inside, allowing the water to gradually rise above its shell. Normally, eggs take about 8 minutes to boil, but since this monster egg was quite large, Lu Chuan boiled it for 15 minutes. After 15 minutes, Lu Chuan removed the monster egg from the pot, cooled it with cold water, and then cracked the shell. The moment the shell broke, a strange yet enticing eggy aroma wafted out, filling the entire room with an irresistible savory fragrance. The egg white gleamed like jade, steaming hot, and when broken apart, it revealed an incredibly golden yolk that was still slightly runny in the center, its gooey texture practically making mouths water. In less than 3 minutes, the monster egg completely disappeared into Lu Chuan's stomach. Burp! Lu Chuan let out a belch, feeling nothing but the fragrance of eggs all over his body. At the same time, waves of warmth flowed through him, as though he were soaking in a hot spring, utterly comfortable. Staggering, Lu Chuan rushed into his room and then collapsed onto the bed. The next moment, his consciousness directly appeared in his mind. And that thick celestial menu floated quietly before him. At this moment, the celestial menu had already automatically turned to the second page, and the hazy power covering the second page was continuously flickering. Soon, the flickering stopped, revealing part of an image beneath the scroll. It was a hoof. Hooves? Lu Chuan asked suspiciously. A horse? As he stepped forward for a closer look, he suddenly felt his mind grow feverish, his spiritual energy becoming restless. Could my spiritual energy be about to break through again? Lu Chuan quickly deduced what was likely happening. His spiritual power value had already reached 195 before, just 5 points short of the 200 requirement for the object control realm. The power within that demon beast egg also provided immense benefits to mental strength, which is why after consuming it, the breakthrough in spiritual energy was achieved. Now, this should be enough to meet the admission standards of Sifang Immortal University, right? Lu Chuan quickly sat cross-legged and began circulating his internal cultivation technique. Before he started, this thought lingered in his mind. And just as he was breaking through, the Great Xia Alliance, Capital City, Four Directions Academy. At the heart of the Sifang Immortal University lies the largest Four Directions spirit gathering formation hub in the entire Huaxia Alliance. Celestial spiritual energies cascade from the heavens above, creating a breathtaking spectacle of unparalleled beauty. All around, heavily armed guards were stationed, and many terrifying auras lurked in hiding. These were the powerful figures guarding this place. Yet at this moment, an old man suddenly let out a soft exclamation, his face filled with suspicion as he looked toward the center of the formation. What's going on? How can this be? It hasn't been long, yet the Quad Gathering Spirit Formation has once again increased its spiritual energy supply to Yuanwu Manor? And this time, it's even more than before? Huaxia Star Scar Hall. In that archive hall on the west side. Still that gray-robed elder called Elder Xia, he appeared in the archive room once more, urgently flipping through files. Flipping through the pages, he exclaimed excitedly, 50%, 50%, 50%. This time the Quad Spirit Gathering Array has increased the spiritual power supplied to Yuanwu Prefecture by another 50%. There can't be any mistake this time, there must be a powerhouse at the Dao Source level who has emerged, and an exceptional one at that. Hurry, hurry, let me see who made the breakthrough. Ha ha ha. This old man's luck is just too good. Every time the Quad Spirit Gathering Array gets agitated, it happens to fall on my watch in the archives. But moments later... What? It still hasn't been found? Not Ruan Yuchuan? Not Wang Hong? Nor Li Shichen? This is outrageous, absolutely outrageous. In all my years as an old man, I've never seen anything so preposterous. Then, grumbling to himself, he walked away. Beyond my city lay the desolate no man's land. At that moment, a 10-person squad was swiftly advancing toward my city. The leader of the group was a man clad in blood-red garments, with terrifying killing intent swirling around him. His cultivation level had shockingly reached the peak of the golden core stage. At this moment, he was briefing the other members of the team. This mission is simple: kill a genius named Lu Chuan in my city. Yesterday, Lei Yi, the city lord of my city, joined forces with Yuanwu Immortal University and nearly wiped out all of our comrades we had planted within the city. This debt must be repaid. And this Lu Chuan is one of the sources of our brethren's annihilation. Our fellow sect members failed in their attempt to kill him, so we'll take their place and eliminate Lu Chuan. Let's curb Lei Yi's arrogance. Ha 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 ha, I heard about it. What a pity about sect leader Bai though, she was so beautiful. One of the team members behind him immediately responded with lewd laughter. Captain, rest assured, isn't this just routine business for our Blood Eagle squad? Over the years, we've completed countless such missions to humble arrogant opponents. Lei Yi would never expect us to strike this quickly. This mission should be a breeze. Yeah, we'll kill that Lu Chuan and leave immediately, no unnecessary fighting. The team members chatted casually while darting swiftly through the wilderness. But suddenly, the communicator of the blood-robed man at the forefront began flashing. The next moment, his expression instantly darkened. He halted and furrowed his brow deeply. Just received intel from the sect leader a minute ago. The Quad Spirit Gathering Array increased its spiritual energy infusion to Yuanwu by another 50%. Another formidable expert has emerged within Yuanwu Manor. Captain, what should we do then? Asked a burly man ranked second, furrowing his brow. Looks like we have no choice but to lie low again. The blood-robed man's face twisted with extreme vexation before he turned and commanded, retreat. Chapter 54, exemplary in both character and scholarship. Yuanwu Immortal University, Principal's Office. It was late at night, but Yuanwu Immortal University's President Li Shichen showed no signs of resting. He sat at his desk reviewing documents regarding the school's procurement of magical artifacts and elixirs for disciples preparing to enter the Star Path. 3 months ago, Professor Han from Sifang Immortal University sent a message to Yuanwu Prefecture, claiming he had detected disturbances in the spatial energy above Yuanwu. The celestial pathway guarded by Yuanwu Prefecture might undergo changes. Upon receiving this news, Yuanwu Prefecture Governor Ruan Yuchuan immediately set out to verify the celestial pathway's condition, only returning to Yuanwu shortly before the present. Governor Ruan's verification results largely confirmed Professor Han's predictions. In fact, the situation appeared even worse than anticipated. The star path guarded by Yuanwu Mansion had expanded several times in width within an extremely short period, transforming from a martial-grade star path that only martial-level powerhouses could traverse into a king-grade star path. This meant that the overwhelming majority of students from Yuanwu Immortal University would soon be thrust onto the battlefield, using their young lives to resist the enemy. Ensure that the magical artifacts and elixirs for students entering the star path are allocated at 30 times the usual quantity. If any part of this process fails, execute those responsible. Li Shurchen signed his name on the document and appended a sentence brimming with murderous intent. He then placed the file into a formation array before him, and the document vanished without a trace. He was about to continue reviewing the files when suddenly, the phone on his desk rang. He picked up the phone. "This is Li Shurchen speaking." "Principal Li, this is Jiang Xinghe," came a calm voice from the other end of the line. "Principal Jiang." Li Shurchen sprang up from his seat, exclaiming in astonishment, "Why are you calling me?" "Jiang Xinghe, Vice President of the Four Directions Immortal University." Although Li Shurchen was the president of Yuanwu Immortal University, he was nowhere near the level of Vice President Jiang Xinghe, which left him utterly astonished, his voice filled with reverence. "Did you notice the change in the quadrilateral spirit gathering array?" Jiang Xinghe asked. "The quadrilateral spirit gathering array." Li Shurchen focused his spiritual senses to perceive their surroundings. Upon hearing this, his face immediately contorting with overwhelming astonishment. Has the array actually increased Yuanwu Prefecture's spiritual energy supply by another 50%? It seems you're just as clueless. Earlier, when I entered the Star Scar Hall to review the archives of all Yuanwu Prefecture's experts above the soul manifestation realm, I found no records of anyone making a breakthrough today. Yet, the quadrilateral spirit gathering array genuinely provided your prefecture with an additional 50% spiritual energy. Just like last time. Li Shurchen murmured. "That's true, but what I mean to say is, Yuanwu Prefecture's spiritual energy density has now reached upper-tier prefecture standards, qualifying it to establish a branch campus of the Four Directions Immortal University." A branch campus. A brilliant light flickered in Li Shurchen's eyes. After eating the monster beast egg gifted by Principal Lu Chuan dove straight into bed and slept like the dead, completely unaware of the bustling excitement outside. This sleep lasted straight until 7:30 the next morning. Upon waking, Lu Chuan immediately sat up and abruptly raised his right hand toward the book on the desk titled Quantifying Spiritual Power in Demonic Beasts, sharply focusing his mental energy. In the next moment, something miraculous happened. The thick book suddenly levitated from the desk and flew straight toward Lu Chuan's outstretched hand. Lu Chuan's face lit up with joy. Object manipulation realm. Success! But before his excitement could last, the book that had been floating suddenly wavered in the air and fell to the ground with a thud. As the book dropped, Lu Chuan's face instantly paled, a wave of dizziness assaulting his mind, threatening to knock him out again. "Damn, is it really this feeble?" Lu Chuan muttered to himself, staggering as he rolled out of bed and taking a long while to recover. Then, he extended his left hand again, attempting to concentrate all his mental energy through it to control that thick book. But after a short while, he realized his left hand couldn't even make the thick book float. "Works with the right hand but not the left?" Lu Chuan scratched his head in confusion. "But I usually use my left hand normally." "Forget it, I'll ask Lu Guangnian later." After pondering for a long time without figuring it out, Lu Chuan stopped dwelling on it. Being able to lift objects with psychic energy meant he had already reached the object control realm. As for the precautions after reaching the object control realm, he could just consult Lu Guangnian after his secluded training ended. Thinking this, Lu Chuan packed his things and prepared to head to school. Having taken leave yesterday and not gone to school, it would be a bit excessive if he didn't go again today. As a top student excelling in both character and academics, Lu Chuan had even planned out today's study schedule. In the morning, he would study the book the master teaches you how to read demonic beast poems to find the owner of that hoof. In the afternoon, studying spiritual power quantification of monster bloodlines, researching which monsters to eat would best help restore the images in the Starry Sky food catalog. Just as he stepped out of the neighborhood gate, Hu Feifan's figure was already waiting there. "Brother Chuan! Brother Chuan! Brother Chuan! Here, here, here!" Spotting Lu Chuan, he excitedly waved and greeted him. Well, well!" Lu Chuan teased. "Miss me this much after just one day apart?" He. Hu Feifan didn't say anything, just stared at Lu Chuan with a strange grin. "Bro Chuan, look at me carefully, notice anything different about me?" Lu Chuan looked at Hu Feifan skeptically, then suddenly brightened up. "Has your spiritual power increased significantly?" he asked. He spent every day with Hufifan, so if there was only a very slight increase in spiritual energy, he wouldn't be able to sense it. But at this moment, he sensed an extremely intense spiritual energy fluctuation emanating from Hufifan, as if he were a completely different person compared to just a few days ago. He. Hufifan laughed even more gleefully. Looks like you haven't been checking the news, Brother Chuan. Last night, another powerhouse from our Yuanwu prefecture had a breakthrough. This time, the spiritual energy density of the entire Yuanwu prefecture instantly increased by 50%. What does that have to do with your spiritual energy increase? Lu Chuan asked. You just don't get it, Brother Chuan, Hufifan said smugly. When a powerhouse breaks through, the spiritual energy between heaven and earth undergoes a mysterious transformation. If someone happens to be cultivating near that powerhouse during this time, those mystical energies will also favor others training diligently nearby. Last night, just as I happened to be swallowing a qi condensing pill and circulating the spiritual vortex cultivation method to absorb its medicinal effects, I suddenly sensed that mysterious energy. So? Hufifan was practically shaking his head with pride. I broke through, bro. Not only did my spiritual power cross 500 points, but my mental power is also about to enter the micro realm. I saw on the forum this morning that in the entire Plain City, at least a few hundred people felt that profound spiritual energy last night, but fewer than 10 actually achieved a breakthrough. And yours truly here is one of them. Hearing this, Lu Chuan's eyes filled with thick envy. What a shame. I fell asleep yesterday afternoon and slept right through till now, missed out on the golden opportunity. Brother Chuan, don't worry. Although strong cultivator breakthroughs are rare, they're not impossible to encounter in the future. Hufifan stepped forward, patting Lu Chuan's shoulder and consoling him solemnly. As long as you train as diligently as I do in the future, one day you too will gain the favor of a mighty cultivator. After speaking, he turned his expectant gaze skyward and murmured wistfully, they say any cultivator who receives a strong master's benefaction must, by tradition, kneel and kowtow upon meeting them again, then respectfully address them as master. To become the disciple of a powerhouse capable of stirring the spiritual energies of heaven and earth, what tremendous fortune that would be for you, brother. Beside them, Lu Chuan watched Hufifan's unbearably greasy performance, an indescribably odd feeling welling up in his heart for some reason. Chapter 55, The Savage Ox. When circulating your spiritual energy cycles and absorbing spiritual power, students must prioritize condensation and solidity above all else. After all, spiritual energy accumulates in the dantian to form spiritual rings. This is the very foundation of cultivation. You must never treat it carelessly. Don't become careless just because you want to compete with classmates around you in the number of spiritual rings formed. Next, I'll explain the key points to note when condensing the fourth spirit ring. In the classroom, Lu Zhiyong stood on the podium guiding the cultivator class students from my number 1 high school in forming their fourth spirit rings. Below, most students listened quietly. Meanwhile, Lu Chuan was completely engrossed in reading his copy of Master's Guide to Monster Beast Palmistry. By now, he had recognized the origin of that hoof. Wild ox, one of the bovine demon beasts. Previous experts attempted to trace its bloodline but failed to connect it to any ancient ferocious beast. According to texts left thousands of years ago, this creature may be related to the legendary Chonyo and carries its diluted ancestry. Sadly, even if Chonyo truly existed, our current era is too far removed from that time, leaving its bloodline exceedingly thin. Characteristics of wild ox: possesses greater strength and endurance than ordinary demon beasts, but has extremely low intelligence, making it easily trainable as a mount. Indeed, these aren't horse hooves, they're ox hooves, Lu Chuan muttered to himself. Ox hooves have 4 hoof claws, while horse hooves don't. After reading these descriptions, Lu Chuan raised an eyebrow in surprise when he discovered the second page actually contained information about savage oxen too. The savage ox's strength typically ranges between foundation establishment to golden core stages, possessing first-tier bloodline power. It's worth noting that due to the savage oxen's prowess in transporting heavy loads, every major Immortal University's beast taming department within the Huaxia Alliance raises at least 1,000 of these creatures. The Four Directions Immortal Academy goes even further, reportedly breeding 50,000 savage oxen, including the legendary Herculean ox. The moment he read this, Lu Chuan, who had been sitting upright at his desk, felt his body jerk with excitement. Through gritted teeth, he swore inwardly, I must get into Four Directions Immortal Academy. At the lectern, Lu Zhiyong noticed Lu Chuan's contorted expression and paused his lecture. Approaching with concern, he asked, "Lu Chuan, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Lu Chuan snapped out of his reverie and hastily shook his head. No, nothing's wrong." "Really?" Lu Chuan nodded, "Really not." Lu Zhiyong let out a long sigh instead, looking at the other classmates as he said, "Did you all see that?" Why could Lu Chuan go from a spiritual level where entering the cultivation class was difficult to ranking at the forefront of the cultivation class in less than 2 months? This is the reason. No matter how tough or exhausting it gets, even if they're still recovering from illness, they persist in attending class. This kind of perseverance and endurance is truly worth learning from. Applause. Clap, clap, clap. The classroom immediately erupted with thunderous applause. Many students turned to look at Lu Chuan, their gazes filled with utmost admiration. Lu Chuan quickly put away the palmistry book on the table, smiling awkwardly, "Ha ha ha ha." After class. "Student Lu Chuan, come here for a moment." Lu Zhiyong closed his book and signaled Lu Chuan to follow him to the office. "All right." Lu Chuan stood up from his desk and followed. Soon, the two arrived at the office, where they found themselves alone. "Lu Chuan, regarding what happened during the medical exams, that was my fault. At the time, Secretary Ma called and said the principal needed me urgently, so I had to leave in a hurry. Who knew things would turn out like this afterward?" Lu Zhiyong's face darkened as he said solemnly, "If you hadn't injured the driver and stopped what followed, teacher might have regretted it for the rest of my life." Lu Chuan quickly waved his hands in protest, "Teacher, don't say that. No one could have foreseen such a thing." "No." Lu Zhiyong shook his head firmly at Lu Chuan. "This kind of incident has happened before at number 1 high school. 10 years ago, the old principal trained a student who was said to have potential to enter the prestigious Sifang Immortal Academy, but later, his family's home inexplicably caught fire, and the entire household perished in it. Since then, our school has implemented a strict confidentiality plan. Before the class placement exams, students' spiritual power values were strictly prohibited from being leaked. Particularly, the data about standing students' spiritual power values would be known only to the principal and homeroom teachers, no one else. The fear was that if any student showed exceptional talent during this critical period, but carelessly revealed it. At this point, Lu Zhiyong asked, "The Bureau of Immortal Cultivation has briefed you about the divine sect, right?" Lu Chuan nodded, "They have." "It's good that you said it, it's good that you said it." Lu Zhiyong let out a long sigh. In any case, what happened before was all due to mistakes made by both the principal and me. After the Cultivation Bureau explained the whole story to me, I was shocked and deeply regretful. The principal seemed even more stunned than I was. Lu Chuan thought to himself. That's right. The principal saw Elder Bai's corpse with his own eyes and is one of the few who knows I was the one who killed him. Hiding your true strength before, not telling us your spiritual power and mental force values, was the right move. Otherwise, their first strike wouldn't have been against the bus, they would have come directly for you and your family. Lu Zhiyong patted Lu Chuan's shoulder and whispered. After suspecting you might be nearing the admission standards for 4 Directions Immortal University, I specifically called teacher Zhao Jianpain several times for advice. He told me that besides reaching the spiritual power and mental force requirements, you'd also need to master at least 1 combat spell. At this point, he took an envelope from the drawer and said, I'm a teacher, and my duty is to educate. I'm not very knowledgeable about combat techniques, but my high school classmate now serves as a magic instructor at the Cultivation Bureau. You can take my recommendation letter to seek his guidance. Lu Chuan wanted to ask why he couldn't just make a phone call, but after some thought, he realized Lu Zhiyong must have his reasons for insisting on a letter. So he held back his question and simply nodded. Your spiritual power and mental strength values should already meet the standards of the 4 Extremities Immortal University. If you can master 1 combat spell to perfection, your spot at the university will be truly secured. Lu Zhiyong looked at Lu Chuan with a gaze full of encouragement and expectation, tinged with a hint of youthful envy. He spoke earnestly, keep striving. A bright future awaits you. Okay, thank you, Teacher Lu. Lu Chuan nodded at Lu Zhiyong, sensing his sincerity. From now on, focus mainly on cultivating your magical abilities. As for the school classes, well, they're not really meant for you anyway. Just swing by occasionally to show your face so your classmates don't forget about you. Lu Zhiyong waved his hand with a smile and added. Off you go. Lu Chuan stepped out of the office and glanced back at Lu Zhiyong. In his previous impression, teacher Lu Zhiyong was nothing more than a grade-level dean who had climbed the ranks by currying favor with the principal. But today, he sensed an extraordinary sincerity emanating from him. Shaking his head, Lu Chuan pulled his thoughts away from sentimentality and began planning what to eat for dinner that evening. Just before reading Master Teaches You Palm Reading, he had already finished quantifying the spiritual power of monster bloodlines, a book given to him by Principal Lu, gaining a basic understanding of monster bloodlines. He had a preliminary conjecture about what to eat to maximally restore the wild bull diagram image, and decided to go home to test it out. Chapter 56, Classification of Beast Bloodline Levels. It was 11:30 when he left school. Lu Chuan didn't head straight home but first went to the building where the Lingxi Commerce Association was located. The Lingxi Commerce Association building was one of the highest-end shopping destinations in the small city of Mai. The goods sold there were generally only targeted at cultivators at the foundation establishment stage or above, far removed from the lives of ordinary people. But Lu Chuan was no stranger to this place, for after finishing the Ling Xiangzi given by Xiao Xingxing, he had been purchasing subsequent batches here. Familiar with the route, he strolled through the building's interior and arrived before a luxurious counter. From behind the counter, a slender-waisted, long-legged beauty in uniform immediately approached, smiling at Lu Chuan. "Hello, sir. Are you here to buy Ling Xiangzi again?" Lu Chuan was taken aback, recognizing that this beautiful lady had been the one who served him when he came to buy 20 Ling Xiangzi pills the day before yesterday. "I'm not here for Ling Xiangzi this time. I'd like to buy some demon beast meat, do you have any?" Lu Chuan asked with a smile. "Demon beast meat? Of course we do." The attractive saleswoman seemed surprised at first, then led Lu Chuan to another counter. Pointing at the exquisitely packaged products inside the display, she smiled and asked, "May I ask which type you're looking for, sir?" Lu Chuan said, "Do you have manyo, savage ox, meat?" "Hold on, let me check." The saleswoman stepped forward and began searching on a device. Lu Chuan watched with keen interest from behind the counter. Contrary to his expectations, he had imagined that selling monster beast meat might feel like visiting a butcher's stall, but instead, it was still this elegantly arranged counter. Sealed packages of monster beast meat were neatly displayed, with labels in front reading, superior, or inferior, and only a very few marked, first tier. After studying the spiritual power quantification of demonic beasts' bloodlines, Lu Chuan gained a general understanding of how demonic beast bloodlines are classified. Like humans, demonic beasts also cultivate spiritual power. Just as aptitude varies among humans, so too does it vary among demonic beasts. However, what determines a demonic beast's aptitude is far more brutal, it's their bloodline. If a demonic beast is of noble birth and possesses a powerful bloodline, its talent will inevitably be formidable. Not only will their cultivation path be smooth, but their combat prowess will also far surpass that of ordinary demonic beasts. But if a demonic beast is born into lowly origins with weak bloodline power, its cultivation will inevitably face countless obstacles. Even at the same realm, its strength will be considerably weaker than those of noble-blooded beasts. Moreover, as its lifespan increases, it will most likely become prey for other powerful demonic beasts. According to the text, if a demonic beast possesses first-tier bloodline power, it can at minimum cultivate to the foundation establishment stage, with high probabilities of advancing to the golden core realm. Beasts with second-tier bloodline power can effortlessly reach the golden core stage through casual cultivation, smoothly advance to nascent soul, and have a significantly higher probability of becoming great demons compared to other monstrous creatures. Of course, these demon beasts possessing bloodline powers were still far beyond the reach of cultivators like Lu Chuan, who had yet to even lay his foundation. Most of the demonic beasts Lu Chuan encountered in his daily life were low tier, but even among these unranked creatures, there existed distinctions in their bloodline power. For example, the spirit sea shrimp is the most basic of demonic beasts, barely crossing the threshold as a sea shrimp nurtured with spirit energy. It doesn't even reach the first layer of chi refinement, and its bloodline ranks as the lowest tier among the unclassified, inferior, grade. The giant-toothed tiger and golden mane lion that Lu Chuan had seen in the beast garden, these massive creatures typically possess spiritual power at the high-level chi practitioner stage, with some even having the potential to break through to foundation establishment, belong to the upper tier among non-ranked bloodlines. The value of these two types of spirit beasts was clearly different. The energy contained in the meat of upper-tier beasts was roughly 2 to 3 times that of lower-tier beasts. Meanwhile, the meat of beasts with first-tier bloodlines contained about 10 times the energy of lower-tier beasts. "Sir, we've found it." Soon, the saleswoman looked up from the device and smiled at Lu Chuan. "Really? How much per catty?" Lu Chuan asked curiously. With a professional smile, the saleswoman replied, "Would you like Foundation Realm Barbarian Beef or Golden Core Realm Barbarian Beef?" Lu Chuan exclaimed in delight, "You even have Golden Core Realm? Then could you kindly tell me the prices for each?" "Certainly," the saleswoman smiled. "Sir, the market price for Foundation Establishment level bison meat is 200 huaxia coins per tael, which translates to 2,000 huaxia coins per catty. As for Golden Core level, it's 2,000 huaxia coins per tael, or 20,000 huaxia coins per catty." Lu Chuan. "Priced by the tail? Are you kidding me?" A normal adult savage bull stands 4 to 5 meters tall, about 10 meters in length, and weighs approximately 15 tons. 15 tons, that's 15,000 kilograms, 30,000 gene. At 2,000 per gene, a Foundation Establishment stage savage bull would be worth 60 million huaxia dollars. Golden Core stage savage bulls are even larger, 800 million? A billion? Are you kidding me? How much profit margin did you shady merchants squeeze into this? Lu Chuan was screaming internally. The saleswoman smiled and said to Lu Chuan, "But I should inform you, sir, that since my city is a small town, the demand for savage beast meat isn't very high. If you require it, we'd need to transfer goods from Pingyuan City, which would take about 3 days. 3 days? That's too slow, forget it." Lu Chuan immediately seized this excuse to avoid bleeding his wallet dry. "Certainly," the saleswoman smiled. "Would you like anything else? Show me some higher-grade monster meat, preferably related to the wild bull bloodline." "Understood." 20 minutes later. Lu Chuan held a shopping bag in his arms, his face twisted in pain as he walked out of the Lingxi Chamber of Commerce building. In the end, he bought 10 catties of premium demonic beast beef, 250 per catty, totaling 2,500. The reason he insisted on purchasing bovine-type demonic beasts was based on his experience unlocking the swan beast illustration. The closer the ingredients were to the bloodline of the beast depicted, the better the image restoration effect. Of course, the further one progressed through the Starry Sky menu's recipes, the more formidable the required demonic beasts became, and consequently, the more challenging the restoration process. When unlocking the swan beast diagram, consuming a meal of spirit shrimp would unlock one claw or an arm. But for this wild bull diagram, even after eating a precious demon beast egg yesterday, Lu Chuan only managed to restore a single hoof. So with these 10 catties of green beef, he didn't hold much hope. Being able to restore just one toe on the bull's hoof would suffice. It took 70 days to fully unlock the swan beast diagram, and the wild bull diagram was proving even more challenging to decipher. Lu Chuan decided on a 95-day plan to deal with this savage bull diagram. As for why it had to be 95 days, it was obvious. After 30 days, he would take the college entrance exams and be admitted to Xifang Immortal University. After 90 days, following a 60-day vacation, he would begin his studies at Xifang Immortal University. After that, Lu Chuan gave himself 5 days to infiltrate the university's beast taming department, where he would find the livestock pens holding 50,000 savage bulls. Finally, Chapter 57, Full of Energy. How to roast beef for 20 people perfectly. Steps. 1. Wash 10 catties of superior grade demon beast beef thoroughly and slice it to your preferred thickness. 2. Bring out the barbecue grill from the balcony and clean it thoroughly. 3. Prepare minced ginger, chopped scallions, garlic paste, white sugar, black pepper powder, roasted sesame seeds, mushrooms, green peppers, onions, and carrots. 4. Take a clean bowl, add soy sauce, water, minced scallion, minced garlic, minced ginger, sugar, ground black pepper, and toasted sesame powder. Mix well, then add the beef to marinate. 5. Place the charcoal in the grill and prepare to start cooking. Lu Chuan quickly completed steps 1 to 4 but didn't go looking for charcoal. Instead, he gazed thoughtfully at the grill before him. Then, he took out the beef and flames erupted directly from his hand. Yes, spewing flames from the hands, this was a spell called Great Blazing Flame Technique, an advanced level art with devastating power. It once grievously wounded a swan beast possessing golden core strength. Yes, now Lu Chuan uses it to grill meat. Yes, it was originally meant for roasting meat. The flames surged fiercely, glowing in a yellow-red hue, directly enveloping the beef in their fierce embrace. In that instant, a rich, distinct aroma unique to beef wafted through the air, while the meat swiftly darkened in color, revealing exquisite marbling patterns, each piece brimming with irresistible allure. Within just 3 minutes, the flames dissipated, and an intoxicating blend of beef and spices filled the air, sending Lu Chuan's mouth watering uncontrollably. Time for the first bite. Lu Chuan didn't mind the heat at all. He grabbed a palm-sized chunk of meat and took a savage bite. In an instant, meat juices exploded in his mouth as an intense, rich aroma enveloped his taste buds, sending them into raptures. Hell yeah! The flames of the Great Blaze Technique had roasted the meat while trapping its juices inside, ensuring that every bite brimmed with mouth-watering flavor. At the same time, a sense of unrestrained pleasure from eating hearty meat surged in Lu Chuan's heart, making him devour with relish, his lips smeared with seasoning and meat juices. How to finish 20 servings of roast beef. Step: let Lu Chuan handle it. After finishing the grilled beef, Lu Chuan felt a warm sensation throughout his body. Strands of spiritual energy emerged in every fiber of his limbs and automatically converged toward his dantian. He tested it with the spiritual energy wristband on his wrist. Spiritual energy value, 955. After consuming the demon beast egg yesterday, Lu Chuan's spiritual power increased from 935 to 945, and now it has risen by another 10 points. Of course, this doesn't mean Lu Chuan's monster egg was a bad purchase, as it not only boosts spiritual power but also provides immense benefits to mental energy. After seeing the spiritual power value data, Lu Chuan felt a thrill of excitement. Finally, I've exceeded the admission score for Sifang Immortal University. This means that even if Lu Chuan stops cultivating now, he could still get into 4 Directions Immortal University in the future. The thrill of this breakthrough filled Lu Chuan with renewed energy. After a brief rest and packing his things, he left home and headed straight for the Immortal Cultivation Bureau. He was going to seek out the old classmate recommended by Lu Zhiyong for guidance on mystic arts cultivation. It's human nature, when one feels the future is full of promise, they become brimming with motivation, ready to press the advantage while the iron is hot. Immersive Translate. Yuanwu Immortal University. In an elegantly decorated office. Establish a branch campus? Lu Guangyan looked at Lu Jingxian with a puzzled expression. Teacher, why have I never heard of anything like a branch campus before? Lu Jingxian, with her graceful demeanor, smiled gently at Lu Guangyan and replied, because the 4 Directions Immortal University has never established a branch campus before. Naturally, you wouldn't have heard of it. The current president of Sifang Immortal University proposed the idea of establishing branch campuses across various prefectures of the Huaxia Alliance as early as 180 years ago, which sparked intense debate throughout the alliance at that time. But later, for reasons unknown, the branch campus construction plan was shelved and never brought up again. I had thought the plan was completely dead in the water, yet surprisingly, just a few days ago, it was revived by Jiang Xinghe, the vice president of Sifang Immortal University. This time, Sifang Immortal University seems to be serious about it, and the first branch campus will be established right here in our Yuanwu prefecture. Lu Guangyan's eyes gleamed upon hearing this, murmuring, Teacher, does this mean our Yuanwu prefecture's opportunity has arrived? Lu Jingxian, however, shook his head gently and sighed deeply. The opportunity has indeed arrived, but with it comes enormous risks. The Huaxia Alliance has 72 prefectures, with 27 being upper tier. Why would the 4 Directions Immortal Academy specifically choose our Yuanwu? It's precisely because of the recent frequent anomalies in the spiritual energy fluctuations within Yuanwu. In just a short time, the spiritual concentration in our prefecture has already reached the threshold of an upper-tier prefecture. Meanwhile, our Yuanwu prefecture doesn't even have a single Daoyuan level expert and doesn't belong to any faction within the Huaxia Alliance. This makes it easier to control. Upon hearing this, Lu Guangyan's eyes flickered with understanding as he grasped Lu Jingxuan's implication. 180 years ago, the principal of Sifang Immortal University had proposed a plan to establish branch campuses, so why did it fail back then? It must have been opposition from other factions within the alliance with differing opinions. Only a force with immense influence within the Huaxia alliance could stall the plans of such a prominent figure as the president of Four Symbols University. If Yuanwu Prefecture now stepped forward to take on the first branch campus, it would be tantamount to announcing to the entire alliance that Yuanwu Prefecture had sided with the faction of the Four Symbols University president. Yet, without genuine powerhouse backing within Yuanwu, such a move would inevitably invite numerous challenges. While the Huaxia alliance has always remained united against external enemies, it does not hold back in ideological disputes. Whether to establish these branch campuses of Four Symbols University is clearly one such conflict of principles. Lu Guangnian had clearly weighed the pros and cons, but still gritted his teeth and said, "But now we have no other choice. The star path has been widened. If we can't hold off the enemies coming from it, Yuanwu Prefecture's situation will only become more dire. Better to take over this branch campus outright and fight for a breakthrough." Upon hearing Lu Guangnian's words, Lu Jingxuan's eyes showed a glimmer of approval. Indeed. Thus, after discussions among Governor Ruan Yuchuan, Deputy Governor Wang Hong, and the university president, it was decided to join forces with Sifang Immortal University and take responsibility for the branch campus. Enrollment of new students is expected to begin this year. Lu Guangnian's eyes glimmered slightly, as expected of the Four Directions Immortal Academy. Truly astounding efficiency. But soon, his expression turned solemn as he looked at Lu Jingxin and said, "Teacher, with the winds and clouds gathering these days and the situation unpredictable, I have a vague sense in my heart that the time has come. Yesterday, I submitted an application to the War Hall to enter the Star Path." Hearing this, Lu Jingxian looked at Lu Guangnian with pleasant surprise and asked, "Are you ready?" "Ready." Lu Guangnian stood up, clasped his hands in salute, and bowed deeply to Lu Jingxian. "The departure date is set for 3 days from now. Today, I've come specifically to bid farewell to my teacher." "You?" Lu Jingxian gazed at the young Lu Guangnian before him, countless thoughts swirling in his heart. Yet in the end, all he did was nod emphatically, "Excellent." Chapter 58, The Beating Dummy, The Gentle Instructor, A Promising Journey of Learning Combat Spells begins. "Lu Chuan, is that you? Welcome, welcome." At the Cultivation Bureau, upon presenting his letter of recommendation to the staff on duty, Lu Chuan was immediately escorted into an office by a middle-aged man who warmly shook his hand. Lu Chuan looked at the middle-aged man with some confusion. The man was dressed in a black short-sleeved shirt, had a robust build with broad shoulders, and appeared to be in his 30s. But they had never met before. Why was this person showing him such enthusiasm without even reading his recommendation letter? "Do you know me?" Lu Chuan asked in confusion. "Ha ha ha." The middle-aged man laughed heartily, "Of course I know you. I was involved in both the Beast Garden incident and the previous case regarding the cult spies. We owe you a great deal for those matters. I've personally admired you for a long time and have been wanting to meet you." As he spoke, the middle-aged man tightened his grip on Lu Chuan's hand and even gave him a hearty slap on the shoulder with his large palm. Lu Chuan winced under the force of the pat and quickly said, "Teacher, may I know how to address you?" Calling someone teacher is never wrong, no matter their status. "Ha, I'm Lu Zhiyong's old classmate, Li Lianxiang," Li Lianxiang replied with a laugh, finally releasing Lu Chuan's hand. "Pleased to meet you, Professor Li Lianxiang. I look forward to learning from you in the future," Lu Chuan said politely. "Learning from me?" Li Lianxiang looked at Lu Chuan with confusion. "Learn what exactly?" Lu Chuan blinked rapidly. "Professor Li Lianxiang, perhaps you should read the recommendation letter first." Li Lianxiang opened the letter, and then his expression turned peculiar. "Your Professor Lu Zhiyong wants me to teach you combat spells?" Lu Chuan nodded obediently and said, "Exactly. Teacher Lu Zhiyong told me that he's focused on teaching and nurturing students all these years and hasn't studied combat spells much. But you've been a spell instructor at the Immortal Cultivation Bureau, so I was hoping you could teach me." Li Lianxiang muttered, "But there's no precedent for this sort of thing. Besides, wasn't that Bai Jie killed by you? Do you still need to learn this?" "Bai Jie?" Lu Chuan was taken aback. "Yes, that's the Hall Master of the Divine Sect." Li Lianxiang looked at Lu Chuan curiously. "Classmate Lu Chuan, why does your expression look so strange?" Lu Chuan desperately tried to control his expression and waved his hands, "And no, nothing really. I was just surprised after hearing Hall Master Bai's name. Being able to kill this Bai. Hall Master Bai back then was pure luck. I don't actually know any truly powerful combat spells. I see. Li Lianxiang pondered for a moment before earnestly saying to Lu Chuan, to be honest, if your teacher Lu Zhiyong had approached me directly, I would have refused outright based on my usual temperament. But now, he's presented an official recommendation letter in your school's name, and you've also done our cultivation bureau considerable favors. So I'm willing to help you out, Lu Chuan. Really? Lu Chuan exclaimed with joy upon hearing this. Thank you, teacher Li Lianxiang. Hey! Li Lianxiang laughed. Don't call me teacher. If you're going to learn magic with me, just call me instructor like the other team members. Alright. Instructor Li. Good. Now, why don't you head over to the training field at the back and wait for me first? I'll call our leader to get some resources approved for you. Li Lianxiang pointed in a direction, signaling for Lu Chuan to go ahead. Are there really resources? Lu Chuan's eyes lit up with even greater excitement. Of course there are. This is an official recommendation letter after all. From now on, all your spell practice expenses here will be covered jointly by your school and our Cultivation Bureau's finance department, Li Lianxiang explained. Great! Without another word, Lu Chuan promptly left the office and hurried toward the training grounds at the back. At the same time, he secretly felt relieved Lu Zhiyong's insistence on using an introduction letter had indeed proven beneficial, saving him a significant amount of money. The training grounds were vast, located behind the Cultivation Bureau. As Lu Chuan navigated through the bureau, 3 staff members stopped him at different points. After some explanation, each of them let him pass. The third staff member was a pretty woman around 25. Worried that Lu Chuan would encounter more obstacles if he continued alone, she personally escorted him all the way to the training grounds. Thank you, sis. My mom was right, beautiful people really do have kind hearts. Goodbye, sister. Lu Chuan spoke sweetly as he bid farewell to his sister. Afterward, he began carefully observing the training ground. It was a space similar to a sports field, complete with a running track and fitness equipment. But at the center of the track, instead of a soccer field, there stood what resembled a shooting range with many dummy targets erected in place. This must be the place for practicing spells. Lu Chuan slowly walked into this firing range and noticed various inscriptions labeled on these dummies. Offensive spell dummy beginner. Defensive spell dummy beginner. Fire element spell targets intermediate. Water element spell targets intermediate. Metal element spell targets advanced. Earth element spell targets advanced. The dummy seemed to be made of special material, gleaming with a hard luster, yet bearing some dents and signs of wear. It must be worth quite a bit, Lu Chuan concluded. With dozens of such dummies in this training ground, they were easily worth tens of millions, all for the sake of boosting the combat effectiveness of the Cultivation Bureau. Indeed, combat effectiveness is what truly matters. According to his speculation, these dummies were likely meant for taking hits, tools for testing the power of spells. Ah, poor dummies. Lu Chuan hadn't browsed for long when Li Lianxiang arrived as well, carrying a duffel bag in hand. With his ever-polite smile, he said, "Here, Lu Chuan, these are training protective gears. Try them on." Got it, instructor. Lu Chuan stepped forward excitedly, thinking to himself how considerate Instructor Li was even having him wear protective gear just to hit a dummy. Was he really that worried about him getting hurt? A dummy to be beaten, and a gentle, attentive Instructor Li. He was already looking forward to his journey of learning combat magic. 15 minutes later. A scream rang out as Lu Chuan, wearing extremely thick protective gear, was blasted away by a fireball, crashing violently outside the martial arena. Lu Chuan ground his teeth, ready to struggle to his feet. But before he could rise. Is this how you dodge the simplest spell? Get back and train harder. The roaring voice approached as Li Lianxiang stepped forward and delivered another kick, sending Lu Chuan flying right back into the training grounds. Get back in there and keep fighting. You're not coming out until you've lasted 30 minutes. Ah! Lu Chuan screamed as he was thrown into the training ground. The moment his body hit the floor, the white dummy immediately locked onto him, swiftly conjuring a fireball in its hand.
Boom! Lu Chuan was blasted away once again. Get back! Li Lianxian stepped forward and kicked again. Ah! Get back! Ah! Go back! After countless rounds back and forth, Lu Chuan finally managed to hold on for 30 minutes. He was pulled out of the training ground by Li Lianxiang. Removing the thick protective gear, Li Lianxiang asked with a gentle smile, "Student Lu Chuan, how does your first magical combat feel?" Thanks to the protective gear, Lu Chuan wasn't physically injured, but his mind and spirit suffered immense damage. He didn't answer Li Lianxiang's question, merely staring blankly at the sky. A beaten dummy, a kind instructor. Ha! Such idiotic remarks. Chapter 59 More intense than daylight. After thoroughly beating Lu Chuan, Li Lianxiang began earnestly teaching him the essential techniques of spellcasting. So-called combat magic refers to spells whose sole purpose is killing enemies. Of course, owing to the complexities of battle, these are further categorized into offensive spells, defensive spells, and movement techniques. But no matter how these spells may vary, their singular objective remains unchanged: to take the enemy's life unconditionally. Of course, sometimes the goal might simply be not to get killed by your opponent. Just now, you had neither movement techniques nor defensive spells, nor could you instantly defeat the dummy upon entering. So in 30 minutes, you were defeated by the dummy 45 times. Li Lianxiang said, "Spells must be learned one by one. I suggest you start with movement techniques first, then move on to defensive spells after mastering the basics, and finally learn offensive spells." All right. Lu Chuan nodded heavily, agreeing with Li Lianxiang's advice. My current strength is still too weak. The first priority is self-preservation. Moreover, I possess unconventional killing techniques like the mountain crushing art and the great blazing flame technique. However, both spells have limited attack range. If I master a superior movement technique, I might find opportunities to close in on enemies for sneak attacks. The Huaxia Alliance recommends basic spells for cultivators below foundation establishment: Fireball, Ice Spike, Water Shield, Earth Escape, Wind Walking, and Golden Light. Fireball and Ice Spike are offensive spells, Water Shield is defensive, Earth Escape facilitates movement, and Golden Light creates obstructions. Only Wind Walking qualifies as a movement technique. Here are the cultivation techniques for Gale Wind Art. Take a look. Li Lianxiang took out a spiritual energy tablet from his robe and handed it to Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan was stunned. Was this how spell manuals looked? Shouldn't they be those impressively thick books? Why a tablet? Damn it! You've shattered my fantasy about cultivating immortality again. Secret of the Gale Step technique: sense the flow of spiritual energy between heaven and earth, then propel your body forward using your spiritual core as the driving force, enabling swift movement within a short period. It's divided into 4 stages: novice, minor achievement, major achievement, and perfection. Even at the novice stage, one can reach a state of flowing clouds and water in short bursts of movement. After reaching major achievement, one can dodge any non-major achievement attack spells below the foundation establishment stage. The specific casting procedures are as follows. At this point, Lu Chuan asked curiously, "Instructor, what is a spiritual power core?" Li Lianxiang looked puzzled. You don't even know this? Didn't your teacher cover it in class? No, Lu Chuan shook his head and answered honestly. Our teachers basically don't cover anything that's not tested on the college entrance exam. All right. Li Lianxiang forced a bitter smile and said helplessly, then let me tell you about it. The so-called spiritual power hub is the core mechanism that regulates and distributes a cultivator's internal energy, functioning much like the power formation array on a spirit-powered vehicle. The stronger the spiritual power hub, the higher a cultivator's spiritual power value becomes, and the greater the destructive force they can unleash. In truth, the cultivation practices during chi refining, foundation establishment, and golden core stages are all fundamentally about strengthening this spiritual power hub. During chi refining, one condenses spiritual rings within the body. Foundation establishment requires fusing these rings into a swirling vortex of spiritual power, while golden core cultivation forges the far more formidable path of the golden core. The spirit ring, the spiritual power whirlpool, and the golden core, these 3 types of spiritual power hubs differ vastly in the total amount of spiritual energy they can contain and the power of the energy they can harness.
That's why the cultivation techniques practiced during the Qi refinement stage, the foundation establishment stage, and the golden core stage are completely different.
I see. Lu Chuan had an epiphany.
Though he had known nothing about these concepts before, Li Lianxiang's explanation was so lucid that he quickly grasped the underlying principles. As one cultivates, more and more spiritual energy accumulates within a practitioner's body. However, spiritual power is merely a mystical force within the world, just like a tank of gasoline sitting idle remains only gasoline, unable to transform into a car's power or a lamp's light. For gasoline to be converted into energy, a combustion engine is needed as a medium. The same applies to spiritual power.
To unleash its true might, a spiritual core is required to channel and direct it.
The method for aiding the spiritual core to mobilize energy throughout the body is through various spells, thereby transforming spiritual force into devastating fireballs or blinding golden light. The spiritual core is the foundation of cultivating magic, but equally important is the comprehension and mastery of spells, Li Lianxiang said to Lu Chuan. Even among high-level Qi practitioners, a single member of our Immortal Cultivation Bureau can rival 3 to 5 teachers from your school. This is because our bureau's members specialize in combat spells more profoundly. With about a year of practice, one can achieve basic proficiency in a spell.
Minor mastery can be achieved in 3 to 5 years.
All combat personnel in our Immortal Cultivation Bureau have reached minor mastery in their spells. Some senior members have even mastered 2 or more major combat spells.
1 year just to get started? Lu Chuan frowned.
Of course.
Otherwise, why do you think your school teachers don't learn them? Combat spells require long-term practice and consume too much energy.
They're completely occupied with teaching duties every day and simply have no time for combat training. At most, there might be an introductory combat spell. It's already quite rare for small Chang. Li Lianxiang said with a smile, but don't worry too much. It's said that students from Sifan Immortal University master combat techniques much faster than ordinary people. If you start training diligently with me from today, you might even have a chance to grasp the basics within 3 months.
I hope so. Lu Chuan couldn't help feeling a little worried.
The college entrance exams didn't evaluate mastery of magical spells. Only after enrollment did the prestigious 4 Directions Immortal University conduct combat aptitude assessments, timed precisely 3 months later.
But could a beginner-level wind walking technique possibly pass the combat assessment of Sifan Immortal University? That Sifan Immortal University we're talking about, a gathering place for extraordinary talents. Alright, first try performing the wind walking technique according to its key principles. I'll guide you after 10 minutes, Li Lianxiang interrupted Lu Chuan's wild thoughts with a smile. Remember, I'll only give you 3 pointers today. Lu Chuan asked blankly, 3? What happens after those 3? He.
Li Lianxiang smiled meaningfully, then turned to look at the dummies. Of course, it's to go practice with the dummies. Lu Chuan turned his gaze toward the dummies in the middle of the training ground and shuddered violently. 2 hours later, Lu Chuan dragged his exhausted body home. Today, he spent a total of 3 hours practicing spells at the Immortal Cultivation Bureau's training ground, 2 of which were spent getting beaten up by training dummies. Although he wore thick protective gear and wasn't injured, the constant explosions from the dummies still felt unpleasant. According to Li Lianxiang, only after reaching the introductory level of Windwalker technique could he dodge the fireballs from that fire attribute training dummy beginner. And after reaching the minor mastery level, he'd be able to evade attacks from intermediate level dummies. Deshang was even more exaggerated, said to be invulnerable even when all the training dummies attacked him together during practice. How can I quickly improve my spell proficiency? At night, Lu Chuan lay in bed and fell into a deep sleep. In the still of the night, in a daze, the dream descended upon him once more. In the dream, Lu Chuan saw himself growing dozens of times taller, his body covered in golden fur, his hands massive. He had transformed into a swan beast. Behind him, 70 or 80 people dressed in white robes stood silently watching him. Just as Lu Chuan was wondering what these people intended to do. Gather! At the very center, an elder let out a thunderous shout. The next moment, 70 or 80 enormous fireballs materialized in mid-air, crashing down with a roaring force. Instinct took over as Lu Chuan's hair stood on end. He whipped his head around and sprinted for his life. Holy shit! This is even more intense than daytime. Chapter 60 Farewell to Lu Guangyan.
The next day.
Once again, Lu Chuan lay panting on the training grounds of the Cultivation Bureau. Li Lianxiang stepped forward with a smile and said, "Not bad this time, you were only defeated 39 times in 30 minutes, 6 fewer than last time.
That's significant progress. Keep up the good work."
Lu Chuan gritted his teeth, pushed himself up from the ground, and charged at the dummy again.
Li Lianxiang was taken aback. "Take a 10-minute break first, you've only rested for a minute." 30 minutes later.
Lu Chuan lay down again, panting heavily.
Li Lianxiang gulped and said, "Lu Chuan, are you sure you're all right?"
Lu Chuan gritted his teeth and replied, "This time it was 33, 3 fewer than before." Then, he got up again and charged toward the dummy once more. Li Lianxiang stared blankly at Lu Chuan's retreating figure, murmuring, "He's so ruthless with himself." But soon, his eyes filled with deep admiration. No wonder he was considered a genius with the potential to get into Sifang Immortal University. Although wearing specialized protective gear makes it difficult to get injured when fighting the dummy, being frequently knocked down and sent flying takes a heavy toll on one's willpower. To be able to press on without rest, without fear, enduring hardship with gritted teeth, one must possess a certain ruthless determination within themselves.
This kind of fierceness is something many combatants in the cultivation world lack. But at the same time, it is also what a true strong person should possess. Immersive translate.
In reality, Lu Chuan was far more ruthless than Li Lianxiang had imagined. Not only was he tormented by training dummies on the drill field during the day, but he also had to endure the torment of those figures in his dreams at night. Being hunted down by dozens of people casting fireball spells, this dream must belong to the memories of the Swan Beast from the Swan Beast illustration. But now, it had become Lu Chuan's nightmare, because the sensations in the dream were all too real. Unable to dodge the fireballs, he had to endure their searing pain and the despair they brought. Thus, Lu Chuan could only rely on the Gale Step technique, desperately dodging. And so, 5 days passed with him being tormented by training dummies during the day and haunted by nightmares at night. 5 days later. Within the Immortal Cultivation Bureau's training grounds. Li Lianxiang gazed upon the scene in the training area with utter astonishment. Lu Chuan was now enveloped in swirling azure spiritual energy, continuously dodging the attacks of training dummies with fluctuating speed, sometimes swift, sometimes gradual. When the dummies struck, he would evade with rapid movements. When they remained still, he would slow his pace to observe their next actions.
My dear heavens! Mastering the Gale Step in just 5 days.
Li Lianxiang's local dialect slipped out in shock from Lu Chuan's words as he muttered, "Who would believe this if I told them?" Finally, after 30 minutes passed. Dressed in protective gear but never once struck, Lu Chuan leaped excitedly out of the training field. "Coach!
I've finally mastered the Gale Step."
"Ah, yes, yes." Li Lianxiang quickly stepped forward with an encouraging laugh. Good, good, your cultivation speed is decent, but your foundation isn't rock solid yet, keep striving."
Not solid enough in the basics?
Lu Chuan froze for a moment upon hearing this, then said with a solemn expression, "Thank you for the guidance, coach. It's true that my wind step foundations aren't firm enough. I'll work harder." With that, he proactively changed targets and charged toward the intermediate training dummies in the practice field.
Ag! Ag! Ah!
In the training arena, blood-curdling screams once again rose and fell in waves. Li Lianxiang watched Lu Chuan with a complicated expression. "Sai, the main thing is I really can't find anything wrong with you, but if I don't point out something, where would that leave my dignity as a coach?"
It's safe to say your foundation isn't too solid. Another 8 days passed. Boom! Boom! Boom!
In the training ground, explosions of fireballs erupted one after another, while Lu Chuan's figure nimbly darted back and forth around the dummy, leaving afterimages beneath his feet.
30 minutes later.
As Lu Chuan walked out of the training ground, before he could speak, Li Lianxiang stepped forward and patted his shoulder. "Not bad, your cultivation speed is quite impressive. But fundamentals still need work, keep pushing harder."
Got it. Lu Chuan nodded solemnly once more and charged toward the advanced dummy. Ah! Ah! Ah!
Li Lianxiang gazed at Lu Chuan's retreating figure and let out a long sigh. Then, he quickly consulted the spiritual energy tablet for precautions after mastering Gale Step and how to perfect Gale Step. He had no choice but to start reviewing early.
Otherwise, he was genuinely afraid Lu Chuan might one day ask him a question he couldn't answer. Time flew by as Lu Chuan spent his days immersed in intensive spell practice. In the blink of an eye, another 10+ days passed. Soon, only 3 days remained until the college entrance exams. On this day, Lu Chuan finished his spell training early, left the cultivation bureau, and walked into a cafe. At this moment, by the window of the cafe, a tall and slender young man with short hair and strikingly bright eyes was waiting. Spotting Lu Chuan entering, he waved and called out, "Lu Chuan, over here." "Brother Lu." Lu Chuan immediately smiled and walked over to sit down. This young man was none other than Lu Guangyan, who hadn't been in contact for quite some time. Since Lu Guangyan announced he needed to go into seclusion last time, Lu Chuan had been unable to reach him. It wasn't until yesterday that Lu Guangyan finally called, asking to meet at this cafe today. The moment Lu Chuan sat down across from Lu Guangyan, he raised an eyebrow sensing something unusual, then exclaimed excitedly, "Brother Lu, you broke through? You can even tell that? Your mental cultivation has improved quite well," Lu Guangyan remarked with a raised eyebrow, smiling as he handed the menu to Lu Chuan. "Order whatever you want, my treat." "Ha ha ha, then I won't stand on ceremony. It's my first time having a drink with a golden core great cultivator, I've got to order something expensive." Lu Chuan didn't hesitate with Lu Guangyan either, quickly scanning the menu before selecting what looked like a fine coffee. Then, leaning in with gossipy curiosity, he asked, "Speaking of which, Brother Lu, was your seclusion earlier all about making a breakthrough?" "Not entirely," Lu Guangyan replied with a smile. "Right after our phone call, I did spend those days in seclusion to break through, but that only took me a few days. The following month, I was away on a mission." "I see." Lu Chuan nodded thoughtfully. "So, are you now a golden core early stage great cultivator, just like the city lord of Mai?" Last time at the Demon Beast Garden, Lu Guangyan's cultivation seemed to be at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. Now that he's broken through, he should be at the early golden core stage, while Lei Yi, the city lord of my city, is also a golden core cultivator. Lu Chuan thought Lu Guangyan would probably become a figure of similar stature to the city lord in the future. But Lu Guangyan shook his head with a smile and said, "I'm not at the early golden core stage. After breaking through to golden core, I completed a dangerous mission, and upon its completion, I reached the mid-golden core stage. Moreover, Lei Yi, the city lord of my city, is now at the peak golden core stage. His golden core is quite special, so I'm somewhat different from him." Lu Chuan nodded in understanding. Although Lu Guangyan was formidable, there was still some gap between him and a major figure like Lei Yi. After all, one was at peak golden core while the other was at mid-golden core. But the next moment, Lu Guangyan looked at him with a half-smile and said calmly, "Once I reach the late-stage golden core realm, I should be slightly stronger than him." Lu Chuan. All right. Lu Guangyan chuckled and said, "I didn't come to boast about my golden core, but to discuss something else important." "What's the matter?" Lu Chuan looked at Lu Guangyan with confusion. Lu Guangyan took a deep breath and asked solemnly, "Do you know about the branch campuses of Four Symbols Immortal University?" Chapter 61, The Cultivators Forum, Sneaky Midnight Update. Four Symbols Immortal University? Branch campuses? Lu Chuan asked in confusion, "What's that?" "I've only heard of Sifan Immortal University. What is this branch campus?" Seeing Lu Chuan's puzzled expression, Lu Guangyan smiled faintly. "You haven't visited the Cultivator Forum, have you? It's been buzzing with discussions for the past month." "The Cultivator Forum?" Lu Chuan looked utterly clueless, his eyes brimming with confusion. "Hu Fifan mentioned it to me a few times before. I think I roughly understand what it is, but I've never actually browsed it." Lu Guangyan chuckled, "Seems like Hu Fifan never mentioned the matter of the Four Directions Immortal Academy branch to you either. College entrance exams are coming up soon, recently everyone's been busy preparing." "Hu Fifan's dad probably confiscated his phone," Lu Chuan said with a grin. But then he blinked curiously. "Wait, how come Hu Fifan can access the Cultivators Forum where he often finds all sorts of strange materials and gossip? I frequently search for information online too, so how come I've never come across this Cultivators Forum before?" "Because the Cultivation Forum has very strict qualification checks for users. Generally, only cultivators at the foundation establishment stage or above can use it." Lu Guangyan explained,
Although Hu Feifan's father isn't a foundation establishment cultivator, he is a formation master, which is a special case. He's allowed access to the cultivation forum, so Hu Feifan must be using his father's account.
I see. Lu Chuan had a moment of realization but stayed focused on the main topic, asking, Brother Lu, can you tell me more about the Four Directions Immortal Academy branch? Don't rush, Lu Guangyan replied.
There's a lot to say about the Four Directions Immortal Academy branch, too much to cover all at once. You can check the forum yourself for more details. Lu Guangyan noticed Lu Chuan still seemed puzzled, so he casually explained, non-foundation establishment cultivators can also access the cultivator forum if they receive a recommendation from someone at Golden Core stage or above. Well played, this is where the trap was laid, Lu Chuan chuckled with admiration, grinning at Lu Guangyan.
Soon, under Lu Guangyan's guidance, Lu Chuan successfully obtained the recommendation and accessed the cultivator forum via his phone. At that moment, the cafe server brought over their coffees. Lu Guangyan picked up his coffee, leaned back in his chair, and said calmly, you should first learn about the Four Directions Immortal University branch through the forum. We'll talk more afterward. Got it. Lu Chuan immediately began browsing through the posts on the forum.
The forum posts covered all sorts of topics, but discussions about the Four Directions Immortal University branch were the most prevalent.
Has anyone heard the news about Sifan Immortal Academy setting up a branch campus in Yuanwu? Rumors say representatives from Sifan Immortal Academy arrived at Yuanwu Immortal Academy yesterday and have already begun constructing the branch campus.
The Sifan Immortal Academy branch is complete.
Located just 100 kilometers behind Yuanwu City.
In depth, the historical reasons and full story behind Sifan Immortal Academy's branch campus construction, a must-read for those interested. Writing the trend hashtag 4Directions Immortal Academy hashtag, I have a second-tier magic artifact for transfer.
Anyone interested?
Posted for 2 days with no views, had to hop on the trend.
Mods, please don't delete.
Writing the trend hashtag 4Directions Immortal Academy hashtag, about to break through to late foundation establishment.
Want to venture into the Beast Zone? Anyone want to team up?
Writing the trend hashtag 4Directions Immortal Academy hashtag, recently read an awesome novel by an author called Two Knife Hair. The title's dumb but the content's fire, super obsessed.
Must read.
Lu Chuan skipped past those attention-seeking posts below, only pausing briefly on the thread recommending novels. Then he began browsing posts about the science department's Four Directions Immortal Academy branch.
Half an hour later, he came to a sudden realization.
So that's how it was. Due to a mysterious powerhouse's breakthrough within Yuanwu Prefecture, its spiritual energy concentration rose from the original 5th-rank prefecture to a 3rd-rank prefecture, elevating it to the ranks of upper-tier prefectures in terms of spiritual energy density. This level of spiritual energy concentration coincidentally met the criteria for Sifan Immortal University to establish a branch campus. Moreover, compared to other upper-tier prefectures, Yuanwu Prefecture had the weakest foundation and lacked powerhouse cultivators above the Dao origin realm, making it the ideal choice for Sifan Immortal University to establish its first branch campus. Remarkably efficient, Sifan Immortal University completed the construction of the campus behind Yuanwu City within just 30 days and had already announced its enrollment plan. There were still some posts discussing how Yuanwu Prefecture's decision to collaborate with Sifan Immortal University to establish a branch campus might face opposition from other factions within the Huaxia Alliance. However, when it came to specifying which faction or which prominent figure would oppose, they remained vague. In short, cultivators on the forum held varying opinions about this matter, but the majority were supportive, believing that the Sifan Immortal University branch campus could bring promising development to Yuanwu Prefecture and was worth being optimistic about. Another group of cultivators felt that Sifan Immortal University might excessively drain Yuanwu Prefecture's resources while also provoking other factions in the Huaxia Alliance, which would be detrimental to Yuanwu Prefecture's growth. Lu Chuan thoughtfully put away his phone and glanced at Lu Guangyan, who was sitting across from him with his eyes closed, conserving his energy. And at the very moment he looked up, Lu Guangyan also opened his eyes and smiled. Finished reading? Lu Chuan nodded, finished. Lu Guangyan said, I showed you the different opinions on the forum first to let you form your own understanding of this matter, so you wouldn't just take my word for it. Hearing this, Lu Chuan grinned, Brother Lu, you're really honest. Lu Guangyan laughed and said, I truly meant what I said, because if it were up to me to introduce this to you, I'd obviously only say good things. After all, once the Sifang Immortal University branch campus is completed, it'll essentially operate as part of the same system as the main university. I'll also be working there as a teaching assistant, which is why I'm suggesting you consider joining the branch after your college entrance exams.
Lu Chuan was taken aback by Lu Guangyan's directness. Brother Lu, is persuading me to apply for the Sifang Immortal University branch campus the sole reason for your visit today? But with my current spiritual and magical power levels, getting into the main Sifang Immortal University would be effortless. After checking the forum, Lu Chuan understood the situation perfectly. Though the Four Directions Immortal University branch was a project driven by influential figures, having been newly established and built within just 30 days, it was inevitably rushed. Its educational resources certainly couldn't compare to the main campus in Four Directions City, which had stood for 1,500 years. Lu Guangyan remarked coolly, the teachers at Yuanwu branch are no different from those in Four Directions City. Moreover, since the campus is newly built, most teachers willing to relocate from Four Directions City tend to be more ambitious. Lu Chuan asked, aggressiveness? What do you mean? Lu Guangyan said, 1,500 years ago, when the Huaxia Alliance was first established, Four Directions City was designated as the capital. Now, 1,500 years have passed, and the families and factions within the city have long since entrenched themselves. The same is true within Four Directions Celestial University. Vast and intertwined factions make it difficult for outsiders to join, and those old-timers are extremely conservative and stubborn. This can be seen from the fact that 180 years ago, the branch campus plan of Four Directions Celestial University was once halted. Now that the branch academy is established, those teachers from the Quad City Immortal Academy who are willing to leave Quad City and come to Mai are undoubtedly forces yearning for change. Most of them are relatively young and have been marginalized by the old factions in Quad City. So, I say they have ambition. Lu Chuan froze at the words. It must be said that Lu Guangyan's words struck a chord with him. To be fair, Lu Chuan also felt that he didn't care for overly rigid and conservative attitudes, preferring states brimming with vitality and enterprising spirit. Seeing that Lu Chuan seemed persuaded, Lu Guangyan chuckled and said, "Don't rush yet. What I just said was spoken to you as the future teaching assistant of Yuanwu branch at Sifangxian University. Now, I'm going to say a few words as a friend." Lu Chuan paused, then smiled, "Brother Lu, go ahead." Lu Guangyan replied with a half-smile, "My suggestion is that you focus all your energy on preparing for the college entrance exams right now, and aim for results dazzling enough to turn heads. By then, not only will the Four Directions Immortal Academy headquarters in Four Directions City send teachers to recruit you, but our Yuanwu branch, and even the Shangjiao Immortal Academy and Shangfu Immortal Academy in Demon City will dispatch representatives to court you. Just wait and see what terms they offer, then choose whichever suits you best." Upon hearing this, Lu Chuan clapped his hands and laughed heartily. "Brother Lu, this plan of yours is absolutely brilliant, simply marvelous." Chapter 62, Only Fear Because of You. My City, Education Bureau. The Director's Office. Xiao Xingxing was sitting nervously on the reception sofa in the office, waiting for the director's arrival. Soon, a tall but balding middle-aged man walked in from outside the office. "President Xiao, sorry to have kept you waiting." Xiao Xingxing immediately stood up with an awkward smile and said, "Director Mo, you're too polite. I just arrived myself." "All right, hurry up and take a seat. I've got something important to discuss with you." Bureau Chief Mo Simon closed the office door and waved at Xiao Xingxing, signaling him to sit down. "Okay." Xiao Xingxing sat back down on the sofa, rubbing his sweaty palms on his thighs. "Principal Xiao, I'll get straight to the point. I just returned from a meeting at the City Lord's residence, and I have some very bad news to share with you." Bureau Chief Mo Simon sat in his office chair, clutching a spiritual energy-insulated thermos cup, his face somewhat pale. "Go ahead," Xiao Xingxing said, swallowing hard. "Didn't I call you last time and say that number 1 high school must cultivate 3 first-rate Xian University candidates this year? Have you forgotten?" Mo Siming asked. "Director Mo, I haven't forgotten that at all. This year number 1 high school will definitely accomplish this mission. We might even strive for 4 first-rate Xian University candidates." Xiao Xingxing hurriedly replied. "Ha!" Mo Siming, however, shook his head and let out a low, cold chuckle. Compared to the previous 4 years, these 4 first-class immortal universities are indeed a significant breakthrough.
Principal Xiao, you might even receive commendations from the City Lord's manor.
But this year, it's no longer possible. What's the matter, Principal Mo? Is City Lord Lei still unsatisfied? Xiao Xingxing asked nervously.
It has nothing to do with City Lord Lei. Mo Siming set down his thermos cup, his expression grave as he looked at Xiao Xingxing. Rather, the heavens above our Yuanwu prefecture have changed.
This. Xiao Xingxing stared blankly at Mo Siming, unable to utter a word.
The Education General Office of Yuanwu Prefecture issued a new directive yesterday, reportedly authorized by Deputy Governor Wang Hong, Mo Siming said weakly. With the establishment of Yuanwu Immortal Academy's branch campus in Yuanwu Prefecture, the educational environment in our prefecture has entered a new phase. Therefore, we must implement comprehensive reforms in teaching across all institutions.
This year, for any city failing to meet college entrance examination standards, both the heads of education bureaus and school principals will be replaced. The target set for my city is 21st rank immortal universities.
At this point, Mo Siming seemed to have completely given up, shaking his head with a bitter smile. Dean Xiao, we've worked together for 4 years, but this year, it looks like we'll both be getting the boot.
21st rank immortal universities.
Xiao Xingxing also slumped weakly onto the sofa, smiling bitterly without end. At best, first high can admit 4 students. Second high, third high, and experimental high combined might not even scrape together 1 qualified candidate.
20? It seems the Yuanwu Prefecture is genuinely intent on a complete overhaul of its education system. What on earth is Deputy Governor Wang Hong trying to do? Brother Lu, so what kind of results in the college entrance exams would be considered truly outstanding? In the cafe, Lu Chuan didn't even touch the coffee he had ordered, asking curiously, Lu Guangnian?
Lu Guangnian didn't answer directly, but instead smiled and said, the 4 Directions Immortal University enrolls about 25 students annually from Yuanwu Prefecture. Shangfu Immortal University and Shangjiao Immortal University each recruit roughly 200 students.
The top 100 students will all receive personal visits from representatives of Shangfu and Shangjiao.
Of course, it's mainly these 2 elite institutions, Shangfu and Shangjiao, along with some slightly less prestigious first-tier immortal universities that compete fiercely for these candidates. In truth, based on previous years' patterns, even students ranked within Yuanwu's top 25 wouldn't necessarily receive recruitment overtures from 4 Directions Immortal University.
Why? Lu Chuan asked.
Because they have enough confidence, Lu Guangnian said with a meaningful smile.
That's true. Lu Chuan nodded in agreement. If a candidate's spiritual power and mental strength both meet the standards of Sifang Xian University, the likelihood of them not applying to Sifang Xian University is extremely low.
Because Sifang Xian University, as the most prestigious immortal university within the Huaxia Alliance, can be said to be the dream institution for all high school students pursuing immortality. But this year is different. Lu Guangnian smiled. If you meet Sifang Xian University's admission score, teachers from both the Yuanwu campus and the Sifang City campus will likely come knocking on your door, as there seems to be a competitive relationship between them as well, competing to recruit students. If you can rank in the top 5 overall scores in Yuanwu Prefecture, both campuses will offer you generous conditions, letting you choose freely.
Top 5.
Lu Chuan furrowed his brows, seemingly deep in thought, then after a long pause asked, how much can you offer?
Ha 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 ha. Lu Guangnian laughed heartily again. I like your straightforwardness.
Based on my estimates, it should be around 3 to 5 million.
The better your performance, the more you'll get. 5 million. That much. Lu Chuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. That's not right. But suddenly, he realized something was amiss and glanced at Lu Guangnian in surprise. Brother Lu, I never told you my spiritual power or mental strength values. How could you be so certain both campuses would fight over me? Lu Guangnian rolled his eyes at Lu Chuan.
I've reached golden core stage already, while you're still at foundation establishment. Seeing through your measly stats is child's play.
Lu Chuan curled his lip in response. Indeed.
Currently, Lu Chuan's spiritual power value has reached 999, just 1 step away from foundation establishment.
In fact, his spiritual power had already hit 999 over half a month ago. He never ceased his cultivation and could distinctly sense the continuous accumulation of spiritual energy, yet his wristband's display stubbornly remained at 999. Lu Chuan realized that surpassing the 999 threshold would instantly propel him into the foundation establishment phase. The mental power had been continuously increasing without pause, now reaching a level of 285, a full 85 points higher than the admission threshold of the Four Directions Immortal University. According to past data, breaking into the top 3 of Yuanwu Prefecture was practically guaranteed, and there was even a possibility of aiming for first place. By the way, Brother Lu, there's one more thing, Lu Chuan suddenly asked. What's the matter? If I really achieve outstanding results in the college entrance exams, won't those cultists come after me again? Lu Chuan inquired. Upon hearing this, Lu Guangyan didn't ask Lu Chuan how he'd learned about the divine cult, but simply smiled faintly and said, "Oh? Surely you're not going to skip enrolling at Sifan Immortal University just because they might try to assassinate you?" Lu Chuan froze momentarily before answering, "Of course not." Lu Guangyan's expression turned solemn as he reassured him, "Don't worry. Perhaps you still have concerns about the Pantheon cult now, but you'll understand once you enter the Immortal University. Xian University isn't the kind of weak scholar you imagine. Every student of Xian University must undergo the baptism of war and blood, enduring countless life and death crises in mountains of corpses. When you emerge from Xian University, those worthless scum of the divine sect who only know how to bully ordinary people will tremble before you." Chapter 63, Mutual Scheming. Four Directions Immortal University? Principal Xiao, you're not joking with me, are you? In the office of the Director of Education, Mo Siming stood up from his desk chair, leaning forward with his hands on the table as he asked excitedly. "It should be about right," Xiao Xingxing said somewhat uncertainly. "Approximately?" Mo Siming emerged from behind his desk, eagerly inquiring, "Principal Xiao, this matter concerns the futures of both of us. We must ensure absolute certainty. You should understand the value of a student admitted to Sifang Immortal University far exceeds that of 20 students from first-tier Immortal Universities." "Ah." Xiao Xingwan let out a heavy sigh and said, "Director Mo, let me be frank with you. Our school does currently have a student with promising potential for Sifang Immortal University admission, but their performance remains inconsistent. Because his family's financial situation was quite modest, they couldn't sustain the consumption of elixirs. At the beginning, with the 500,000 yuan I allocated from the school's funds, his spiritual power and mental strength grew at a very steady rate. But to nurture a student qualified for Sifan Immortal University, 500,000 yuan is far from enough. Recently, that 500,000 yuan budget has been exhausted, and his spiritual power and mental strength growth have slowed down again. Now, there are only 3 days left until the college entrance exams, but his mental strength value is still hovering around 198, falling short of Sifang Immortal University's admission line by 2 points. "What?" Mo Siming exclaimed in shock. "Principal Xiao, how could you be so muddle-headed? With such a promising student, why didn't you report it to the bureau earlier? If First High School lacks funds, the bureau could have supported you." "You?" Xiao Xingcheng lowered his head and said earnestly, "Director, you're unaware of something. This student was once hunted by the sacred cult. To protect him, I never revealed his existence to the outside world, only intending to surprise you when his college entrance exam results came out. Alas, I never expected funding to become an issue. That's something I must reflect on." Mo Siming paced anxiously around the office, then took a deep breath and picked up the phone to dial a number. "Hello, Principal Sun, it's Mo Siming speaking, ha. This time I'm not calling about visiting your Pingyuan No. 1 high school for studies, but to consult you about something. My relative has a child who's taking the college entrance exam in 3 days. Their spiritual power score already meets Four Directions Immortal University's requirement, but their mental strength is still 2 points short. I was wondering if you might have any solutions? Balwanli Horn? Are you sure it works? Great. 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 Thank you so much, Principal Sunday. You've really saved me this time. I'll treat you to dinner later." After hanging up the phone, Mo Siming took a deep breath, his voice trembling slightly. "I found a way. The 8-mile horn, with no side effects. But cultivators below the foundation establishment stage can only take it once in their lifetime. The only problem is its exorbitant price. Typically only those from wealthy families can afford it. Buy it for that student at your school. Xiao Xingxing nodded emphatically. Got it. Leave it to me, Director Mo. Mo Siming stepped forward and gave Xiao Xingxing a solid pat on the shoulder, saying with deep meaning, Principal Xiao, it seems we're fellow sufferers in adversity now. Immersive Translate. Leaving the director's office, Xiao Xingxing took the approval slip signed by Mo Siming and went to the Cultivation Bureau's finance department to collect 3 million in funding. He then quickly departed from the bureau. Only when he got into the car did he finally let out a deep sigh of relief, a faint but profound smile playing on his lips. As the prize gem of first high, Lu Chuan was practically under Xiao Xingxing's 24-hour surveillance. There was no way Xiao could be unaware that Lu Chuan was now guaranteed admission to the prestigious Four Directions Immortal Academy. But if he spoke his mind with Mo Siming, how could those 3 million in funding ever materialize? Lu Chuan, you truly are my lucky star. Xiao Xingxing cautiously glanced outside the car, then hummed a little tune as he drove away from the Cultivation Bureau. Immersive Translate. At the Bureau of Immortal Cultivation, inside the director's office. Mo Siming reclined on a chaise lounge, his face covered by his hands, appearing to outsiders as if he was dozing off. Yet in truth, he was laughing uproariously. The directives issued by Yuanwu Prefecture included measures for punishing government officials with poor academic governance, as well as rewards for those with outstanding performance. Given my city's past academic records, if they could produce a student admitted to the renowned Sifangxian University this year, then his promotion would be within reach. So he burst into unrestrained laughter, having feared he would soon be ousted from his position, only to realize he not only wouldn't be dismissed but was even poised for advancement. He didn't share this news with Xiao Xingxing, because if he did, Xiao would undoubtedly credit himself, the school principal, with monumental achievements and demand to be promoted alongside him when he advanced. This precedent absolutely must not be set. 3 million spent was just 3 million spent, mere funds after all. How could they compare with his own career prospects? Afternoon. Lu Chuan sought further advice from Lu Guangnian regarding the realm of object control and some considerations for foundation establishment, after which their conversation came to an end. Lu Guangnian headed to Yantian City near my city, seemingly to attend to some matters. Meanwhile, Lu Chuan, reflecting on Lu Guangnian's words from that day, made his way home. Now everything is clear, my choice remains the Four Directions Immortal University. However, due to changing circumstances, the Four Directions Immortal University has split into the Xifang City campus and the Yuanwu campus. I must now decide between the two. Lu Guangnian's advice was quite sensible. If the terms offered by the two campuses differ drastically, then there's nothing more to consider, just choose the one with the higher offer. But if the terms from both campuses are similar, he advised me to choose the Yuanwu campus. Lu Guangnian's suggestion was certainly important. After all, they had weathered the crisis at the Monster Beast Garden together, forging a bond through shared adversity. Lu Chuan would give it serious consideration. But he wasn't ready to make a snap decision. This was a major life choice after all, and no amount of deliberation would be too much. Right now, his sole focus should be preparing for the college entrance exams, meeting them in peak condition to achieve his personal best. Otherwise, if he couldn't even make the top 3 in Yuanwu Prefecture, what bargaining chips would he have to begin with? At this thought, Lu Chuan grew worried again. For the past month, he had spent every day cultivating, being abused, at the Immortal Cultivation Bureau, only to return home and continue, being tortured by Fire Qilin, in his dreams, which consumed an enormous amount of the Starry Sky Cookbook's energy. If he wanted to enter the Qilin's memories at night, that nightmare where countless fireballs chased and burned him, it would drain power from the Starry Sky Cookbook. Moreover, now that Lu Chuan was trying to unlock the second page of the Starry Sky Cookbook, the Savage Bull diagram, like when he unlocked the Qilin diagram, his appetite had once again become erratic. The numbers were skyrocketing every single day. To avoid drawing attention by eating too much, Lu Chuan had started purchasing Foundation establishment level beast meat for consumption. And those 600,000 had already been completely devoured by yesterday. The situation had suddenly become clear, yet now it found itself caught in an impossible deadlock. To secure a good price after the college entrance exams, you'll need to work hard during these 3 days, preferably buying some high-quality supplements to boost your energy and sharpen your focus.
But supplements cost money, and your 600,000 savings have already been spent, so you need to earn more, but you're still just a student with no way to make money.
It really is a dead end. Lu Chuan trudged home, dejected. But just then, his phone suddenly rang.
Looking down, he saw it was none other than Principal Xiao Xingxing calling.
Chapter 64. Principal Xiao really is a good person. Secretly adding another update late at night. Principal Xiao, what can I do for you? Lu Chuan had already arrived at the entrance of the residential area.
While answering Xiao Xingxing's call, he watched the scene ahead with great interest. 7 or 8 workers in uniforms were pushing a strange spirit energy-guided device to install something. From time to time, red talismans flew out of the device and up into the sky. Nothing really, just wanted to ask you, Lu Chuan, about how you're preparing for the college entrance exams in 3 days.
Are you ready? Any difficulties in life?
Xiao Xingxing said warmly from the other end of the phone. Though Lu Chuan found the call rather odd, he didn't pay much attention to it.
No major difficulties, just short on money.
Principal, could you issue me some more scholarship funds? He replied.
Ha ha ha. You're joking, Lu Chuan. Didn't the school just award you 300,000 yuan in bonuses recently? Spent it all already? Xiao Xingxing laughed heartily. Long gone, actually.
Wait, Principal, what exactly did you call for today? Lu Chuan didn't really expect more scholarship money. He already felt Xiao Xingxing had been more than generous approving that 300,000 yuan for him.
Isn't the college entrance exam coming up soon? I wanted to ask you, Lu Chuan, have you decided which major to apply for at Sifan Immortal University?
Xiao Xingxing inquired tentatively.
Lu Chuan chuckled in response, majors? I haven't even decided which university to attend yet.
Just as these words left his mouth,
BZZZT.
The equipment being pushed by the workers ahead suddenly emitted a bright flash of light, and in an instant, Lu Chuan's phone lost all spiritual energy signal.
Holy crap! Lu Chuan stared at his automatically disconnected phone in surprise and asked, Master, what kind of device is this? It actually cut off my phone signal completely?
The workers turned to Lu Chuan apologetically and said, Sorry about that, student.
The national college entrance exams are just around the corner in a few days.
According to regulations, all spiritual energy signals must be blocked within 3 kilometers of exam centers to prevent communication. This area happens to be within 3 kilometers of the affiliated high school.
We're setting up a signal blocking formation here.
The device just did a quick test run earlier and ended up cutting off all nearby signals.
It should take about 5 minutes to restore.
Hearing this, Lu Chuan nodded in understanding and replied, No worries then. Thanks for your hard work, masters.
Looks like I'll have to call Principal Xiao back in 5 minutes. Principal Xiao Xingxing's office, Makino No. 1 High School. Beep, 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 beep.
The busy tone from the phone left Xiao Xingxing stunned.
Did he actually just hang up on me?
In his impression, Lu Chuan had always been a polite student. Although Xiao had always been warm toward him, Lu had never once uttered a disrespectful word to him.
But today, he hung up on him? Could it be that he found something out? Otherwise, why hang up after saying, what does professional even mean? I haven't decided which school to go to yet. Was the meaning behind those words to tell me that he might not necessarily go to Sifang Xianda University? Why wouldn't he go to Sifang Xianda University? Are you trying to teach yourself a lesson? Come to think of it, he mentioned scholarships earlier, could he still be after money? Xiao Xingxing's brows furrowed tightly as he sank into deep contemplation.
Director Mo approved 3 million, but it was allocated under the pretext of purchasing 8,000 Li Horn to help Lu Chuan break through his psychic barriers and meet 4 Directions Immortal University's admission requirements sooner. In reality, Lu Chuan's admission to Sifang Immortal University was practically a foregone conclusion. He didn't need these 3 million at all. Before making the call to Lu Chuan, Xiao Xingxing had it all figured out clearly. He simply wouldn't give the 3 million to Lu Chuan. After all, it was money he'd earned through his own capabilities. But after speaking with Lu Chuan on the phone, Xiao Xingxing started having second thoughts. He began wondering, once Lu Chuan got admitted to Sifang Immortal University, it went without saying that the Education Bureau, maybe even the City Lord's office, would commend him, making his own promotion highly likely. By then, perhaps even the next deputy director or even the director of the education bureau could be me.
But if this 3 million yuan scandal were to come to light, wouldn't my future be utterly ruined?
On the surface, Lu Chuan appears polite and well-behaved, but deep down, he's cunning and ruthless. Otherwise, how could that foundation establishment cultivator from the divine sect have died at his hands back then?
Yeah.
This kid managed to ambush and kill a foundation establishment cultivator from the divine sect. He's extremely shrewd and must not be underestimated as an ordinary high school student.
Maybe he really knows something, or has guessed something.
Xiao Xingxing already felt guilty about those 3 million, and now he panicked even more. His thoughts flickered wildly as he wrestled with his conscience. Finally, he let out a long sigh. Forget it, let everything follow its original course.
Only by being true to your conscience can you have a good future.
Picking up his phone, his trembling fingers typed out a text message to Lu Chuan. Student Lu Chuan, it seems I couldn't keep it from you after all. The school has decided to award you with an 8-mile horn and help consolidate your spiritual power value.
When would you be available?
After sending this message, Xiao Xingxing was practically drenched in sweat, collapsing weakly into his office chair.
3 million, just gone like that.
Years later, whenever Xiao Xingxing recalled the decision he made today, his heart would always fill with immense gratitude. This had originally been an act born from his guilty conscience, driven by fear that his misdeeds might come to light. Little did he expect that it would, against all odds, earn him the favor of a supreme powerhouse.
Immersive translate. Got a text message?
Lu Chuan remained completely unaware of the turbulent psychological currents swirling through Xiao Xingxing's mind. He had just gotten home and felt that about 5 minutes had passed. Just as he was about to pick up his phone to call Xiao Xingxing back, he noticed that Xiao Xingxing's text message had already come in.
School rewards? 80,000 Li coins? Spiritual energy consolidation? Why such good fortune all of a sudden?
That Principal Xiao is really something, pretending he wouldn't give me the scholarship, then sending me this text.
Clearly trying to surprise me. Lu Chuan couldn't stop grinning when he saw Xiao Xingxing was about to send him something. Nice. Though what exactly are these 80,000 Li coins? Let me look it up.
With that, he logged into the Xiushi forum and began searching for information about the 80,000-mile cape.
A moment later. Gulp. Damn. Lu Chuan swallowed hard. This time, the academy really went all out. 8,000-mile horns. This refers to the horns of a peak golden core realm savage bull. The nickname 8,000-mile comes from the savage bull's cultivation level. Foundation Establishment Realm Savage Bulls are nicknamed 6,000-mile, Initial Golden Core Realm Savage Bulls are called 10,000-mile, Mid Golden Core Realm Savage Bulls are called 30,000-mile, Late Golden Core Realm Savage Bulls are dubbed 50,000-mile, while Peak Golden Core Realm Savage Bulls earn the title 80,000-mile. These nicknames are based on the Savage Bull's endurance for transportation purposes. A Peak Foundation Establishment Realm Savage Bull can only run continuously for 8,000 miles under full load. Initial Golden Core achieves 10,000 miles, and so on. Savage bulls have gentle temperaments, poor combat abilities, and are easily domesticated. Their two horns, the hardest part of their bodies, weather wind and sun exposure. When ground into powder and consumed, they provide significant benefits to mental cultivation. Market price for Barvani horn, 2.7 to 2.9 million per piece. Lu Chuan picked up his phone and quickly replied to Xiao Xingxing with a text, President Xiao, I have time right now. At the same time, he thought to himself. A nearly 3 million yuan buffalo horn, bought just like that, solely to strengthen one's own mental power. Principal Xiao truly is a good person. Chapter 65, The Approaching Storm of the College Entrance Exam. 100 kilometers north of Yuanwu City. 30 days ago, this area was still a desolate wasteland with no human inhabitants. But now, a massive campus spanning 70 to 80 square kilometers, equivalent to 10,000 football fields, has been completed. The campus is distinctly layered, with some areas exuding a solemn elegance through their classical architecture, while others embrace a relaxed vibe with modern designs. There are also sections featuring peculiar and bizarre structures that seem utterly alien, as if they couldn't possibly belong on the planet of Hailan. This is precisely one of the branch campuses established by Sifangxian University in Yuanwu Prefecture, the Yuanwu campus.
To complete such a monumental project within 30 days, only the architecture department of Sifang Immortal University could pull it off. At this moment, inside an ordinary meeting room on campus, 17 young people sat around the conference table in a serious discussion, their expressions grave. The meeting was presided over by an elderly gentleman with black-framed glasses and slightly wavy white hair, exuding elegance yet with an exceedingly amiable demeanor.
The meeting had not yet begun, and he was sitting at the head of the conference table, answering a phone call. "Hello, Lowly, what's the matter you're calling about?" You're asking when I'll be going to the various provinces for student recruitment? Tisk, even though our UNWU campus is newly established, we can't let down the prestige of our prestigious Sifang University of Immortals. Waiting at the exam site for results as soon as the college entrance exams begin?
Whoever said that sounds utterly foolish. I'm in charge of admissions at UNWU campus, and I've decided no one goes recruiting ahead of schedule.
And you lot? Ha ha ha.
I knew it, you old-timers are even more stuck in your ways.
Exactly. Our reputation as one of the 4 great immortal universities comes first. Whoever goes recruiting within a month after the college entrance exams is an absolute fool. They're just a bunch of freshmen barely out of high school, hardly worth our attention. Alright, that settles it then. Hanging up now.
With that, the old man ended the call. Clearing his throat at the young faces watching him around the conference table, he announced, "Very well, let the formal meeting commence." Then his fingers lightly tapped the table, and the large screen behind him immediately displayed the theme of this meeting, First-Year Student Recruitment Mobilization Meeting for UNWU Campus. The roster for assignments to various prefectures has been finalized. All other prefectures have already been notified.
You 17 are to remain in UNWU Prefecture. UNWU Prefecture consists of 17 cities. Each city's examination center will require on-site personnel stationed outside. Here's the list, take a look and see if you have any opinions.
The old man tapped the table again, and behind him, the large screen displayed a specific list of 17 individuals, each name corresponding to a city within UNWU Prefecture.
Soon, a female student clad in a black jacket raised an objection. "Professor Kong, though our new campus is located in UNWU Prefecture, UNWU is merely a mid-tier prefecture.
It only produces around 25 new students each year, with the majority concentrated in UNWU City.
Is it really necessary for us to visit every single city?" The 17 individuals seated below were all former students of Sifang City campus of Xian University.
Now following their teacher to UNWU Prefecture, they naturally bore the responsibility of student recruitment across various regions.
The old man, named Kong Chen, was currently in charge of admissions at Sifang Xian University's UNWU campus. Unbothered by the female student's challenge, he chuckled warmly and replied, "Classmates, this is the significance of our mobilization meeting today.
Since you all have come here from Sifangcheng campus, you should understand just how many eyes are watching us from the outside world right now.
The importance of this first enrollment is self-evident, therefore, we cannot miss a single applicant who meets the admission criteria.
Those powerhouse regions that produce Sifang examinees, like Sifang City and Demon Capital, we've stationed many teachers and students there.
But at the same time, those areas also draw attention from Sifangcheng campus. Qualified candidates might not necessarily choose our UNWU campus.
In this way, mid-tier institutions like UNWU Prefecture actually become more valuable.
So, everyone should hold back their opinions for now. The school won't treat you unfairly either. After the enrollment process is completed, each of you will receive 50 merit points."
The mention of 50 merit points instantly brought smiles to the faces of the students in the conference room. I thought the school would just give around 10 merit points as a token gesture for this kind of work, but unexpectedly, they directly awarded 50. Seeing this, Kong Chen nodded with a smile and said, "After everyone arrives in the 17 cities under UNWU Prefecture's jurisdiction, you must not only monitor the examination halls in the main cities but also closely observe the smaller towns affiliated with these main cities. Once you discover any examinee whose spiritual power has reached the material control realm, you must immediately approach them and convey UNWU Academy's intentions to them. If any examinee's spiritual power exceeds 250, notify me by message for the record. In cases where it exceeds 300, knock them unconscious immediately without hesitation and remove them from the examination hall."
The student below looked utterly bewildered at Kong Chen. "Teacher Kong, why did you have to knock him out?"
Frowning at the students, Kong Chen sighed, "After all these years studying at Four Directions Immortal University, how have you all failed to grasp something so basic?" According to Yuanwu Prefecture's historical data, a mental strength around 270 would typically rank within the prefecture's top 3. 300 is absolutely guaranteed to take first place. By then, those guys from the Saifangcheng campus will definitely come to fight for him too, so you must strike first, knock him out, bring him straight to the school, and then let me negotiate terms with him. Everyone in the meeting room stared at Kong Chen, faces full of disbelief. The same girl as before spoke up again, asking, "But, Teacher Kong, didn't you just talk to the teachers from Saifangcheng on the phone? They said they wouldn't recruit students early, right?" Hearing this, Kong Chen rolled his eyes. "And didn't I also say only idiots recruit early? Only a fool wouldn't go beforehand." Makino City. Lu Chuan had already obtained the barbarian bull horn from Xiao Xingxing. Carrying a box half his height, he struggled upstairs to return home. On the dining table just now, the box was opened, revealing beneath it a beautiful red cloth, and atop the cloth lay a dark brown wild buffalo horn that shimmered with a jade-like luster. Beneath the bison horn lay a simple device labeled High Spirit Wall Breaker, apparently used for grinding the horn. Lu Chuan only glanced at the wall breaker before eagerly lifting the massive bison horn from the box, examining it with satisfaction. Truly worthy of a peak golden core stage bison horn, hard in texture, lustrous in shine, and so, __, and __. I wonder how much it can boost my spiritual power value. Can it break through 300? P.S. Speaking of which, though infuriating, this bull-headed bastard may be, __, and __, but compared to my dear readers who always leave 5-star reviews, comment after every update begging for more, and shower me with gifts, well, they still fall far short. Chapter 66, officially begins. 3 days later, 8 a.m. Xiaoshuan, have you got everything packed? Don't leave your exam admission ticket at home. Eat slowly. The exam starts at 9, and there's still an hour left. It's only a 10-minute walk from home to the affiliated high school at most. Lu Chuan finished the steaming hot buns, then picked up his bowl and poured the golden, sticky millet porridge into his mouth. He used his spoon to gather the remaining millet grains in the bowl and ate them all in one go. Delicious. I'm full. Then he picked up his backpack and prepared to leave home. Xiaochuan, are you sure you don't need me to walk you there? Father Lu, who hadn't gone to work yet, sat on the sofa and asked Lu Chuan with concern. Ah, really no need. It's so close, just a few steps away. You and Mom should go to work as usual, don't worry about me, Lu Chuan replied helplessly to his father. Alright then. Father Lu stopped his chatter, rose from the sofa, and gave Lu Chuan a firm pat on the shoulder. Son. Go for it. Lu Chuan was taken aback at first, then chuckled, Dad, you're such a riot, where'd you learn that line? It's kinda cringy. Then he turned and dashed out of the house with quick footsteps. Father Lu blinked as he watched his son's retreating figure, then turned to Mother Lu. Was it really that awkward? Mother Lu lowered her head to suppress her laughter and continued clearing the dishes. The National College entrance examination venue in my city is located at the affiliated high school, just 2 kilometers in a straight line from Lu Chuan's home. Above the sky, a faint red net could vaguely be seen covering the area. This was the shielding array. Its construction had begun 3 days prior, witnessed firsthand by Lu Chuan. Now fully completed and operational, all communication devices within a 3-kilometer radius of the exam venue were rendered useless except for those of the invigilators. Lu Chuan speculated that this measure wasn't solely to prevent cheating among candidates but, more critically, to thwart any potential disruptions by the followers of the divine sect. Soon, Lu Chuan arrived at the gate of the affiliated high school. There were still 50 minutes before the exam began. Many students were waiting at the entrance, most accompanied by their parents. The parents carried bags and belongings for their children while softly comforting them, easing their nervousness. Some students, however, carried their own bags and belongings, having to comfort their accompanying parents in turn. The parents were even more nervous than them. Lu Chuan. At this moment, Lu Zhiyang was also waiting outside the examination center's gate. Upon seeing Lu Chuan, he excitedly waved his hand. Teacher Lu. Lu Chuan also stepped forward with a smile to greet him. He also noticed that Lu Zhiyang was surrounded by quite a few people. Li, Jiangyi, Hu Mengyan, and Hu Fifan, who deliberately stood very close to Li. Of course, there were also the parents of these three girls. Hu Fifan's father hadn't come today either, which Lu Chuan completely understood. Though their behaviors differed, they shared certain similarities. Hu Fifan must have insisted on coming alone, just like Lu Chuan, firmly rejecting his parents' accompaniment.
Hi, Lu Chuan. Long time no see.
Hu Mengyan and Jiangyi waved excitedly when they spotted Lu Chuan. After all, as the handsomest boy in their class who'd recently been busy cultivating magic at the Immortal Cultivation Bureau, Lu Chuan hadn't been back to school for quite some time. Li Yi merely nodded slightly at Lu Chuan, while it was her father behind her who warmly smiled at him and said, "Lu Chuan, I've long heard Teacher Lu speak of you. Meeting you today, you truly live up to your extraordinary demeanor."
Oh my, Uncle Li, you're too kind.
I just happen to have a fair complexion, but honestly, I'm not much to look at. If we're talking about someone truly easy on the eyes, it's got to be Hu Fifan from our class. With that, he grabbed Hu Fifan and pulled him forward, thrusting him before Old Manly. "Take a look." Even Hu Fifan, who was known for his thick skin, flushed bright red in that moment.
He stammered, hello, Uncle Li. My name is Hu Fifan. I'm a good friend of Lu Chuan and Yi. Ha 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 ha. I know you too.
Li Yi's father said to Hu Fifan with a smile, Good, good. You're both fine young men, and fellow classmates with Yi. When you all enter the Immortal University in the future, you should look out for each other.
Okay.
Lu Chuan naturally understood these were just polite words and responded casually. But Hu Fifan's expression turned extremely grave as he nodded blankly to Uncle Li. "I promise, Uncle Li.
I definitely will."
Lu Chuan was taken aback, inwardly cursing up a storm.
That bastard Hu Fifan, could he have mistaken polite words for a father entrusting his daughter to him? Does this idiot have nothing but mush for brains?
But then, something caught his attention as he raised an eyebrow. Because after Hu Fifan nodded foolishly and finished speaking, Li Yi, who had been silent in front of her father, suddenly curled her lips into a smile, her eyes brimming with warmth as she looked at him.
Holy moly! Holy moly! Lu Chuan inwardly exclaimed, "Holy moly! Damn you, Hu Fifan! Something's fishy here."
Lu Chuan, I've already explained the situation to these students earlier, but let me go over it with you again.
Lu Zhiyong stepped forward and instructed Lu Chuan. When you enter the examination hall later, each seat will be surrounded by a quad-directional spirit gathering array. Since it requires comprehensive spiritual power detection, the array's force might feel somewhat strong, but there's no need to panic. Just wait for the invigilator to distribute the papers and focus on your examination quietly. This morning has two subjects, Immortal Cultivation Theory and Elementary Arrays. Once you finish the exam papers, your spiritual power score will essentially be calculated immediately. The afternoon follows the same pattern. After you complete the elementary alchemy and comprehensive exam papers, your mental energy score will be determined as well. Don't worry, Professor Lu, you've explained all this many times at school. I know the procedures by heart, Lu Chuan reassured Lu Zhiyong with a smile. Just then, the security guard at the exam center entrance raised his spiritual power megaphone. "Attention, students. You may now enter the examination hall. Please proceed in an orderly manner." Following this, the gates of the examination center swung open. Crash. Everyone rushed forward together, beginning to orderly enter the venue. Lu Chuan had originally been standing right in front of the gate, but the excited crowd instantly pushed him inside. He gazed bewildered at the enthusiastic classmates around him. Did entering early somehow give them more spiritual energy? Why were they in such a rush? At the same time, from the midst of the jostling crowd behind him, he saw Lu Zhiyong jumping up desperately, waving his arms and shouting, "Remember, whatever you do, don't get nervous." 5 minutes later, Lu Chuan entered the examination hall and took his designated seat, surveying his surroundings. It was an ordinary classroom, yet at this moment, an immensely profound array force flowed like water along the beams overhead, the bright spirit-powered light tubes, the seams of the floor tiles beneath his feet, even along the graffiti etched by ballpoint and gel pens on the walls and the uneven scratches on the desks. This power was immensely potent, yet its aura was extraordinarily gentle, unmistakably emanating from the greatest array in the entire Huaxia Alliance, the Quad Spirit Gathering Array. He didn't bother observing the other examinees around him.
Instead, he closed his eyes, quietly absorbing the array's energy while resting his mind. Before long, several unfamiliar invigilators entered the classroom carrying sealed exam paper bags.
Moments later. Beep. A sharp whistle sounded outside the window. The college entrance exam has officially begun. Chapter 67 Help! Help! The heresy sect scum are here again. Late night stealth update. The first subject of the college entrance exam, cultivation theory, had a test paper a full 12 pages thick. As soon as the exam was handed out, Lu Chuan quickly wrote down his name, filled in the registration number, and began previewing the paper as instructed by the teacher. Then, the whistle signaling the start of the examination sounded, and he immediately picked up his pen and began writing furiously. At the same time, at Plains City, inside the Education Bureau building, shrouded within an awe-inspiring formation array, Wang Ruyue sat on a chair, solemnly observing the surveillance formations projected on the walls. The wall before her displayed not only surveillance arrays for examination sites within Plains City, but also showed footage from 8 smaller towns under its jurisdiction. There were too many monitoring screens to count. Even though she came from the prestigious Four Directions Immortal University, had cultivated to golden core at a young age, and possessed considerable spiritual strength, it would still be challenging for her to simultaneously monitor all examination venues. Yet she sat attentively before these screens, quietly waiting. As a former academic ace, she was thoroughly familiar with the college entrance examination process. While this morning's test appeared to cover immortal cultivation theories and basic arrays, what it truly assessed was spiritual power capacity. After the initial level formation exam papers were collected, the Four Directions Spirit Gathering Array would immediately compile all candidates' scores at the Plainfield City Education Bureau. By standing guard here, she would be the first to see all the examinees' results. Just then, her communicator rang. It was Su Gaoyang, a fellow student also assigned to monitor the exam site. Wang Ruyue, how's everything on your end? Su Gaoyang's voice sounded urgent through the call. Everything's normal. The people from Sifang City campus haven't shown up. They must have given up on Plains City, Wang Ruyue replied calmly. Of course they didn't go to Plains City because they've all come to Yuanwu City. Right now in Yuanwu's Cultivation Bureau monitoring room, there are at least 15 from Sifang City campus. If you don't have any promising candidates there, you'd better come help this afternoon, Su Gaoyang said urgently to Wang Ruyue. Understood, Wang Ruyue responded decisively. After this morning's exams, if there aren't any students within Plains City's scope with spiritual power above 950, I'll come to Yuanwu to assist you. But if there's a student with spiritual power exceeding 950, I'll prioritize the Plains City area first. After all, Teacher Kong assigned my mission here specifically. I understand, I get what you mean. If there's no promising candidate, then I'll have to trouble you to come to Yuanwu City this afternoon to help out, Su Gaoyang pleaded once more. Every year, Yuanwu Prefecture produces about 25 students who pass the entrance exams for Sifang Immortal University. Yuanwu City alone accounts for more than half of these, but aside from it, there are 16 other cities in the prefecture. Divided evenly, it's not even certain that each city would yield a single Sifang Immortal University candidate. So, Wang Ruyue was highly unlikely to find a promising candidate where she was. In that case, as per their prior agreement, she would have to go to Yuanwu City to assist Su Gaoyang. After all, Yuanwu City boasts the best educational resources, the most geniuses, and is the most worthwhile for Sifang Immortal University to recruit from. Alright, Wang Ruyue hung up the phone and checked the time. 11:30 a.m. The cultivation theory exam started at 9 a.m. with a duration of 90 minutes, followed by a half-hour break before the beginner-level formation techniques exam began. Beginner-level formations is a low-credit course with relatively few questions, so the exam duration is only 45 minutes. Therefore, there are now just 15 minutes left until the morning exams conclude. Makino City, National College Entrance Examination Center. Lu Chuan scrawled swiftly across the exam paper, completing the penultimate major question on the elementary formation techniques test before throwing down his pen, ready to conclude the examination. Although elementary formations corresponded to physics from his past life, the difficulty of the final question was incomparably harder than any problem he had encountered in physics before. Only those with genuine talent in formations could solve it.
Lu Chuan never considered himself a formations genius, so he didn't even understand what the final question was about. But then, after some thought, he picked up his pen and began writing furiously, filling every inch of the answer sheet with words and chaotic symbols.
Grumbling inwardly in frustration. Damn it, if you give me a question I can't understand, then I'll answer in a way you can't understand either. And at that moment. Beep. Outside the window, the whistle blew. Time's up. Begin collecting papers. The morning exam is over.
As the invigilator collected all the exam papers, they signaled for the examinees to leave the examination hall.
Oh no, I couldn't answer so many questions. Yeah, who would have thought the cultivation theory exam would be this difficult? I feel like crying. My short essay on cultivation theory is way too brief, and I'm running out of time. How about you?
Ha? I'm struggling too, there are so many questions I can't answer.
What about you? What did you pick for question 7? You're so annoying, asking questions right after the exam. There's another test this afternoon, don't ruin my mood.
The examinees around buzzed with discussions, some joyful while others worried. But Lu Chuan remained completely unaffected. He dashed out of the examination hall entrance and ran straight home. Mealtime had arrived.
There's food at home.
Of course, this was also because his spiritual power and mental strength values were sufficient to qualify for the Four Directions Immortal University. He didn't need to rely on exam grades at all. Otherwise, given how poorly he performed on the exam, he probably wouldn't even have an appetite right now.
Immersive Translate. Pingyuan City, Cultivation Bureau, College Entrance Examination Monitoring Room. Wang Ruyue had already reviewed the results of all examinees from my city. She dialed Su Gaiyang's number and said calmly, "Su Gaiyang, plans have changed. I found 2 promising candidates here.
One has a spiritual power value of 957, and the other has reached the chi refinement limit with 999.
Wang Ruyue, now 7 people have confirmed they're coming, plus me that makes 8.
The other side has 16 people, we're completely outmatched."
Wang Ruyue frowned and asked, "Are there no other students stationed at the school? Have them come help."
Su Gaiyang said anxiously, "I already asked today, apart from the janitor who's still here, everyone else on campus has gone out for student recruitment. I'm going crazy with worry.
Is there any way to get the other 9 classmates stationed in promising cities to pull out quickly?"
Su Gaiyang said anxiously.
Wang Ruyue thought for a moment, her eyes faintly lighting up as an idea struck her. She said, "How about this, let's not wait for the afternoon mental strength test. We'll directly use the instrument to measure these seedlings' mental energy values.
Anyway, there's little discrepancy between the spiritual energy instrument and the Four Directions spirit gathering array. By then, the other 9 candidates with seedlings in their cities can quickly break away to assist you."
Brilliant idea. Su Gaiyang's eyes shone bright, but then he hesitated, but won't forcibly measuring their mental energy values on the spot cause problems? What if Teacher Kong Chun holds us accountable later?
Wang Ruyue rolled her eyes.
Teacher Kong dared to have you knock out geniuses on discovery, you think he'd fear you forcibly testing their mental energy?
Right. Su Gaiyang's eyes lit up as he caught on, "Then let's do it this way, I'll contact the others immediately."
"Good. I'll go track down those 2 promising talents from my city." 15 minutes later. Wang Ruyue's figure appeared in front of Lu Chuan's apartment building entrance, quietly waiting for his appearance. A moment later.
A handsome young man in high spirits walked out through the entrance, humming a tune. Wang Ruyue secretly nodded to herself, comparing it with the photo, "It must be this guy." She then strode toward Lu Chuan. But who would have thought that after just 2 steps, Lu Chuan suddenly froze, casting a surprised glance at her. Their eyes met for a brief moment. Then, Lu Chuan fled as fast as his legs could carry him, screaming at the sky while running wildly.
"Help! Help! Those damned sacred cult bastards are back!" Wang Ruyue never expected this situation.
For a moment, she stared blankly at Lu Chuan's fleeing figure, holding the psionic testing device in her hand, utterly bewildered as she stood alone in the wind.
Chapter 68, When have students of our Sifan Immortal University ever cared about face?
It's no wonder Lu Chuan was so sensitive, having already survived 2 ambushes by the divine sect, the last one nearly costing him his life. Today marked the Gaokao exams again, with all examinees gathered in one place, making it prime time for another divine sect sneak attack. From the moment he woke up this morning, Lu Chuan had been maintaining a state of heightened vigilance. So when Wang Ruyue, a barely formed core cultivator, stood boldly at the apartment entrance staring unblinkingly at him, he was so frightened that he immediately fled in terror, screaming for help at the top of his lungs. Boom! Just as Lu Chuan started sprinting and shouting a few cries for help, a tremendous sonic boom erupted in the sky above the neighborhood. The next moment, a streak of azure light shot down from dozens of meters in the air and crashed to the ground with a deafening impact. A young man enveloped in cyan light, gaunt to an extreme degree, descended from the sky and swiftly pulled Lu Chuan behind him, shouting furiously, "Don't be afraid, classmate. I'll protect you." He then glared ahead and roared, "Where are the vile heretics of the divine sect? Come forth and meet your doom." Standing behind the young man, Lu Chuan wore a peculiar expression. Because this person was simply too thin. He stood about 6 feet tall, yet his frame appeared scarcely half as wide, so gaunt and fragile he seemed on the verge of collapse. He looked wholly incapable of offering protection. "I don't belong to the Pantheon cult." A soft voice sounded as Wang Ruyue stepped forward slowly, moving toward both Lu Chuan and the emaciated man. "What proof do you have that you're not from the Pantheon sect?" The gaunt man straightened his chest, righteous and stern, demanding loudly. "If I were from the Pantheon sect, wouldn't killing this guy be as easy as pie?" Wang Ruyue chuckled softly. Then, an overwhelming spiritual pressure emanating from the golden core stage erupted violently. Lu Chuan suddenly felt a sharp pain shoot through his toes. Looking down, I realized the guy in front had shuddered, instinctively stepped back, and landed squarely on my foot. Seems this guy's just a paper tiger too, all bark and no bite. So what are you anyway? The gaunt man's voice had lost much of its earlier confidence as he stammered the question. "Never mind who I am. I don't mean Lu Chuan any harm, just want to examine him." Wang Ruyue had already approached within about 2 meters of the pair, speaking these words tonelessly. "No. You must first prove your identity. Otherwise, the guardian protecting the lives of college entrance examinees before me will absolutely not let you act recklessly." Before the gaunt man could speak, Lu Chuan, standing behind him, immediately spoke up. The gaunt man's eye twitched violently upon hearing Lu Chuan's words. He turned and whispered persuasively, "Brother, this woman really doesn't seem like one from the cult of gods. Besides being a bit plump, she's not bad looking either. Why don't you just go along with her?" The moment the words fell, Lu Chuan and the skinny man locked eyes, their gazes flickering with utter terror. The surrounding air turned icy as an eerily cold voice slowly sounded from behind them, "You just calling someone fat?" "Ah!" The skinny man couldn't hold on any longer, let out a skyward shriek, and turned to flee. Wang Ruyue's figure transformed into a terrifying crimson light, charging forward with terrifying momentum. Lu Chuan stood stunned in place, watching Wang Ruyue's receding figure, suddenly shuddering violently. Women are terrifying. Immersive translate. Su Gaiyang, your Yuanwu campus only sent 8 people, do you really think your 8 can outmatch our 16? Yuanwu City, Hall of Education Entrance Examination Monitoring Center. A young man wearing a yellow robe with slightly dark hair looked at Su Gaiyang and the 7 classmates behind him, grinning as he spoke. Behind him stood another 15 people, all dressed in identical robes. Gnashing his teeth, Su Gaiyang retorted, "Li Zhangping, don't get too cocky. The rest of our Yuanwu campus students will be here soon. When that happens, who loses and who wins is still anybody's game." There were a total of 17 people responsible for the enrollment work at Yuanwu Prefecture from Yuanwu campus this time. Apart from him, the others were distributed across the remaining 16 prefectures. However, 9 of them had recently discovered candidates with spiritual power values exceeding 950 in their respective prefectures, making it impossible for them to arrive immediately. They could only come after finding those candidates and measuring their psychic energy values. "Ha! Well then, I'll be waiting for you." Li Jingping's face was filled with smugness as he said, "It's 1 p.m. now. The exam starts at 2 p.m., and the spiritual power results will be out by 6 p.m. Let's hope your classmates can make it here before 5 p.m. so they don't interfere with our official business. This Yuanwu city is truly impressive. Just this morning's spiritual power test alone had 30 examinees meet the admission standards, and 2 of them even reached the ultimate chi condensation with 999 spiritual power.
I wonder how many more will qualify this afternoon. What a pity.
No matter how many new students qualify, they'll all end up being ours at Four Walls City campus anyway.
Your UNWU campus won't get any of them. TSK, UNWU campus can't even keep students from UNWU prefecture, they're all coming to our Four Walls City campus. How amusing, how amusing. You.
Su Gaiyang was about to say more when his classmate tugged at his sleeve and whispered, "Just bear with it for now.
Li Zhangpeng is deliberately trying to provoke you into making the first move. Stay calm, there'll be time enough to act once everybody else arrives."
Okay.
Su Gaiyang took a deep breath, steadying himself.
He shot Li Zhangpeng one last ferocious glare before turning away to continue waiting. But just then, the communicator at his waist buzzed to life. It was Wang Ruyue calling.
He immediately answered and asked, "Hello, Wang Ruyue, have you arrived?"
But over there, Wang Ruyue whispered, "Su Gaiyang, right now, immediately, send someone to my city under the jurisdiction of Pingyuan City. There's a student here with a spiritual power value of 999 and a mental power value above 300. But I'm having a bit of trouble here. I can't knock him out, I need help." The moment Su Gaiyang heard about the spiritual power value of 999 and mental power value above 300, his body trembled violently. This result must undoubtedly be this year's top scorer in UNWU Prefecture's college entrance exams. But soon, he concealed the shock on his face and spoke loudly into the phone.
"What? You can't find the place? Honestly, you're hopeless. I'd better come out and guide you.
Just wait there." He walked out of the monitoring hall while still on the phone. The monitoring hall was quiet.
Students from Saifangcheng campus, like Li Zhangpeng, watched Su Gaiyang's retreating figure with puzzled expressions.
5 seconds later, Li Zhangpeng furrowed his brow and followed Su Gaiyang out. Then, 3 more students from the Saifangcheng campus gradually emerged one after another. The remaining 7 students from the UNWU campus, sensing the situation was unfavorable, stood off against the remaining Saifangcheng students for a moment. Then, with a sudden whoosh, everyone simultaneously picked up speed and dashed out.
"Su Gaiyang! Don't you dare run!"
From several dozen meters in the air, Li Zhangpeng activated his flight spell, straining every muscle as he pursued Su Gaiyang. Su Gaiyang was also activating his flight spell at this moment. Seeing Li Zhangpeng and the others catching up, his expression changed dramatically. "Why are you following me?" Li Zhangpeng didn't slow down at all. "How dare you ask?
What are you going to do?"
Su Gaiyang shouted angrily, "I'm going to the toilet."
"Are you even chasing someone to the bathroom? Are all you people from the Sifang City campus this shameless?"
Having said that, he suddenly accelerated, trying to shake off Li Zhangpeng. Li Zhangpeng scoffed coldly, "What kind of joke is this? Weren't you also a student from Sifang City campus just 3 days ago? Besides, when have students of our Sifang University of Immortals ever cared about face?" Chapter 69, First Impressions of Sifang University of Immortals Academic Culture.
My city.
Luchuan stared at the battered yet tenacious figure before him, a gaunt man stubbornly holding up a cyan light barrier despite his bruised face, his expression a mix of conflicting emotions. Today was the college entrance exam, a pivotal day in his life.
But he never imagined it could become this extraordinary.
First, he encountered a woman who appeared to be from a divine sect, though she wasn't seemingly immensely powerful, who insisted on examining him. Then another one descended from the sky, a scrawny-looking man who seemed to be guarding the college entrance exam site. When he first landed, he acted all righteous, as if he was going to save himself from disaster, but in reality, he was utterly cowardly. He seemed terribly afraid of the woman standing before him, so he turned around and told himself not to resist her. But then, completely by accident, he blurted out the fatal words that the woman was fat. And then, the woman beat the living daylights out of him, leaving his face swollen and bruised until he collapsed on the spot.
After finishing the beating, the woman took out a device to test psychic energy and pointed it at him.
Too terrified to resist, he could only let her have her way. But just as the instrument for testing spiritual power was activated, this man who had been beaten to the ground moments ago suddenly interrupted the test and tried to escape with her. the woman naturally wouldn't let him go and chased after him, continuing to pummel the man. Seeming desperate, the man swiftly pulled out a peculiar scroll from his robe, channeled his spiritual energy into it, and transformed the scroll into a cyan barrier that enveloped both of them. And thus, the situation had escalated to this moment. The godman strained to maintain the cyan light barrier, while outside it, the woman, after making a phone call, began furiously attacking the barrier. He stood inside the barrier, momentarily unsure of what to do next. After a long silence, he cautiously asked, "Bro, if you really can't hold on any longer, maybe we should just give up and come out. She doesn't seem like a bad person." "No way. Who would have thought the godman would flatly refuse Lu Chuan? This little bitch just beat me up. No way I'll let her have her way. The more she wants something, the more I won't let her get it." "But," Lu Chuan whispered, "but you look like you're struggling. Can you really hold on much longer?" "Don't worry," the godman said confidently, "this formation scroll contains a golden core stage defensive array. She's just at the early golden core stage, there's no way she can break through alone." "Oh," Lu Chuan replied with realization. Then, as if noticing something, he narrowed his eyes and peered at the sky. He poked the gaunt man and asked, "Hey, what are those things in the sky?" The gaunt man looked up, then grinned nervously, his voice breaking, "Damn it. That little witch couldn't crack it alone, she's brought reinforcements." Boom! The sound of something cutting through the air echoed. Dozens of streaks of light, about 30 in total, could be seen slicing across the sky from a height of several dozen meters, rapidly approaching with incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, several dozen young men and women, their bodies radiating formidable spiritual energy and exuding extraordinary heroism, landed in front of the formation set up by Lu Chuan and the gaunt man. Lu Chuan rubbed his slightly twitching face, struggling not to burst into laughter, and asked, "Bro, should we still resist now?" The gaunt man sniffed hard and said, "What's the point of resisting? Unless these guys are here to rape someone." Wang Ruyue. Su Gaoyang landed from midair and quickly ran to Wang Ruyue, asking in a low voice, "What's the situation now?" Wang Ruyue gestured with her chin towards Lu Chuan. "This Lu Chuan is the talent I've identified, spiritual power value 999, mental force value between 295 to 320. The mental power value wasn't measured precisely because the detection was interrupted halfway by this skinny guy. This thin fellow has been using an array to protect Lu Chuan. It's a golden core stage defensive formation, and I can't break through it on my own, that's why I came to you for help." After saying that, Wang Ruyue turned to Li Zhangping and the others again. "What's going on with them?" Su Gaoyang forced a bitter smile. "They noticed something was off when you called me and followed me here. But it's okay. Now, the other 8 classmates have already completed their spiritual power measurements and conveyed the intention to enroll at UNWU campus to those who meet the admission criteria. Including you, we now have 17 people, while they only have 16. Wang Ruyue nodded and said, "All right." Lu Chuan, unclear about the situation before him, waved his hand and said, "Excuse me, but who are you people, and what do you want?" "I still have to continue the college entrance exam this afternoon, can I leave early?" As soon as these words were spoken, 2 smiling men instantly appeared before him, both extending their hands simultaneously. "Hello, classmate, I'm Su Gaoyang, Li Zhangping." Lu Chuan looked at the 2 hands in front of him and, left with no choice, extended both his right and left hands to shake theirs at the same time, saying, "Hello, I'm Lu Chuan. It's a pleasure to meet you, classmate. I'm from the UNWU, Sifang City, campus of Sifang Immortal University," the 2 said in unison again. Lu Chuan said somewhat helplessly, "Perhaps you 2 could get straight to the point? I really do have to take the college entrance exam this afternoon, I'm not lying. Look, here's my admission ticket." He. "Don't worry, student. Whether you take the exam this afternoon or not, Sifang Immortal University's UNWU, Sifang City, campus will admit you. Why are you copying me?" Finally unable to take it anymore, Su Gaoyang glared at Li Zhangping. Li Zhangping also gritted his teeth and retorted, "You're the one copying me. These lines are straight from the admissions manual." "Me too," Su Gaoyang said angrily. "Humph." The 2 girls snorted in unison once more. Lu Chuan. "Enough, shouting so loudly isn't the way to solve any problem." Li Zhangping crossed his arms and said to Su Gaoyang, "At our Fongxian University, we've always settled matters with reason. As his words fell, 15 other students from the Sifang City campus stepped forward and lined up beside Li Zhangpeng.
Su Gaoyang also sneered, I think so too. Whoosh.
Another 16 students from the Yuanwu campus immediately took their places beside Su Gaoyang, forming a standoff against the Sifang City campus group. Lu Chuan stared blankly at the scene before him.
What was this about? Forming two neat, perfectly aligned rows in front of him? Were they preparing a guard of honor to welcome him? Or should we just face each other and argue? First argument, second argument, third argument, fourth argument, fifth argument, 16th, 17th? Ahem.
Just then, Li Zhangpeng cleared his throat and said, since both sides are here for Lu Chuan, today's competition will have Lu Chuan as the prize.
The loser must not bother classmate Lu Chuan for a whole month. All right.
Su Gaoyang responded, then his fists flashed with runic light as he directly punched forward.
You ambushed me.
Li Zhangpeng shouted, charging forward, gritting his teeth as he tangled fiercely with Su Gaoyang. The other students didn't hold back either, immediately rushing together and beginning to fight. In an instant, dust filled the air, spiritual energy surged wildly, runes scattered everywhere, and the sounds of ghostly wails and wolf-like howls ceaselessly rang out. 33 students from the Square Immortal University directly started brawling right in front of Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan stared blankly at the scene before him, his mind racing like 10,000 galloping horses.
Is this fucking student from Sifan Immortal University? The top students of the Huaxia Alliance's premier institution, how could they not possess the transcendent aura, sanctimonious demeanor, and extraordinary bearing one would expect? Is this the kind of reckless, fight at the drop of a hat attitude that gets people killed? Absolutely berserk with rage? What kind of behavior is this? Damn it. But it suits me just fine. Chapter 70 Injuries this severe must be treated with a professional healing formation. 30 minutes later.
16 members from Four Directions Immortal Academy's Square City campus, along with 17 from its Yuanwu campus, regardless of gender, all lay sprawled on the ground, panting heavily. The Square City alumni are truly formidable, featuring 3 mid-stage golden core cultivators in their ranks. The alumni from Yuanwu campus are also quite impressive. Just one extra person was enough to bridge the gap between 2 mid-level golden core cultivators. The previous battle had been too intense. Without intending to kill, both sides had exhausted nearly all their spiritual energy by unleashing heavily consuming techniques. Now they lay directly on the floor of Lu Chuan's residential complex, recovering their energy while praising one another. Who won this time then? Asked a girl wearing a pink hair clip. Of course it's our Saifangcheng campus that won. We managed to tie despite having one less person, Li Zhangpeng, lying on the ground, immediately retorted with his neck stiff. Bullshit. Su Gaoyang jumped to his feet, that was a tie? Clearly we had the upper hand. With the tiny bit of spiritual power you had left, you still dare say you had the upper hand? It was obviously a tie. I'll go easy on you. Take this punch. Ack. My handsome face. The atmosphere heated up once more as both sides stubbornly struggled to their feet and continued battling fiercely. Meanwhile, Lu Chuan and the emaciated man who had been shivering beside them had long since vanished without a trace. In front of the gate of Fuzhong High School, the My City National College entrance examination venue. I don't get it, brother. I can understand me wanting to run away just now, but why did you want to run too? The gaunt man looked at Lu Chuan with confusion. Earlier, while the people from the 2 campuses of Sifang Immortal University were fighting, he had tried to sneak away only to find that Lu Chuan had insisted on running off with him. Because I still have to take the college entrance exam, Lu Chuan replied matter-of-factly, pointing toward the exam hall. Then I really don't understand. The gaunt man grew even more bewildered. They were literally fighting over you just now. What's even the point of you still taking the exam? Lu Chuan smiled and replied, that's different. If I really listened to them and skipped the afternoon exam, after the college entrance exams, the only university I could apply to would be Sifang Immortal University. And that would mean I owed them a favor. I don't like being controlled by others. I can choose not to attend other immortal universities, but I can't live without having the power to choose. The skinny man widened his eyes and said earnestly, bro, you've got real character. Hey, nice to meet you.
I'm Li Feitian, currently a student at Yuanwu Immortal University. In 2 months, I'll be attending the Yuanwu campus of Sifan Immortal University.
He extended his right hand toward Lu Chuan.
Truth be told, Lu Chuan actually admired Li Feitian's personality.
Despite being scared out of his wits, he still stepped up when it came time to fulfill his responsibilities.
Lu Chuan, he replied. Their hands clasped for 3 seconds when Lu Chuan noticed the watch on his wrist. Damn. Only 15 minutes left. Catch up later. He immediately dashed toward the examination hall.
Li Feitian watched Lu Chuan's retreating figure, waving helplessly with unfinished words. Hey, at least leave your contact info.
An hour later.
The neighborhood where Lu Chuan's family lived. At this moment, the 33 students from the 2 campuses of Sifangxian University not only had depleted their spiritual energy but had also nearly exhausted their mental strength. They lay on the ground, faces pale, with barely enough energy left to breathe. Even the strength to speak had deserted them, leaving them with only the desire to close their eyes and sleep. The exhaustion of completely depleted mental energy feels dozens of times worse than the physical depletion after an ordinary person's long-distance run.
Su Gaoyang, pinning Li Jingpeng beneath him, struggled to raise his fist and gasped out, "Do you yield?" "Never."
Li Jingpeng managed to half-open one eye before wrapping both arms around Su Gaoyang's neck in a chokehold, preventing him from throwing punches.
"What a thrilling fight!" muttered a curly-haired boy from Sifan campus, gulping down saliva. "Haven't fought like this since the freshman year finals?" "Yes, that was absolutely exhilarating." "Right. Exactly. I really miss those early days as freshmen."
Soon, the young man's words resonated with everyone in agreement.
"Unbridled exhilaration? This is a residential area. Who allowed you to fight here?"
Suddenly, a furious shout echoed from midair, followed by a surge of psychic force descending from the heavens.
Su Gaoyang and the others felt an immense yet chillingly refreshing spiritual power descend from the sky.
Instantly revitalized from their exhausted state, they quickly sat up and gazed upward. In the sky, an elderly man with black-rimmed glasses and an elegant demeanor descended from above. Yet, his face was flushed with anger, clearly in a fit of rage.
"It's Kong Chen. This. Professor Kong Chen. Let me explain." Su Gaoyan's face showed panic as he tried to offer an explanation. "Explain what?" Kong Chen said angrily, "Just look. See what you've done to the students of Sifan campus. Their spiritual power is exhausted. And they've used up 95% of their mental energy. Are you alright, student?"
Kong Chen immediately stepped forward to help Li Zhangpeng up, asking with concern. "It's not their fault, Teacher Kong," Li Zhangpeng quickly responded. "Their spiritual energy and mental strength are also."
"Ha?"
Mid-sentence, he suddenly noticed that Su Gaoyang and the other 16 students from Yuanwu campus had somehow stood up. Though their faces were still somewhat pale, both their mental strength and spiritual energy had significantly recovered.
"Something's wrong. It's all their fault.
How dare they engage in such a violent fight in a residential area and harm our fellow Dao University colleagues?"
Kong Chen looked at Li Zhangpeng and declared with righteous indignation, "When I return, I will severely punish those rascals. Students, I'll take you immediately to the best healing formation in our Yuanwu campus to treat your injuries." "Professor Kong, it's not necessary, we still have to." Li Zhangpeng tried to say something. "Hey classmate, no need to tough it out anymore. With injuries this severe, you must be treated by a professional high-level healing array. Come. Teacher Kong has the most advanced flying treasure here. We'll reach Yuanwu campus in the blink of an eye."
With a wave of his hand, Kong Chen actually summoned a massive white flying vessel.
With just a slight tremble, the boat unceremoniously sucked in Li Zhangpeng and the other students from Sifang City campus. Su Gaoyang and the others watched Kong Chen's methods as if stunned, their faces completely dumbfounded. Kong Chen snapped impatiently, "What are you staring at? Get lost, all of you. Alright, we're leaving right now."
Su Gaoyang finally snapped out of it and immediately turned around, excitedly urging the others behind him, "Quick!
Quickly! Hurry! Let's go! Back to Yuanwu City."
After the group of 16 behind him had flown off toward Yuanwu City, he turned back, putting on an ingratiating smile as he looked at Kong Chen.
Teacher Kong, there's still one more left in my city.
I know, you don't need to worry about this, Lu Chuan, Kong Chen waved impatiently.
Get out, get out. 17 couldn't beat 16, you still have the nerve to speak to me. Got it, got it. I'm outta here. Su Gaiyang was overjoyed even as he was scolded, happily prancing along as he activated his flying spell and headed toward Yuanwu City. Inside Kong Chen's treasure flying boat,
Li Zhangpeng and the others lay sprawled out, staring blankly at the sky, their eyes filled with despair.
Chapter 71 First Meeting with Kong Chen. 6 p.m. Beep.
Outside the window, the final whistle marking the end of the comprehensive exam sounded.
Examination concluded. All candidates must stop writing now.
The invigilator also seemed to breathe a sigh of relief as they instructed all examinees to stand while collection of answer sheets began. Many candidates remained standing by their assigned seats, turning their heads to gaze blankly out the windows. It was already evening, the sky had dimmed slightly with faint streaks of sunset glow appearing along the horizon. Outside the window, it was quiet, with only a gentle breeze causing the leaves to sway lightly. The college entrance exams were over. A sense of relief enveloped them, yet at the same time, they felt somewhat lost. For the first 17 years of their lives, they had strived solely for these exams. Now that they were over, it was only natural to feel relieved. But at the same time, they seemed to have lost their purpose. What should I do next? Lu Chuan was curious about what others were looking at outside the window. Could there be sparrows chirping on the power lines? He took a glance, there weren't any, shook his head, handed in his paper, and walked out of the examination hall. He didn't share the same melancholy and hesitation as others, not because he was heartless, but because he didn't even need to consider the question of where to go next. The two campuses of Sifang Immortal University were already fighting tooth and nail over him. All he had to do was lift a finger and choose whichever campus offered the highest bid. Lu Chuan trotted all the way out of the examination center. At this moment, Lu Zhiyong and others were standing outside the examination center, smiling and waving at Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan, did everything go smoothly? Lu Chuan replied with a smile, "Don't worry, Teacher Lu, everything went well. I filled out the entire exam paper." Everyone laughed, and Li Yi's father stepped forward to ask, "Student Lu Chuan, have you seen Yi? Why hasn't she come out yet?" Only then did Lu Chuan realize that Zhang Yi and Hu Mengyan had already left the examination hall before him, and only Li Yi and Hu Fifan were still inside. Could it be? Lu Chuan's body jerked as he turned around. The next moment, he saw a sight that nearly made him cry out. Outside the exam center gates, numerous candidates were streaming out in a bustling crowd. At the far end of this chaotic throng, a young couple walked hand in hand toward him. The couple was none other than Li Yi and Hu Fifan. I go. Lu Chuan's mouth hung agape, his jaw nearly dislocated. Of course. The hand-holding between the two lasted only a second before they immediately let go. Li Yi gave Hu Fifan a slight nod and trotted over in their direction. Lu Chuan quickly glanced back and noticed Li Yi's father was currently engrossed in conversation with Zhang Yi's father, heads bowed together, having missed the entire scene. Everyone else appeared unfazed except for Lu Zhiyong, whose eyes were as wide as brass bells and mouth gaping wide enough to fit a fist. Clearly, he had seen it too. Ahem. Teacher Lu, I just remembered, my mom told me to go home and thaw the meat in the spirit fridge. I should leave now. Goodbye, Teacher Lu. Goodbye, Uncle Li. Goodbye, Uncle Jian. Goodbye, Aunt Hu. Goodbye, Jiang Yi. Goodbye, Hu Mengyan. Lu Chuan felt he couldn't stay any longer. After hastily bidding everyone farewell, he turned and dashed after Hu Fifan. Walking out of the exam hall holding hands with the school beauty after the Gaokao? Damn it! This is clearly the kind of treatment only the protagonist deserves. I must ask him how he did it. But he had only taken a few steps when, around a corner, he ran headlong into someone. Oh. I'm so sorry. Are you all right? Lu Chuan quickly apologized while examining the person he had bumped into, then his face showed a look of surprise. This was an elderly man with graying hair. Though advanced in years, he was impeccably dressed, his slightly curly hair natural, wearing black-framed glasses, and sporting well-tailored clothes that appeared both spirited and dignified.
But that wasn't what shocked him.
What astonished Lu Chuan was how this clearly elderly man emitted no spiritual energy fluctuations and didn't appear physically strong either. But just now, when I bumped into him, it felt like running straight into a brick wall.
I'm fine, young man. Is there something you need?
The old man was none other than Kong Chen, who had come specifically looking for Lu Chuan. Recognizing him, Kong Chen smiled as he spoke.
Lu Chuan shook his head. I'm fine. Glad you're okay, but I need to talk to you about something. Kong Chen blinked. Lu Chuan asked in surprise, what do you need from me? I'm actually in the middle of something else right now. Don't rush.
I believe once you hear what I have to say, you won't be in a hurry for anything else.
Kong Chen smiled as he pulled a golden badge from his robe and handed it to Lu Chuan. This is my identification, he said.
Lu Chuan's gaze was instantly drawn to the golden medal.
This is?
He distinctly sensed that upon this medal, there seemed to flicker a peculiar and arcane array of power. The complexity of this array far surpassed his understanding, to the point where merely gazing at it for mere seconds left him dizzy and nauseated.
Ha, you youngsters better not look at this too closely.
Kong Chen quickly put away the medal, smiling as he said, at any rate, this is specially made by the Huaxia Alliance. No one on all of Sea Blue Star would dare to counterfeit it.
My name is Kong Chen, an associate professor at the Yuanwu campus of Sifan Immortal University. I've come to see you regarding student recruitment matters. Associate professor at Sifan Immortal University's Yuanwu campus. Here for student recruitment.
Lu Chuan immediately straightened up, completely forgetting about the fleeing Hu Fifan, and dutifully parted his lips in an obedient grin.
Teacher Kong, you must have had a tiring journey over here. Would you like to come to my place for a cup of tea?
Kong Chen looked at the suddenly well-behaved Lu Chuan and said with a faint smile, very well, then I'll trouble you with it, student Lu Chuan.
The next moment, Lu Chuan only felt his body being lightly lifted, the scene before his eyes shifting as swiftly as lightning and flint.
In mere seconds, his own doorstep materialized right before him. He forcefully swallowed hard.
Damn! 2 kilometers away, and in the blink of an eye, you're there. Was that teleportation? Ahem, Teacher Kong, you're truly formidable.
Though turmoil raged within him, Lu Chuan maintained a composed facade as he opened the front door and gestured for Kong Chen to enter. Please come in, Professor Kong. The two settled into the sofa, with Lu Chuan rising to say, Professor Kong, please wait a moment while I fetch you some water. No need to trouble yourself, Lu Chuan.
Time is precious, let's chat a while longer instead, Kong Chen replied with a smile.
Oh, Professor Kong, please don't stand on ceremony.
It's only right for me to pour you a cup of water in my own home.
If my mother comes back and finds out I didn't serve you properly, she'd scold me for being a poor host. Lu Chuan forcibly stood up, determined to fetch the water. Upon entering the kitchen, Lu Chuan swiftly grabbed the spiritual energy thermos and poured all the remaining boiled water into the sink. Then he deliberately muttered, oh dear, there's no boiled water left in the thermos. I'll have to boil another pot.
Teacher Kong, I'm afraid you'll have to wait 7 or 8 more minutes.
In the living room, Kong Chen couldn't help but laugh with exasperation. Well, student Lu Chuan, only I came today.
The people from Sifangcheng campus aren't coming. Delaying tactics won't work here.
2 seconds later, Lu Chuan emerged from the kitchen scratching his head and said foolishly, hee.
I just remembered our electric kettle is broken. Can't boil any water after all.
I'm truly sorry, Professor Kong, for the poor hospitality. Then, he plopped down on the sofa opposite Kong Chen with a hearty, honest-faced grin. Hey. Kong Chen stared at Lu Chuan's face, his eyelid twitching uncontrollably.
Had this kid's shamelessness already reached such heights even before officially entering Four Symbols Immortal University? What will happen when they enroll at Sifan Immortal University? Chapter 72, Kong Chen's Confidence.
Inside a private dining room at a restaurant in Yuanwu City, Su Gaoyang and a group of students from the Yuanwu campus sat around the table, all wearing joyful expressions. Everyone, let's summarize the situation of each candidate now, Su Gaoyang said, holding a spreadsheet as he began to read out the details. This year, Yuanwu City has a total of 20 candidates who meet the admission cutoff. We've already communicated the admission intentions to each of them in advance. Among them, 3 immediately declined, clearly stating they wouldn't consider Yuanwu campus. 4 said they'd never heard of UNWU campus and needed to learn more about it. 10 said they needed time to consider and discuss with their parents.
And 3 expressed their intention to apply to UNWU Immortal University after hearing about UNWU campus.
Those guys from the Saifangcheng campus lost in the UNWU city competition.
They probably won't be coming back for the next few days.
So, these 10 prospective examinees are the targets we need to recruit. Before the Luchuan incident, 9 of you discovered 9 promising candidates in 9 different cities.
Except for Luchuan, all of them were thrilled upon receiving the early invitation from Sifan University of Immortals and expressed strong willingness to enroll at the UNWU campus.
What about Luchuan? Wang Ruyue, who had been listening quietly, suddenly asked. She was responsible for student recruitment within the Plain City area. This morning, she had only found 2 candidates whose spiritual power met the standards, but after testing, the spiritual energy value of the other examinee didn't reach the admission threshold. So in reality, she was only in charge of Luchuan. That's why she was so concerned.
Luchuan.
Su Gaoyang scratched his head. I saw his results, 999 in spiritual power and 319 in spiritual energy, ranking first in the entire UNWU prefecture. Teacher Kongchen seems to have personally gone to look for him.
Let's not bother with it.
True.
Luchuan, I've reviewed your spiritual power and mental strength scores. Among all the examinees in UNWU prefecture, your results rank in the top 5.
On the sofa in Luchuan's home in my city, Kongchen spoke to him with sincere earnestness.
Top 5? Luchuan raised an eyebrow.
That's actually quite impressive. Specifically which place?
Kongchen chuckled. You're joking, Luchuan.
The exams have just concluded, and the results are still confidential.
I don't know the exact ranking, just that you're among the top 5.
I see.
Luchuan suddenly realized.
UNWU prefecture is a middle-tier prefecture, and students who rank 5th in the college entrance examination usually place in the upper-middle range among freshmen. For such promising students, our UNWU campus is very eager to recruit them.
Oh, by the way, Luchuan, are you familiar with our UNWU campus?
Luchuan nodded. I logged into the Cultivator forum recently and learned a bit about it.
That's great, saves this old man from having to explain everything to you. Kongchen said with a smile. In short, UNWU campus is a newly established, pioneering and dynamic campus.
Our new campus hopes to attract more outstanding students, which is why this old man has come to discuss this with you, Luchuan, right after the college entrance exams ended. Luchuan nodded and said, Indeed, I can feel the sincerity of your campus sending an associate professor in person.
After hearing Luchuan's words, Kongchen couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy inside.
Seriously, do you think associate professors grow on trees like cabbage? Under normal circumstances, for a mid-tier institution like UNWU Prefecture, sending 1 lecturer for the top 5 would already be considered decent. Even if you were the top student in UNWU Prefecture, at most they might send an instructor-level teacher. If I hadn't noticed your exceptionally high spiritual power and mental strength and purposely checked your records at the Cultivation Bureau, I wouldn't have come personally. 2 months ago, cooperated with Lu Guangnian from UNWU Immortal University to eliminate a rampaging Golden Core level swan beast. A month ago, during an assassination attempt by the Cult of Many Gods, trapped by 1 mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator and 5 high-level chi refiners, he ambushed and killed the mid-stage Foundation establishment sect leader with a single strike. Then, he held his ground against the 5 high-level chi refiners for 10 whole minutes until the Cultivation Bureau's reinforcements arrived. Those with high spiritual power and strong mental abilities are a dime a dozen, but Kongchen had rarely seen anyone achieve such feats before the college entrance exams. So, after reviewing Luchuan's case files, he decided to personally pay a visit.
This kind of student, gifted in combat, must be recruited at all costs.
At this moment, Luchuan was also looking at Kongchen before him, thoughts racing through his mind. He could naturally tell that Kongchen was bluffing when he claimed to be among the top 5 in academic performance. Based on his own estimation, after consuming the 8,000-mile horn procured by Xiao Xing for nearly 3 million, his psychic power had surged directly to 318. Even if there were discrepancies between the spiritual energy values measured by the 4 directions spirit gathering array and those from his spiritual energy wristband, it should still be above 315.
This result has a 90% chance of being ranked first in UNWU Prefecture.
But he could understand all this, since Kongchen wasn't exactly lying. After all, 5th place is within the top 5, and 1st place is also within the top 5. He was just afraid his asking price might be too high, so he deliberately tried to lowball himself first.
He could sense Kongchen's sincerity.
During this recent period, he had browsed numerous posts on the cultivator forums and familiarized himself with the faculty grading system at Immortal University. The ranking system for Immortal University faculty is established by the Huaxia Alliance government, ascending from teaching assistant, lecturer, instructor, associate professor, to professor. Because the accreditation standards set by the Huaxia Alliance are extraordinarily stringent, requiring not just cultivation prowess but imposing rigorous restrictions in other areas as well, the title of professor in this world carries infinitely more weight than in his previous life. Virtually every professor represents a strategic asset of national importance to the Huaxia Alliance. Given that Kongchen holds the rank of associate professor, already placing him among the uppermost echelons of 4 directions Immortal University, his visit to meet an examinee who hasn't even matriculated yet demonstrates maximum sincerity. Therefore, he decided to be more honest as well. After some thought, he spoke up, "Professor Kongchen, can I speak honestly?" Kongchen raised an eyebrow at his words. "Go ahead, student Lu Chuan." Lu Chuan steeled his heart and confessed bluntly, "Professor Kongchen, I'm sure you've seen my family's situation, just an ordinary household from a small town. While we can make ends meet, there's definitely no extra money to support my cultivation training. So, I hope I can receive support from the university when I enroll, maybe some kind of reward or scholarship. And I'll consider both your Yuanwu campus and the Saifangcheng campus together, whichever offers the higher price wins." Kongchen was taken aback for a moment before bursting into laughter. "Ha! You don't mince words, do you? But I love it. Ha ha ha. If that's the case, let me be direct too, old man." With that, he promptly took out a notebook and a fountain pen from his coat, quickly wrote a few lines, tore off the page, and placed it before Lu Chuan. "Take a look. This is the highest offer this old man can make. You're welcome to wait for the terms from Saifangcheng campus and compare, but I'm confident, old man though I am, that mine will be the most sincere offer." Having said his piece, he turned and left with effortless grace. "Lu Chuan, I hope our next meeting will be on the campus of Yuanwu Institute." "Ah, goodbye." Lu Chuan stood up, waving farewell to Kongchen's retreating figure. Then, he picked up the paper Kongchen had left behind and began reading it. Above the city of Mai, Kongchen swiftly flew towards the direction of Yuanwu campus, smiling with immense satisfaction in his heart. Why was he so delighted? Because after learning of Lu Chuan's plan to choose a campus based on price, he was utterly confident that Lu Chuan would unquestionably select Yuanwu campus of Sifangxian University. Why was he so confident, you ask? That's because after reviewing Lu Chuan's case files, he simply took them away. People from Saifangcheng campus couldn't see even if they wanted to, they couldn't view Lu Chuan's past achievements, and naturally couldn't offer particularly favorable terms. Chapter 73, Frenzy, secretly adding another updated Dawn. Lu Chuan held the list left by Kongchen while reading it, but in his heart, he was still envious of Kongchen's ability to fly around freely. Now this is what you call a grand cultivator who soars through the skies and tunnels through the earth. But soon, he calmed his emotions and began to read the contents of the list left by Kongchen. Preferred treatment promised by Yuanwu campus for student Lu Chuan's enrollment. 1. 500 contribution points from Yuanwu Immortal University, worth over 5 million Huaxia dollars. 2. Full coverage of weapon forging expenses until reaching the golden core stage. 3. Guidance from mentor-level teachers. For a free access to visualization charts below nascent soul stage and scripture depository. 5. A free usage of spirit gathering chambers and divine sense tower for 100 hours. 6. The college entrance exam results will be announced in 3 days. When the 4 cities' campus representatives visit, feel free to compare. Lu Chuan. You left a message, but why did you have to number it? I thought there were 6 benefits. Lu Chuan carefully scanned the first 5 million, weapon forging costs, guidance from a master-level teacher, free visualization charts, and 100 free hours at 2 certain buildings. The most valuable should be the first 3 items. 500 contribution points need no explanation, while weapon forging, based on Lu Chuan's understanding, is also an enormous expense after becoming a cultivator. Because he'd seen numerous posts on the cultivation forum seeking to buy or sell magic weapons and artifacts, with prices frequently reaching hundreds of thousands or even millions, utterly staggering figures. The offer of guidance from an instructor-level teacher surprised Lu Chuan somewhat. Why instructor level rather than associate professor level? It seems I'm still not outstanding enough. The visualization technique was actually the least useful aspect for him. Because the demon beasts depicted on the Starry Sky cuisine list were already the finest visualization aids one could wish for. Moreover, Lu Chuan had to unlock these demon beast images inch by inch and immerse himself in sensing them each night. He would stare at them until consciousness slipped away. The mental enhancement effects were extraordinary. Just as Lu Chuan was scrutinizing the list and calculating its worth, suddenly, Hu Fifan called. "Bro Chuan, where are you? Didn't we agree to go out and party tonight?" Lu Chuan froze momentarily as it suddenly came back to him. But soon, he asked cautiously, "Is Li Yi going?" On the other end of the line, Hu Fifan was taken aback momentarily before replying, "She's a girl after all, her family keeps a close eye on her. Of course, she won't be coming, especially since we're planning to stay out all night. Might as well go all out and indulge ourselves." Lu Chuan's eyes lit up. Staying out all night? Living in extravagant luxury? I like it. 2 hours later, Lu Chuan stared at the massive spiritual energy display screen before him, along with the brand new keyboard and mouse, his face brimming with irritation. Hu Fifan. Is this what you call staying out all night? Carousing and revelry? Hu Fifan lifted his head from the screen and blinked innocently at Lu Chuan. Yeah, pulling an all-nighter at an internet cafe counts as staying out, doesn't it? What about extravagance and indulgence? Zhang Wubin patted the keyboard beside him. Look at this keyboard, this mouse, this is a 20 yuan per hour machine. Isn't that extravagant and indulgent enough? Lu Chuan. Hu Fifan noticed Lu Chuan's twitching eyelid and asked curiously, "Brother Chuan, what's wrong with you?" Lu Chuan took a deep breath and said fiercely, "You have disappointed me so much. You actually came to such a decadent, unhealthy place. I feel filthy, shameful, and polluted." With that, Lu Chuan stood up and declared passionately, "I simply can't take it anymore. I need to find a place to wash, to cleanse this filthy body of mine." With that, he turned and left abruptly. Hu Fifan and Zhang Wubin, upon hearing Lu Chuan mention finding a place to wash, immediately had their eyes light up brilliantly and hurried after him. Hey, Brother Chuan. Wait for me. Lu Chuan. Take me along. I want to cleanse my filthy body too. 20 minutes later. 3 young toughs stood shoving each other outside the foot massage parlor. After you. Honestly, I've already brought you all here, and you still won't go first. You go. If you go, I'll go. Hu Fifan, you go. No, it's not that I don't dare, I just think my hair's a mess and feel embarrassed. You go ahead, Zhang Wubin. Another 15 minutes passed. The 3 of them slunk away from the foot massage parlor's entrance. Although it was undoubtedly a legitimate foot massage parlor, the 3 inexperienced youths still didn't dare to step inside such a place. They could only puff themselves up with empty bravado, saying things to make themselves seem impressive. Half an hour later. In the end, the trio ended up at a roadside barbecue stall. They recklessly ordered a mountain of skewers and 3 crates of beer, tossing their heads back and howling. Damn it, we've finally graduated. Now we can drink openly like real men. From now on, we're grown-ups. Damn right. When I get to college, I'll date and fall in love openly and proudly. Today. 1 case per person. Anyone who can't finish is a coward. Just this little beer? I'll finish it all by myself, bro. As the trio's drunken howls gradually faded, the night grew darker, the hour late, and the spiritual energy street lamps along the road blazed brightly. Beneath those streetlights, 3 idiotic high school students clung to the lampposts, vomiting their guts out. And of the 3 crates of beer, 2.5 remained untouched. At the same moment, in every corner of my city, high school graduates who had just finished their college entrance exams were, like Lu Chuan and his 2 friends, reveling in wild celebration in various ways. This was both a farewell to their middle school years and a cry into the uncertain future, but more than anything, it was a legitimate release of youthful energy after finally shaking off the burden of academic work. Immersive Translate. Just as Lu Chuan and his companions were reveling in youthful jubilation,
Yuanwu City, Yuanwu University of Immortals. Lu Guangnian gripped his curved blade, striding toward a colossal luminous gate. Simultaneously entering with him were numerous other figures. An elderly teacher stood before the luminous gate, shouting to the crowd, "An hour ago, the star path underwent another large-scale expansion. Enemy forces have increased by 30%. The governor's office is already deploying additional troops inside. Now, all Yuanwu Immortal Academy disciples and teachers at Golden Core stage and above are requested to enter and provide support. And you two over there in black robes, you think I can't tell you're at Foundation Establishment late stage? Get the hell back to training. Not a step forward until you reach Golden Core." Beside Lu Guangnian, a square-faced teacher in his 30s smiled and asked, "Xiao Lu, didn't you just enter the star path last time? You could skip this one." Lu Guangnian smiled at the teacher and said, "No other choice. I'm short on funds lately, just going up to make a small profit. Besides, didn't you just enter the astral path last time? What brings you back again this round?" The square-faced teacher sighed, "I'm also short on money these days." Then the two exchanged glances and chuckled knowingly. As dozens of people entered inside. Boom! The massive light gate closed shut. The UNU Immortal Academy campus once again returned to darkness and silence. Chapter 74, The Bottomless Pit of the Savage Bull Painting. Early the next morning, Lu Chuan woke up in his bedroom. The night before, he had thought they could really finish 3 crates of beer, but Hu Fifan and Zhang Wubin couldn't even handle a bottle and a half. They ended up hugging a lamppost and vomiting noisily. He could have kept drinking a bit more, but seeing them puke so disgustingly made him throw up too. It is said that one's alcohol tolerance is not only related to regular practice but also connected to their mental stamina. Zhang Wubin's mental strength was only around 40. Hu Fifan made significant progress with a late push before the exams, but even during the college entrance examination, he barely reached 100, completely incomparable to Lu Chuan's staggering 319 mental power. So last night they were already barely conscious, and in the end, it was Lu Chuan who called cabs to send each of them home one by one. Gurgle gurgle slurp. Suddenly, a strange sound erupted. Lu Chuan lowered his head to glance at his stomach, his face revealing a helpless expression. Hungry. The barbecue he'd eaten by the roadside yesterday had been made from the most ordinary farmed beast meat. These farm-raised beasts possessed no bloodline power, couldn't cultivate, and therefore carried pitifully little spiritual energy, barely enough to replenish any of his reserves. Lu Chuan gently closed his eyes, concentrating his focus on the starry sky menu in his mind, then murmured, as expected, almost no growth at all. The current unlocked portions of the Savage Bull diagram still only depict 4 hooves and a single horn, distributed across 5 small areas of the diagram, each occupying an exceedingly tiny space. 99% of the entire Savage Bull diagram remains shrouded in misty obscurity. This was the result of over 30 days of rigorous effort by Lu Chuan, consuming 600,000 Chinese yuan worth of meat and a Savage Bull horn costing nearly 3 million. This is utterly a bottomless pit. Lu Chuan shook his head with a sigh and began putting on his clothes. Just then, his mother called from outside the door, "Xiao Chuan, are you up yet?" Yeah, I'm up." Lu Chuan hurriedly finished dressing and stepped out to ask, "What's up, Mom?" "Your phone's been ringing non-stop. I didn't want it to disturb your rest, so I answered it for you." It was Instructor Li Lianxian from the Cultivation Bureau. He asked if you're still planning to continue training in combat spells now that your exams are over. If you are, remember to go see him this afternoon. Mother Lu said with a smile. Go on, of course I'm going. Alright then, come eat. After lunch, it'll be afternoon already. Mother Lu pointed at the dining table. Wow. Lu Chuan immediately exclaimed, it's this lavish? This meat was sent over by your uncle Xiaokue to celebrate the end of your college entrance exams. He also mentioned there's a portion for their zoo director in there. Xiao Chuan, do you know the director of the monster zoo? Mother Lu asked curiously. No, I don't. Maybe the two of them get along well, Lu Xiaochuan replied evasively before rushing off to wash up. After finishing his wash up, he sat down at the dining table with Mother Lu to eat. Between bites, Mother Lu asked, Xiaochuan, have you decided which immortal university to apply to? I heard from Auntie Lu that Yuanwu Immortal University's admission score dropped quite a bit this year. Her son is planning to apply there. Ah? Lu Chuan asked in confusion, Mom, which Auntie Zhang are you talking about? I've never heard you mention her before. When did you get to know an auntie whose son could get into an immortal university?
You silly child. Mother Lu chuckled and scolded lightly, then explained, she's my colleague's younger sister. Last month when I mentioned to my colleague that you might get into an immortal university, but our family doesn't know much about these schools, I asked if she could help me find someone familiar with immortal universities. So she introduced her sister to me, saying her sister's child is also applying to Immortal University this year, and suggested we exchange information. After all, many families have children taking college entrance exams this year, but not many have children who can qualify for immortal universities. At this point, a trace of pride flashed in Mother Lu's eyes.
I see. Lu Chuan continued burying himself in his meal.
It had to be said that Lu Tiankue had been exceptionally kind to him ever since getting promoted because of him. This director Lu was quite thoughtful too. The meat he sent came from high-grade bloodline demon beasts, and there was a substantial amount of it, quickly alleviating the hunger he'd accumulated since yesterday. Lu Chuan also vaguely noticed a pattern. Whenever he unlocked the demon beast sections in the illustrated bestiary, his appetite would keep increasing steadily. At the same time, spiritual power accumulates quite rapidly. If it weren't for the fact that his current spiritual power was stuck at the peak chi refinement limit of 999, it might have already reached 1150 by now. Slow down, Mother Lu smiled warmly as she watched Lu Chuan devour his food, asking, you still haven't told me which immortal university you're planning to apply to? Before your college entrance exams, your father and I didn't dare ask to avoid pressuring you. Now that you've finished testing, shouldn't you finally tell us? What about this Yuanwu Immortal University, can your score guarantee admission? Lu Chuan was taken aback. So his parents hadn't asked about his situation because they were afraid of putting pressure on him. A pang of guilt suddenly tugged at his heart. But after some thought, he decided not to tell his parents too much for now. If he were to honestly say he could rank first in Yuanwu Prefecture's exams, they'd probably think he'd gone completely mad. He mumbled vaguely, well, I'm not entirely sure, but it should be about right. Really? Mother Lu exclaimed with pleasant surprise upon hearing this. I heard your number one high school only had 3 students admitted to Yuanwu Immortal University last year, while the rest went to third-rate immortal colleges. Son, you're amazing. He. Lu Chuan chuckled foolishly. Actually, many students from our school did well this year. Plus, Yuanwu Immortal University lowered their admission score. Zhang Wubin is also planning to apply to Yuanwu. Zhang Wubin? That dark-skinned boy? Yes. What about Hu Fifan? Lu's mother wasn't very familiar with Zhang Wubin, but knew Hu Fifan well, so she inquired about his situation. Hu Fifan is planning to apply to Shanghai Jiao Immortal University, Lu Chuan answered truthfully. My, Shanghai Jiao Immortal University, isn't that in Magic City? That's too far from home. Lu's mother muttered. Right. By now, Lu Chuan had finished his meal and stood up, saying, I'm done, Mom. Sit down. Mother Lu glared at him, scolding with a mix of affection and reproach. Tell me honestly which immortal university you're applying to, or don't even think about leaving. Lu Chuan sighed, his escape attempt thwarted. Mom, the college entrance exam results won't be out for 3 more days, and there's still a 7-day window to submit applications after the scores come out. Why are you in such a hurry? Ahem. Mother Lu said somewhat awkwardly, it's mainly because that Auntie Lu of yours has been showing off around me lately, saying her son is definitely getting into Yuanwu Immortal Academy. Lu Chuan's eyelids twitched. So you're this eager just to go out and show off to people? Immersive translation. Yuanwu City. Within an upscale residential complex. Su Gaiyang led the way briskly, guiding a middle-aged man dressed in a black suit. Teacher Zhang, that's Feng Huan's house up ahead. Feng Huan graduated from Yuanwu City First High School. Based on his past academic performance, he was originally the top contender for first place in Yuanwu Prefecture until Lu Chuan unexpectedly emerged and took the title. Now, he ranks second in the prefecture. However, his spiritual power value of 999 and mental strength value of 298 are still quite impressive. Thank you, Xiao Su. I'll carefully consider what level of preferential treatment to give him. The middle-aged man smiled at Su Gaoyang, then his expression turned solemn as he pressed the doorbell of the villa before them.
Chapter 75. What's wrong with this teacher Lu?
Student Feng Huan, Mr. Feng, let me introduce myself first. I am the guidance teacher from the Yuanwu campus of Sifan Immortal University, and my surname is Li. Li Xiujie sat in the luxurious living room of Feng Huan's family villa, smiling as he addressed both Feng Huan and his father. The father and son appeared quite close, sitting together on the sofa in close proximity. The father had a tall and robust stature, with a square face and straight nose, exuding the demeanor of someone with considerable cultivation. Though his son's face still carried a youthful timidity, currently his eyes harbored a trace of coldness and resentment.
Coach Li.
Hello, hello. Upon hearing Li Xiujie's words, Feng Huan's father immediately responded warmly, I never expected a teacher of your guidance level to personally visit our humble home, what an honor.
Mr. Feng, you're too kind. The credit goes to your excellent parenting.
If it weren't for Feng Huan's outstanding performance in the college entrance exams, the school wouldn't have sent me here, Li Xiujie quickly replied with a smile, steering the conversation toward Feng Huan.
Ha ha ha. You're absolutely right.
Feng Huan's father gave his son an encouraging pat on the back and laughed, Son, if you have any thoughts, you can share them with Coach Li.
Yes, Feng Huan, if you have any thoughts, you can talk to me about them. Our Sifan Immortal University has prepared preferential conditions for excellent students like you. Here's the list, please take a look.
As he spoke, Li Xiujie took out a document and handed it to Feng Huan.
But Feng Huan didn't even glance at it, staring intently at Li Xiujie instead. Instructor Li, these conditions don't matter because my family isn't short on money. I have one condition. If you agree to it, I'll immediately consent to applying for the Yuanwu branch of Sifan Immortal University.
Oh?
What condition?
Let's hear it, Li Xiujie asked with a smile.
My father asked an acquaintance to check my college entrance exam results.
They found out I came in second place, but he could only access my scores due to privacy protections, he couldn't check anyone else's results. Teacher Feng Huan, if you can tell me who actually surpassed me to become Yuanwu Prefecture's top scorer, then I promise I'll apply to the Yuanwu branch campus.
Feng Huan's words instantly froze the smile on Li Xiujie's face. Behind the cultivation bureau, atop the martial training grounds. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Chuan's figure was enveloped in a halo of cyan light as he swiftly maneuvered across the training ground.
Behind him, a 2-meter-tall dummy gave chase, continuously spewing fireballs in relentless pursuit.
The fireballs flew at incredible speed and with alarming frequency, 3 or 4 would erupt every 5 seconds.
Yet each time these fireballs came dangerously close to Lu Chuan, he narrowly avoided them with hair's-breadth dodges, leaving the protected young man entirely unharmed. Beyond the training grounds, Li Lianxian's expression was no longer one of shock or exasperation. Instead, he watched Lu Chuan with a trace of satisfied amusement curling at his lips.
In just over a month, I've mastered the windwalk technique.
Good, very good.
30 minutes later. Instructor Li, I've mastered the windwalk technique.
Lu Chuan excitedly rushed out from the training ground, cheering aloud. Congratulations, congratulations. Li Lianxian walked up to Lu Chuan and gave his shoulder a firm pat, sighing with emotion, you broke through right after the college entrance exams. From the time you started cultivating the wind movement technique until now, it's been less than 2 months.
Out of all the people I've mentored, you have the best talent.
Of course, and also the most hardworking. Lu Chuan raised his head, gazing at the emotionally stirred Li Lianxian, and muttered, Instructor Li, why are you so sentimental?
Shouldn't you be telling me how to cultivate the perfect realm of the windwalking technique instead?
Li Lianxian froze for a moment at these words.
Well, Lu Chuan, since learning combat spells shouldn't be limited to just movement techniques, how about the fireball technique? I can teach you that. Lu Chuan looked at Li Lianxian skeptically. Instructor Li, why are you changing the subject? Doesn't the windwalking technique have 4 realms, entry, minor mastery, major mastery, and perfection?
I've only reached major mastery so far, I haven't even started on the perfect realm yet.
Ahem. Li Lianxian cleared his throat awkwardly, well.
Lu Chuan, it seems like it's almost mealtime.
Would you like to have dinner at our cultivation bureau? Let me tell you, the food quality at our bureau is truly. Coach. Lu Chuan thrust his phone screen showing the time in front of Li Lianxiang, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Since when does your cultivation bureau eat dinner this early? Are you going to teach me the secret technique for the perfect realm of windwalking or not? Li Lianxiang's eyelids twitched. Stop asking, just stop asking. Lu Chuan. Got it. He quickly changed the subject. Then instructor Li, let me learn the golden light technique. This spell is said to be an obstacle type 1. What exactly does it look like? I'm really curious. Ha ha ha. I'll tell you about it then. In the training arena, Li Lianxiang's clear explanation swiftly emerged.
As he listened, Lu Chuan inwardly complained.
These middle-aged men, honestly. If they don't know, they should just say so. Why bother with all these evasive tactics?
After the college entrance exams, Lu Chuan's life hadn't actually changed much.
Still not attending classes, he spent his days practicing spells with Li Lianxiang at the Transcendence Bureau, returning home each night to attempt cultivating the spiritual vortex cultivation method. 3 days passed swiftly in this manner, until the college entrance exam results were announced.
The scores were released precisely at midnight on the third day. All examinees waited before their screens, ready to refresh the page and check their results. Lu Chuan was no exception.
However, he wasn't waiting to check his grades, he was waiting for something else entirely. Midnight, the web page crashed.
001, the web page crashed.
002, the web page crashed. 003, the web page remained down.
004, the web page was still down.
At exactly 005, Lu Zhiyong sent a message in the class group chat. Guys, looks like the website crashed. I just received a transcript, but it's actually the entire Pinjuanqing's results. It only shows rankings, not spiritual power or mental strength values.
I'll post it in the group. If nobody minds the hassle, feel free to look up your own ranking. A few seconds later, Lu Chuan's phone rang, followed by Hu Fifan's shrill, almost howling voice, Bro Chuan. You're seriously amazing. Then, the phone rang explosively.
Lu Chuan. Did you see that?
You're ranked first in Pingyuan City.
Holy shit. Lu Chuan.
You're seriously amazing.
Lu Chuan. You're invincible.
Li Yi only made it to 5th place.
You're number 1. Lu Chuan.
1st place. Countless congratulatory messages came pouring in like a deluge. But Lu Chuan frowned deeply, looking at the message Lu Zhiyong had sent in the group, feeling somewhat displeased.
What's wrong with this teacher Lu?
If one checked their own grades, those grades should remain private, no one else should know them.
Why did he arbitrarily post Pingyuan City's transcripts in the group? Now everyone knows they're the top in Pingyuan City. Why not? Why not just post the entire Yuanwu Academy's report card in the group chat? Let them know they're number 1 in Yuanwu too. Seriously.
Humph.
Chapter 76, The Offer from Saifangcheng Campus. The next morning. Lu Chuan's mother, Song Huichin, was wearing an apron and had just finished preparing breakfast. She was about to wake Lu Chuan up. But at this moment, creak. Lu Chuan's door automatically swung open, revealing his upright figure striding out with his head held high. His mother looked at him in astonishment and asked, Xiao Chuan? Why are you up so early today? And why are you dressed so formally? Ahem.
Lu Chuan cleared his throat with an air of pretentiousness and said, Ms. Song, I formally inform you that today, our Lu family may receive a very distinguished guest.
Would you please prepare accordingly? Distinguished guest?
Mrs. Lu rolled her eyes at Lu Chuan as she turned to arrange the tableware.
How distinguished? More distinguished than the city lord of my city? Lu Chuan blinked and replied, certainly many times more distinguished than city lord Lei.
Last time, Associate Professor Kong Chen had already mentioned that on the day the college entrance exam results were announced, representatives from the Xifang City campus of Xifang Immortal University would come to visit. Professor Kong Chen came from Yuanwu campus, holding an associate professor title.
At Saifangcheng campus, wouldn't they at least send a senior instructor?
Instructor ranks divide into junior and senior levels, but whether junior or senior, both far surpass the status of Thunderclap, the city lord of Muyi City. Stop your boasting and come eat already, the food's getting cold, Mother Lu scolded affectionately, pointing to the dining table to signal Lu Chuan should sit down. Lu Chuan pouted, reluctantly sat down, and started eating. As soon as he began eating, Lu's mother started nagging, Xiao Chuan, didn't the college entrance exam results come out last night? How did you do? This time you have to tell me your scores. Have you decided which immortal university to apply to? Lu Chuan wore an exasperated expression. I already said there will be guests visiting soon, they're all teachers from the finest immortal universities in the entire Western China Alliance. Come now son, stop joking with your mother. Your father and I aren't great cultivators, how could any son of ours possibly test into a top immortal university? Mom is already so happy that you got into Xian University. All you need to do is tell me whether your current grades are good enough to get into Yuanwu Xian University or not. Beside them, Mrs. Lu gazed at Lu Chuan with eager anticipation. Lu Chuan, I can. Ha! Mother Lu let out a long sigh of relief. Wonderful. My son is amazing. Lu Chuan. Mom, there really will be guests coming later, and they're genuinely top tier from Immortal University. Lu's mother said, Oh, you silly child, why won't you listen? You always love joking with your mom like this. Hurry up and eat, I need to clean up and get to work after. After speaking, she picked up her phone and excitedly sent a voice message. Oh, Xiao Lu, let me tell you something. I just asked my son, and he said he could have gotten into a better immortal university than Yuanwu Immortal University. But he chose to stay at Yuanwu to take care of me. Soon, our sons will be schoolmates. Lu Chuan. At this very moment. Knock knock knock. A voice came from the doorway. Excuse me, is this Lu Chuan's residence? Xiao Chuan, is that your classmate at the door? Go open it. Mother Lu patted Lu Chuan on the shoulder. Lu Chuan hesitated and said to his mother, Mom, should I really go? Go on, go on. Mother Lu was still replying to Aunt Lu's message on her phone, waving Lu Chuan off absent-mindedly. Lu Chuan shook his head with a sigh. Before the college entrance exam, I was the treasure of the family. My parents treated me with extreme care, as if I were a fragile little emperor, holding me in their hands for fear I might break and keeping me in their mouths for fear I might melt. After the exam, I became the family's unwanted burden, always in the way wherever I went. My parents couldn't even bear to spare me a single word. Then, the door opened. Standing at the doorway were two figures. One was a young man behind, none other than one of the university students who had been involved in that neighborhood brawl on the day of the exam. In front of him stood a middle-aged woman, around 30, dressed in heeled boots and a fitted blazer, her hair tied up in a high ponytail, clearly a teacher. As expected, people from the Four Symbols City campus had arrived. Before Lu Chuan could speak, the female instructor extended her hand for a handshake and said, You must be Lu Chuan. I'm an advisor from the Four Symbols City campus of Four Symbols University. My surname is Yu. The young man behind her waved at Lu Chuan with a smile. Hello again, Lu Chuan. I'm Li Zhangpeng. Hello, advisor Yu. Hello, brother Li. Please come in. Lu Chuan immediately smiled and invited them inside. Sure enough, it was an instructor-level visit. Whether it was a junior instructor or a senior one, although not as sincere as Yuanwu campus directly sending an associate professor, it still met the standard in terms of showing sufficient regard. Are you professors from Xian University? Mother Lu immediately stepped forward warmly upon hearing that the visitors at the door were not Lu Chuan's classmates. Hello, I'm Lu Chuan's mother. After shaking hands with instructor Yu, Mother Lu, still wearing her apron, scolded Lu Chuan with a smile, This child is really something. He knew you were coming today but didn't tell me in advance, making me meet you like this. Lu Chuan. Whoa, I've told you countless times, but the problem is you just wouldn't believe me, old man. The living room. Lu Chuan sat on the sofa, his legs pressed tightly together, his hands clasped between them, wearing an expression of utter awkwardness and shyness. Coach Yu sat opposite him speaking. Li Jingpeng stood beside Coach Yu's sofa, and when they saw Lu Chuan's nervous, timid demeanor, they exchanged a glance, a flicker of delight flashing in their eyes. Based on their previous experience with recruiting examinees, the shyer and more obedient the applicant appeared, the less likely they were to refuse, making them easier to successfully recruit. Looking at Lu Chuan's demeanor, it's clear he belongs to the shy and well-behaved type. With a smile, Coach Yu took the lead in speaking. Student Lu Chuan, you probably understand our purpose. We want to invite you to apply to Sifangxian University's Xifang City campus. Of course, since your college entrance exam results were quite outstanding, our Xifang City campus has some special preferential policies for you. Hearing this, Lu Chuan felt delighted and, dispensing with polite formalities, immediately began negotiating terms. Good. He then said, may I ask what terms your school, the Sifangcheng campus, can offer me? Xiao Li, show Lu Chuan the list. Coach Yu signaled to Li Zhangpeng. Coming right up. Li Zhangpeng immediately stepped forward, pulling a sheet of paper from his pocket and placing it before Lu Chuan. Alright, I'll take a look. Lu Chuan nodded to Coach Yu before picking up the list and examining it carefully. Special benefits promised to student Lu Chuan upon enrollment at Sifangcheng campus. 1. Reward includes Pills Fund, Spiritual Treasures Fund, and Spirit Food Fund totaling 20 million Huaxia coins. 2. Free access to visualization diagrams below the Golden Core stage and the Scripture Depository. 3. A free 50-hour usage of Spirit Gathering Chambers and Divine Sense Tower. This list clearly appeared much more modest compared to Kong Chen's offer. Yet staring at the 20 million Huaxia dollars written on the list, Lu Chuan fell into deep thought. He pondered over the items Kong Chen had listed, bearing all weapon forging costs prior to Golden Core cultivation, guidance from mentor-level instructors, plus the additional 50 hours of usage for both the Spirit Gathering Chambers and Divine Sense Tower, not to mention the visualization diagrams spanning from Golden Core to Nascent Soul stage. Were they worth 15 million Huaxia dollars? P.S. Some esteemed readers mentioned they were slightly confused about the two campuses of Xifang Immortal University. Let me explain here. Originally, Xifang Immortal University only recruited students from Xifang City, the capital of the Huaxia Alliance. Later, it established a branch campus in Yuanwu Prefecture, known as the Xifang Immortal University Yuanwu Campus. The original campus in Xifang City subsequently became known as the Xifang Immortal University Xifang City Campus, or Capital Campus. Both campuses belong to Xifang Immortal University, the top-tier immortal university in the entire Huaxia Alliance. Yuanwu Prefecture also originally had its own immortal university, called Yuanwu Immortal University. This was the school where Lu Guangnian had previously studied. Yuanwu Immortal University was akin to a provincial-level institution, ranking relatively low in prestige. To avoid unnecessary details, it will hereafter be referred to as the Yuanwu Prefecture Prefectural Immortal University.